Chapter 1. The Three Pure Brothers, the Hunyuan Celestial Master. In the midst of obscurity and chaos, the Taoist principles were vast and boundless. The universe was as indistinct as an egg, and within it, Pangu emerged. After countless years, the cosmos was delineated. The clear and bright became the heavens, while the murky and dark formed the earth. Pangu, within this primordial chaos, underwent 9 transformations each day, becoming divine in the heavens and sage upon the earth. The heavens rose a yard higher, the earth thickened a yard deeper, and Pangu extended a yard longer each day. Thus, for innumerable years, the celestial order reached astonishing heights, while the earthly depths grew profound and Pangu's existence stretched infinitely. Eventually, Pangu transformed into all things, and the heavenly way began to unveil itself. The gods took command, yet a great demon faction resisted, among which the dragon, phoenix, and Chilan clans held supremacy, rebelling against the deities. This ignited a great war, culminating in the victory of the myriad demons and the downfall of the gods. In the early years of the Dragon and Han era, the great demons established their rightful path. The heavenly tribulations were insurmountable, and the immortal path appeared elusive. All beings remained in a cradle, deprived of even a moment's peace. The tides of fate compelled them to emerge and seize their celestial fortunes. In a distant celestial realm, upon an unnamed immortal mountain, one day during a tribulation, Kunlun was bestowed by heaven. During this time, 3 strands of primordial purple energy accompanied the thunderous tribulation, known as the true spirits. Yet, after the thunderclouds passed, the storm lingered. Dark clouds obscured the sun, rendering the 5 fingers invisible. Within the thunderclouds, there seemed to be an embryo yet to awaken, breathing with the force of thunder. A century elapsed, and the thunderclouds remained, though they had thinned, no longer blocking the sunlight. After a millennium, the 3 true spirits grew increasingly powerful, one of which basked in a millennium of sunlight, finally taking shape today. As the true spirit materialized, countless celestial energies gradually converge around it. The true spirit welcomed all, like a whale swallowing the sea. In just a few years, it successfully took form, and in an instant, the thunderous tribulation roared, countless bolts of lightning cascading down like waterfalls. The true spirit revealed its true form, appearing as an elderly man, exuding an aura of celestial grace and benevolence. I am known as the Taiji, celestial master of Tao and virtue, standing here in the righteous path called Laozi. My teachings inherit from Pangu, and I embody the celestial orthodoxy. His proclamation resonated across 1,000 miles, and even amidst the thunderous clamor, his voice remained clear and distinct. Laozi smiled gently at the impending tribulation, raising his hand to disperse the thunderclouds, restoring light to the heavens and earth. As the tribulation faded, a sound resembling a bell echoed throughout the universe, seemingly signifying that the cosmos acknowledged Laozi's identity. Come. Laozi waved his hand, summoning radiant light as a robe, pure energy as a crown, wielding the ethereal feather fan, showcasing his celestial prowess with every gesture. Just transformed, Laozi already possessed the power of a great Luo golden immortal. Who knows when the others will attain their Tao fruits? Very well, I shall assist them. With a gentle sweep of the fan, the surrounding celestial power converged toward the other 2 true spirits, creating a magnificent spectacle that scattered all avian and beast life. As the celestial energy fused into the true spirits, the 2 began their transformation. One true spirit, bathed in a millennium of moonlight, harnessed the celestial power and successfully took shape, also achieving the strength of a great Luo golden immortal. Once again, the thunderous tribulation reappeared as the true spirit strode forth, transforming into a robust man, defiant in demeanor, unleashing a punch that dispersed the thunderclouds. I am the Yuqing primordial celestial master. Here, in the righteous path, called Yuan Shi, inheriting the heavens and earth, connecting to Pangu. As the title echoed forth, A bell-like sound resonated throughout the cosmos, acknowledging Yuan Shi's identity. Second brother. Laozi joyfully approached Yuan Shi. Yuan Shi, moved at the sight of Laozi, realized that without his brother's aid, he might have taken centuries to take form. Your grace, brother, I shall never forget. Laozi chuckled. It is nothing to speak of our younger brother is yet to find his path. Yuan Shi patted his chest and declared, with us aiding him, we shall ensure his transformation today. Excellent. Yuan Shi released his celestial energy into the remaining true spirit, and immediately thunder roared, heralding the arrival of the tribulation once more. The third true spirit, having sensed the essence of all things for millennia, today took form as a young man, stepping forth, and with a clear shout, the thunder vanished. I am the Shangqing Lingbao, celestial master, standing here in the righteous path, called Tong Tian, the true heir of Pangu, encompassing all existence. His clear proclamation resonated, and the bell sound echoed, recognizing Tongshan's identity. Third brother, eldest brother, second brother. The three pledged brotherhood, just as a true spirit descended from the millennium thunderclouds, crashing into Kunlun. Feng Lei, the host, confirmed his survival, and the system activated. In a realm of silence and darkness, Feng Lei heard a cold voice whispering in his ear. Who are you? Please select a reincarnation option. The cold voice disregarded Feng Lei, continuing unabated. Option 1. Reincarnate as a demon, sweeping the world to prepare for the Dragon and Han Cataclysm. What the hell, a demon? Are you kidding me? After the Dragon and Han Cataclysm, what will remain? Fangulai kursid inwardli. Option 2. Reincarnate as a shaman, to combat the myriad demons, surviving the Dragon and Han Cataclysm, and shaping the heavenly court. If you think my life is too long, just say so. Feng Lei felt this voice was simply toying with him. The Dragon and Han Cataclysm was no trivial matter. He was just an ordinary office worker saving a race. Ridiculous. Just as Feng Lei resigned himself to choose one, the cold voice rang out again. Feng Lei was relieved he hadn't confirmed, or else he would have been at a great loss. Option 3. Reincarnate as the three pure ones, transforming into the four pure ones, waging war against other races, preserving the Dao lineage, and ensuring the incense of 10,000 generations. Four pure ones? What is that? Aren't there only three pure ones? Feng Lei was curious. The first two options were deadly traps, while the last one held mysterious significance. Could it be trying to entice me to choose this? Feng Lei waited for a long while. Still no new options appeared. To hell with it, I'll choose the four pure ones. The system confirmed, and it took immediate effect. Sensing the aura of the true spirits, the three pure ones stirred and headed towards the depths of Kunlun. This sense of oppression has not been felt in a millennium. Such a true spirit. Our fourth brother is quite formidable. The three pure ones were born of the primordial chaos, and this true spirit was also birthed from the thunderous tribulation, thus a true spirit of the cosmos, naturally a brother to the three pure ones. Laozi initially intended to use his celestial power to aid this true spirit in its transformation, but the surrounding celestial energy had already begun to gather, its momentum far surpassing the three of them. Golden lotuses rose from all directions, centering on the true spirit as it began to take shape. Above, dark clouds loomed, and the three pure ones exchanged knowing glances, preparing a formation for their suddenly emerging fourth brother. This tribulation was unprecedentedly fierce, and the three pure ones felt an inexplicable sense of dread. Eldest brother, this tribulation is excessively powerful. It seems to possess the might of a Hunyuan great, Luo, golden immortal. Tong Tian frowned. Yuan Shi, however, dismissed it. Thinking Tong Tian was being cowardly, he bellowed and unleashed several punches, dispersing numerous bolts of the tribulation, but sustaining substantial damage himself. Second brother, do not fret. Laozi stepped forward, waving his feather fan, pouring forth immense celestial energy, transforming into a fierce wind that struck the heavenly thunder. The three exerted their utmost strength, merely delaying the descent of the tribulation. Laozi, Yuan Shi, and Tong Tian understood that had this true spirit arrived even a moment later, the day of the righteous path would have also marked their demise. Boom! The wrath of the heavenly thunder shattered the formation laid by the three pure ones, despair evident in their eyes. Suddenly, a strand of purple energy broke through the blockade, forcefully creating a massive opening in the thunderclouds. I am the Ziqing Hunyuan Celestial Master, standing here in the righteous path, called Feng Lei, emerging from the primordial chaos, rectifying Pangu. Chapter 2. Isn't brother just here to deceive us? A proclamation soared forth, resounding like a great bell before the last word faded. The surrounding celestial energy was drawn to the source of the voice with even greater force. The three pure ones turned to look, witnessing a figure standing in the air, sword in hand. Beneath his feet, lotuses bloomed with every step, 9 purple lotuses radiating celestial energy, exuding immense pressure. Feng Lei descended slowly, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, his physique robust, a hint of murderous intent in his demeanor. "Brothers, I have arrived late." He waved his hand, donning a robe of purple energy and a crown of radiant clouds. Wielding the Qian Lei sword with a single sweep, the heavenly tribulation was instantly cleaved apart. The three pure ones stared in astonishment at the suddenly appeared fourth brother, silently swallowing. "Eldest brother, this fourth brother's combat prowess is rather formidable." Tong Tian felt a twinge of insecurity upon seeing the split thunderclouds. Lao Zi's hand trembled slightly around the feather fan, but he forced himself to remain calm, reassuring Tong Tian. "It matters not, we brothers share a bond akin to flesh and blood. The stronger our fourth brother, the more we should rejoice." Yuan Shi, observing Feng Lei, sensed something was amiss, but with his current strength, he could discern nothing. "Above the heavens and below the earth, I stand alone with my sword." Feng Lei felt a profound connection, as though in the universe, only he and his sword stood proudly, while everything else was but ants. The sword, entwined with lightning and purple energy, surged forward as Feng Lei unleashed a mighty strike, illuminating all of Kunlun with celestial light. The crescent-like sword light sliced through the tribulation clouds, and a tremendous celestial force detonated the storm clouds. Lightning and purple energy devoured one another, and in an instant, the sky returned to clarity. Though this move was immensely powerful, it drained Feng Lei of considerable celestial energy, and before the sound of the celestial bell rang out, he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. "Eldest brother, does the absence of the celestial bell mean the tribulation has not yet passed?" Tong Tian asked anxiously. Lao Zi performed calculations, gazing at the sky, and confidently stated, "The tribulation has passed, it should ring." Before he could finish, a grander, more resonant bell sound echoed throughout the cosmos. 3 booming rings, a sound that only accompanied the arrival of great demons. Seeing Tong Tian and Yuan Shi still in shock, Lao Zi roused them to protect Feng Lei together. The three combined their celestial powers, performing a protective ritual, and soon Feng Lei awakened. Seeing the three pure ones, Feng Lei felt immense joy, for these were the great figures of ancient times, and he would inevitably receive their care in the days to come. Despite currently possessing greater strength than the three, their profound cultivation, innate talent, and elevated state of mind far surpass his own. Feng Lei was resolute in his decision. He must firmly cling to the support of these three individuals in order to survive in this chaotic world. After all, brother, isn't that what older siblings are for? Fourth brother, why are you grinning foolishly? Lao Zi inquired with concern. Huh? Oh, it's nothing much. I am simply delighted to see my three esteemed brothers, Feng Lei replied as he rose to his feet, prompting the three Qing to follow suit. Today marks our transformation. I appreciate the efforts of my three brothers. The winds of fortune appear unpredictable this morning, and the situation may drastically change in the future. It would be prudent for us to take the initiative, Feng Lei stated with utmost seriousness. Take the initiative? What do you mean? Yuan Shi was the first to grasp Feng Lei's implication. You mean we should venture out to seek treasures? Tong Tian asked with palpable excitement. Tong Tian possessed an innate interest in treasure hunting aside from cultivation. His greatest passion was crafting treasures and the pursuit of hidden riches. Fong Lei nodded and then turned to the silent Laozi. As long as this elder brother agreed, there would be no issues. Laozi lowered his head in contemplation. Although they had just transformed and possessed the strength of a great Luo golden immortal, there remained an abundance of unknowns in the world below. Even though Laozi preferred tranquility and non-involvement in worldly affairs, the survival of the four was of utmost importance, and he could not turn a blind eye. If it can assist us in avoiding the conflicts of the outside world, then that would indeed be splendid. However, Laozi still harbored concerns regarding the formidable demons outside, for the demon race still held dominion over the wilderness. Upon hearing this, Fong Lei confidently patted his chest. Rest assured, brother, while I may lack in other skills, my ability to evade danger and distract foes is certainly commendable. Yuan Shi, who had been observing for some time, still felt uneasy and spoke up. This would be tantamount to placing our lives in your hands. Should you falter, we four would be doomed. This approach seems unwise. Relying on a single individual feels akin to courting death. Seeing Yuan Shi's reluctance, both Tong Tian and Laozi hesitated as well. Fong Lei was taken aback. He had never expected Yuan Shi, who was usually eager for treasure hunting and combat, to exhibit such caution. Second brother, do not worry. Consider this. Even if we remain in Kunlun, we will not gain much strength in the short term. Look, the celestial energy in Kunlun has already dwindled significantly since our transformation. If we deplete its resources, this sacred mountain may not endure for long. Eventually, we will still need to venture out in search of opportunities. Yuan Shi silently sensed the surrounding celestial energy of Kunlun and acknowledged its diminished state. Noticing Yuan Shi's lack of rebuttal, Fong Lei continued, Second brother, if we wait until Kunlun exhausts its celestial energy before we venture out, can you guarantee that we will be able to navigate the wilderness unharmed? Wouldn't we still find ourselves embroiled in conflict? By that time, at the very least, we brothers should be in the latter stages of the great Luo golden immortal realm, no longer timid as we are now. Yuan Shi remained apprehensive. Second brother, the demon and shaman races are still recovering from their recent wars, and the other beings have only just awakened. Now is the perfect time for us to act. If we delay further, we risk complications arising. Those treasures may all be plundered, forcing us to seek them in their territories. Wouldn't that make it even more perilous? Fong Lei's passionate discourse began to sway Yuan Shi's resolve. Observing this, Tong Tian quickly added, Second brother, the fourth brother makes a valid point. Why don't we consider Kunlun as our stronghold? If we sustain injuries, we will have a place to recuperate. Fong Lei's eyes lit up. Tong Tian was indeed adept at persuasion. Moreover, what Tong Tian proposed was not without merit, and Yuan Shi found himself devoid of counterarguments. Well, let us embark on our journey. Rest assured, second brother, even if misfortune befalls me, I shall ensure your safety. Upon hearing Fong Lei's firm assurance, Sanqing nodded in acknowledgement of his sentiment. At that moment, Fong Lei's system relayed the first task. The initial task was to seek 3 treasures: the measuring rod of heaven, the useless staff, and the tome of Damo. Task reward: a wisp of Hongming, purple chi, and a drop of Ancestor dragon's blood. Fong Lei halted, listening to the system's voice, his mind slightly bewildered. He had never heard of these 3 items. How could he possibly know where to find them? Was this system truly setting him up for failure? Fong Lei nearly cursed in frustration. Sanqing glanced over, prompting Fong Lei to feign nonchalance once more. Chapter 3. Tong Tian. This fourth brother possesses a rather peculiar mind. System. Do you have any hints? Currently unknown, as the host's strength increases. More system functions may be unlocked at present. It is only known that the measuring rod of heaven resides in the west, while the useless staff and tome of Damo are located in the south. I see. Fourth brother, Tong Tian, noticing Fong Lei's daze, reached out to shake him. Third brother, I am well. Let us proceed on our journey. Fong Lei retrieved his companion treasure, the Hunyuan pearl, from his bosom. For now, he could only utilize its stealth function. The four departed Kunlun, journeying southward under Fong Lei's guidance. as they traversed the skies, they encountered a multitude of great demons racing past. After flying for about 1,000 miles, a cacophony of fierce battle sounds drew Feng Lei's attention. He focused his gaze to discover a group of demons engaged in a frenzied scramble for a piece of innate sword material. Naturally, the three brothers noticed the commotion and paused to observe, realizing that the demon's strength was far from weak, thereby abandoning any thoughts of competing. Just as Feng Lei was about to leave, the system's task reappeared, this time as a side quest, leaving him feeling somewhat perplexed. Side quest, 1999, PUA Sanqing. Assist the host in obtaining the sword material. Task reward. The 9-leaf forging method, capable of crafting innate materials. Is it truly this beneficial? Could this system be attempting to deceive me? Feng Lei harbored doubts, as the system's intentions seemed far from pure. Nevertheless, the allure of an innate sword was undeniably compelling. One of the reasons Sanqing and Feng Lei had previously relinquished the idea was the intricate nature of forging innate weapons, which required exceptionally high cultivation levels. Thus, generally, all clans below the Deluo Golden Immortal level aimed for postnatal treasures, and as Feng Lei pondered this, he sensed something amiss and promptly halted Sanqing. "Brothers, I feel that something is not quite right." "What do you mean, fourth brother?" Oldzi inquired. Feng Lei contemplated and led Sanqing toward the direction of the sword material. "Look, the demon strength hovers around the Deluo Golden Immortal level. This innate sword material should have no bearing on them, right? How could it not?" "Fourth brother, the great demons behind them require such innate treasures to solidify their power." Yuan Shi interjected disdainfully. It was evident that Yuan Shi bore a subtle hostility toward Feng Lei. Feng Lei, however, remained unfazed. As long as he could complete the task and ensure his survival, he would accept any outcome. "Second brother, your statement is flawed. Once those great demons enhance their strength, don't they become even more formidable? How shall we contend with them? It would be wiser for us to seize it now, even if we cannot forge it at present, once we reach the Hunyuan Deluo Golden Immortal level. Crafting innate treasures would be a breeze, would it not?" Tong Tian felt a twinge of temptation, but cautiously asked, "What if we are discovered? Surely, we cannot be pursued by the great demons for eternity." Feng Lei sighed. Despite Sanqing's formidable powers, they had only recently taken form, and even Yuan Shi, who would later become a ruthless killer, was hesitant to provoke others at this stage. That it seems this side quest was indeed tailored for them. Cough, cough. Feng Lei cleared his throat and spoke. "Observe, if we seize it openly, we will undoubtedly be discovered. But what if we launch a surprise attack?" "A surprise attack?" Oldzi immediately dismissed the proposal, yet Yuan Shi and Tong Tian began to contemplate. Feng Lei continued, "If we attack from behind, striking with lightning speed to incapacitate them, surely we would remain undetected." Yuan Shi and Tong Tian nodded in agreement. Even if we are discovered, their strongest member is merely at the mid-peak of the Deluo Golden Immortal level. As for me, I am at the late peak of the Deluo Golden Immortal level. Surely, I can handle them with ease. Feng Lei presented his argument logically, and Tong Tian perceived that this fourth brother was indeed formidable, possessing an extraordinary intellect. Yuan Shi, however, cast a wary glance at Feng Lei, recognizing that his strength should not be underestimated, especially given that he had just survived a significant thunder tribulation. Should he turn against them, he would undoubtedly become a considerable threat. It must be said that Yuan Shi was already contemplating the potential for familial discord in the future, truly a representative of the first branch. Of course, Feng Lei remained oblivious to Yuan Shi's thoughts and continued. "Even if we cannot subdue them, we have our companion treasures for protection. If all else fails, we can simply eliminate them. In the vast expanse of the wilderness, there will always be a place for us to take refuge. At worst, we can return to Kunlun, but this innate treasure is a rare find." As Feng Lei spoke, Tong Tian's desire to seize the treasure intensified, his gaze fixated on the colorful sword material suspended in the air. The Rui in his hand wavered, and the celestial energy surrounding him was becoming increasingly difficult to control. Oldzi, noticing this, hastily urged Tong Tian to restrain himself to not act rashly. "Eldest brother, we have come to this realm. We must seize the opportunity. If we do not act now, what if we miss out next time? If everything is snatched away by others, what purpose do we have in venturing out? Tong Tian exclaimed urgently. Tong Tian's argument was not without merit. Yuan Shi, what are your thoughts? Yuan Shi, upon being addressed, felt a flicker of hesitation within his heart. Observing Yuan Shi's expression, Old Zi understood his thoughts, sighed, and waved his sleeve. Then let us contend for it. Instantly, Tong Tian and Fong Lei's eyes sparkled with excitement, and Fong Lei summoned the Hun Yuan Pearl, leading Sanqing stealthily forward. Beneath the sword material, the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans were engaged in a fierce battle, with the other tribes quickly falling into disarray and fleeing in panic. Yuan Shi, you are merely at the early stage of the Deluo Golden Immortal level. How dare you compete with us? Depart swiftly, and you may yet preserve your life. The leading demon of the Dragon clan spoke brusquely, thrusting a spear and immediately piercing a bloody hole in the Qilin named Yuan Shi. Yuan Shi emitted a muffled groan, brandishing his flower staff and pursuing the Dragon demon with a swing. The Dragon demon evaded, but was unexpectedly ambushed from the side by the Yuan Feng clan, injuring one of its arms, and the situation became increasingly uncertain. Feng Wu. Haha. I am not a greedy dragon. Feng Ling stab. Very well. Then let us engage. The three clans clashed fiercely, and Fong Lei seized the opportunity to blend into the battlefield with Sanqing. Fong Lei struck with ruthless precision, using the sword sheath to deliver blows to the demon skulls. Each demon that fell did not even have the chance to see Fong Lei's face before succumbing to unconsciousness. Sanqing's brows twitched at this sight, and Old Zi hastily shielded his eyes, unable to bear the sight. Tong Tian and Yuan Shi, however, found this method quite effective and quickly adopted it for themselves. The four Deluo Golden Immortal level beings thrived in the chaos. And by the time the leading great demons of the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans realized what was happening, the lesser demons had already been largely neutralized. Cease, the Dragon demon shouted first, however, enraged by the attack. Yuan Shi had no intention of letting the Dragon demon off the hook. With a swing of his staff, he struck the Dragon demon in the abdomen, causing it to spit blood. Eldest brother, let us hurry. Seeing the Dragon demon wounded, Fong Lei signaled for an attack, and the four charged towards the three leading great demons. Chapter 4. Plundering the Great Demons. This is my way of defying reason. Fong Lei boldly approached the cunning mid-peak Deluo Golden Immortal level Phoenix clan member, while Yuan Shi directly confronted the injured Dragon demon. Old Zi and Tong Tian joined forces to take on the frenzied Qilin. The Phoenix clan, realizing they were being ambushed by another tribe, was instantly consumed by fury. As a prominent clan of the wilderness, how could they be assaulted by an insignificant tribe? Feng Wu wielded her phoenix feathers, transforming them into countless blades that shot toward Fong Lei. What the? Countless flying feathers. Fong Lei hurriedly swung his sword to block. Naturally, the innate sword outmatched the postnatal attack, since Fong Lei and the others hailed from chaos. They inherently possessed innate treasures. Even among great demon clans, only those with pure bloodlines would naturally bear innate attributes. Seeing the small thief wielding an innate treasure, Feng Wu's eyes gleamed with unmasked greed. You are seeking death, aren't you? She transformed into a gigantic phoenix, soaring through the air, her claws lunging directly at Fong Lei. Who is seeking death remains to be seen. Fong Lei reminisced about the sword techniques he had witnessed in his past life, executing a hasty dance with the blade. Although his movements appeared clumsy, they were imbued with tremendous power, leaving scars on Feng Wu's claws with each strike. Realizing that his corporeal form could not withstand the confrontation, Feng Wu unleashed his true fire in a fit of rage, intending to incinerate Fong Lei. Yet, Fong Lei was not one to grant Feng Wu such an opportunity, activating the primordial pearl to become invisible. He swiftly maneuvered above Feng Wu. Heaven and Earth Sword. Fong Lei recalled the moment he had cleaved through the thunder tribulation, and a terrifying sword intent coalesced around him. Observing the tumultuous thunderclouds above, he hastily tempered some of his sword intent. However, even in its diminished state, the remaining sword intent instilled fear and dread in Feng Wu. What kind of Taoist method is this? Ignoring Feng Wu's outburst, Fong Lei struck down, the blow connecting with Feng Wu as effortlessly as a hot knife slicing through butter, severing his left wing. A piercing cry of anguish echoed for miles as Feng Wu let out a shrill phoenix wail. Startled, Feng Lei unleashed 2 more strikes, hoping to finish Feng Wu off, yet devoid of the earlier sword intent. These blows merely added 2 more superficial wounds, failing to inflict substantial harm that I will have you dead. Feng Wu forcibly summoned celestial energy to restore his wing, while fallen phoenix feathers transformed into swords, engaging Feng Lei in fierce combat. Meanwhile, the struggle between Yuan Shi and the Dragon Demon was equally arduous. Despite the Dragon Demon's injuries, Yuan Shi found himself at a slight disadvantage, as their levels were not far apart, resulting in a match of equal prowess where neither could secure a decisive victory. Yet, as the battle raged on, Yuan Shi's excitement grew, his eyes shimmering with fervor, causing the Dragon Demon to shudder in trepidation. "Who are you truly?" "Us? Ha! We are the Four Clarity." For clarity, the Dragon Demon had never heard of such a tribe, and the ensuing confusion afforded Yuan Shi an opportunity. He thrust his sword forward, striking the Dragon Demon squarely in the chest. Unfortunately, the Dragon Demon's formidable physique prevented the blade from piercing through. Although it still exerted significant pressure, in contrast to Feng Lei and Yuan Shi's struggle, the confrontation between Tong Tian and Laozi against the Qilin Yuan Qi fared considerably better. Though Yuan Qi relied on his robust physique and fierce staff techniques to keep Tong Tian at bay, Laozi's mastery of the 8 trigrams allowed him to consistently exploit Yuan Qi's vulnerabilities, providing Tong Tian with opportunities to land hits. Meanwhile, Yuan Qi, hindered by Laozi's formations, could not immediately close the distance, thus sealing his fate in defeat. As Feng Lei and the 3 Clarity faced off against the 3 demons, they encountered minor ambushes from lesser demons, all of which were swiftly subdued by the combined might of the 4 Clarity. The demon Qin, witnessing this, dared not advance, ultimately succumbing to Feng Lei's blows, rendered unconscious one by one. "You despicable thieves," resorting only to ambushes. Feeling his stamina deplete, Feng Wu sought to join forces with the other 2 demons to eliminate Yuan Shi first. "Dragon Demon, watch yourself." Feng Wu swung his sword, unleashing true fire that Feng Lei narrowly evaded. To his surprise, Feng Wu seized the moment to flee, charging directly at Yuan Shi. "Yuan Shi." Feng Lei promptly summoned the innate lightning to pursue Feng Wu. Seeing Feng Wu rush to assist, the Dragon Demon forcefully healed his wounds, preparing for a final clash with Yuan Shi. However, Yuan Shi had no intention of granting the Dragon Demon such an opportunity. He refused to allow this inextricable situation to break through his defenses. Yuan Shi stood poised, his sword erect, its blade transforming into a black and white sword aura that extended over 3 feet, suffocating the Dragon Demon. "This is the power of chaos. How can you wield it?" The Dragon Demon was perplexed, but no one was left to answer his queries. Yuan Shi unleashed a powerful slash, the sword light descending at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, leaving the Dragon Demon with merely a shallow gash. This minor injury was but a precursor, for before the Dragon Demon could finish his words, he was cleaved in 2 along the blood-stained line. Dragon blood gushed forth, splattering Yuan Shi and the approaching Feng Wu. Dragon slaughter. Feng Wu had not anticipated that these individuals from other tribes would dare to slay a great demon of the great Luo Golden Immortal level. If word got out, it would surely eradicate the 4 Clarities standing in the vast wilderness. Yuan Shi's combat instincts were razor-sharp. Seizing the moment while the black and white sword aura still lingered, he swung his sword again, this time aiming directly at Feng Wu. Feng Wu hastily dodged, but Feng Lei would not allow Feng Wu another chance. Despite Feng Wu evading Yuan Shi's strike, Feng Lei, leveraging the Primordial Pearl, closed in and delivered a blow that Feng Wu could not evade, sending him crashing to the ground and creating a deep crater. "Second brother, I will attend to Feng Wu. You go assist eldest brother." "Very well." Yuan Shi cast a lingering glance at Feng Lei before turning to confront Yuan Qi. As Feng Lei descended slowly, he approached the edge of the deep pit, cautiously probing with his sword light to ascertain if Feng Wu still possessed the strength to resist. After a dozen strikes fell without response from Feng Wu, Feng Lei mustered his courage and leaped into the pit. Feng Wu's body lay ravaged, his breath faint. Upon seeing Feng Lei, Feng Wu trembled uncontrollably, acutely aware of the overwhelming power possessed by these four individuals, who could incapacitate him and slay the dragon slaughter with ease. When did such formidable creatures emerge in the wilderness? Observing Feng Wu's fear, Feng Lei's mind sparked with an idea. Your name is Feng Wu, is it not? What of it? Do you not realize your error? Huh. Feng Wu appeared bewildered. Clearly, it was you who ambushed us. How could we possibly be in the wrong? Feng Lei was unperturbed, allowing Feng Wu to ponder for a moment. For there was still a Qilin to deal with. Just as Feng Lei prepared to begin his persuasion, Yuan Shi's involvement turned the tide against Yuan Shi, who soon found himself on the verge of defeat. Collapsing to the ground after merely a dozen exchanges, sensing the Qilin's weakening presence, Feng Lei shouted urgently, "Eldest brothers, show mercy. I have something to say." Yuan Shi, consumed by battle frenzy, nearly brought his sword down, only to be halted by Laozi's calming incantation and the 8 trigram shifting technique. Regaining his composure, Tong Tian had already ceased his attack, stowing away the sword hilt that hung in the air. "Fourth brother, what is your intention?" Laozi slowly descended into the pit, perplexed that I want them to acknowledge their mistakes. Chapter 5. The Enlightenment of Life's Mentor. Acknowledge mistakes. Both Laozi and Feng Wu shared a look of astonishment, taken aback by their fourth brother's lively thoughts. "Indeed, eldest brother, please bring down that Qilin as well. I wish to interrogate them thoroughly." This Laozi's expression grew conflicted. Continuing down this path would surely incite trouble. Perhaps it would be better to withdraw early. However, Tong Tian had already heard Feng Lei's words and promptly tossed the half-dead Qilin down like a tea that moment. Tong Tian felt a kinship with his seemingly capricious fourth brother, leading him to instinctively trust Feng Lei's words without doubt. "Thank you, third brother. Please look after second brother." Very well. Tong Tian was eager to take on this easy task. For now, this sword hilt belonged to him. Yuan Shi collided with Feng Wu, both demons stifling groans as they nearly lost consciousness. Point for clarity. "What are you planning to do?" Even on the brink of death, Yuan Shi remained defiant, unwilling to bow to Feng Lei. Feng Lei scrutinized Yuan Shi for a moment before stepping forward to inquire. "Do you understand where you have erred? Laozi is not in the wrong. It is you despicable thieves who are at fault. Tsk, tisk, therein lies your mistake." Feng Lei waved his hand, stating, "You see, I am now reasoning with you that if you can admit your mistake, I may consider letting you go. Of course, if Feng Wu acknowledges first, I shall prioritize his release." Yuan Shi glared at Feng Lei, indignation brewing within him, choosing to ignore the latter's words. Meanwhile, upon hearing Feng Lei's statement, Feng Wu felt a stir within, transforming into a stunning woman standing before Feng Lei. Unclad, Feng Lei feigned shock, exclaiming, "What is the meaning of this? If you have erred, simply admit it. There is no need for such theatrics." Observing Feng Lei's bashful demeanor, Feng Wu felt disdainful yet maintained a radiant smile. "Esteemed clan brother, this humble demon acknowledges her mistake. What does my clan brother wish to do with me?" "Well, if you can articulate where you have gone wrong, I shall allow you to depart and slay this Qilin, granting you the sword hilt," Feng Lei replied. "Truly?" Feng Wu's eyes sparkled, though a hint of skepticism lingered in her heart. "Indeed, it is true. Otherwise, shall I strike him down right now?" Feng Lei casually swung his sword, landing a blow on Yuan Shi, causing demon blood to splatter, prompting Yuan Shi to regard Feng Wu with newfound hostility. "I admit it. I know I was wrong." Feng Wu was taken aback by the voice, turning to see Yuan Shi transformed into a female form, fury surging upon her delicate visage. "Yuan Shi, you were not male. How have you become female?" The newly female Yuan Shi scoffed, strutting over to Feng Lei, flaunting a figure more alluring than Feng Wu's. "I acknowledge my mistake. Does this elevate my priority above Feng Wu's?" Feng Lei stroked his chin, observing Yuan Shi with a hint of amusement. He had not anticipated that Yuan Shi was also a clever spirit. Beside them, Laozi, witnessing this scene, felt his already imperfect worldview gradually crumbling and skewing. Were these two demons truly of the great Luo golden immortal caliber, or perhaps great demons from the Yuan Feng and Qilin clans? Noticing Laozi's wavering, Feng Lei approached him and quietly inquired, "Brother, they seem to have realized their mistakes. What do you think we should do?" Coughing, Laozi desired to suggest letting the matter rest, yet upon seeing the anger and hatred in Yuan Shi's eyes, he swallowed back his words. "No worries, big brother. They are merely at the end of their strength now. Do you not wish to savor the fruits of victory, despite Laozi's nature being one that shunned conflict and ill will?" Feng Lei's words seemed to possess a captivating quality, drawing Laozi unwittingly into his line of reasoning. Laozi then spoke clearly, "Fourth brother, I believe we should extend kindness to the demons, even if they have erred. As long as they are willing to confess their mistakes, I feel we can still forgive them." Upon uttering these words, Laozi felt his face flush with embarrassment. It seemed he was ill-suited for such rhetoric. Yuan Shi and Feng Wu, listening to Laozi's words, found all of Feng Lei's earlier ire redirected toward Laozi. "What do you mean by mistakes? What gives you the right to forgive us?" Yuan Shi and Feng Wu felt a mix of frustration. Yet the strength of the four was evident, preventing the two demons from acting arrogantly. Feng Wu, struggling to speak, stammered, We should not compete with you for the sword embryo." Feng Lei nodded in satisfaction. And then he turned his gaze toward Yuan Shi. Feeling the cold, indifferent stare of Feng Lei, along with the pressure of a late-stage Great Luo Golden Immortal, Yuan Shi felt a sudden constriction in his breath and nervously continued, "Then, we should not engage in combat with you and should allow you to leave." Having said this, Yuan Shi seemed to deflate, losing the proud spirit he once held. "That's more like a do you have any remedial measures in mind? When one errs, one must bear the consequences." Yuan Shi and Feng Wu exchanged glances and produced their cherished treasures. Among them were not only postnatal artifacts, but also various materials and medicinal herbs meant for submission. "These seem insufficient," Feng Lei remarked, his expression unchanged as he surveyed the pile of treasures. "Cousin, is this enough?" Feng Wu asked through gritted teeth. Feng Lei cast a sidelong glance at Yuan Shi and replied nonchalantly, "I see no sincerity in your offerings. Brother, are you feeling a bit tired? Shall we just eliminate these two demons and replenish our strength before continuing our journey?" Laozi interjected, taken aback, before he could fully process the situation. Yuan Shi had already grasped Feng Lei's intention and stepped forward, transforming into a size suitable for Feng Lei and the three pure ones to mount I. "Yuan Shi, am willing to acknowledge my master. Feng Lei, I vow before Pangu and the heavens that I shall never betray you for eternity. Should I break this oath, may I suffer endless calamities." As the oath was established, the heavens resonated with a chime, affirming Yuan Shi's vow. Feng Wu was taken aback by Yuan Shi's willingness to forsake the dignity of their kind, merely to save his life. "Will you not do the same?" Facing Yuan Shi's inquiry, Feng Wu bit his lip and, trembling, knelt, repeating the vow that Yuan Shi had just made. As the heavenly chime echoed, affirming the oath, tears of humiliation welled in the corners of Feng Wu's eyes. Observing this scene, Tong Tian suddenly felt enlightened, gazing at Feng Lei's back as though he were not merely a brother, but a mentor in life. "Teacher." "Ah no, fourth brother. What transpired?" "Third brother, everything is fine now that we have our mounts." Feng Lei replied, "Fourth brother, well done. Second brother is also unharmed. This is splendid." Laozi, witnessing Tong Tian's transformation, shook his head helplessly. Yuan Shi and Feng Wu observed this exchange, their impression of Laozi further deteriorating. Feng Lei regarded Feng Wu and Yuan Shi with satisfaction when suddenly the system's voice echoed. "Congratulations, host, for completing the side quest. Reward. Julie Forging Technique, Chapter 6. More Equipment Explosions, Julie Forging Technique." Feng Lei's eyes lit up. According to the system, this Julie Forging Technique would allow cultivators at the Great Luo Golden Immortal level to forge artifacts of innate quality. For those at the level of Hunyuan Golden Immortal, the effects would be even more pronounced, requiring only half the materials to create a flawless artifact. As for those at even higher levels, they could forge primordial treasures. Feng Lei was too preoccupied to ponder the truth of the system's claims. The mere possibility of forging innate artifacts at the great Luo Golden Immortal level was enough to captivate him. The three Pure Ones had yet to become disciples of Hongjun and had not reached that fabled treasure cliff. Thus, the artifacts in their possession were only of innate origin, the finest being Fong Lei's nearly innate mixed Thunder Sword and Hunyuan Pearl, while the treasures held by Laozi and the others were merely of mid-level postnatal quality. Fourth brother? Laozi noticed his younger brother grinning foolishly and felt puzzled. Could it be that this is a flaw of fourth brother's innate nature? Fong Lei was pulled back to reality by Laozi and, seeing Yuan Shi and Feng Wu bowing in submission, felt a surge of satisfaction. Even such beasts as these would possess the strength to fight in later stages. Judging by their lineage, these two were still of the main clan. If nurtured properly, once they reached the Hunyuan Golden Immortal level, combined with the abilities of the others, they might even overshadow the likes of Dao Run and Zhuan Ti. Those two old bald donkeys were always up to no good. Had it not been for their underlings constantly sowing discord in the ears of the three Pure Ones, they would not have come to such a complete falling out. Fong Lei resolved that before the impending calamity of the Long Han era concluded, he would not allow the western side to fare well. Brother, I just comprehended a forging technique that seems capable of allowing a great Luo Golden Immortal to forge artifacts of early innate quality. Fourth brother, what did you say? Laozi's heart raced at Fong Lei's words. After all, innate artifacts were far superior to their current possessions. Yuan Shi and Feng Wu were astonished, yet given the unprecedented nature of such revelations, they could hardly believe that a race they had never encountered could possess such a miraculous forging technique. Feng Wu felt that since he was now Fong Lei's servant, he should fulfill certain obligations. But given Fong Lei's current strength, he feared that a single misstep could result in his demise, negating any potential benefits. As Fong Lei approached, he noticed Feng Wu's hesitant demeanor and inquired, Feng Wu, is there something on your mind? Speak freely. Yes, my master. Taking a deep breath, Feng Wu said, I must speak candidly that I sense that your forging technique is exceedingly perilous. I have spent countless years in my clan and have never heard of such an extraordinary method. How could you have comprehended it? This technique is fraught with danger, so please consider it carefully though. You're concerned for me after I just dealt you such a heavy blow. Fong Lei did not perceive Feng Wu's words as interference. After all, he too had never encountered such a method. Due to the bond of the oath, Feng Wu now felt an inexplicable connection to Fong Lei, rendering him unable to feel discomfort with Fong Lei's words. Instead, feeling somewhat bashful, when Fong Lei jested with him, Feng Wu perceived it as an honor. Yuan Shi, observing Feng Wu's expression, could not help but silently marvel at the strength of the heavenly oath. Enough, do not worry, I have this confidence. Feng Wu, lead me onward, and Yuan Shi, assist my elder brother. Yes. With the help of Feng Wu and Yuan Shi, Fong Lei and Laozi emerged from the deep pit, where Tong Tian and Yuan Shi were contemplating how to deal with the unconscious demons. Upon seeing Laozi and Fong Lei emerge, Tong Tian's eyes brightened, and he rushed over. Brother, you both are truly impressive. Demon mounts are among the most formidable in the entire Hongwang. Hearing Tong Tian's admiration, Laozi recalled the insincere words he had just uttered and felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. His face flushing as he quickly dismounted from Yuan Shi and approached Yuan Shi. Noticing Laozi's approach, Yuan Shi offered a token compliment, further deepening Laozi's embarrassment, leaving him to stand alone, gazing at the scenery from the clouds. Fong Lei, seeing this, chose not to intervene. After all, Laozi's stubborn nature would require further persuasion. Fourth brother, second brother, and I are discussing how to handle these demons. You have a sharp mind. Do you have any good ideas? Tong Tian proposed to release the demons, reasoning that they were all living beings under the same heavenly law, and there was no need for violence. Yuan Shi, however, argued against releasing them, advocating for their immediate execution to prevent future troubles. Upon hearing their opinions, Fong Lei patted Feng Wu on the shoulder. What do you both think we should do? Let the master decide, Feng Wu said, flapping his wings. The effects of the heavenly principles of yin and yang, as well as the celestial oath, were particularly pronounced with Feng Wu's arrival. Fong Lei then turned his gaze towards Yuan Shi, who felt a jolt in his heart. This was not a mere inquiry. After some contemplation, Yuan Shi ultimately chose to eliminate these former subordinates for the sake of his own survival. These demons were proud beings. Should they be spared, it was likely that more of their kin would soon come to hunt us down. Thus, I propose we eradicate them to avoid a future of evasion. Feng Lei and Yuan Shi did not object, though Tong Tian's eyes reflected some hesitation. In the end, he chose to trust his brother's judgment, albeit with a heavy heart at the unfolding scene, as if heaven itself had turned away to bask in the sun. Shall we make our move? Yuan Shi rolled up his sleeves, ready to strike a dragon demon. Wait, said Airgood, we cannot be the ones to do this. Yuan Shi turned back, puzzled by Feng Lei's words. Feng Wu, Yuan Shi, you come forth, and do try to imitate the attack of the recently deceased dragon demon. Leave some tokens of your identity behind, and we can be on our way. Feng Wu and Yuan Shi exchanged a glance, recognizing the deep-seated trepidation in each other's eyes. Their master was truly a prodigy. Considering every facet of this matter of obliterating evidence, it was hard to imagine the dire fate awaiting anyone who might later become Feng Lei's target. The two demons conferred for a while and decided to take the initiative against the Dragon Clan. With Yuan Shi mimicking their attack methods, both demons were at the level of the Luo Jin Xian, easily dispatching the powerless Tai Jin Xian demons in a short time. The demons were reduced to a mountain of corpses. Amidst the corpses, some areas shimmered with a faint golden light. Feng Lei, utilizing his system, was surprised to discover that these lesser demons had dropped some treasures of their kind. To his astonishment, they had also yielded equipment. Feng Lei stepped forward to collect them, while Feng Wu and Yuan Shi looked on with pained hearts, for these were the future elites of the demon race. Chapter 7. The crafty, heavenly principal fourth brother. Can these items from the demon race still be of use? In the current primordial chaos, the demon race was rampant, with no one daring to provoke the three major clans lightly. Thus, information regarding the three major clans had become scarce. However, with the system at his disposal, Feng Lei was well aware of the functions of these demon secret bones. Third brother, you might not know this. The items adorned with intricate incantations from the three major clans are their innate secret bones. Akin to our companion treasures, yes, that's so. Tong Tian replied, somewhat understanding. Yuan Shi approached and asked, does this mean that after their death, these secret bones become unclaimed objects that anyone can use? Feng Lei nodded. Theoretically, that is correct, but the process of utilizing them is quite complex. My suggestion is to use them for formation purposes. Formation? Tong Tian suddenly became interested and was about to lend a hand in collecting them. His enthusiasm for formations and teachings was innate. Third brother, do not rush. These secret bones cannot be extracted without a proper method. Right? Feng Wu, Yuan Shi and Feng Wu, called upon by Feng Lei, were both startled. Feng Wu remained composed, but Yuan Shi's legs went weak, and he hurriedly stepped forward to explain the method of collecting the secret bones to Tong Tian. So that's how it is. Tong Tian said, listening intently to Yuan Shi's explanation. With a wave of his hand, a tremendous amount of celestial power flowed into the secret bones, as the mysterious incantations on the bones emerged. They gradually detached from the corpses, floating in midair. With a gesture, Tong Tian summoned the secret bones to land gently in his hands. He carefully sensed the waves of demonic power emanating from the bones, as if he were grasping a profound principle. Fourth brother, these secret bones seem to aid my path, Tong Tian remarked, approaching Feng Lei. Does it really have such a function? Third brother, you are quite impressive. Feng Lei responded, surprised that the demon secret bones could enhance Tong Tian's understanding of the Tao. Laozi, observing Feng Lei and Tong Tian's enthusiastic collection of secret bones, descended from the clouds. What are you three doing? Collecting secret bones, the trio replied in unison. Laozi looked puzzled, and Yuan Shi quickly stepped forward to repeat his conversation with Tong Tian. I see. However, the items from the demon race do little to assist me. If you, fourth brother, have other uses for them, feel free to make use of them. My share is yours. All right. Thank you, elder brother. Feng Lei chuckled inwardly. With so many secret bones, if paired with an appropriate formation, trapping 4 or 5 Luo Jin Xian would be a trivial matter. Moreover, these secret bones could be fashioned into even higher-grade treasures, making them ideal innate materials after gathering the secret bones. Feng Lei and Laozi began discussing their upcoming journey, while Yuan Shi collaborated with Yuan Qi and Feng Wu to study how to utilize the demon race's techniques. Tong Tian, meanwhile, embraced the secret bones. Immersed in enlightenment of the Tao, fourth brother, your mind is naturally agile. Now that we have entered the primordial chaos, where do you think we should hone our skills? Laozi glanced at Yuan Shi and Tong Tian. One a martial fanatic, the other inherently pure-hearted. Without this fourth brother, he would likely be exhausted. Feng Lei pondered briefly and concluded that a suitable destination for the four of them would undoubtedly be the demon race's territory. After all, with the cover of Feng Wu and Yuan Qi, their actions could be well concealed. Furthermore, given Feng Wu and Yuan Qi's noble status, ordinary demons would not dare to defy them. Laozi nodded, stating, if that is the case, the demon race's territory spans much of the primordial chaos, and there must be formidable demons guarding the powerful areas. Where can we go? Well, Feng Lei instinctively looked up at the sky, his gaze landing on the sun, and suddenly smacked his thigh. I've got it. What do you mean you've got it? Fourth brother, speak slowly. Laozi stood to look at the sky, feeling nothing amiss. Feng Lei feigned mystery, saying, elder brother, I wish to go to a place. I wonder if you trust me. What do you mean by that? Laozi patted Feng Lei's shoulder, saying, what brother does not trust his own brother? Hearing the conversation, Tong Tian and Yuan Shi also approached. Fourth brother, you are being distant. Feeling the trust bestowed upon him by the three, Feng Lei's heart swelled with warmth that, if that is the case, our next destination shall be there. Feng Lei declared, pointing towards the sun hanging in the sky. Isn't it the Imperial star, the resting place of the Golden Crow? What purpose do we have there? Laozi did not think Feng Lei's suggestion was bad. He genuinely felt there was nothing to explore on the Imperial star. Yuan Shi nodded in agreement. However, Tong Tian held a different perspective, as this fourth brother had brought him many surprises. Elder brother, I believe fourth brother certainly has his reasons. Let us allow him to finish. Laozi, finding Tong Tian's words reasonable, gestured for Feng Lei to continue, and why reasons for going to the Imperial Star are twofold. I would like to hear more. Feng Lei confidently raised his index finger. First, the Imperial Star is not a barren wasteland. At the very least, it is home to the divine Tree Fusong, a rare innate treasure. Upon hearing the mention of innate treasures, both Tong Tian and Yuan Shi's eyes gleamed with desire. Laozi cleared his throat, evidently recalling the actions they had just undertaken. Noticing the interest sparked in Tong Tian and Yuan Shi, Feng Lei extended his middle finger to continue. Second, it is a place where we can recruit allies to help us combat the impending calamity of Long Han. The calamity of Long Han? Upon hearing this unfamiliar term from Feng Lei, the three were puzzled. Although the Sanqing had some connection to the heavenly principles, the extent of the Long Han calamity was not something they could comprehend at this moment. Feng Lei explained to the three, the Long Han calamity is the timeline we currently exist within. The heavenly principles have cycles, and this calamity targets the demon race, which is currently at its zenith. Hearing this, Feng Wu and Yuan Qi felt a chill run down their spines. Their master truly had a way with words that left one astonished. The demon race flourished, with the three major demon clans commanding the heavenly court. How could they possibly face a heavenly calamity? As the saying goes, what rises must fall, especially since the Wu clan was also growing stronger, and the enemies of the demon race were not solely the heavenly principles. Upon hearing this, the three clears nodded in agreement. The Witch clan was currently on the rise and would certainly not be content to remain beneath the demonic clan. Feng Wu and Yuan Qi also nodded in concurrence. Feng Lei wished to discuss subsequent matters, but suddenly the system issued a warning. A bolt of black-purple lightning struck Feng Lei's heavenly spirit, causing him to be knocked unconscious. Damn, this heavenly Tao is too cunning. Chapter 8, The Essence of the Dark Moon. Seeing Feng Lei collapse, Tong Tian hastily set up a formation to guard against the heavenly Tao's lightning tribulation. Laozi utilized his accompanying magical treasure, the Howren Fan, to dispel the tribulation power from Feng Lei's body. Unaware of the events unfolding outside, Feng Lei only sensed the darkness before finding himself in the system's space. Detection of the host being ambushed by the heavenly Tao has initiated the emergency mode, severing the connection between the host's spirit and body. It has such a function. Fong Lei did not expect the system to be so versatile, yet he believed he could endure this level of tribulation. Otherwise, he would have already perished. Host's physical body has sustained 60 damage. Would you like to employ a treasure for repair? Can it be done this way? Naturally, Fong Lei chose yes. Time was of the essence. And who knew when those two demons in the sky would awaken? Not to mention the uncertain situation with the bald donkey to ask for treasures. He had collected quite a few secret bones, which should come in handy. Can the secret bones of the demonic clan be used for repair? Yes. Are there any consequences? There's a probability that the host's internal energy will no longer be purely celestial, meaning there's a possibility that demonic power might emerge within me. Correct. This matter delved into Fong Lei's knowledge gap. He truly did not know what the emergence of demonic power and celestial power would entail. Inquiring the system, it merely stated that Fong Lei's level was insufficient to obtain an answer. Just as Fong Lei was in a quandary, the system's cold voice echoed once more. May I ask if the host wishes to utilize a treasure for repair? Damn it, I refuse to believe that now, as a fourth clear, the power of the demonic clan can still affect me. Yes, with Fong Lei gritting his teeth in agreement, the secret bones within his spatial pouch began to be consumed by the system. As pure demonic power and life force commenced the repair of Fong Lei's body. Observing from the outside, Laozi noticed a flash of golden light on Fong Lei's body, which then began to autonomously repair itself, while the tribulation power seemed to be steadily dissipating. This fourth brother appears to harbor even more profound secrets. Although Laozi was quite curious about Fong Lei's bodily structure, he trusted his brother implicitly. Seeing that Fong Lei had basically escaped danger, Laozi approached Tong Tian to reinforce the formation together. Meanwhile, Yuan Shi, who was meditating nearby, noticed the peculiar phenomena surrounding Fong Lei and approached out of curiosity to examine it with celestial power, only to find that the golden light devoured his celestial energy. What is this? Yuan Shi dared not approach any closer and retreated repeatedly, unaware that a hint of golden light had already begun to manifest within his celestial energy. Laozi and Tong Tian were extremely cautious, not daring to let their guard down. Feng Wu and Yuan Qi also huddled in a corner, fearful that the heavenly Tao would unleash its lightning power again, as they could not withstand another strike of that magnitude. Fortunately, after striking Fong Lei, the heavens did not unleash another tribulation. After Fong Lei remained unconscious for 3 days, the golden light on him finally faded, and his body had nearly fully recovered. Seeing this, Laozi and Tong Tian also dismantled the formation. Eldest brother, second brother, third brother, thank you. Fong Lei covered his head as he awakened, feeling that there was nothing amiss within him, leading him to believe that he had not developed the so-called demonic power. It seems my luck is quite good. Upon seeing Fong Lei awaken, Tong Tian hurried over to assist him in standing. There is no need for thanks. It is only right that we are brothers after all. Indeed, fourth brother, if you continue this way, I might just get angry, Laozi teased. Yes, Fong Lei felt a myriad of emotions, but the most pressing matter was to head to the Imperial Star, as this journey would determine the standing of the 4 of them in the future wilderness. Fourth brother, do you not feel anything amiss? Yuan Shi approached Fong Lei to inquire. Over the past 3 days, Yuan Shi had slowly noticed the hint of golden light within his celestial energy, but since he did not sense any threat, he remained perplexed. Fong Lei sensed the operation of his celestial energy and the system once more. Finding nothing out of the ordinary, did second brother discover something? Seeing Fong Lei had no issues, Yuan Shi's curiosity deepened, though he refrained from saying more. It is nothing. You mentioned we are to head to the Imperial Star to seek allies against the so-called Longhan catastrophe. Correct. So, who are the allies we are seeking? Fong Lei replied calmly. The future titans of the demonic clan, Dong Huang, and Deep Jun titans of the demonic clan. The 3 clears were left bewildered. Could there truly be a race more powerful than the dragon? Phoenix or Qilin clans? Laozi glanced at Feng Wu and Yuan Qi, both of whom shook their heads in confusion, indicating they were unaware. Master, I do not know your source of information, but he must have deceived you. Throughout history, no race stronger than our 3 clans has been discovered. Yuan Qi stated confidently that if such a race existed, the powerful figures above would have long since acted to eliminate them. They would not have survived to rise. The which clan has only managed to survive due to their innate environmental advantages and racial talents. Feng Lei did not refute this, for indeed, the current Dong Huang and Di Jun had yet to be born. Fourth brother, since Yuan Qi is so certain, should we still proceed? Of course we must. Before Feng Lei could decide, Tong Tian, drawn by the divine tree Fusong, could hardly contain his impatience. Third brother, do not rush. We still have some matters to attend to first. What matters? We need to visit the Moon Palace. The Moon Palace, as dusk approached, a pale white moon ascended into the sky. Feng Lei pointed. It is over there. The Bat Capital? Tong Tian did not expect Feng Lei would wish to go there. Fourth brother, it is not that I do not trust you. I do not doubt that there is something atop the Imperial Star. But does the Bat Capital hold treasures? Feng Lei grinned. Third brother, all things possess spirit. Why can there not be treasures atop the Bat Capital? It is merely that few are aware of it. I sensed it by chance, but I assent there a divine tree. The divine tree cannot be said to exist there. However, there are indeed a multitude of innate treasures, the essence of the dark moon. The essence of the dark moon, if it is merely an innate treasure, there should also be some atop the Imperial Star. Why head to the Bat Capital first? Could it be that there are allies there? Yuan Shi asked, perplexed. Feng Lei recalled the legendary Changi, uncertain whether she was in slumber or still a mere embryo. Perhaps I can sense life within the Bat Capital, but what it is, I cannot guarantee. The three clears fell silent for a moment, but soon agreed with Feng Lei's words. If we do not dare take risks, how shall we hone ourselves in the wilderness? The great Tao encompasses myriad paths. My heart remains eternal, O temper us. Naturally, it must be vast and boundless, fourth brother. Just based on your assertion that there are living beings up there, I shall follow. Tong Tian's reasoning was the simplest, Lao Zi's was the purest, and Yuan Shi's was the most direct. Seeing the three agree, Feng Lei clapped his thigh. Let us set forth. Chapter 9. The Demon of Tong Tian. The Bat Capital did not convey a sensation as direct as that of the Imperial Star. Initially, Feng Lei and the three clears felt nothing amiss until Yuan Qi mentioned a stagnation in his demonic power, prompting Lao Zi and Yuan Shi to realize the issue. Fourth brother, my celestial energy is also obstructed. It seems the power of the dark moon above the Bat Capital conflicts with our respective cultivation methods. Lao Zi's analytical abilities were top-notch. With just a glance, he had roughly identified the issue. Yuan Shi concurred with Lao Zi's assessment. Tong Tian, however, felt nothing, perhaps due to his innate gifts. Feng Wu, you belong to the Yuan Feng clan, and logically, your cultivation of solar power should not harmonize with the dark moon. Why are you unaffected? Feng Lei observed that among the group, only Feng Wu had remained silent, and he could not sense the intrusion of dark moon power within her. Feng Wu pondered for a moment and replied, perhaps it is because our Yuan Feng clan visited the Bat Capital long ago. What? Not only the three clears, but even Yuan Qi was astonished. Your ancestors had ties to the Bat Capital. Feng Wu nodded. Naturally, our Yuan Feng clan governs the skies, so we initially visited both the Bat Capital and the Imperial Star. It seems our ancestor extracted a trace of primordial dark moon power from the Bat Capital, transforming it into one of his feathers. Perhaps this is why the Bat Capital does not reject me. So that is how it is. Feng Lei nodded thoughtfully, realizing that there was no need to worry about the weakest among them. Feng Wu, I require a drop of your essence blood. Understood. Feng Wu summoned her demonic energy, and a drop of blood floated forth from her chest. As the drop of blood was offered, the resplendent feathers adorning her body dimmed slightly. Fourth brother, what are you doing? I am conducting a test. Sanqing and the two demons observed as Feng Lei retrieved the accompanying artifact, the Hanyuan Pearl, and began to absorb Feng Wu's drop of essence blood. As the blood was absorbed, a trace of lunar power infused the aura emanating from the Hanyuan Pearl. Holding the Hanyuan Pearl, Feng Lei immediately sensed a significant reduction of lunar energy within him. Indeed, it is effective. Feng Lei beckoned Feng Wu to draw closer to Yuan Qi. Feng Wu complied, shrinking her form to rest upon Yuan Qi's antennae. 3 elder brothers. Yuan Qi, restrain your aura. Understood. Yes, master. Sensing the diminished presence of Sanqing and Yuan Qi, Feng Lei activated the Hanyuan Pearl, which enveloped everyone in its power. A moment later, he felt the changes within himself. The Hong Pearl's primordial energy had greatly diminished the lunar energy in his body, while the surrounding lunar energy also seemed to weaken. Fourth brother, your accompanying artifact is truly remarkable. Yuan Shi remained silent, as the power of the Hong Pearl seemed to suppress the glimmer of golden light. He was fully focused on restraining that unknown force. After a brief interval, Fong Lei perceived that the lunar energy had gradually acclimated to the power of the Hong Pearl, prompting him to instruct Yuan Shi to advance towards the rear capital. Yuan Shi summoned all his demonic energy, and after an hour, they arrived before the rear capital. An ancient formation stood before them. Upon seeing the formation, Tong Tian's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he dashed forward, leaving the lunar energy behind. Third brother, Fong Lei, bearing a fraction of the Hong Pearl's power, followed closely behind Tong Tian to stand before the formation. Fourth brother, this is the most intricate formation I have ever encountered. Silence. Allow me to ponder. Before Fong Lei could speak, Tong Tian immersed himself entirely in the task of deciphering the formation. Fong Lei shook his head in exasperation at Tong Tian's youthful impulsiveness. Fourth brother, I must ask you to guard this place while I accompany Yuan Shi to explore other areas for potential entry points. Of course, elder brother. Fong Lei returned to Yuan Shi, who, upon receiving Fong Lei's telepathic instructions, began to circle the rear capital in search of a method to breach the formation. With little else to occupy his time, Fong Lei turned his attention to observing Tong Tian's method of deduction. It was undeniable that Tong Tian's technique was extraordinarily impressive. He employed the purest natural forces of the universe in his calculations. From the primordial chaos emerged yin and yang, which further evolved into the five elements. The five elements give rise to all things, and all beings comprehend the essence of heaven and earth. This is the principle of the heavenly way. The power of heaven and earth is synonymous with nature itself. Tong Tian's path of cultivation was one of universal laws and teachings, enabling him to wield that natural power effortlessly. Fong Lei reflected on his own limitations, realizing he could at most harness a sliver of yin-yang energy. The chaotic power beyond that could only be accessed upon achieving the pinnacle of cultivation. As for the primordial forces of heaven and earth, that natural power alone would take him considerable time to master. I must contemplate how to persuade Tong Tian to impart his method of deduction to me, for this would grant me commendable skills in formation, crafting in the future. 2 hours later, Yuan Shi returned, his expression one of disappointment as he approached Fong L. It seems I must rely solely on the third brother's expertise. Just as Fong Lei's words fell, Tong Tian clapped his hands together, intertwining the lunar energy with natural forces, which astonishingly began to sketch an unfamiliar celestial map. With a sudden bellow, Tong Tian commanded, "Open." Fong Lei and the others turned their gazes towards the formation, which gradually revealed an opening before Tong Tian. The lunar energy surged within, but caused him no harm. It worked. It worked. Ha! Fourth brother, I've cracked this formation. Fong Lei was astonished that Tong Tian had deciphered a formation that had existed for countless millennia in merely 2 hours. Tong Tian's aptitude for formations was nothing short of prodigious. Once the excitement subsided, Tong Tian appeared somewhat drained, prompting Fong Lei to rush forward to support him, channeling celestial energy into Tong Tian's body. Thank you, elder brother. Observing this, Yuan Shi hurried over, and the Hong Pearl enveloped them, restoring Tong Tian's vitality considerably. After a brief moment, Fong Lei, having confirmed Tong Tian's well-being, instructed Yuan Shi to lead everyone into the formation. Even though Tong Tian had dismantled the formation, the lunar energy within remained overwhelming, continuously battering against the Hong Pearl's protective barrier. After enduring a quarter of an hour against the onslaught of lunar energy, they finally entered the rear capital unscathed. Before them lay a landscape filled with tangible lunar essence and a palace that seemed crafted by celestial hands. Behind the palace, a slowly rotating wheel revealed itself, the innate treasure. The Taijin Divine Wheel, gazing upon the serene yet desolate palace and the colossal Taijin Divine Wheel, they all felt an immense pressure. We have finally arrived at the Moon Palace. Fourth brother, do you have any insights regarding this palace? Despite his exhausted consciousness, Tong Tian's curiosity and desire for the unknown remained undiminished. Feng Lei shook his head honestly, admitting that his knowledge of the goddess Changi was limited. However, based on what he had previously learned, she likely was not one to exhibit a fiery temperament, at least not one to initiate an attack against them. Chapter 10. Is this treasure valuable? Master, within that palace resides an incredibly potent demonic energy, rivaling that of our ancestral elders. Yuan Qi trembled and knelt, for the lunar energy here could not conceal the overwhelming supreme demonic energy from the eyes of the demon clan. Feng Lei squinted towards the palace, not preparing to launch an attack. Point 3 Elder Brothers. Let us explore this area. Although my Hanyuan Pearl cannot do much for you, I can still share some of its power. Feng Lei activated the Hanyuan Pearl, dividing its strength into 4 portions, one for himself and one for each of the 3 Qing. That AS for Feng Wu. Her lineage exempted her from needing a portion, and Yuan Qi would accompany the 3 Qing and thus did not require it. Tong Tian nodded in agreement, recognizing that this method of exploration would yield the highest efficiency. Fourth brother, be cautious. Do not approach the palace until we regroup. Feng Lei cautioned, fearful that Feng Lei might impulsively rush inside. Understood. Feng Lei did not argue, for he indeed felt an impulse to enter. Yes, they adapted to the lunar energy with the aid of the Hanyuan Pearl. They split up to investigate. Watching Sanxing and Yuan Qi depart, Feng Wu inquired, Master, I sensed a resonance between you and that palace. You sent your brothers away to better access it, didn't you? Feng Lei was not surprised. The power of the heavenly oath was unfathomable. Yet he was curious why there was such a stark contrast between Feng Wu and Yuan Qi. That guy Yuan Qi is not weak. This place is not the domain of the Qilin clan. And with the suppression of lunar energy, he likely did not perceive the changes in his master that I see. Feng Lei pondered the Hanyuan Pearl, contemplating how to enter that palace. Suddenly, a voice from the system resonated, revealing a new side quest. Obtain Changshi's recognition quest reward, a replica of the innate primordial treasure, the Taijin Divine Wheel. Wow, that's impressive, but how do I get inside? Feng Lei stared at the quest reward, momentarily perplexed. Feng Wu, can you enter? Feng Wu shook her head. Master, although I possess the bloodline of the ancestral phoenix, it has grown thin and cannot fully resist the erosion of lunar energy. However, I believe you should have no issue. What makes you think so? It seems that there is a demonic energy within you. Master, combined with your artifact, you should be able to enter. What? Feng Lei was taken aback, wondering how he had developed demonic energy without realizing it. Feng Wu, are you certain? You know you cannot deceive me. Our pact binds us, and should I die, you and Yuan Qi would perish as well. Feng Lei spoke solemnly. Feng Wu quickly knelt. Feng Wu would not dare. While I may lack in other areas, my sensitivity to demonic energy is unparalleled among my peers. Feng Lei nodded, carefully attuning himself to the flow of power within, yet he could not discern the demonic energy Feng Wu had mentioned. Do you have a method to release the demonic energy within me? Feng Lei inquired of Feng Wu. After a brief moment of contemplation, Feng Wu plucked a feather adorned with golden patterns. As the feather was extracted, Feng Wu expelled a torrent of fiery blood, which was instantly consumed by the power of the Taiying, leaving Feng Lei feeling a wave of unease. What are you doing? Feng Wu replied weakly. This feather is a treasure, second only to my life feather. If my master wears it close to him, it may draw forth the latent demonic power hidden within. Feng Lei, with a mix of skepticism and curiosity, accepted the feather from Feng Wu's grasp. The moment he clasped it, a radiant golden light burst forth from him, a surge of demonic energy, rivaling that of a nascent Deluo Jinxian, flooded the surroundings, overwhelming Feng Wu, who promptly fainted. This the demonic power within me. It's so potent. I won't be turning into a demon, will I? A dual cultivation of demon and immortal. Perhaps only the system, or that individual, can elucidate my doubts. With this newfound demonic energy, Feng Lei hoisted the now human-shaped Feng Wu, leaping towards the Moon Palace. The power of the Taiying enveloped him instantaneously, despite the protection of the Hanyuan Pearl. The Taiyings might remain formidable, and Feng Lei felt his celestial energy gradually solidifying, While the demonic energy seemed largely unaffected, it appears Changi is also a member of the demon race. I wonder if she can match the Yuanfeng. Battling against the Taiyan's force, Feng Lei gritted his teeth and sped onward through the rear capital, encountering several fist-sized Taiyan gold essences along the way, but he had no time to collect them. This is exasperating. The treasures lie right before me, yet I cannot retrieve them. Changi, I hope you are not still in slumber, or my journey will have been in vain. With gritted teeth, Feng Lei surged forward. Arriving at the Grand Palace gates just as the Hanyuan Pearl was on the verge of succumbing to his surprise, there lay a formation. Had I known, I would have brought Tong Tian along. Cursing under his breath, he glanced at the feather in hand. Desperate times call for desperate measures. That let's see if you are of any use. As the feather made contact with the formation, a resonant hum echoed, and a gap opened before Feng Lei. It truly works. Feng Wu, upon my return, I shall reward you with a chicken leg. Feng Lei carefully stowed the feather and swiftly entered the palace, as the formation gradually sealed behind him, returning to its state before his arrival. Beyond the rear capital, in the depths of the Imperial Star, within a palace resembling the Moon Palace, a voice erupted from a coffin. Changi has been activated. It seems my turn is imminent, Dragon Race. I wonder if you can withstand my true fire. The canopy of the Fusang tree and two towering spires emitted a series of sounds, only to revert to silence moments later. The trio did not perceive the palace's transformation, yet they distinctly felt the Taiyan power within the rear capital diminishing. Second brother, did you feel that? Eldest brother, the Taiyan power here has lost its aggressive edge. It seems to have been drawn elsewhere. Yuanshe remarked. Eldest brother, could it be that the fourth brother has truly ventured into that palace? Hearing Tong Tian's concern, Laozi furrowed his brow. Let us return. Deep within the palace, a radiant white cocoon began to unfurl. A cold, desolate feminine voice reverberated from within. After countless eons, who might this visitor be? At that moment, Feng Lei stood at the palace's periphery. The azure bricks and green tiles appeared unlike anything he had seen in court dramas. The abundance of Taiyan power upon these bricks and tiles was staggering. Could they be formed from the accumulation of Taiyan gold essence? That would be immensely valuable. No, that would be utterly terrifying. Feng Lei attempted to shift these bricks and tiles, but found them immovable. Prompting him to abandon that course of action, he proceeded directly inward, where an altar captured his attention. Chapter 11. Stirring the goddess Changi, the altar was suffused with blood energy, thick with Taiyan power and brimming with countless demonic energies. Upon witnessing this, Feng Lei's body trembled, and his pace quickened as he approached, fixating on the power emanating from the altar. A knowing smile crept upon his lips. Such a treasure would be a grievous loss to leave behind. Having been eroded by Taiyan power for millennia, this altar had become a primordial artifact of the initial stage. More importantly, like the azure bricks and green tiles surrounding it, it too had amassed Taiyan gold essence, and the essence here was vastly superior, radiating a distinct aura. With that thought, he summoned the power of his Deluo Jinxian state, enveloped by the might of the Hanyuan Pearl. Golden light surged down his arm, instantly cloaking the altar before him. Due to the presence of Taiyan gold essence, he exerted all his strength. Yet, as he attempted to lift the artifact, his expression suddenly tightened, his eyes widening in disbelief. How could this be? He had been unable to shift the azure bricks and green tiles due to a lack of strength. Yet now, despite pouring all his energy into it, he found himself equally thwarted. Gazing at the altar, his expression darkened, the aura around him intensified. The treasure was within reach. He could not let it slip away. Rise! With a furious roar, the altar trembled slightly, beginning to levitate. Moments later, he stabilized the altar in midair, his expression grave. One hand steadied it while the other pointed upward. Golden light shot skyward, and a vortex appeared above the altar. Observing this, Feng Lei exhaled deeply, retracting his aura. As long as he could extract this object, he would find a way to take it with him. However, he had not forgotten his primary objective, to gain Changshi's acknowledgement and secure his task reward. Yet, having lingered here for quite some time, he sensed no trace of Changshi's presence. Just as he retracted his gaze, Dark blue flames ignited within the dim palace, the moment Fong Lei turned his attention. A torrent of immense demonic energy surged forth from the depths of the palace. The altar, which had been on the verge of transcending into the void, was suddenly forced down. Boom! Accompanied by a series of resounding explosions. The altar crashed violently to the ground. The entire moon palace trembled, and the tying power within surged once more. Confronted by this overwhelming force, Fong Lei furrowed his brow, leaping back several paces, the Hanyuan pearl enveloping him. The sky was filled with demonic energy, and the tying power blurred his vision. He fixed his gaze on the encroaching darkness, a hint of trepidation flickering in his eyes. Outside the palace, the three pure ones were equally shaken by the force. Their expressions darkened as they hastily released their auras to shield themselves. The overwhelming tying power surged forth, dimming the heavens. Though they reacted swiftly, they were still pushed back several steps by the sheer might. Steadying himself, Yuanshi's brow furrowed, his expression grave. What is the fourth brother doing? How could he stir up such a commotion? We must hurry inside. Otherwise, he may encounter an unforeseen misfortune. Tong Tian, filled with urgency, declared, and without hesitation. He surged upward at an incredible speed. Having sensed the fluctuation of power, they had already intended to enter. However, upon reaching the palace's exterior, they were met with a sudden onslaught of tying power. This external force is terrifying. One can only imagine what lies within the palace, they concluded, certain that Fong Lei was in peril. Soon, they arrived at the palace entrance, but just as they prepared to advance, the formidable tying power surged forth again, blocking their path. Tong Tian would not hesitate. Leaping forward, he raised his sword, unleashing a strike that cleaved through the heavens. Boom! With a resounding crash, the ground beneath their feet cracked, and their vision became blurred. Yet, upon regaining clarity, Tong Tian froze in place, astonished. His full-powered strike had failed to shatter the barrier before him. Shocked, he watched as the force erupted forth, mirroring his earlier sword technique, but magnified several times over. Although he reacted swiftly, he was still forced to stagger backward. Steadying himself, a shadow of despair crossed his eyes, just as he resigned himself to launch another attack. Laozi stepped in front of him. Third brother, you mustn't. Eldest brother, the fourth brother remains within. We must enter quickly, as the danger outside is dire. Laozi furrowed his brow, filled with worry. Yet he did not respond to Tong Tian's words. He too was concerned for Fong Lei. But recklessness was not an option. Tong Tian's earlier strike was a testament to that. Within the palace, Fong Lei's expression was grave, his vigilant gaze fixed on the distance. I could see that moment. An ethereal voice echoed from the depths. After countless eons, who might this visitor be? The already dim atmosphere grew even darker, and with the haunting voice, Fong Lei broke into a cold sweat. Could it be a haunting? Fong Lei silently pondered to himself and instinctively took a step back. However, he quickly regained his composure, shook his head, and a glimmer of determination appeared in his eyes. After all, he was one of the four cleans. Even if more adversaries arrived, he could still handle them with finesse. I am Fong Lei, one of the four cleans. Who might you be? He summoned his courage and shouted, and as his voice echoed, a surge of demonic power emanated from the depths. Fong Lei, one of the four cleans? Disturbing my tranquil meditation, what brings you here? The voice, no longer as casual as before, caused Fong Lei to breathe a sigh of relief. Yet he maintained a stern expression. I have come to meet the goddess Changi. How intriguing! After 10,000 years, you are the first to be so forthright. Upon hearing this, Fong Lei was momentarily taken aback, a smile blossoming on his face. He had already achieved half of his goal. The task assigned by the system was to earn Changshi's favor, and it now appeared to be less daunting than he had anticipated. Quickly masking the smile, he bowed toward the shadowy figure and respectfully proclaimed, the goddess Changshi possesses immense power. Accompanied by the force of the Tying, I would never dare to deceive. Might I request an audience? With that, he lowered his head and performed a deep bow. As the echoes of his words faded, a radiant beam of moonlight descended from the heavens. Gathering the essence of the Tying, Changshi stepped forward, hovering in midair, her gaze fixed upon Fong Lei, adorned with a subtle yet profound smile. A great Luo, golden immortal. How did you manage to breach the external Tying power? This force is not something mere mortals can withstand, yet you, a great Luo golden immortal, have entered this realm. At this, Feng Lei's heart quivered, a smirk gracing his lips. He recognized that his opportunity had arrived. Whether he could earn Changshi's favor hinged upon his next words. Chapter 12. Earning favor yet encountering unexpected events, Feng Lei concealed the smile from his face, slowly lifting his head to meet Changshi's gaze. The primordial pearl materialized, and he began to channel his energy. Esteemed predecessor, behold my companion treasure. With this artifact, I can withstand the onslaught of the Tying power. As he spoke, the surrounding Tying energy shifted closer to him, some of it even intertwining with his own essence. Changshi, witnessing this phenomenon, was momentarily stunned, her expression turning grave. Incredible! I expended considerable effort to master the Tying power. Yet you can merely wield a companion treasure to accomplish this, that I in the dimly lit space. Though her expression remained subtle, she could not escape Feng Lei's scrutiny, seeing the effectiveness of his ploy. Feng Lei no longer feigned strength and promptly stowed away the primordial pearl that in truth, it was all an illusion, facilitated by certain means, largely thanks to Feng Wu. Without her feather, it would have been impossible for him to achieve this. Changshi, regaining her composure, nodded thoughtfully. I must admit, Feng Lei, your capabilities are impressive and beyond my expectations, and I recall how much effort I expended when mastering that power. Then why have you come here? She suddenly inquired. Feng Lei was momentarily taken aback, quickly turning his eyes and hastily explaining. I came for the altar. There's a force here that seems to beckon me. He could not admit that he was there to complete a task. Even if he did, she might not believe him. His primary objective was still the essence of the Tying, and meeting Changshi was merely a secondary quest. The altar contained not only the purest essence of the Tying, but also an immense power. Noting Changshi's silence, he abandoned his internal musings, fearing she might not allow him to take anything if you are unwilling. I shall take my leave. I shall forego this treasure. He stepped back, but before his foot could touch the ground, Changshi raised her head, her expression calm, yet resolute. If you have come for this item, then take it. It is of no use remaining here. Your strength is indeed formidable. Changshi nodded affirmatively, her eyes reflecting a hint of appreciation. In that fleeting moment, the mechanical voice of the system resonated in Feng Lei's mind. Congratulations, host. Mission accomplished. Reward: the primordial Tying divine wheel of the early innate stage. Upon hearing this, Feng Lei felt a rush of elation. As he inquired further, the system provided an explanation. The primordial Tying divine wheel of the early innate stage can absorb the essence of the Tying, unleashing destructive power capable of suppressing even the peak of the great Luo golden immortal. Additionally, this divine wheel contains the essence of the Tying, capable of devouring all, and can rebound against powers of equal or lesser rank. Though he was overwhelmed with excitement, he knew better than to reveal his emotions in her presence. Suppressing his inner joy, he bowed once more. Thank you. With a surge of celestial energy emanating from within, he raised his hand and unleashed a strike, enveloping the altar in a powerful aura. This time, the task was accomplished with ease, and soon the item was sent spiraling into the vortex. Having achieved his goal, it was time to depart. The essence of the Tying he acquired would suffice for their cultivation for some time. Everything had gone remarkably smoothly, and he began to make his exit. However, just as he took 2 steps, the entire palace began to tremble, debris raining down, and the ground beneath him fractured. The sudden commotion startled Feng Lei. He hadn't done anything yet, so why this upheaval? With a grim expression, he sensed a weighty tension in the air that if he hadn't acted, then who had? After a moment of bewilderment, realization struck him. Only the 3 cleans remained outside. The recent disturbances must have drawn their attention, and their failure to find him would surely provoke them into action. Changshi's expression darkened, her eyes suddenly glinting with coldness. They have obtained a considerable amount of Tying essence, and they dare to be so audacious. With a surge of energy, Changshi stepped lightly, and the surrounding temperature plummeted to freezing levels. Seeing her prepare to take action, Feng Lei hurriedly interjected, "There is no need for you to intervene. Esteemed predecessor, allow me to handle this." "Not at all. I am curious to see who possesses the audacity to be so reckless." Changi firmly rejected his offer, her expression darkening as she released her aura. Not daring to linger, Fong Lei swiftly transformed the primordial pearl and propelled it outward. With a grim countenance, he quickened his pace, leaving no room for hesitation. He was deeply fearful. Changshi's power surpassed that of the three cleans, making her exceedingly formidable, and she could manipulate the tying energy of this realm. Outside the palace, Laozi, Tongtian, and Yuanshi exuded a tremendous aura, their powers unleashed without restraint. While the tying energy could mitigate some of their attacks, it required time to react. Their combined assaults severely depleted the tying energy surrounding them. As their energies surged once more, Tongtian conjured dozens of sword shadows behind him, while Yuanshi and Laozi unleashed their might, hands forming seals as streams of golden light cascaded down. Yet before their strikes could land, a chilling voice echoed through the air. "Presumptuous fools! This place is not your playground." The icy voice emanated from the palace. Dispersing the power radiated by the three as they lifted their heads. Changshi descended gracefully, with Fong Lei trailing closely behind her. Upon spotting Fong Lei, Tonton broke into a mild smile and spoke first. "Fourth brother, have you encountered any misfortune?" At his words, Laozi and Yuanshi also turned their gazes toward him. Fong Lei felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, a deep flush of discomfort creeping onto his face. Changshi turned her head at this moment, her expression cold as she glanced at him, then spoke in a somber tone. "Do you know them?" Fong Lei wished he could find a hole to hide in. The goodwill he had just built up evaporated in an instant. Yet he could not deny it, and with a hint of awkwardness, he respectfully addressed Changshi. "They're my three elder brothers," as he spoke. He stepped forward, pausing before the three, offering individual introductions. "This is my eldest brother, Laozi. This is my second brother, Yuanshi, and this is my third brother, Tongtian." Having said that, he cautiously turned his face, his voice directly reaching the ears of the three cleans. "Elder brothers, I beseech you to leave quickly." Upon hearing his words, confusion spread across the faces of the three cleans. They had come for him, and now he was asking them to depart. "Fourth brother." This individual, before he could finish, Changshi's cold voice interrupted. "If you wish to depart now, it may be too late. I shall give you three cleans a chance. Defeat me, or leave your belongings behind." She indeed recognized Fong Lei's potential, but this was not a place where one could simply come and go at will. The three cleans had nearly wreaked havoc here. How could she simply allow them to leave? Chapter 13. The favor of the goddess. Upon hearing his words, Fong Lei stood frozen in place, his expression turning notably grave. "I end the battle against Changshi. This individual's power surpassed theirs. Should he harness the lunar energy of this place, they would possess no strength to withstand it, let alone achieve victory. How could the four of us possibly contend with the goddess Changshi? Our recklessness has led us here, and I implore..." Before he could finish, Changshi coldly gestured with her hand. "You may choose not to strike, but the three of them shall not escape." With that, the aura within Changshi surged forth, coalescing into 1,000 icy shadows behind her. Casting a cold glance, she waved her hand downward, and the shadows surged forth with lightning speed. Seeing the impending energies, Fong Lei furrowed his brows, his face growing increasingly serious. "Brothers, we must strike together." Having been driven to this juncture, inaction was no longer an option. Changshi's power already eclipsed theirs. Failing to muster their utmost strength to resist would jeopardize their very lives. Precisely. Tong Tian's countenance darkened. The formation was activated, and within it, 1,000 golden sword shadows soared into the heavens. Accompanied by a deafening rip, the earth trembled as golden light cascaded down. Fong Lei conjured the lunar divine wheel in his hand, and in that instant, lunar energy gathered upon the celestial wheel. The lunar divine wheel emerges. His voice was frigid as the wheel transformed before his eyes. Laozi and Yuanshi simultaneously unleashed their auras, for beams of golden light manifesting with terrifying might. Boom! A thunderous roar resounded as the surrounding forces were shaken, and under this immense aura, Fong Lei and his companions were forced back 2 steps. As their vision cleared, Fong Lei's expression remained grave. his eyes now betraying a hint of trepidation. Changshi's power was formidable, even exceeding his expectations. Continuing the battle would yield no benefit for the four of them and could even lead to unforeseen consequences. Changshi's expression darkened slightly, her eyes glinting with cold light as her aura surged once more. Feng Lei's strength took her by surprise. She had assumed that his grasp of lunar energy marked his limit. Yet this ability allowed him to utilize it effectively. Remarkable, with a cold demeanor, she lifted her hand and struck, this blow far surpassing the strength she had previously unleashed. Seeing this, Feng Lei dared not hesitate, summoning the lunar divine wheel as the aura from the Hunyuan Pearl enveloped them. Observing the barrier formed by the Hunyuan Pearl, Laozi, Yuan Shi, and Tong Tian dared not relent, each channeling their energies in response. To withstand this strike, all four exerted their full strength, but the power of the Hunyuan Pearl was ultimately finite, and their cultivation levels fell short of Changshi's. Boom! With a resounding crash, debris flew from the ground, the earth quaking violently as it fractured. This time, Feng Lei and his companions were thrust backwards several hundred steps. Though they managed to halt, their auras were nearly depleted. Feng Lei cautiously raised his head, only to notice that Changshi no longer harbored intentions to strike. Casting a cold glance at the group, she declared, "Leave this place." There was no need to continue the conflict, given Feng Lei's two displays of power. She was already largely convinced that his strength surpassed mere appearances. With her aura withdrawn, the three pure ones stood momentarily stunned, a flicker of doubt in their eyes. Just as Tong Tian, with a sullen expression, was about to speak, Feng Lei swiftly turned to intercept him. No. Without allowing Tong Tian a moment to react, he respectfully bowed to Changshi, his face earnest. "Thank you." Having expressed his gratitude, he hesitated no longer. Channeling a stream of celestial energy as the altar was retracted, stepping back cautiously, the three pure ones, Yuan Shi and Feng Wu, were enveloped by his power, swiftly retreating to a distance of myriad. Time was of the essence. Changshi's two strikes had already rendered them incapable of sustaining further confrontation. They indeed required experience, but it must come gradually. Facing such a formidable opponent all at once was unthinkable. Ensuring that Changshi had not pursued them, Feng Lei finally exhaled, halting his steps, though he still bore a grave expression. Noticing his demeanor, Tong Tian inquired with confusion, "Fourth brother, our powers have all increased. Are we still insufficient to handle her?" At his words, Feng Lei shook his head, his already dim expression darkening further. "We are still no match for her. It is unwise to engage her now." It was not that he wished to concede, but the disparity in their cultivation levels was too great. Tong Tian, naturally dissatisfied with this assessment, maintained a cold demeanor, his eyes glinting with resolve. "What shall we do next?" he queried, his gaze fixed intently on the direction of the Moon Palace. Internally, he resolved that once his powers were bolstered, he would return to challenge her, eager to ascertain the extent of her strength. As they made their way to the Imperial Star, he recalled that he must first aid Feng Wu in regaining her strength. He had not forgotten that she had expended considerable energy on his behalf. With that thought, he conjured a dark purple aura that swiftly entered Feng Wu's body. As this energy coursed through her, Feng Wu gradually straightened, regaining a modicum of her strength under the enveloping demonic energy. Her prior exhaustion had been too great, making a swift recovery nearly impossible. She had scarcely any opportunity. Yet receiving this power, she felt immense satisfaction, and without hesitation, she bent slightly to Feng Lei in gratitude. "Thank you, Master. No need to kneel. You have aided me greatly," Yuan Shi observed with a mixture of astonishment and growing seriousness, noting that Feng Lei's demeanor toward the two demons was markedly different, though he wished to voice his thoughts. He refrained, not daring to linger too long in his musings. After all, they had sworn an oath that day, and Feng Lei was well aware of their sentiments. Feng Lei remained silent, directing his gaze toward Laozi, who was equally resolute. He pointed, and in an instant, a star map appeared before the four of them. After a thorough examination, their gazes converged upon the Imperial Star. Having previously heard Feng Lei mention the treasures located there, they could no longer contain their excitement and were eager to explore. "Now that we have settled on a location, let us depart." Fortune favors the swift, Tong Tian declared with a faint smile, his aura unfurling as he transformed into a shadow and sped away. Yuan, anxious not to be outdone, quickly summoned his energy to follow suit, determined not to be outpaced. The two were in a hurry, while Fong Lei and Laozi remained unhurried. This time, Fong Lei did not mount Feng Wu. Instead, he retracted her for recovery, feeling it was prudent to allow her some respite. Laozi, on the other hand, rode upon Yuan. Maintaining a swift pace. Chapter 14. Arrival at the Imperial Star. Though Laozi appeared calm on the surface, he was internally quite exhilarated. With the three of them having departed in succession, Fong Lei maintained an expression of indifference. Channeling celestial energy and ascending into the air, he was unfazed, moving leisurely. Noticing this, Feng Wu expressed her confusion. "Master, they have already left. You." Her words trailed off, but her meaning was unmistakable. The treasures on the Imperial Star were indeed plentiful, yet ultimately finite. Did Fong Lei not feel even a hint of urgency? Not at all. The three pure ones were indeed swift, yet they remained unaware that without him, they would be unable to locate anything. This primordial realm lay far from their current location. Even as great Luo golden immortals, they had expended 600 years on their journey. As the centuries slipped by, they were now merely tens of thousands of zhong from the Imperial Star. Gazing down at the scorching sun below, the three pure ones furrowed their brows, their expressions growing grave. The Imperial Star was formed from the left eye of Pangu, imbued with the pure yang essence of Pangu, possessing searing flames. Any outsider who dared to touch it would feel an overwhelming heat and pressure. Naturally, this force posed no threat to the four of them, as it was derived from Pangu's aura, and they had already cultivated to the level of great Luo golden immortals, easily able to withstand these flames. "Fourth brother, can you truly confirm that there are treasures here?" Tong Tian asked, his brow furrowed and his expression serious. At his inquiry, Laozi and Yuan turned to face him as well. Though they did not speak, the looks in their eyes conveyed everything. Seeing their unified gaze, Fong Lei smiled lightly. "Indeed, and I have two old friends awaiting us." At this revelation, the three pure ones were filled with confusion. Old friends? They have only recently emerged from the primordial chaos, and thus have yet to encounter any noteworthy talents. If one were to speak of past interactions, it would merely be with Changi from the Moon Palace. How could I possibly deceive you, my three elder brothers, regarding this matter? I've always been aware of it. Their ignorance is understandable, for the demon clans have yet to rise. And both Dijuan and Tai have only recently awakened their intellect. Having spoken thus, Fong Lei's words left the three pure ones with little room to add further comment. Their expressions grew somber, and they collectively redirected their auras outward. Celestial energy enveloped their forms, and the might of the great Luo golden immortal realm emanated from them at that moment, just as Fong Lei prepared to advance. The voice of Feng Wu suddenly reached his ears. "Master, may I absorb a portion of the solar power present here?" The Phoenix clan inherently cultivates solar energy, and while they could absorb it in the primordial chaos, it had never been as pure as what they now encountered. This power is immensely potent. If she could absorb even a fraction, it would aid in her recovery from previous wounds. Although 600 years have seemingly passed, her broken feather has yet to regrow, hence her request. Fong Lei appeared bewildered, uncertain of her intentions, especially since he had not heard her voice for a century. She, however, was quite perceptive, and with a flash of firelight, she materialized before him. Kneeling on one knee, he hastily expressed his respect. "Master, you are unaware that over the years I have exhausted my strength without regaining that broken feather. The power of this place may be the solution." This was her final opportunity. Should Fong Lei acquiesce, she could recover in a century. However, if she were to refine another feather, it would take at least tens of thousands of years. Fong Lei did not refuse. After all, she had acted thus for his sake. "If this blazing sun can assist you, then go ahead and absorb it," Fong Lei casually instructed, raising his hand to summon the aura of the Hunyuan Pearl, which instantly enveloped a radius of several dozen miles. Naturally, he could not allow Feng Wu to remain here alone. Having completed this, he retracted his aura and turned to the three pure ones with a gentle smile. Elder brothers, I must stay to assist her. You three may proceed first. There are countless treasures in this place, and you may begin your search. Upon hearing this, Tong Tian immediately expressed his dissent, though he sought treasures with fervor. The four of them were a unified entity. How could he leave Fong Lei behind? Yet, before he could finish, Yuan Shi interjected. Then we three shall take the lead, scouting the way for our fourth brother. Dealing with any potential dangers when the fourth brother arrives, he may do so with peace of mind. Fong Lei was not surprised by this remark. Thereafter, the three pure ones parted ways, exactly as he had initially suggested. Yuan Shi smiled faintly, saluting Fong Lei and then departing. Tong Tian, witnessing this, found himself in a quandary. He had initially wished to accompany Fong Lei, but given the current circumstances, he had no choice but to proceed. Although they were a unified entity, treasures did not discriminate. Whoever obtained them would claim them as their own. Observing the hesitation of the other two, Fong Lei chose not to linger on the matter, merely nodding with a faint smile. You two should also go. Treasures do not wait for anyone. He provided a way out for Laozi and Tong Tian, and they could no longer decline. Fourth brother, take care. We three shall go and assess the risks. In a moment, only Fong Lei and Feng Wu remained, and she felt a deep sense of guilt. She had not anticipated this outcome. She only wished to remain behind alone, never intending to drag Fong Lei into her predicament. Master, she thought, and Fong Lei understood her innermost feelings clearly. Before she could finish her thoughts, he spoke in a calm tone. There is no need for further words. Focus on absorbing this power. Allowing them to leave first was not a negative course of action. It provided him with the perfect opportunity to study the Tying Divine Wheel. Although the system had previously offered a clear explanation, stating that the Tying Divine Wheel could harness the essence of tying, he felt there was more to it. After all, it was merely a replica of a congenital spiritual treasure. Could such a small amount of power suffice? Feng Wu, not daring to delay further, understood that only by swiftly absorbing the energy could she depart sooner. Fong Lei did not say more. He raised his hand and manifested the Tying Divine Wheel. Observing the tying energy contained within, he made a slight alteration. Yet, as he approached the blazing sun, the moment he made contact, it was immediately dispersed. Unyielding, he activated his power once more, this time directly summoning the essence of tying. The essence contained a robust aura, but it only sustained itself for a fleeting moment. Once the power dissipated, he refrained from continuing. This approach was impractical and would only deplete the tying essence in his hands. After contemplating for a long while, a sudden realization dawned upon him, and a profound smile graced his face. Extending his left hand, he gathered a strand of solar power in his palm. Observing this searing energy, he conjured the tying power with his right hand, tentatively merging the two forces. Boom! A tremendous explosion ensued as the two energies erupted, forcing him to stagger back a couple of steps under the overwhelming pressure. Steadying himself, Fong Lei was astounded at how powerful the fusion of these two energies turned out to be. If I could master this power, wouldn't that be extraordinary? Just as this thought crossed his mind, a smile illuminated his face. Chapter 15. Success after countless attempts. Though his previous attempt had ended in failure, it did not diminish his resolve. After all, it was his first trial. He had hundreds of years ahead of him. As long as he could master the two forces, opportunities would abound. Once more, he summoned the energies around him, which converged into his hands. Boom! Another explosive sound resonated as the two forces detonated, their power even more terrifying than before. Although he did not retreat this time, his expression was grave. Could increasing the tying power also be ineffective? Fong Lei certainly did not intend to give up. Such a rare opportunity must be pursued further. Boom! 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 The air was filled with continual roars, and hundreds of attempts culminated in failure, but he tried numerous methods, either amplifying the solar power or enhancing the tying energy, yet the outcome remained unchanged. The two forces could not be sustained, dissipating within his hands in less than a second. Meanwhile, the three pure ones had arrived within the Imperial star, standing amidst the clouds and absorbing the essence of the surrounding world. After all, This was the dawn of primordial chaos, and the celestial energy here was extraordinarily dense. Moreover, an aura of great path and purple energy enveloped the area. Under the influence of these two forces, the birth of a congenital spiritual treasure was inevitable. The three of them advanced simultaneously, expanding their consciousness to scan the surrounding area within 100 miles. Gradually, their expressions grew serious, and when they reopened their eyes, they were filled with excitement and astonishment. Their exhilaration stemmed from the realization that countless treasures lay before them. Their shock, however, was due to the presence of the so-called Demon Clan, which, though not a threat to them at present, due to their vastly different realms and powers, still demanded their attention. They soon set aside these concerns. The pursuit of treasures was now their primary focus. Gathering their thoughts, the three exchanged glances, furrowing their brows, and then released their auras to diverge in different directions. Their speed was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, they covered vast distances, fearing that the treasures they sought might be claimed by others. Among them, Laozi was the swiftest, for his strength surpassed all others. He stood atop a mountain peak, purple energy swirling around him, golden light shooting skyward. Leaning down to gaze below, a faint smile graced his face as he pointed downwards, causing the ground to erupt explosively. A cacophony ensued as he decisively plunged downwards, swiftly collecting 4 or 5 spiritual treasures in his grasp. Observing the glimmering golden items in his hands, he nodded slightly, stowing them away without hesitation. Yet his actions did not cease. These were merely late-stage congenital treasures, and he sought even higher-grade ones. Next was Tong Tian, whose speed was also commendable, as he quickly reached a cloud enveloped in purple energy. Leaning down, he formed hand seals, releasing the aura of the great Luo Golden Immortal. With a downward gesture, myriad sword shadows materialized behind him. The sound of tearing filled the air, followed by a thunderous explosion. As the sword light dissipated, golden radiance flooded the ground, and a smile of satisfaction appeared on his face as he dove downwards. Under the golden glow, 3 mid-stage congenital long swords emerged before him. With a swift motion, he gathered all 3 treasures into his possession. Excellent! His excitement was palpable. Possessing 3 mid-stage congenital treasures was something he had never dared to imagine. Gazing upwards towards the horizon, he observed the ethereal purple aura lingering in the sky, showing no signs of dissipating. After careful consideration, he settled into a cross-legged position, allowing the energy from his body to disperse. He could sense that the power contained within this object was formidable. Having acquired 3 spiritual treasures, he was not in a rush. Like the 2 of them, Yuan Shi had also obtained several coveted artifacts. Their intention now was to refrain from further conflict, for the dense energy in this place was too precious to overlook. Although the 3 individuals were situated in different realms, the techniques they employed were remarkably similar. Golden light surged skyward as the purple aura gathered from the clouds above in the blink of an eye. Several hundred years had elapsed, during which Fong Lei had made numerous attempts. Amidst the searing flames, he watched as 2 streams of power intertwined his hands, a faint smile gracing his lips. Yet, in that fleeting moment, he was caught off guard as the 2 streams of energy erupted once more. Boom! With a resounding blast, the surrounding heat was instantly shattered, propelling him 1,000 feet away. After a century of trials, this latest force was several hundred times more potent than before. Observing the wounds that marred his hands, Fong Lei furrowed his brow as a surge of energy flickered forth, healing him in an instant. The 999th time, Fong Lei stated with a grim expression, resolutely advancing forward once more. Taking a deep breath, he calmed his inner turmoil and readied his cultivation once again. This marked the 10th millionth attempt, and he was determined to succeed. The power of the sun coalesced in his left hand, while the energy of the moon manifested simultaneously. The 2 forces gradually merged within his grasp. Once they achieved equilibrium, he lifted his hand again, channeling this energy into the Tying Divine Wheel. Boom! The power within the Tying Divine Wheel erupted, causing a commotion as it spun wildly in the air. The surrounding solar energy converged into the Divine Wheel at that moment. Watching the spectacle unfold, Fong Lei could not contain his excitement. After tens of millions of attempts, he had finally succeeded. The tiny divine wheel returned to his hand, radiating both solar and lunar energies, intertwining in a mesmerizing dance. With an expression of exhilaration, he summoned the essence of the great Luo, golden immortal, and struck forth with a single motion. Whoosh! A piercing sound of tearing filled the air as the tiny divine wheel soared thousands of feet away. Feng Lei remained expressionless, his hands flickering with golden light as he exerted tremendous force, resulting in a thunderous explosion that echoed through the skies. What a treasure! Though the tiny divine wheel was merely an artifact of the early innate stage, under the influence of these two powers, it could easily rival treasures of the mid-innate stage that a century had passed, and the power absorbed by Feng Wu was now sufficient. Enveloped in scorching flames, the broken fire feather gradually began to regrow. Under this force, she slowly tilted her head back, instantly transforming into her true form. Leaping into the void, she released a clear and melodious phoenix cry. Upon hearing this sound, Feng Lei retracted the tiny divine wheel and calmly turned his head. Seeing her in such a state, Feng Lei felt a surge of joy. The century had not been in vain. The energy above remained suspended for several breaths, and as the flames dissipated, Feng Wu appeared before him. "Thank you, Master." Feng Lei, unfazed, smiled faintly and waved his hand dismissively, and no need for such formality. Having said that, he intended to leave, for his priority was to seek the divine Tree Fusong, and he had no time to squander. However, just as he was about to turn away, Feng Wu spoke hesitantly. "Master, I have one more request." At her words, Feng Lei felt a flicker of confusion. Had she not already recovered? Chapter 16. The Innate Spiritual Root. The Divine Tree Fusong. Although perplexed, Feng Lei did not show it. He glanced at her and asked leisurely, "What is it?" Upon hearing this, she dared not hesitate for a moment and quickly presented a crimson crystal with both hands. "Master, please take a look." Seeing the object in her hands, Feng Lei was momentarily taken aback, a glimmer of astonishment appearing in his eyes. This is the essence of the sun. He was genuinely surprised that he had not discovered it during the past century. "Indeed, please take a look, Master." Feng Lei nodded with a faint smile, then took the essence of the sun from her. He was puzzled as to why she would give this to him, as this item would greatly benefit the Phoenix clan. If she absorbed this power, her strength would undoubtedly increase, though to what extent he could not say, but it certainly wouldn't be negligible. The item is quite remarkable, and without hesitation, Feng Lei accepted it and stored it away. "Where did you find this? Lead me to it." In response to Feng Lei's request, she respectfully guided him ahead. In truth, they were not far from their current location. Within moments, they arrived at a place strewn with massive stones. The air here was thick with heat, and the scorching energy was several times stronger than that of their previous location. He had not expected to find such a thing, yet it had indeed coalesced. Stepping forward, golden light glimmered from him as he struck down with his palm, instantly shattering the boulders. Countless essences of the sun appeared before him, yet he remained composed, his power still surging as he turned to Feng Wu with a knowing glance. Feng Wu understood his intent instantly and transformed into her true form, darting upwards. With a flash of afterimages, she collected the surrounding essences of the sun. Upon recovering, her speed was several times faster than before. Observing the numerous essences of the sun in her hands, she wore an expression of excitement, though she dared not lose her composure or show it outwardly. She understood well that as long as Feng Lei did not speak, these treasures did not belong to her. At this moment, Feng Lei had also reined in his aura and stepped forward, respectfully offering the gathered items. "Master." Feng Lei did not stand on ceremony. He raised his hand to claim a substantial portion, leaving her with several dozen pieces. Noting the items left in her grasp, she was puzzled. Just as she was about to express her confusion, Feng Lei spoke calmly. "These items are also of use to you. Each one contains a potent essence of the sun, aiding in your recovery and enhancement." She was taken aback, not expecting Feng Lei to leave these treasures for her. However, Feng Lei said no more, casting a neutral glance her way before ignoring her entirely. Having turned his back, her suppressed excitement burst forth at that moment, her face alight with joy as she swiftly stored the items away. These treasures, composed of the essence of the sun and classified as innate artifacts, would greatly aid her advancement. Having acquired what they needed, it was time for them to depart. High above in the skies, Fong Lei smiled faintly, releasing his aura entirely. That a century had passed, and he wondered how his three elder brothers fared. Though he casually voiced his thoughts, he had no real interest in their circumstances. What he sought was the divine tree, Fusong. Taking a light step, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, his speed beyond the grasp of the naked Ey. In mere moments, he arrived at the Imperial star. Standing amidst the clouds, he felt the vibrant life force surrounding him, emanating from the divine tree Fusong. He lifted his gaze, beholding the towering Fusong, its myriad branches bursting forth with life energy, its roots extending for hundreds of thousands of miles. Retracting his gaze, Fong Lei's body shimmered with golden light as he stepped into the void. This tree was one of the innate spiritual roots of the primordial chaos, a companion being of Emperor Jun and Tai Yi, growing alongside them. However, at this moment, Emperor Jun and Tai Yi were inconspicuous, having only just awakened their intelligence to utilize this tree. One would have to wait for a millennium, and the two individuals' ability to command the demon clan was intricately linked to it. Moments later, Fong Lei arrived beneath the divine tree Fusong, and just as he halted, the three pure ones also arrived. Fourth brother, what is this object? Upon hearing Lao Zi's voice, Fong Lei turned with a faint smile, explaining to the three of them. This is the divine tree Fusong that I mentioned to my three elder brothers, an innate spiritual root. With this declaration, Lao Zi's expression remained calm, while Tongtian wore a look of astonishment. This is indeed an innate spiritual root, and it is so vast. He had initially assumed that the divine tree Fusong Fong Lei spoke of was merely an innate treasure. Only then did he comprehend why he had been searching for decades without success. It was indeed this. He had noticed this object over a century ago, and though it exuded life energy, he had not taken it seriously. He believed that in the primordial chaos, even an innate spiritual root could not grow too quickly. Little did he know, everything unfolded beyond his expectations. Fourth brother, this is indeed an innate spiritual root, but how do we acquire the power within? Tongtian paid no heed to such matters. His sole concern lay in how to harness the power within. The innate spiritual root had already taken form, and it was unrealistic to think of bringing it back. However, we could absorb the life force contained within it. This statement instantly enlightened Tongtian, Lao Zi, and Yuan Shi, who exchanged glances before heading off in different directions. If they wished to extract the power within, it was indeed better to separate. Should they absorb it together, the power each could draw would be limited. Fong Lei did not dwell on the matter too much. With the three now dispersed, he had pressing business to attend to. He had not forgotten that, aside from this innate spiritual root, he still needed to pay a visit to two old friends. Although Dijuan and Tai Yi had only just awakened their spiritual consciousness, they were the guardians of this object. The commotion he was about to create would undoubtedly attract their attention, rather than waiting for them to come. It would be wiser to take the initiative, especially since he had other intentions. Following the aura, he soon located the two. Yet, he did not rush forward. Instead, he waved his hand, and Feng Wu, understanding his cue, stepped forward. Master, follow me to accomplish a great task and meet the two supreme beings of the demon clan. After saying this, he transformed, and under Feng Wu's gaze, he completely altered his appearance, thick brows and large eyes. With earlobes reaching his shoulders, the layer of golden light emanated from his body, and a cold smile graced his face. Master, Feng Wu replied, puzzled, her eyes filled with endless confusion. Why must he transform in such a manner? Just as she hesitated, Fong Lei pointed with a hand, sending a beam of golden light into her mind. Yes, she responded with great respect, bowing deeply. Upon raising her head, the golden light shimmered around her, and her appearance had also changed. The two of them were now ready, and Fong Lei wasted no time. His aura surged instantly. Chapter 17. Framing the protagonists, Juanti and Jin. Since the aim was to draw out Tai and Dijuan, the power could not be held back. Otherwise, how could they be made to believe it was genuine? This tactic proved effective, as shortly after, two demon figures emerged from the distance. upon sensing the aura emanating from the two. Feng Lei smiled faintly, then halted his advance. Feng Wu furrowed her brow, her eyes brimming with doubt. Feng Lei had previously stated that these two would become the supreme beings of the demon world. Yet, judging by their current strength, she found it somewhat hard to believe. Master, will they truly become the supreme beings of the demon world? Feng Lei did not even glance at her, merely nodding lightly. He understood her skepticism. After all, their power was evident. If he were unaware, he too would have doubted it. How could two golden immortals possibly rise to supremacy in the demon realm within a mere millennium? Feng Wu remained astonished, but at this moment, she felt it was unwise to voice her thoughts further. Feng Lei had just given her an affirmative answer. To speak more would be to question him. Unperturbed, Feng Lei approached, his expression calm. You two are the guardians of this divine tree. Fusang. His voice resonated through the skies, and the expressions of Dijuan and Tai darkened, their auras surging instantly. Indeed, they replied decisively. Their eyes clouded with a deepening darkness. Instinctively, they sensed that Feng Lei was not here with good intentions, and that they needed to be cautious. Very well. I am Xuanti, Jin. This Fusang belongs to us. Do you have any objections? A delusion. This object belongs to us. Tai's words were cut short as Feng Lei waved his hand, instantly repelling him. The gap in their realms was a significant disadvantage, leaving him without the strength to resist. Feng Lei's gaze shifted back to Dijuan, a cryptic smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Do you have any objections? How could Dijuan remain silent? Feng Lei had attacked upon arrival, and he could not swallow this insult. His eyes turned blood red, murderous intent radiating from him, as demonic power surged through the skies. Xuanti Jin, prepare to experience my might, he roared, charging upward with the force of a small mountain. The power he unleashed was indeed formidable, yet was limited to his own tier. Attempting to gain the upper hand with sheer size against Feng Lei was a miscalculation. Feng Lei, expressionless, also took action, having already offended one. It was time for Feng Wu to take the stage. A glance from him conveyed his intention, and Feng Wu immediately understood. As he approached, she raised her hand and struck. Celestial energy surging forth, sending Dijuan reeling. Ants, do you dare to challenge me? She pushed him back to Tai's side, not forgetting to taunt coldly. After all, this was not her battle. Even if someone were to be offended, it would not be her. Her actions took Feng Lei by surprise. It seemed she could add to the performance. Just as he prepared to step forward again, Feng Lei shot her a look, stopping her. Such an opportunity could not be missed. He would take the lead in this. With a smile, he advanced, his aura not only remaining but intensifying. There's still a problem? Dijuan and Tai wore grim expressions. Their eyes filled with unbridled, killing intent. They were eager to rush forward and tear the person before them to shreds. Yet their insufficient power left them in a difficult position. Unless we perish. You two despicable creatures shall not take the divine tree. Fusang. So be it. As you wish, Feng Lei sneered, raising his hand to strike the two, rendering them unconscious. From the beginning, he had no intention of harming their lives. He merely sought to enlist their assistance for a small favor. Let us go. They shall take some time to awaken. With that, Feng Lei resumed his original form and turned to leave. As he departed, he left behind 2 strands of power to safeguard them. When they awoke, this power would dissipate, leaving them none the wiser. Gazing at the towering divine tree before him, Feng Lei's brow furrowed, his eyes dimmed. It was clear that he could not take the entire Fusang. After all, this object was essential for maintaining the entire Imperial star. Moreover, he lacked the means to uproot it. Even the effort to remove the small altar before had drained him considerably. If he attempted to take this entire entity, he would likely face dire consequences. Observing his predicament, Feng Wu whispered, "Why not take a branch?" Her voice was soft, yet her suggestion sparked a revelation in Feng Lei. He paused, a smile breaking across his face. Indeed, he could not take it all, but he could extract a branch. This way, the innate spiritual root would remain unaffected, and he could still acquire something. With this realization, he wasted no time. The tiny divine wheel materialized in his hand. Fixing his gaze upon a branch of the divine tree, he raised his hand to strike. The sound of a crisp collision echoed as the tiny divine will spun rapidly. Yet the divine tree merely bore a shallow crack. With a loud thud, the tiny divine wheel was rebuffed back into his hand, and the crack on the tree healed. Observing this, Feng Lei was greatly astonished. His expression growing serious, he understood that this was an innate spiritual root, yet his own artifact was no weakling. It had failed to sever it. Without hesitation, he unleashed all the energy within him. Summoning both the power of the Taiyin and the power of the sun, this was the perfect opportunity to test his newly acquired strength. He refused to believe he could not sever it. Go! With a commanding gesture, the Taiyin divine wheel soared upward at an incredible speed. Whoosh! 2 afterimages flitted past, and the divine tree was severed, landing directly into his grasp. This was indeed an innate spiritual root, and having lost contact with its main body, its power would dissipate. Realizing this, he immediately released the celestial energy within him, enveloping the object in an instant. With his strength, the energy contained within it could be preserved. Having stored the tiny divine wheel, he sat cross-legged, his aura not only maintained but significantly enhanced. Having acquired this awe-inspiring spiritual root, the next step was to refine it. The reason for choosing this location for refinement was to leverage the power of the divine tree. Fusanj as he guided his aura, the life energy that had been diffused around them began to converge into his grasp. Nearby, Feng Wu observed and quickly adjusted her energy. Since Feng Lei showed no intention of departing, she needed to seize this opportunity. Such chances were rare, especially in the primordial realm, where such rich life energy was scarce. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, several decades had passed. Feng Lei slowly opened his eyes, glancing at the divine wood in his hand, a faint smile gracing his lips. This object had been refined by him, now brimming with boundless life energy. Under his gaze, the divine wood transformed into golden light. The T.O. directly merged into his body. As this object entered, a surge of vital energy erupted from his form, enveloping him in a verdant aura. Chapter 18. The Art of Deception and Control. Sensing the newfound power coursing through him, a smile spread across his face, his heart racing with excitement. Rising to his feet, he flicked his hand, instantly dissipating the energy that surrounded him. After such a long time, the power absorbed by Sanqing should be sufficient. His gaze turned distant as 3 figures approached with remarkable speed. Laozi was the first to halt, a subtle smile gracing his features, although the energy around him had been retracted. A faint ripple still lingered. Tongtian, brimming with enthusiasm, quickly addressed Feng Lei. "Fourth brother, your method is quite effective. My strength has significantly increased, but alas, we cannot take this innate spiritual root with us." Upon hearing this, Feng Lei offered an awkward smile and promptly replied, "After all, it does not belong to us. We have already gained power from it, and we should be content." Tongtian's thoughts were perilous. If they were to uproot this innate spiritual root, the entire Imperial star would be obliterated. Moreover, the 4 of them alone could not accomplish such a feat. They lacked the extraordinary capability, unless one of them attained the status of a sage, which was a matter for millennia, hence, by that time, they would have little interest in such an object. As for this item, it would become a treasure that instilled fear throughout the demon race. Tai and Dijuan would no longer allow outsiders to approach easily. "Fourth brother, what are your plans next?" The aura in this place was incredibly potent, with countless treasures within, and they were naturally reluctant to depart so soon. "No rush. Let us first attend to an important matter. Those 2 have been asleep for decades. It is time to awaken them." He wore a mysterious expression, while Sanqing appeared puzzled, entirely unaware of his intentions. After some deliberation, the 3 of them decided to follow suit. Feng Lei initially intended to go alone, but seeing them accompany him, he thought it best not to say too much. They soon arrived at the resting place of Dijuan and Tai. Upon seeing the 2, Tongtian inquired in confusion, "Fourth brother, are these the 2 friends you mentioned?" Indeed, it was them. However, to avoid causing trouble, they had let them slumber for a while. After exchanging words, Feng Lei summoned his energy and waved his hand, dissipating the power surrounding the 2. As his energy faded, the 2 gradually began to awaken. Struggling to stand, they dizzily shook their heads. As their gaze fell forward, their expressions darkened, instinctively releasing their aura. Yet before they could speak, Fong Lei stepped forward, feigning confusion and inquiring, "What are you two doing? Why are you sleeping here? Were you ambushed?" Fong Lei put on an innocent facade, as he was not the one who had acted against them. His strategy proved effective. Seeing his lack of malice, the two began to relax. "Who are you? And why have you come here?" "We were outside the Imperial Star, drawn by the sounds of battle, and came to investigate." "Only to find this." As he spoke, Fong Lei feigned anger. This statement resonated with Dijuan and Tai, their expressions darkening as murderous intent surged in their eyes. "Thank you, fellow cultivator, for your assistance. We shall not let those two off lightly." After a few exchanges, their ire had not diminished. Rather, it intensified. Their hatred for Junti and Jean was palpable. They longed to eliminate those two at that very moment. Seeing their agitation, Fong Lei played the role of a peacemaker, calming their spirits. "There is no need for such anger, my friends. With this treasure in hand, your achievements will be forthcoming, and vengeance will be within reach. Since you have no further matters, we shall take our leave." Upon saying this, he released his aura, golden light radiating from his form, the essence of a great Luo golden immortal enveloping him. With this calculated maneuver, he deftly took control of the situation, observing the power he exuded. Zhuan and Jean hastily moved to intervene. "That if you're not in a hurry, why not remain here? The spiritual energy is abundant, and it can aid your cultivation." Hearing this, Fong Lei pretended to be in a dilemma, turning to glance at them and inquiring, "Do you two have other matters to attend to?" "To speak candidly, we do have a request." Tain's expression grew serious, and after a prolonged hesitation, he stated gravely, "Our powers have not advanced for a century. We seek your guidance. My strength is limited. I dare not recklessly offer guidance to you, esteemed friends." His acting was worthy of an Oscar, his face displaying a troubled expression. Yet his steps had already halted. A glance from Feng Wu made her think, "That's enough. You just inflicted significant injuries on them, and now you're putting on a show." In that instant, she forgot that her thoughts aligned with Fong Lei's. As soon as he finished speaking, Fong Lei cast a penetrating gaze, causing her to flinch and quickly lower her head. Dijuan and Tai wore grim expressions, unsure of how to proceed. Naturally, they sought to seize this opportunity. As Fong Lei's prowess surpassed theirs, they were eager for vengeance, and Fong Lei represented their chance. "Since you both are so earnest, we shall reluctantly stay, lest those two villains return." This statement elevated his stature, bringing joy to Tai and Dijuan. Laozi, Yuan Shi, and Tong Tian were left bewildered. Hadn't they just decided to leave? Why were they now staying? Though confused, this opportunity was advantageous for them. The energy here was potent, allowing them to absorb it. While they claimed to seek guidance from Fong Lei, he offered little more than advice on leveraging the innate spiritual root and the power of the divine tree, Fusong. Fong Lei harbored his own intentions. Since they would not depart, why not continue to absorb the life energy? Although Tai and Dijuan required much growth, his own absorption would not hinder them. Time flew by, and a century passed in the blink of an eye. In the timeless expanse of the primordial realm, this was but a fleeting moment. Standing amidst the heavens, Fong Lei felt the urge to depart. Yet at that moment, an unusual sound echoed from the distant sky. Purple energy coalesced, and lightning flickered across the firmament. This left Fong Lei greatly astonished. He leaped into action, transforming into a blur. Coming to a halt, he beheld the dazzling lightning and the figures within. His brow furrowed as the aura of a great Luo golden immortal radiated from him. A century had passed, and Taishan's cultivation had evidently progressed. Should he withstand this power, his own realm would ascend to the mid-tier of great Luo golden immortal. Nevertheless, he felt a chill of apprehension. The strength before him was undeniably formidable. Furrowing his brow, he conjured a vine in his hand, focusing on the divine tree he had previously absorbed. If necessary, he would use this object to lend a hand. Chapter 19. The Divine Which Struck by Lightning. Indeed, Fong Lei had ulterior motives. He wished to test the potency of this divine object. He had absorbed so much, yet had not found the opportunity to utilize it. However, he did not rush, for it was Laozi's breakthrough, and it would be ill-advised to act impulsively. In mere moments, the lightning in the void intensified several-fold. The thunderous roars echoed as two bolts of lightning intertwined and descended. Boom! The ground erupted, countless fragments soaring, while the lightning within the pit crackled ominously. How terrifying! In the midst of his thoughts, he couldn't help but glance at the divine tree in his hand. Just moments ago, he contemplated using it as a shield, but now he hesitated. This was not a force to be taken lightly. Its strength was immense, and it could very well cost him his life. Brother, may you find your own fortune. His confidence in Laozi was unwavering. The head of the Sanqing had to possess formidable strength. Just as he turned to leave, the system's voice suddenly resonated. Side quest. Withstand the lightning tribulation. Reward. Divine wood struck by lightning. The system's announcement left him stunned, his eyes wide with disbelief. He had intended to leave, yet the system wanted him to withstand this lightning tribulation. Was it mistaken? How could it ask him to face such a terrifying challenge? Amidst his complaints, the system offered no response. With a heavy sigh, he exuded an aura of a great Luo golden immortal. Although he grumbled, he could not resist the allure. The treasures previously bestowed by the system were undeniably enticing. And this time's thunderstruck divine wood was surely no exception. The first bolt of lightning did not strike him, yet its power instilled a sense of dread within him. However, at this juncture, regret was futile. Without resisting this force, he could not elevate himself. He had waited a century for this opportunity. The aura of a great Luo golden immortal surged forth, and the Tai Chi diagram materialized in his hands. Yet before he could act, Fong Lei leaped to his side. Brother, allow me. Upon hearing this, Laozi turned in confusion. Fourth brother, this power is meant for me. There is no need for you to concern yourself. We four are one, and my presence here is no different. With that, he smiled faintly, and the divine wood transformed and surged upwards. That moment, the lightning from the heavens descended in a torrent. The explosive sound accompanied by terrifying lightning struck him directly. Boom! With a resounding crash, the shield conjured from the divine wood shattered before him. He staggered back hundreds of feet before regaining his footing. With a grave expression, he advanced once more, his eyes darkening with a hint of trepidation. He had assumed the previous strike was fearsome enough, yet each blow surpassed the last. Fourth brother, Laozi expressed his concern. This power is formidable. Even I find it challenging to withstand, let alone Fong Lei. Just as he finished speaking, Fong Lei waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing, gazing at the cracks upon the divine wood. He raised his hand, unleashing a beam of golden light. Under the enveloping power, the object began to restore itself. His gaze shifted upwards, and his expression darkened as the tiny divine wheel emerged instantaneously. The forces of utmost yang and utmost yin clashed, sending numerous beams of golden light soaring skyward. The tiny divine wheel spun wildly in the air, deflecting all descending lightning. He lunged forward, and at that moment, the divine wood of Fusong broke free. Thunder rumbled ceaselessly in the heavens, and the surrounding space trembled. The ground beneath was riddled with cracks, debris scattered, and celestial energy dissipated, observing the dispersed forces around him. Laozi furrowed his brow, his form already shielded by golden light. As this power surged forth, Yuan Shi and Tong Tian arrived at the scene. Watching Fong Lei struggle against the lightning above, they exchanged worried glances. Brother, why is it fourth brother? Previously, he had known Laozi was on the verge of a breakthrough, yet it was Fong Lei who was resisting the force. Laozi remained silent, his gaze fixated on the heavens. In truth, he too was bewildered. This was something he intended to undertake, yet Fong Lei was resolute in his actions. Noticing Laozi's silence, Tong Tian felt a stir of doubt within. I shall lend fourth brother a hand. As his voice echoed, the aura of a great Luo golden immortal surged forth from him. Golden light flickered around his form as the sword of immortal slaying appeared in his grasp. However, before he could take a step, Laozi raised his hand to stop him. Trust fourth brother. He can manage this. This was a critical moment, and Tong Tian must not interfere. Should Fong Lei become distracted, he might very well be harmed by the lightning. Among the four, Laozi held absolute authority. Once he spoke, Tonton, though reluctant, could not proceed further. Nevertheless, his aura remained unrestrained, his face cold as he continued to observe the changes in the heavens. Amidst the lightning, Feng Lei bore a faint smile, his expression tinged with disdain. Initially, he had struggled to adapt, hence the earlier injuries from the lightning. Yet now, he had grasped its essence. These powers could not harm him. Moreover, he discovered that he could absorb these energies. After several breaths, the lightning above dissipated, and he descended. Approaching the Sanshing, he reined in his aura. Apologies for worrying my 3 elder brothers. As long as 4th brother is safe. Laozi's expression was slightly grave as his aura began to uncontrollably radiate. Upon witnessing this, Yuanshi and Tongtian were momentarily taken aback. Regaining their composure, they broke into smiles. Congratulations, brother, on advancing to the mid-stage of Great Luo, Golden Immortal. Congratulations, brother. Listening to their congratulatory voices, Laozi nodded faintly, sitting cross-legged. The energies within the Tai Chi diagram manifested at that moment. 2 rings, one black and one white, spiraled around his form, enveloping him completely. He had just elevated his power and needed to stabilize it. The 3 brothers, understanding the gravity of the situation, averted their gazes and turned to leave. Naturally, Yuanshi and Tongtian were unwilling to lag behind. Since Laozi had advanced, they too needed to seize the moment. Only Feng Lei remained unconcerned, approaching the divine wood of Fusong. Mission accomplished. Reward. Thunderstruck divine wood. The system's voice echoed, and he felt a surge of joy. Arriving here, he had awaited this proclamation, and it had finally come. Under his watchful gaze, a beam of golden light appeared, instantly landing in his palm. Before he could react, he felt the power merging with the divine wood within him. This revelation took him by surprise. And raising his hand, he unleashed the divine wood. Boom! As he flung it from his grasp, the divine wood instantly shattered the distant earth. Witnessing this spectacle, Feng Lei's eyes widened in astonishment. Once the divine wood was retracted, he noticed a layer of lightning enveloping it. Additionally, there were peculiar runes inscribed upon its surface. This the thunderstruck divine wood. The item was indeed impressive, yet he felt a tinge of disappointment. He had anticipated acquiring a new treasure, only to find it somewhat lacking. Once he suppressed the power, it resembled nothing more than a firewood stick. An untrained observer, it would hardly be recognized as an innate spiritual treasure. Of course, he did not harbor extreme disdain. After a brief glance, he stored the item away. Regardless, it was still an innate spiritual treasure, and it might prove useful in the future. Meanwhile, Yuanshi and Tongtian were fiercely cultivating. Upon witnessing Laozi's recent breakthrough, envy swelled within them. They did not wish to fall too far behind, lest they be unable to face others. With all 3 elder brothers so driven, how could he afford to lag behind? He had no intention of venturing elsewhere, instead choosing to cultivate in this very spot. The Fusong tree exuded a potent life force, which would greatly aid him. Furthermore, he possessed a fragment of the divine wood, allowing for rapid absorption. The Sanshing could not compare to his progress, though that was a secret known only to him. Sitting cross-legged, his aura of Great Luo Golden Immortal surged forth. Under the influence of his power, the life force from the Fusong tree began to flow towards him. As he felt the energies wafting through the mountains, a long-lost smile graced Feng Lei's countenance. Previously, he had not absorbed diligently. Otherwise, he would have surely surpassed Lao's. 100 years swiftly elapsed. Feng Lei's eyes snapped open, and a beam of golden light flowed forth from them. I have broken through. A smile adorned Feng Lei's face as he gazed at the golden light on his arm. Stepping into the heavens, standing amidst the void, the aura of a mid-stage Great Luo Golden Immortal radiated forth. The heavens above shimmered with golden light, accompanied by rolling thunder. However, these were not the tribulations he had summoned. Amidst this power, he remained unscathed. The lightning danced around his form, causing him no discomfort. On the contrary, it bolstered his strength. This was a situation he had never encountered before. A smile spread across his face, and he remained unconcerned, activating his aura. Since this power bore no ill intent, he felt no obligation to waste it. Rather, absorbing it seemed far more advantageous. Possessing the thunderstruck divine wood within him, he absorbed these energies with remarkable speed. Within mere moments, he had completely gathered the power. As he finished, Yuan Shi and Tong Tian appeared in the distance. Their expressions bore signs of astonishment, tinged with seriousness. A century had passed, and they had failed to break through, while Fong Lei had outpaced them. Fourth brother, you have broken through? It seems I merely had favorable circumstances, arriving before my two elder brothers. As he spoke, Fong Lei respectfully bowed to them that in truth, the two were also close to their breakthroughs and would not require much longer. They simply remained unaware, thinking themselves out of luck. Elder brothers, yours is also just around the corner. Borrowing the auspiciousness of the fourth brother, we shall take our leave. Over the span of a century, they have absorbed considerable power, and now, what remains is to transform this strength. Only after their departure did Fong Lei dare to reveal a smile. His previous restraint was not out of fear, but rather a concern for the feelings of these two. Congratulations, Master! The voice of Feng Wu suddenly echoed, as a firelight tore through the fabric of space. Alongside Feng Wu were two others, Tai Yi and Dijun. Throughout this century, they too have gained significant mastery over the power of the Fusang tree. The trio of demons arriving together truly surprised Fong Lei. Previously, Feng Wu had little faith in these two. What had prompted this change of heart? Under his watchful gaze, Dijun and Tai Yi approached and knelt on one knee. We beseech you, fellow Taoists, to assist these two in their breakthrough. This plea nearly caused Fong Lei to lose his balance, his body shuddering as he turned, a bitter smile gracing his face. Observing their respectful visages, he sighed helplessly. After clearing his throat, he spoke earnestly to them. Your advancement is governed by fate, and I cannot aid you. Although he possessed the ability to expedite their elevation, he could not do so. The calamity of Long Han was far from over. Elevating them now would only lead to chaos. Furthermore, there was the matter of the heavenly Tao. He could relinquish the power of the divine Fusang, but he could not defy the will of the Tao. Upon hearing these words, Dijun and Tai Yi visibly deflated, though they remained kneeling. Their expressions shifted dramatically. It was not fitting for them to remain thus. While I cannot facilitate your breakthrough, I can offer guidance. Would you be willing? As soon as these words were uttered, the two were instantly intrigued. Lifting their heads eagerly, they were indeed willing. Such an opportunity was not to be missed. We implore you for your counsel. Just as their voices faded, Fong Lei snapped his fingers, and two beams of golden light swiftly entered their bodies. As this power coursed through them, they momentarily froze, then beamed with joy. Thank you, fellow Taoist, for your guidance. They rose respectfully and bowed to Fong Lei. The expressions of the male and female protagonists remained composed as they nodded. Not overly concerned that a few pointers were, but a trifling effort for him. He would not intervene in their realms. He neither dared to nor possessed the strength to do so. The previous assault by the heavenly Tao remained vividly etched in his memory. He had no desire to face such an attack again. The last encounter had been terrifying, and he had no doubt this one would be equally as daunting. He dismissed the troubling thoughts, shaking his head swiftly, and turned his gaze to Feng Wu. What brings you here? Upon hearing his voice, Feng Wu wisely knelt, her hands cradling a piece of solar essence. I seek your assistance in refining this substance. Earlier, she had reveled in her acquisition of the solar essence, only to discover that she could not harness its searing power. After a century of effort, she had exhausted every method without success. This posed no challenge for Fong Lei. With a mere adjustment of his breath, the solar essence was now in his grasp. Under his guidance, the essence's energy unveiled itself completely. Feng Wu was astonished. Fong Lei accomplished this with such ease that not gaze at me with such adoration. With that, the surrounding searing energy began to converge towards her. As a member of the Phoenix clan, she possessed a unique affinity for this power. Once all the energy had entered her, she quickly bowed to Fong Lei. Thank you, Master. Over the course of decades, Tong Tian and Yuan Shi had also made their advancements. Standing atop the heavens, the four were now inclined to depart. They ultimately did not belong here. The power they had absorbed was ample, and it was time to leave. Tong Tian's gaze lingered on the divine Fusang tree before he withdrew it with a sigh. Such a splendid treasure, What a pity. Hearing this, Fong Lei quickly donned a smile to ease the tension. This item does not belong to us. Upon their arrival, Tong Tian had cast covetous eyes upon this object. Now, as they prepared to depart, he was again eyeing it. Such behavior was unacceptable. Rest assured, fourth brother, I understand that this item is not ours. Let us depart. Their journey had not been in vain, for each of them had elevated their powers. Chapter 21. A comparison of treasures among the four. After residing in the Emperor Star for a century, their realms had all ascended to the mid-stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. A century later, they returned to Kunlun Mountain as soon as they halted. Tong Tian transformed three innate spiritual treasures into existence. The three gleaming swords radiated a terrifying aura, rivaling his half-life treasure, the Extermination Sword. By only a hair's breadth, I wonder what treasures my elder brothers have acquired. These three swords were all of mid-stage innate quality, and thus warranted a display. I am no match for you. Third brother, I have only obtained these few items, Laozi remarked with a faint smile, raising his hand to reveal 4 or 5 beams of golden light. The air shimmered with golden radiance, and the aura from these treasures was equally formidable. Tong Tian was taken aback, yet his smile did not wane. For while the grade of these treasures was not on par with the 3 in his hand, Laozi was unfazed, for he had chosen items that resonated with him. Ultimately, it mattered most that he could wield them. If he could not, what use were they? Having both displayed their acquired treasures, it was now Yuanshi and Fong Lei's turn. Yuanshi's expression remained neutral, showing no concern as he waved his hand. Revealing 4 or 5 beams of golden light, he had not obtained anything remarkable, merely selecting these few items. Though few in number, they sufficed for him. Having said that, the trio's gaze turned curiously towards Fong Lei. They were intrigued by what Fong Lei had acquired, as it was he who had led them to that place. Fourth brother, what treasures have you obtained? Tong Tian could not suppress his curiosity, and Laozi and Yuanshi nodded in agreement. Seeing their eagerness, Fong Lei transformed the divine wood into view. However, bereft of the aura of the great Luo Golden Immortal, it appeared merely as an ordinary piece of wood. There was no discernible energy emanating from it, causing the 3 pure ones to widen their eyes in astonishment. Fourth brother, is this all you have? A mere piece of worthless wood? Tong Tian's disbelief was evident. Given Fong Lei's prowess, this was unexpected. Fourth brother, you may freely select from these innate spiritual treasures I have obtained. Laozi presented his treasures, and Yuanshi and Tong Tian followed suit. They had all acquired numerous objects, yet Fong Lei had only this meager piece of wood. Their hearts ached for him. After all, they were one body, and it was unthinkable for them to let Fong Lei suffer. I appreciate the goodwill of my 3 elder brothers, but this is not simply an ordinary piece of wood. Fong Lei pushed their treasures back, and the aura of the great Luo Golden Immortal surged forth. Under his influence, the divine wood began to transform. Golden light surged, and lightning flickered from within. This is the thunder-striking divine wood, obtained from the primal root of the divine Fusong. Undoubtedly, among the 4, this treasure was the most impressive. Gazing at the divine wood in his hands, the 3 could not help but widen their eyes, their expressions growing grave. This truly was a piece of the divine Fusong. Indeed, it took considerable effort for me to acquire this. His words fell, and be shown unabashedly in Tong Tian's eyes. Fourth brother, I have a modest request. Might you consent? Before Fong Lei could respond, Laozi interrupted. Third brother, do not covet fourth brother's treasure. Your 3 swords are already quite remarkable. Tong Tian's intentions were clear to see. His eyes brimmed with envy, undoubtedly eyeing this treasure. Upon hearing this, Yuanshi quickly concurred. As the elder brother has said, fourth brother's treasure is not for your use, and moreover, it rightfully belongs to him. Though they spoke thus, both were undeniably envious. Initially, they had perceived it as a mere piece of wood. Yet later, they were greatly astonished at its true nature as a complete innate treasure. The item they had acquired was not on the same level, and it contained an immense life force. However, it was too late to say such things. This treasure now belonged solely to Fong Lei. The treasures in their possession could be elevated, but the chances were slim, and they were well aware of this. There is no need for such concern, my three elder brothers. The vast wilderness still holds countless unclaimed treasures awaiting my discovery. In the present wilderness, few formidable beings exist, rendering it an opportune moment for treasure hunting. After another millennium, acquiring such treasures will undoubtedly become a daunting task. Why squander time? Let us hasten our departure. Tauntaun, filled with urgency, pondered who would ever disdain an abundance of spiritual treasures. His words echoed. He had already unleashed his aura. Observing his demeanor, Fong Lei chuckled and simultaneously began to mobilize his own energy in the blink of an eye. The three of them departed from Kunlun, but soon after, Fong Lei sensed a faint aura of hostility. His expression darkened slightly, and he abruptly halted his steps. Danger! Upon hearing this, Laozi, Yuan Shi, and Tong Tian were taken aback. Yes, they released their auras. Their divine senses extended 100 zhang away. Why do we fail to detect this danger? Tong Tian was perplexed. He had been vigilant, yet sensed no approach of others. Fong Lei remained silent, meticulously scanning the surroundings. The Taijin divine will transformed, infusing both solar and lunar energies instantly. Although he could not pinpoint the whereabouts of the intruder, his instincts warned him of impending trouble. Just as he was cautiously surveying the area, Feng Wu's voice suddenly reached him. Master, those beings are 1,000 zhang away. They belong to the Qilin clan. As a member of the Phoenix tribe, she was intimately familiar with the aura of the Qilin. Fong Lei was not surprised. After all, before they had submitted to him, these beings had been at odds with each other daily. They have arrived. As Feng Wu's words fell, a cacophony of ferocious roars erupted from the distance. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Fong Lei and his companions darkened in unison. The aura of the Deluo golden immortal radiated as they leaped into the sky. Peering down, Fong Lei quickly spotted 4 or 5 shadowy figures. Though swift, they could not evade his keen sight. After a cursory glance, Fong Lei scoffed dismissively. These individuals were mere Qilin subspecies, not the pure-blooded variety. Their strength barely reached that of the Tai golden immortal, lacking any true potency. However, he was curious about their intentions for coming here. The four stood amidst the vast expanse, their auras exhibiting no fluctuations. To his astonishment, the members of the Qilin clan also halted at that moment. Their eyes gleamed with bloodlust as they threw their heads back and roared anew. Are they coming for us? Tong Tian expressed his confusion, his eyes reflecting uncertainty. They had just returned from the Imperial Star and seemed to have no prior entanglement with these beings. Perhaps they seek vengeance. Fong Lei elucidated with a faint smile, stepping into the void. Chapter 22. Yuan Shi's subtle thoughts, seeing him descend, the three pure ones naturally had no choice but to follow suit. The Qilin clan members before them wore menacing expressions, unleashing a chorus of furious roars upon sighting them. Observing their demeanor, Fong Lei waved his hand nonchalantly. Spare us that demeanor. It gives the impression that you are formidable. The roars continued, leaving Fong Lei momentarily speechless. Could they not articulate in human speech? He found himself at a loss, now relying solely on Yuan Shi. You share the same lineage as the Qilin. What are they saying? Yuan Shi's expression turned awkward as he glanced at the Qilin before respectfully addressing Fong Lei. They claim that the aura of the previously slain kin has returned, attributed to the four of you. This revelation took Fong Lei by surprise. The Qilin clan possessed such a unique method. How had he remained unaware? Just as Yuan Shi prepared to translate once more, Fong Lei gestured for silence. Let them speak in human tongues. The cacophony was overwhelming and gave him a headache. He simply could not bear to listen any longer. Very well. Yuan Shi, understanding the cue, conveyed the message to the Qilin subspecies. Yes, soon as Yuan Shi's words fell, the Qilin transformed into several burly men. The aura of the Tai golden immortal surged forth, enveloping them with a layer of demonic energy. With bloodshot eyes and a palpable air of menace, the Qilin members fixed their icy gazes upon Fong Lei and his companions. Questioning coldly, why did you slay my Qilin kin? When did we ever do such a thing? Fong Lei vehemently denied the accusation, and Laozi, Yuan Shi, and Tong Tian exchanged puzzled glances. They had all been prepared to engage. Yet Fong Lei's words left them at a loss for how to proceed. Do not attempt to feign innocence. The aura returned to us confirms your involvement, and you, traitor, as a powerful member of the Qilin clan. How dare you submit to him? Yuan Shi, possessing greater strength than these individuals, was naturally displeased by their audacity. Who among us is the true Qilin warrior? He too denied the claim, emphatically and without hesitation. At this, Fong Lei could not help but turn his head in disbelief. Upon hearing this, Feng Wu stifled a laugh nearby. This fellow is now refusing to acknowledge his Qilin heritage. You traitor, today we shall eradicate you on behalf of the Qilin clan. Though they were mere subspecies, they still bore the essence of the Qilin within. Thus, the combined strength of the group was not to be underestimated. Yet Yuan Shi remained unfazed and even sought Fong Lei's permission. Master, allow me to handle them. His expression darkened, and his aura began to emanate. Observing this, Fong Lei maintained a calm demeanor. Are you certain? After all, these individuals are still part of the Qilin clan. He truly doubted Yuan Shi's willingness to strike with lethal intent. Yuan Shi's gaze was resolute as he nodded affirmatively. Fong Lei smiled faintly and exchanged a knowing glance with Feng Wu. She immediately understood the implication, her fiery feathers manifesting as she transformed into a blazing figure. Before the Qilin could even approach, they were repelled several hundred zhang away by the overwhelming flames. Yuan Shi was taken aback by this turn of events. However, before he could voice his thoughts, Fong Lei chuckled softly. Given your kinship, I understand your reluctance to deliver a fatal blow, so I have entrusted her with this task. He was fully aware of Yuan Shi's thoughts. He merely wished to leave them a sliver of hope. Yet Fong Lei had no such intentions. Allowing them to live would only invite further trouble. It is said that retribution must be repaid in kind, and the Qilin clan's vengeance is not to be trifled with. Moreover, in the current wilderness, only their 3 clans were rising. According to their temperament, they would never rest until they had slain the 4 of them. The enmity between the Qilin and Phoenix clans was profound. Thus, facing the Qilin, Feng Wu's aura was utterly unrestrained. Each strike was more fearsome than the last, her power escalating with every moment. From the ground to the sky, she fought fiercely against these opponents. Not giving an inch, the air was filled with the sounds of tearing, and flames ignited all around. The power of the sword path resonated in the heavens, and Fong Lei smiled faintly, his voice reaching Feng Wu's ears. Once you've had your fun, dispose of them? Yes, master, she replied respectfully, enveloped in flames as she surged forth. A flash of fire consumed the Qilin subspecies. Having absorbed the essence of the sun, her flames had become incredibly pure. These Qilin stood no chance. Their demise was assured. Above the clouds, flames danced continuously, and countless fiery feathers rained down. This moment, Feng Wu returned, her aura subdued as she respectfully bowed to Fong Lei. Master, the task is complete. Fong Lei nodded slightly, choosing not to dwell further on the matter. He had a reason for allowing Feng Wu to act. It was to shift the blame onto the Phoenix clan. Yuan Shi's expression was not particularly pleasant as he glanced off into the distance, quickly retracting his gaze. Though he did not show it, he could not hide his feelings from Fong Lei. Of course, Fong Lei chose not to address it directly. Sometimes, it was better left unsaid. Once spoken, it would take on an entirely different meaning. With the immediate trouble resolved, it was time to seek out treasures. This had always been their primary objective. The previous encounter was merely a minor interlude. Ascending into the heavens, the 4 moved with remarkable speed. Fong Lei, riding upon Feng Wu, leaped several thousand zhang in a single bound. Fourth brother, where are we headed now? Tong Tian inquired, puzzled, to the northern underworld. At present, the Kunpeng has yet to rise. It is likely still only at the stage of Tai, Golden Immortal, presenting a splendid opportunity. The formidable beings of the North Sea are scarce, with Kunpeng being the sole exception. However, upon achieving mastery, this individual could render the entire Western sect restless. The 3 pure ones remain relatively unacquainted with the North Sea, as their time in this primordial expanse has been limited. Previously, they accompanied Fong Lei to the Moon Palace and subsequently ventured to the Emperor's Star. Although their understanding is superficial, the trio proceeds without hesitation. The locations mentioned by Fong Lei undoubtedly harbor countless treasures, and a mere visit would confirm this, that in the boundless expanse of the primordial world, the North Sea lies a considerable distance away. After several decades, they finally arrive above the North Sea. Looking down, an overwhelming aura of pure spiritual energy envelopes them. Within the deep seas of the North Sea, there exist innumerable spiritual treasures that a glance exchanged among the four ignites expressions of exhilaration. Without further ado, they release their auras as for the treasures to be obtained. Each shall rely on their own capabilities. With these words, he transforms into a fleeting shadow, vanishing without a trace in an instant. His speed is astonishing, and soon he leaves no trace behind. Observing his disappearance, Tong Tian and the others redirect their auras and scatter in different directions, swiftly plunging into the depths of the ocean. With a golden light shielding him, Fong Lei's speed reaches its zenith. Wherever he passes, treasures are swiftly gathered. Yet, unlike the Emperor Star, most of what he encounters are spiritual fruits nurtured from primordial origins. Chapter 23. The Unheeding Kunpeng. Nevertheless, these items are far from negligible, as they are all primordial in nature. Currently, the Kunpeng has no need for them, as long as his innate treasures remain untouched. All is well. After a few breaths, Fong Lei finds himself with no fewer than 1,000 spiritual fruits in hand. Observing these treasures, he casually selects 100 to absorb. The exceedingly pure spiritual energy courses into his body, eliciting a faint smile upon his face. His mount, Feng Wu, gazes with envy, yet refrains from voicing her desires. What she yearns for, Fong Lei could hardly be oblivious to. He raises his hand and tosses down several spiritual fruits. Without a moment's hesitation, she swallows them whole, her face lighting up with a long-lost joy at the sensation. "Thank you, Master." Fong Lei maintains a calm demeanor, his gaze drifting several thousand zhang away. There are still ample treasures here. But he soon notices an exceptionally colossal figure. Roar! A resounding roar erupts as Kunpeng swallows 100 spiritual fruits in one gulp. In addition, he consumes a substantial amount of spiritual energy. Witnessing this, Fong Lei is taken aback. And oh wonder, this fellow is advancing at such an astonishing pace. His cultivation method is distinctly different from others. While others absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to enhance themselves, he simply swallows it whole, converting that power for his own use. Fong Lei had not intended to intrude, considering this individual was merely at the Tai Golden Immortal stage. Yet, just as he prepares to turn away, the system suddenly interjects. Side quest. Form a bond with Kunpeng. System reward. Devour. For the sake of this system reward alone, he resolves to give it a try, releasing the aura of a great Luo Golden Immortal. Golden light emanates from his body as he leaps into the air. His power remains unrestrained, drawing Kunpeng's attention. Roar. The furious roar resounds once more as Kunpeng's massive form rises above the water surface, his icy gaze locking on Fong Lei. "Who are you, and why have you come to the North Sea?" "I am Ziqing Hunyuan Tianzuan, Fong Lei. May I ask how to address you, my friend?" Fong Lei remains keenly interested, for the system has indicated a potential bond. However, Kunpeng's eyes blaze with fury, brimming with murderous intent. "Return the spiritual treasures you have taken, or you shall not leave here today." This creature is rather hostile, and his cold voice reverberates through the heavens, his aura exploding forth in an instant. Before Fong Lei can respond, Kunpeng's massive jaws snap open, lunging towards him. Taken aback, Fong Lei leaps back, retreating several tens of thousands of zhang. Had he truly done anything so outrageous? Why does this creature react thus? He had no desire to engage in combat, yet it seems that leaving without a confrontation is no longer an option. First, he must subdue this being, and then he can negotiate later. The Tine Divine Wheel emerges, pointing directly at Kunpeng's corporeal form. He does not unleash the full power of the Tine Divine Wheel, for otherwise, this being would be unable to withstand it. However, to his surprise, his strike fails to inflict any harm whatsoever upon Kunpeng. Kunpeng's offensive tactics are rather simplistic, relying solely on the movement of his colossal frame. His size resembles that of a small mountain, and each swing creates powerful waves of spiritual energy. While these forces may not intimidate Fong Lei, they make it challenging for him to approach. The tiny divine wheel rests in his hand as Fong Lei observes with a cold gaze as he strikes. Kunpeng senses the chilling aura and swiftly retreats to a distance of 10,000 zhang. Boom! Explosions echo continuously, and the waters of the North Sea boil. Kunpeng strains to maintain his position above the surface, yet his aura has dwindled significantly. With a solemn expression, Fong Lei steps forward. You cannot possibly absorb all those treasures. Let me assist you by taking a few. After all, one must not be stingy. I am the Lord of the North Sea, and those treasures rightfully belong to me. Upon hearing this, Fong Lei's expression darkens instantly. The words he had just uttered seem to have gone unheard. Hurry and return what is mine, Kunpeng demands, not hesitating to press. Fong Lei, feeling quite helpless, raises his hand and transforms the tiny divine wheel. Do not be too stingy. Fong Lei reminds him once more. He finds himself at a loss for words. Why can this creature not comprehend reason? Despite his explicit reminders, Kunpeng still covets those spiritual fruits. Claiming them as his own, Fong Lei can endure no longer. As his words fall, he delivers a punch. This strike does not employ the tiny divine wheel, yet its power is utterly terrifying. The force of his punch nearly sends Kunpeng into the depths of the ocean. Now, Kunpeng dares not reveal himself, his eyes wide with terror, as he realizes that the gap between himself and this man is unfathomably vast. And no longer daring to utter another word, he adopts a grim expression and discreetly attempts to escape. Though his speed is impressive, evading Fong Lei proves far from simple. Observing his swift retreat, Fong Lei calls out, "Do not flee. My task remains unfulfilled. The system has issued a quest, and he cannot allow Kunpeng to depart without completing it." Regardless of his earlier anger, he vows not to repeat such folly. As long as Kunpeng refrains from fleeing, he shall grant him one chance. With a single step, Fong Lei transforms into a fleeting shadow. Swiftly blocking Kunpeng's path, he reappears, and Kunpeng is left astonished, his expression paling. What do you intend to do? Kunpeng regards him with trepidation, still haunted by the memory of that nearly devastating punch. Fear not. I merely wish to form a bond with you, my friend, and I apologize for my earlier actions. He speaks candidly, while Kunpeng appears bewildered. The Fong Lei who struck earlier was not this amiable. The force of that punch was utterly overwhelming, one he could scarcely withstand. A gesture of goodwill. I offer you these spiritual fruits. With that, Fong Lei produces several dozen carefully selected, exquisite spiritual fruits. Their golden glow captivates Kunpeng, and he is momentarily taken aback, his face betraying excitement. Just as he reaches out to accept them, Fong Lei deliberately withdraws slightly, maintaining a distance that not be in such a rush. Consider our previous encounter settled. Kunpeng, now fixated on the spiritual fruits, scarcely remembers their earlier altercation. Of course, he replies, his tone quickening as if enchanted. Seeing this, Fong Lei lets out a resigned sigh. He then tosses the fruits towards him, and Kunpeng eagerly swallows them without reservation. He savors the energy surging within. An exhilarating smile spreads across his face. This bounty surpasses anything he had absorbed previously, elevating him to an entirely new level. Thank you. Seeing him like this, Fong Lei was quite taken aback. It had been so simple all along, and he had just wasted effort moments ago. Chapter 24. The Frustrated Lord of Biming. After a brief moment, Kunpeng absorbed the essence of the spiritual fruit completely. When his gaze returned to Fong Lei, a glimmer of greed appeared in his eyes. I wonder if my esteemed friend has any left. This question left Fong Lei somewhat speechless. It was truly a case of healing scars and forgetting pain. Fong Lei did not hold back, instantly emanating the aura of a great Luo golden immortal. What do you think? The emphasis in his tone bore a hint of impatience, causing Kunpeng to be momentarily taken aback and quickly retreat. It was my slip of the tongue. After all, this Biming is my territory. Perhaps you could leave me a few? He was unaware of how many Fong Lei had taken, but his intuition told him it was certainly not a small amount. After all, he was also the master of this realm of spirits. If Fong Lei were to cleanse him, it would be disastrous. Fong Lei did not respond, a malicious smile playing on his lips. Without uttering a word, Kunpeng found himself at a loss for how to continue the conversation. Observing his evident discomfort, Fong Lei maintained a calm expression. "Fear not. I shall leave some for you. Today, we have at least become acquainted. Should you encounter trouble in the future, feel free to seek me out." "Naturally," Kunpeng replied with a forced smile, his massive form moving toward the deep sea. However, once he departed from this place, his expression shifted dramatically. His demeanor darkened, and a murderous intent flowed from his eyes. "I will settle the score with you sooner or later." For now, he was no match for Fong Lei, but that could change in the future. Once he broke through, he would ensure that the man paid the price. Mission accomplished. Reward. Devour. Hearing the voice, Fong Lei felt a surge of joy. Golden light flickered in his hands as the surrounding spiritual energy began to converge. Streams of spiritual energy surged in, enveloping his form in golden radiance. After a few moments, he excitedly opened his eyes. Though it was not an innate spiritual treasure, this item would prove immensely beneficial to him. Whether absorbing spiritual energy or spiritual fruits, the speed was now several dozen times faster than before. The only regret was that the duration of its effectiveness was limited. This devouring ability could increase with his level, thereby extending its duration. However, at his current level, he could at most absorb the power of 100 spiritual fruits. He had initially planned to sweep away a vast amount of spiritual energy from Baiming, yet it had all benefited that rascal Kunpeng. Still, he had not lost out. Had it not been for Kunpeng, he would not have obtained this treasure. 100 years passed in the blink of an eye, and Fong Lei had never ceased his cultivation during these years. Kunpeng could only watch with a mix of envy and resentment. With a somber expression, his gaze, tinged with coldness, emerged from the deep sea. Observing that Fong Lei's aura had stabilized, he moved his massive body upward from the depths. A deafening roar echoed through the skies. And at that moment, Fong Lei opened his eyes. Seeing him, Fong Lei wore a look of confusion. He had been 100 years since their last encounter, and he had thought this fellow would never emerge again. Before he could speak, Kunpeng's deep voice reached his ears. "My friend, having passed so much time, you should be preparing to leave, shouldn't you?" Kunpeng dared not raise his voice too high, his heart already filled with pent-up frustration. After failing to overcome Fong Lei, he sought out the other three. The outcome was even worse than with Fong Lei. Tong Tian had shown no mercy. His enormous form posed no threat to Tong Tian, instead igniting Tong Tian's competitive spirit. That battle was earth-shattering, and he had nearly been killed by Tong Tian. Afterward, he was unwilling to accept defeat and subsequently sought out Yuanshi and Laozu, but the results were the same. Though these two were not as ruthless as Tong Tian, their strikes were equally merciless. Fortunately, he was swift enough to escape. Otherwise, he would have become a corpse in Baiming by now. Over these 100 years, he had drawn a conclusion. None of these were to be trifled with. Although Fong Lei was unaware of Kunpeng's thoughts, he could glean some insights from his expression. Fong Lei had already intended to leave. After a century, it was time to explore elsewhere. His time in Baiming had been fruitful, and the Sanqing had not fared poorly either, having amassed no less than 1,000 spiritual treasures. Naturally, among these, over 100 were spiritual fruits and the like. "We are indeed intent on departing." Upon hearing this, Kunpeng's face lit up with joy. "I bid you farewell, my friend." He could hardly contain his eagerness. They were finally leaving, and he wished for no further delays. With Fong Lei and his companions present, the impact on him was immense. They not only absorbed his spiritual energy, but also devoured the treasures of Baiming. Those should rightfully belong to him, unrelated to Fong Lei and the others. "You seem quite eager for us to take our leave," Fong Lei suddenly remarked, causing Kunpeng's body to tremble as he hurriedly explained. "Not at all. I merely fear to delay my esteemed friend's important matters." He sought nothing else, lowering his head in submission, just wishing to see Fong Lei and his companions depart. Faced with his deception, Fong Lei merely smiled lightly, choosing not to expose him. He was merely joking. He truly had no desire to waste more time. So many promising places awaited exploration, and if those strong beings were to rise, acquiring treasures later would prove challenging. He summoned his equipment. The aura of the great Luo golden immortal once again radiated outward. With a flicker of golden light, three figures swiftly approached him. Lao Tzu, Yuan Shi, and Tong Tian moved at great speed, arriving before him in an instant. "Eldest brother, we should take our leave. So soon. I just discovered some treasures and have yet to retrieve them." Tong Tian could not help but complain. Lamenting the spiritual fruits he had just found, he hadn't even had the chance to collect them when Fong Lei announced their impending departure. Seeing her unwilling expression, Fong Lei smiled gently. "I have plenty here. I shall gift you some after we leave." "You too, huh? I let you escape before. What? Back for more trouble?" Fong Lei did not engage with Tong Tian for long, turning his gaze to Kunpeng with a teasing remark. "My friend, such words are unwarranted. I am certainly not here to cause any trouble." Kunpeng feigned a smile, not daring to emit any aura fluctuations. The strength of these was a heavy burden for him. He could not afford to offend even one. Moreover, these four were united. If one struck, the others would undoubtedly follow suit. He could not contend with even one. If all four joined forces, he would surely be annihilated. Fong Lei and his companions were not in the mood for jest, each radiating their auras before transforming into golden figures and departing in the blink of an eye. The four ascended into the void. Yet they soon found themselves at a loss regarding their next destination. Lao Tzu, Yuan Shi, and Tong Tian were unfamiliar with the Hongwang realm and knew not where treasures might be found. Thus, their gazes converged on Fong Lei. "Fourth brother, where shall we go now?" "To the Blood Sea. There are indeed valuable items there, and they are all unclaimed. If his memory served him correctly, there should be a mosquito deep within the Blood Sea. However, that fellow had yet to fully materialize. It was the perfect opportunity to seize the treasure. This creature was no pushover. During the first discussion of the Tao, it had made the Sanqing suffer greatly. Chapter 25. Encountering the Dragon Clan again. Upon hearing of treasures, Tong Tian's interest was instantly piqued. Though Lao Tzu and Yuan Shi did not outwardly show it, their eyes gleamed with excitement. "Then it will be our pleasure to have fourth brother guide us." Lao Tzu spoke calmly, leaping onto Yuan Shi's back. Kunpeng hovered in the air, his gaze firmly locked on the four of them. Watching them depart, Kunpeng finally let out a long sigh of relief. They have finally left. To him, Fong Lei and his companions were nothing short of bandits. Although he possessed a considerable number of treasures in Beiming, a substantial amount had been taken by Fong Lei and his group. Returning to the depths of the sea, he was consumed by rage, his massive mouth opening wide as he devoured countless streams of spiritual energy. "These are all mine. No one shall take them away." Within the Qilin clan, a golden Qilin, surrounded by an aura of auspicious light, stood tall. This creature was none other than the clan leader, Shikolin, who possessed the purest bloodline of the Qilin that moment. His expression was grim, his eyes filled with a blood-red, murderous intent. "How dare they kill my Qilin clan? I shall not let this stand. Issue a command. Kill him." Accompanied by his furious roar, two Qilins, one black and one green, knelt before him, their demonic power fully revealed. Black Qilin, obey the command. Green Qilin, heed the order. The bloodlines of these two individuals may not be entirely pure, yet they are significantly stronger than those encountered previously. Within them lies a quarter of the ancient Qilin's untainted lineage. The chilling roar reverberated as these two Qilin transformed into mere phantoms and vanished. After all, the Qilin are the progenitors of all beasts. Despite their impure bloodlines, locating Fong Lei and his companions would prove to be an effortless task. It was not solely the Qilin tribe that had taken note of Fong Lei. Beneath the depths of the ocean, within a resplendent palace adorned in gold and azure, a five-clawed golden dragon coiled upon its throne, its eyes wide with fury, brimming with murderous intent. "How dare you harm my dragon kin?" His voice resonated with draconic authority, causing the very sea to tremble. "Issue a decree to the Yiksha clan. Bring those individuals to me." The dragon tribe, known for its pride, would not allow Fong Lei and his companions to escape unscathed. This grievance would be avenged. He was determined to make them pay the price. Under the weight of his draconic might, it took but a moment for the leader of the Yiksha clan to step forward. "I have come to pay my respects, clan leader. Lead your strongest Yiksha warriors and retrieve those who have slain members of my clan at once." The leader, recognizing the gravity of the ancestral dragon's command, bowed respectfully before departing. This moment, Fong Lei and his three companions had arrived at an exceedingly dark void. Beneath their feet lay an abyss that seemed to stretch into infinity. This place was distinct from others. It was filled with countless spiritual energies, yet it also brimmed with an overwhelming aura of blood. Upon a mere glance, Tong Tian withdrew his gaze, his expression perplexed. "Fourth brother, is this the blood sea you spoke of?" His countenance betrayed his astonishment, for it did not align with his understanding. "We have yet to reach the blood sea. We must descend to discover the truth." They were merely witnessing the surface, while the true blood sea lay deep below. With a newfound curiosity, Tong Tian nodded, eager to uncover what lay beneath. However, just as the three were preparing to descend, the voice of Feng Wu pierced the air. "Master, there is danger." Upon hearing this, Fong Lei's expression shifted to one of confusion. "Why all calculations? The blood sea should pose no threat at this time. Even that wretched mosquito has only just reached the Tai Golden Immortal stage. How could it possibly detect us?" His bewilderment was palpable, while his seated parents provided an explanation that it is not the blood sea that poses a threat, but the dragon tribe. The dragon tribe. It was then that the pieces began to fall into place. Yet he wondered why the dragon tribe would venture here. Did they too seek treasures within? Despite his confusion, he chose not to descend further, halting his advance. "Father, Yuan, sure, wait." His sudden stop prompted the others to turn. "Fourth brother, what is it?" "Someone is approaching." "Hold on." This statement left them in a haze of uncertainty, prompting Tong Tian to ask, "Fourth brother, do you have acquaintances here?" As he spoke, Yuan Shi and Lao Zu shot curious glances at him. The three regarded him seriously, and even Fong Lei felt a tinge of helplessness. With a deep sigh, he addressed his brothers. "You will soon find out." Under their watchful eyes, several dark figures emerged from the distance. A surge of demonic energy swept through the heavens as waves of black mist descended upon them. Fong Lei and his companions did not hesitate. As the oppressive force bore down, they unleashed their own auras. Golden light erupted, shattering the encroaching darkness. In that moment, they beheld the newcomers. Members of the Yiksha clan. At the forefront stood the Yiksha clan leader, wielding a black trident, his strength nestled in the mid-stage of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, flanked by others of equal power. "You are the ones who slaughtered my kin." His icy voice rang out, and the surrounding atmosphere thickened with tension. "When did I ever do such a thing?" In defiance, Fong Lei adamantly denied the accusation. The Yiksha clan leader had prepared his next words, but Fong Lei's rebuttal left him at a loss to still be in denial at this point. "My clan leader would never err." Fong Lei felt exasperated. Why would they not believe his words? "Yuan Qi," as he called out, the Qilin Yuan Qi stepped forward, instantly exuding his demonic aura. "Master." He bowed respectfully, confusion etched across his face as he raised his gaze. He was uncertain of Fong Lei's intentions, but his instincts warned him that it might not bode well. As the words left Fong Lei's lips, his expression remained neutral. "Did you not wish to strike earlier? Today, I grant you the opportunity. Slay them." "Yes." Yuan Qi could not defy Fong Lei's command. After bowing, he shifted his aura upward. Fong Lei and his companions did not retract their power. They were not intimidated. The overwhelming black mist was far too arrogant, and they simply wished to keep it at bay. Yuan Qi had long harbored a reservoir of rage, and he was eager to release it upon the Yiksha clan. He showed no mercy, his strikes executed with lightning speed. The disparity in strength was evident, and these adversaries were hardly worthy of being compared to the dragon kin, though Yuan Qi's Qilin bloodline was not entirely pure. It sufficed to subdue these foes without difficulty. Roars of fury echoed through the skies, accompanied by hundreds of gleaming golden lights. In mere moments, he had subdued the entire group. Even the Yiksha clan leader lacked the strength to withstand Yuan Qi's assault. Forced to retreat in despair. "How dare you think yourselves worthy to fight here? Prepare to perish." His chilling voice resounded as he opened his maw, swallowing one Yiksha whole. The Yiksha clan leader's expression darkened upon witnessing this, and he fled with remarkable speed, acknowledging that he was no match for Yuan Qi. Preserving his own life took precedence, and he could not afford to concern himself with the fate of his fellow clansmen. Despite not being a match for Yuan Shi, the Yaksha clan leader's speed and retreat was unparalleled, vanishing without a trace, leaving no lingering aura behind. Soon, Yuan Shi had resolved the immediate threat. Just as he prepared to pursue, Fang Lei's aura abruptly halted him. "That is enough." His tone remained calm as he dissipated his aura. Upon hearing this, Yuan Shi understood and withdrew his demonic energy, positioning himself beside Fang Lei. Had this been in their Chilean tribe, such a foe would never have been allowed to escape. It would be akin to releasing a tiger back into the mountains, only to face greater troubles in the future. Yet, since Fang Lei had spoken, any further pursuit would only betray his loyalty. That moment, the three pure ones approached, their expressions somber as they gazed into the distance. "Fourth brother, why did you not deal with that fellow, just now?" Tong Tian questioned, perplexed. Had Fang Lei merely nodded, he could have acted with ease. For him, eliminating the Yaksha clan leader would have required little more than a flick of his finger. Not be so hasty. Opportunities will arise. It was essential to allow the tiger to escape, for otherwise, how could they obtain treasures later? The Yaksha clan leader's failure meant that the ancestral dragon would undoubtedly dispatch stronger warriors. When that time came, it would be their chance. They would no longer hold back, extracting the innate marrow from their foes. If they could encounter a few subspecies of the dragon tribe, the rewards would be immense. Let us set aside these discussions. I have more pressing matters to attend to. Fang Lei had not lost sight of their objective. They had come here to enter the Blood Sea. The previous encounter was merely a trivial skirmish. They could not afford to squander time here. With that, he mounted Feng Wu's back and plunged downward once more, accelerating rapidly, swiftly covering a distance of 100 zhong. Tong Tian, Yuan Shi, and Lao Zu followed suit, unleashing their energies in pursuit. Fang Lei's urgency was evident. Treasures surely awaited them within the Blood Sea. In mere moments, they reached the very depths of the abyss. The true Blood Sea unfolded before them. Upon a single glance, Tong Tian furrowed his brow and remarked, "Such potent energy! The power present here surpassed what they had sensed outside by several dozen times." Crimson mist swirled and rose from the Blood Sea, enveloping the area in a hazy shroud. The spiritual energies in the vicinity were exceptionally rich. Even without actively absorbing them, they would naturally seep into their bodies, and oh wonder that individual was able to progress so rapidly. Fang Lei could not help but voice his frustrations, prompting the three pure ones to turn their heads in confusion. "Fourth brother, what are you saying?" Nothing, merely astonished by the power present here, with a faint smile gracing his lips. He leapt into the sea of blood. What they beheld was merely the tip of the iceberg. To truly comprehend the visage of the Blood Sea, one must plunge into its depths, observing his descent. The three purities followed suit, each diving downwards to this juncture. They cared little for one another, each acting in their own interest. Their singular goal was to acquire treasures from this realm. Fang Lei descended, venturing deeper into the Blood Sea. Though the upper layers were replete with spiritual treasures, none caught his discerning eye. He yearned to delve further down, perhaps in search of unexpected delights. Naturally, he harbored ulterior motives. Having arrived here, how could he not pay a visit to that old acquaintance? A malicious smile crept upon his face as he transformed under the halo of golden light. Upon seeing his altered appearance, Feng Wu promptly adopted human form and accompanied him forward. "Master, why must you always transform in such a manner?" she inquired, a hint of confusion evident on her face, for this was the second occasion it had occurred. With an expression of nonchalance, Fang Lei replied, "Do not inquire about matters best left unasked. After all, we have made enemies. What harm is there in adding a couple more?" The entity lurking in the depths of the Blood Sea was indeed formidable. It was preferable for him to seek trouble with those two rather than torment his own self. Understanding his reluctance to elaborate, she refrained from pressing further. Before long, the two arrived at the bottom of the Blood Sea, where a concealed cave lay in the distance. The air outside the cave was thick with blood energy, and spiritual essence continuously converged towards its entrance. With a single glance, Fang Lei discerned the presence of that entity within. A cold smile appeared on his face as he gestured to Feng Wu. "Go and draw him out." "Yes." Feng Wu bowed respectfully before soaring into the air. Upon reaching the cave entrance, she raised her hand and unleashed a palm strike. A thunderous explosion ensued, causing the cave to shatter into fragments. As Feng Wu's gaze shifted forward, a blood shadow emerged from within, and a tempest of crimson wind surged, bringing forth a deluge of blood. Yet, despite the terrifying nature of the force, it failed to harm Feng Wu in the slightest. Who dares to disturb my cultivation? A furious roar echoed as a blood shadow materialized from the miasma in the distance. This entity was none other than the blood mosquito Taoist, albeit still unable to take on human form. His physique loomed large as a small mountain, radiating an imposing aura. Upon witnessing his true form, Feng Wu furrowed her brow, a flicker of fire igniting in her hand. Such a being holds no significance in my eyes, she thought. What is the worth of his true form when mine is that of a phoenix? Yet before she could act, Feng Lei stepped forward, casting a glance at the distant blood mosquito Taoist before delivering a casual strike. Boom! A resounding crash reverberated as the force emanating from the blood mosquito Taoist was obliterated. His mountain-like form was rendered ineffective, and with an explosive sound, he was propelled thousands of feet away. The blood mosquito Taoist's icy gaze met Feng Lei's as he descended, halting before him with a smirk of mockery upon his face. Is this all the power you possess? Allow me to inform you that we intend to seize some treasures from the underworld. Feng Lei exuded arrogance, treating the blood mosquito Taoist with utter disdain. The treasures within this blood sea belong to me. They are of no concern to you. Enraged, the blood mosquito Taoist swung his massive form, unleashing dozens of beams of bloodlight that surged toward Feng Lei. Despite the terrifying nature of these powers, Feng Lei's expression remained oddly placid. Tying divine wheel, arise. He dared not unleash his full strength against the likes of Emperor Jun and Tai, but he would show no mercy to this wretched mosquito. The approaching forces never stood a chance, exploding in the distance. Though the full might of the Tying divine wheel was not unleashed, it was far beyond what an ordinary being could withstand. Before the blood mosquito Taoist could react, he was sent flying thousands of feet away. His protective bloodlight shattered, revealing countless fine cracks upon his body. Useless trash, remember me. I shall be waiting for you. Feng Lei declared with a cold laugh, not lingering any longer as he vanished from the scene. His purpose for coming had been fulfilled, and it was time to attend to more pressing matters. The abundance of treasures here was ample, providing a perfect opportunity to test his devouring capabilities. Chapter 27. The dual facade shift. Watching the two depart, the blood mosquito Taoist's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Though his heart seethed with resentment, he understood the disparity in power between himself and Feng Lei. He currently lacked even the qualifications to confront Feng Lei. A reckless charge would only lead to his demise. Yet, the more he thought about it, the angrier he became, unable to swallow this bitter pill. Having been minding his own business and cultivation without offending anyone, he now found himself on the receiving end of a brutal beating. I shall remember this grudge. I will settle the score with you in due time. He vowed fiercely, turning back towards the cave. For now, he needed to enhance his strength and redeem his honor. Feng Lei, indifferent to the turmoil, moved with remarkable speed, leaving no spiritual treasures in his wake. Moments later, he slowed, yet his aura remained unabated. Although he had gathered sufficient treasures, he could not let the surrounding spiritual essence go to waste. Rather than allow it to benefit the blood mosquito Taoist, he would claim it for himself, as he too was in dire need of these resources. Yuan Qi and Feng Wu could only watch enviously. The abundance of spiritual essence and treasures in this place was truly remarkable. Feng Lei, perceptive to their thoughts, glanced at them and spoke leisurely. This time, I shall grant you both an opportunity. All spiritual treasures you see are yours. Go forth. Upon hearing this, both were momentarily taken aback, their faces lighting up with excitement. Feng Lei's expression remained calm as he waved his hand dismissively to go. But remember, do not stir up any trouble. They had exerted great effort for him, and today he would allow them to reap the rewards. The exhilaration on their faces was palpable as they nodded vigorously. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master, they exclaimed gratefully before transforming into shadows and vanishing in an instant. Once they had departed, Fong Lei no longer concealed his presence. His aura surged forth, gold light enveloping him as the surrounding spiritual essence converged. With the influx of power, an overwhelmingly terrifying aura erupted from within him. Time passed, and as Fong Lei observed the ongoing accumulation of power, a bold idea took root in his mind. I wonder if this devouring technique can absorb spiritual treasures. With this thought, a beam of golden light shot forth, revealing an inconspicuous spiritual treasure in his hand. Though this item was also born of innate convergence, its power was rather meager. Since he had this notion, he was determined to test it as the golden light flickered in his hand. The spiritual treasure gradually moved towards his palm. Upon its entry, his body trembled violently, a beam of golden light shooting skyward. After some time, the power finally dissipated, stiffening in place. He shook his head slightly, his dazed eyes regaining focus. What an immense power, he mused. Although the spiritual treasure appeared unremarkable, it was indeed formed from innate energies, harboring immeasurable essence. This attempt had proven successful, affirming that his hypothesis was not in vain. However, he chose not to continue. Having just absorbed that item, his devouring ability had reached its limit. With a shift of his gaze, he looked downward. Blood Mosquito Taoist, I shall come play with you once more. After uttering these words, his aura radiated outward, a meaningful smile gracing his face as he transformed into a fleeting shadow. This time, his speed was unparalleled. In no time at all, he arrived at the cave's entrance. Observing the surrounding blood energy, he smiled faintly as the tiny divine wheel materialized in his hand. The Blood Mosquito Taoist was still engaged in absorbing energy when a tremendous noise erupted from outside the cave. Boom! The deafening sound jolted him awake. With a start, he opened his eyes and instantly transformed into a fleeting shadow. That moment, the external world was shrouded in haze, leaving him oblivious to the identity of the intruder. Casting a quick glance around, he let out a furious roar. Who dares to interrupt my cultivation? His arrogance was palpable as Fong Lei emerged from the shadows, a mocking smile on his face. His aura surged, the tiny divine wheel enveloped in golden light. Have you forgotten me so soon? Fong Lei's disdainful voice rang out. The Blood Mosquito Taoist's mountain-like figure trembled. Fear etched across his face as he turned in terror. What are you doing here? He was acutely aware of Fong Lei's formidable strength and recognized that he was no match for him. I came here to see how you are recovering. Fong Lei stated candidly, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. The moment the Blood Mosquito Taoist caught sight of that grin, a sense of foreboding washed over him. He was cautious, carefully stepping back a pace. However, the disparity in strength between him and Fong Lei was insurmountable. There was no chance for escape. As soon as he made a move, the tiny divine wheel surged forth, leaving behind only an afterimage. Accompanied by a sharp, piercing sound of tearing, he found himself unable to evade. The tiny divine wheel struck him, inflicting grievous wounds. Steadying himself, he felt his aura shatter. Tiny fissures appeared across his body that moment. His countenance was utterly ghastly, his eyes reflecting profound trepidation. Observing his plight, Fong Lei felt no inclination to continue the assault. With a faint smile, he retracted his aura. The lesson imparted was sufficient. There was no need to persist further. I shall take the treasures within this sea of blood. And as for you, it would be wise to remain hidden henceforth. Fong Lei was indifferent. After all, it was not he who bore the grudge. So why concern himself with such matters? Yet, just as he had taken a few steps, the system suddenly chimed in, having formed a bond with the Blood Mosquito Taoist. Task reward: Qian Kuan Ding. The unexpected announcement left Fong Lei momentarily stunned, a knowing smile spreading across his face. Now, this is something to play with, a splendid opportunity, indeed, a moment to showcase my prowess. With a single step, he vanished from that place, reappearing miles away, where he transformed back into his true form. The tiny divine wheel was withdrawn, and he soared through the air, his speed unmatched. The Blood Mosquito Taoist, still reeling from the encounter, soon sensed a familiar aura. He nearly faltered. The once desolate sea of blood now seemed teeming with powerful beings. With a grim expression, he felt the pressure of the situation. his aura surging forth in a moment of intensity. He had steeled himself for death, watching as Fong Lei approached from a distance. Upon seeing Fong Lei's unfamiliar face, his apprehension deepened. Though he did not recognize Fong Lei, his instincts warned him of potential danger. Noting the Taoist's extreme caution, Fong Lei could not suppress a cold chuckle within. This fellow's trepidation is well-founded. Yet this time, I have assumed a different identity, and no longer the same as before. He now bore an air of gravity. As he stepped closer, he regarded the blood mosquito Taoist with a puzzled expression. "Friend, there is no need for alarm. I sense fluctuations of power here. Have you encountered some trouble?" His tone was earnest, his aura calm and unwavering. The blood mosquito Taoist was taken aback, his expression noticeably sobering. Although he remained cautious, he felt that Fong Lei bore him no ill will. "Indeed, I have encountered some difficulties," he responded cautiously, his aura retracting slightly. He realized that Fong Lei's strength had reached the mid-stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal, placing them on entirely different tiers. If Fong Lei intended to strike, he would not waste time with idle conversation. Fong Lei smirked inwardly, yet maintained a facade of composure as he glanced at the Taoist and produced a rather mediocre spirit fruit to owe him. This fruit was quite subpar. However, to the blood mosquito Taoist, it appeared as a treasure, for such items were scarce in the sea of blood. Upon seeing what Fong Lei held, the blood mosquito Taoist's eyes widened, a glimmer of greed flashing within. He could sense the potent aura emanating from it. If he could absorb it, his previous injuries would surely mend. "Friend, seeing you so gravely injured, I cannot in good conscience withhold aid that I shall bestow this item upon you for your recovery." With that, he tossed the spirit fruit towards the blood mosquito Taoist. The Taoist accepted it without hesitation, swallowing it whole as the spiritual energy enveloped him. The cracks upon his body gradually healed. When he opened his eyes once more, the blood mosquito Taoist felt no lingering fear, only gratitude towards Fong Lei. "Thank you, friend. No need for thanks. We are all part of the vast wilderness, and this is a mere trifling matter." Fong Lei dismissed the gratitude, for he possessed many such items. "Pray tell, why do you seek the treasures of my blood sea?" "I came here for training and fortuitously sensed my own strength. Since you have no further matters, I shall take my leave." With that, Fong Lei turned and departed, leaving no trace of his essence behind. The blood mosquito Taoist chose not to linger either. However, he did not return to the cave, fearing further danger, and instead resolved to venture deeper. Above in the void, Fong Lei wore a smirk, retracting the power he had just unleashed at that moment. The system's voice reached his ears. Side quest completed. Task reward: Qian Kuan Ding. As the system's announcement concluded, a golden light flickered in his hand, revealing a golden cauldron. Though merely a replica, its aura was undeniably potent, that a mid-stage innate spiritual treasure, infused with the essence of heaven and earth. It can absorb all things. With this artifact, his ability to absorb treasures from this realm would surely accelerate. A gentle smile graced his lips as he radiated his aura. The Qian Kuan Ding glimmered with golden light, and with a wave of his hand, it soared into the void. Indeed, this Qian Kuan Ding was a divine item. Upon entering the void, it effortlessly absorbed all the spiritual treasures within the sea of blood. Fong Lei strolled leisurely to the side, for there was no need for him to intervene further. At that moment, Yuan Qi and Feng Wu returned in quick succession. However, Feng Wu bore an unsettling expression, her face tinged with seriousness. "Greetings, master." They bowed respectfully to Fong Lei, who merely waved his hand dismissively and no need for formality. "I trust you have gathered quite a bounty this time." Judging by the look on Yuan Qi's face, it was evident that they had indeed reaped considerable rewards. He then turned his gaze towards Feng Wu, noting her demeanor hinted at unspoken concerns. "Go and check on my elder brother. Inquire about the progress of the three of them." With a single directive, he dispatched Yuan Qi, who dared not defy the command. Channeling his essence, he transformed into an afterimage and vanished. Once Yuan Qi had departed, Fong Lei focused his attention on Feng Wu. "Now, you may speak. Master, it is possible that the Phoenix clan may return to this place. Upon hearing this, Fong Lei's brow furrowed deeply, his expression turning grave. Is that truly so? Indeed, without a doubt, she would never jest about such matters. She could distinctly feel the Phoenix clan drawing near. Fong Lei believed her, recognizing her sincerity. After a moment of contemplation, he allowed his aura to radiate fully. Then let us await their arrival. They are coming to present us with treasures. Since they were intent on coming, it was clear he could not prevent them. However, it was an opportunity to exploit, especially since he had not yet taken action, given the time that had elapsed. The Dragon Clan must have received word by now. Considering the temperament of the Ancestor Dragon, this matter would surely not go unpunished. Fong Lei's maneuver left Feng Wu perplexed, her face reflecting uncertainty. Yet before she could voice her thoughts, Fong Lei smiled, lightly. Go. Having absorbed so much spiritual energy, it is time to refine it. Though still confused, Feng Wu felt compelled to comply with Fong Lei's directive. After bowing respectfully, she transformed her essence and vanished in an instant. Once she had departed, Fong Lei began to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy. Time had passed, and his devouring ability was once again at his disposal. Coupled with the Qian Kuan Ding, the treasures he amassed were considerable. The Qian Kuan Ding did not discriminate. It could absorb what belonged to others as well. Within the Sea of Blood, Lao Zi had just arrived at a location, raising his hand to seize a spiritual treasure. Yet just as he was about to touch it, a terrifying aura swept in, and the treasure vanished instantly. It was astonishingly swift, disappearing from his view in a blink. Stunned, he wondered if the treasure had somehow gained sentience. However, upon reflection, that seemed improbable. They had only just emerged. How could they possess such intelligence? The aura of the great Luo, golden immortal, radiated forth, his eyes shimmering with golden light as his gaze suddenly pierced the vast distance. Upon spotting Fong Lei's figure, he finally grasped the situation. Everything had indeed been orchestrated by Fong Lei. With a resigned shake of his head and a faint smile, he redirected his attention elsewhere. Since it was Fong Lei who had claimed it, as the elder brother, he ought to yield. Similarly, Yuan Shi and Tong Tian encountered this peculiar circumstance, yet once they uncovered the identity of the mastermind behind it, they did not press the matter further. After all, they had gained quite a bit here, and this place was brought to them by Fong L. It was merely a treasure, inconsequential in the grand scheme of things. There were plenty more to be found, and they could not afford Atari. Fong Lei maintained a calm demeanor, a gentle smile gracing his face, while the four of them reveled in the moment. It was the blood mosquito Taoist who suffered in silence, forced to watch as the treasures within the blood sea were spirited away. Powerless to intervene, he wished to halt their actions, yet lacked the strength to do so. Having been grievously wounded twice prior, he did not dare to show himself again. Infuriatingly, the spiritual treasures of my blood sea have fallen into the hands of these two rascals. His face darkened, his eyes burning with an unquenchable bloodlust that in the blink of an eye. Decades passed, and Fong Lei had not engaged in any cultivation. He rose to the void above, but wise calculations, the Phoenix clan should be arriving soon. For considerable time had elapsed. A piercing cry of the Phoenix echoed, and a wave of scorching air enveloped the heavens. The spectacle was indeed grand, but one could not discern the strength of those involved. Fong Lei remained unconcerned. Should they fail to encounter him, they would surely meet the Dragon Clan. Chapter 29. Reaping the benefits of others' labor, sensing the power of the Phoenix clan, Feng Wu transformed into a streak of light, her gaze drifting into the distance, tinted with a hint of melancholy. Undoubtedly, it was her Phoenix clan, yet she could not reveal herself. She was one with Fong Lei. Her eyes remained fixed on the horizon, unwilling to look away. Fong Lei, however, spoke with a tranquil tone. Why not extend a greeting? At this, she froze in place, shaking her head vigorously. I dare not. Yet before she could finish her thought, Fong Lei raised a hand to silence her. I understand your concerns, but I assure you, I will not intervene. Let me tell you, they may find themselves entangled in other troubles. Upon hearing this, she cast a puzzled glance at Fong Lei, though filled with questions. He chose not to elaborate further. With a subtle smile, his gaze remained fixed on the distance. He had already stated that he need not lift a finger from here on out. Feng Wu was taken aback. But in that instant, her body trembled, and a glint of murderous intent flickered in her eyes. The Dragon Clan was present. The enmity between the Phoenix Clan and the Dragon Clan was well known, and she could easily sense the aura of the dragons at that moment. Realization dawned upon her. No wonder Feng Lei had said there was no need for action. He had already orchestrated everything. Her expression darkened slightly, a hint of discomfort in her gaze. The formidable forces of the Dragon Clan this time consisted of 4 or 5 sub-dragons, each at the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. A thunderous roar erupted, shaking the very heavens. 4 or 5 dragon shadows descended from the void, their roars echoing throughout the skies. Upon hearing this, the Phoenix warriors turned with cold expressions, their bodies igniting with flames as they sensed the overwhelming dragon aura. The Dragon Clan had come here as well. Could it be for the spiritual treasures? They would show no mercy against the Dragon Clan, though they had initially come to confront Feng Lei's people. This did not alter their resolve. After dealing with the dragons, they could turn their attention back to their original goal. As members of the Demon Clan, their perceptiveness was keen. They could sense the presence of spiritual treasures emanating from the few dragons. As they approached, a wave of searing heat enveloped the air, and hundreds of fiery feathers descended from the void. Boom! With a resounding crash, 5 black dragons writhed, pushed back 100 feet, although they were not gravely injured. This strike ignited their fury. A furious roar erupted once more, their gazes locked ahead as the dragons finally unleashed their killing intent. You dare to attack my Dragon Clan, you foolish creatures. With that, they surged upward, a torrent of demonic power pouring forth from their bodies. The distant void reverberated with thunderous sounds, the skies dimming in the wake of the clash. Observing the fierce battle between the two clans, Feng Lei wore a cold smile. This was more like it. A vigorous fight would suffice, as long as they did not seek him out for trouble. Yet he showed no intention of departing. He would wait. Wait until the two clans were sufficiently weakened. They all possessed spiritual treasures, and while their quality may not be exceptional, they would do in a pinch. Beside him, Feng Wu's expression was grim, her eyes heavy with concern. Her hatred for the Dragon Clan was deeply rooted, and witnessing their battle against the Phoenix Clan stirred something within her. However, as she now depended on Feng Lei, she could not act without his direction. She had acknowledged Feng Lei as her master, and he surely understood her thoughts. Casting her a calm glance, Feng Lei said leisurely, "Do you believe your assistance in slaying these dragons would be of any use?" This statement struck a chord deep within her. She lowered her head in silence. The flames that had ignited within her now extinguished. From the moment she had vowed allegiance, she no longer belonged to the Phoenix Clan. The most damning of all was the name of traitor she bore. Even if she aided the Phoenix Clan in securing victory, they would not spare her. The commotion in the distant heavens grew increasingly intense, soon drawing the attention of the 3 pure ones. 3 golden figures flashed by, halting beside Feng Lei. Their gazes locked onto the distant skies, and their auras erupted with vigor. Tong Tian bore a knowing smile. The sword of extermination had appeared in his hand. The cold gleam of the sword sparked, and a resounding clang echoed. "Fourth brother, this is a splendid opportunity." Their powers had reached the mid-stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal, and they could easily assess the presence of spiritual treasures. Aside from Tong Tian, Yuan Shi and Tai Shang shared the same insight. Though the treasures might not be remarkable, having them was better than none at all. As the 3 of them prepared to act, Feng Lei smiled lightly and quickly interjected, "No need to rush. Let them battle it out first. The spiritual treasures will eventually be ours. There's no need to hurry. Why waste energy on this? It would be far better to reap the benefits of others' efforts." After his counsel, Tong Tian wore a look of intrigue, understanding dawning upon him. That's what you mean. "Fourth brother, then we shall wait." The members of the Phoenix Clan did not possess pure bloodlines, thus the battle dragged on for quite some time, observing the two factions locked in a stalemate. Feng Lei could not help but sigh. The aura of the great Luo Golden Immortal emanated from him, and the Tiny Divine Wheel appeared in his grasp. With a pointed finger, the Tiny Divine Wheel surged forth. Whoosh! Accompanied by a piercing, tearing sound. Those caught in the standoff were instantly overwhelmed by immense force. Fong Lei could no longer afford to wait. How could these individuals squander the opportunity given to them? After such a prolonged struggle with no victor, he might as well lend a hand. He need not exert excessive effort. A single strike would leave them all gravely injured. Brothers, it is time to make our move. After the previous skirmish, the black dragons and phoenixes had expended considerable energy. Now, to withstand their might was nothing short of a fantasy. Even with treasures in hand, they could no longer hold the upper hand. As his words fell, Tong Tian transformed into a shadow and surged forward. His speed was so great that it eluded the naked eye. Tong Tian targeted the Phoenix warriors, and in a flash, hundreds of sword shadows descended upon them. Faced with his onslaught, these foes lacked the strength to defend themselves. The golden aura that had once enveloped their bodies shattered in an instant, seeing them attempt to resist. Tong Tian could not help but mock them coldly. "Don't waste your energy. You think you stand a chance against me." Having spoken, Tong Tian raised his sword, and in a flicker of light, he swiftly dispatched the adversaries before him. With a cold glance, he instantly altered the aura surrounding him. The essence of the great Luo golden immortal emanated from him, enveloping the lifeless bodies at his feet. Not only had he acquired treasures, but he had also extracted their innate bone marrow. Though the quantity was limited, such material was indeed of primordial origin. Witnessing his success, Yuan Shi was naturally unwilling to be outdone. Chapter 30. Arrangements in place. The aura of the great Luo sword immortal radiated forth as Yuan Shi leaped several hundred zhang away. Fong Lei, unperturbed, wore a faint smile as he traversed the void. Yuan Shi's speed was remarkable, swiftly eliminating the remaining members of the dragon clan and collecting their spiritual treasures. However, just as he was about to extract the dragon clan's innate bone marrow, Fong Lei preempted him. "Second brother, the spiritual treasures are already yours. Allow me to take this one." Having uttered these words, Yuan Shi found it difficult to refuse. Nodding with a neutral expression, he subsequently retracted his aura. Fong Lei did not linger on the matter. He stepped forward, and the essence of the great Luo golden immortal instantly surged forth. Under the influence of his power, the innate bone marrow of the dragon clan was entirely extracted. He initially contemplated extracting the dragon tendons as well, but ultimately deemed it excessive cruelty, especially given the mediocre quality of these individuals. This was the primary reason. Otherwise, he would not have hesitated. Casting a calm glance, he too retracted his aura at that moment. After a while, Laozi had yet to make a move, leaving him puzzled about Laozi's intentions. However, before he could voice his thoughts, Laozi cautiously approached him. "Fourth brother, I believe we should take our leave." After careful consideration, Laozi spoke, his expression grave. The repeated troubles caused by these three clans were not favorable for them. While they could manage currently, the future was uncertain. It was inevitable that more powerful adversaries would be dispatched. "Brother, do not worry. I have my plans. Should they dare to approach, let them come without return." Fong Lei had long anticipated this scenario and hoped those individuals would arrive sooner. The current Hongwang was dominated by these three clans, who possessed numerous treasures. If they came, the four of them would have ample opportunity to obtain substantial loot. Listening to his words, Laozi's expression turned to one of confusion. Fong Lei, unhurried, smiled gently as he explained, "The current Hongwang is under the control of these three clans, and they possess a significant amount of treasures." Under his persuasive discourse, Laozi's expression gradually shifted, and a smile began to grace his features. "Then let it be as fourth brother suggests." At this moment, Tong Tian also approached with quickened steps, a hint of excitement on his face. These fellows possess quite a few treasures, judging by their auras. They must be inconspicuous yet formidable members of their clan. Though their power may be lacking, they are laden with treasures. "Fourth brother, we should probably leave as well. We cannot linger here indefinitely. There's no rush. There are still treasures to be discovered within the Blood Sea." This remark elicited a look of skepticism from Tong Tian. There are still treasures within. Tong Tian found it hard to believe, given that they had lingered here for quite some time. They had already acquired what was necessary, and what remained was composed of inconspicuous treasures of little value to them. The three brothers were perplexed, yet Fong Lei naturally strode towards the Blood Sea. "Three brothers, follow me to see for yourselves. Would I jest about such matters?" The three pure ones did not hesitate, their auras emanating as they followed suit. While they did not sense it, they trusted Feng Lei. If he claimed there were treasures, then surely there were. As the primordial chaos was just beginning, they had to seize every opportunity to acquire spiritual treasures. Otherwise, it would be difficult to obtain them later, especially with more factions emerging. Beyond the current three clans, there would be the Demon Clan, the Kunpeng of Baiming, and the Blood Mosquito Taoist within the Blood Sea, all of whom would eventually evolve into formidable powers, leading to fierce conflicts. Moments later, the four of them arrived once more at the bottom of the Blood Sea. This time, Feng Lei refrained from visiting the Blood Mosquito Taoist. That individual had already suffered enough. The essence of the great Luo, golden, immortal, enveloped Feng Lei as his gaze fixated on a distant point. The Blood Sea stretched endlessly. While the spiritual treasures were limited, it harbored the potential for another powerful entity. Retracting his gaze, a knowing smile played upon his lips. With a shift in his aura, his footsteps quickened. Upon witnessing his transformation into a fleeting shadow, the three pure ones followed closely behind. Beneath the Blood Sea lay a blood-colored abyss. Where they paused, gazing downward, the three pure ones were taken aback. They had spent considerable time here, yet this place still emanated such potent energy. With a slightly grave expression, Tong Tian furrowed his brow, his eyes reflecting a hint of seriousness. Fourth brother, you cannot be referring to what lies below, can you? Upon hearing his question, Feng Lei merely nodded. Will my three brothers care to descend and take a look? Ordinary individuals cannot reach this place, let alone descend. However, it poses no threat to us, for we are transformed from the essence of Pangu, and this power cannot harm us. The reason is simple. The aura here is derived from Pangu's blood. Given the formidable energy below, the three pure ones were eager to investigate. As soon as his words fell, they nodded eagerly. Then we shall trouble fourth brother to lead the way. Feng Lei's face broke into a smile. The essence of the great Luo, golden immortal, surrounding him as he leaped downward. Their speed was extraordinary. In the blink of an eye, they vanished from sight. However, Feng Wu and Yuan Shi could not keep up. Relegated to waiting outside, it was not that they were unwilling, but rather that the blood energy instilled a sense of danger. Their predicament was unfortunate. Their power was insufficient, leaving them without the opportunity to descend. Feng Lei, however, paid them little mind, as he had more pressing matters to attend to. If memory served, the Ancestor of the River of Souls possessed two treasures, in addition to the Yuan Tu sword and the Abijna sword. This individual also commanded millions of blood god clone avatars. These were all exceptional items, particularly the two swords, which were innate spiritual treasures. Upon reaching the very depths, Yuan Shi and the others sensed an overwhelming aura. Following its trail, Yuan Shi's expression darkened, a glint of cold light appearing in his eyes. Who is that? Such formidable power! He could already feel the immense strength of the Ancestor of the River of Souls. Realizing that this being was formidable indeed, retracting his gaze, he turned to Feng Lei and inquired, Fourth brother, you do not intend to seek him out, do you? Seeing the confusion on his face, Feng Lei nodded with a calm smile. Indeed. Then we shall accompany you. This individual does not seem like a benign character. If Feng Lei could resolve this matter personally, they would not intervene unnecessarily. However, given the current circumstances, it was evident that Feng Lei could not handle it alone. They felt compelled to follow, if only to guard against unforeseen circumstances. That I appreciate the good intentions of my three brothers, yet there are ample treasures here for you to claim first. Having said this, he transformed the thunder-striking divine wood into his hand. With lightning crackling around him, the essence of the great Luo golden immortal fully manifested. Rest assured, my three brothers, if I encounter danger, I will notify you at the earliest moment. Chapter 31. Seizing the treasures of the Ancestor of the River of Souls resolute in his decision, the three pure ones had no further objections and ultimately nodded in agreement. Should danger arise, they would ensure to retreat at the first opportunity, avoiding any unnecessary confrontation. Their gazes were steadfast, and after articulating this, they redirected their auras and departed. The depths below held an extraordinary realm, rich with treasures. Their thoughts were simple, since they had come this far. How could they return empty-handed? Fong Lei's expression remained neutral as he shifted his appearance. A mischievous smile graced his lips as he unleashed his aura. Having discerned the identities of the two from the west, he left no room for mercy. From the Imperial star until now, how many had he offended? His aura unabashed, he traversed the void as he approached the territory of the Ancestor of the River of Souls. The tiny divine wheel materialized in his grasp. Ancestor of the River of Souls, why do you not come forth to meet this Taoist? His voice was frigid, and as soon as he finished speaking, the tiny divine wheel was unleashed from his hand. Accompanied by a resounding tear, the distant boulders were shattered to pieces. The surrounding blood-red spiritual energy was likewise dispersed by the force of the tiny divine wheel. Boom! Accompanied by a resounding explosion, the surrounding space trembled momentarily. That very moment, a wisp of blood shadow surged forth from the distance. Who dares to disturb my ancestors' cultivation? You must be tired of living. A chilling voice echoed as the crimson light gathered around. Dozens of blood-red rivers converged, hurtling towards Fong L. It must be said that his response was remarkably decisive, and his speed was astonishingly swift. Observing this force, Fong Lei could only let out a resigned sigh. This fellow's temper had evidently been like this from the very beginning. He had yet to utter a word before launching an attack. As he narrowly dodged the impending force, Fong Lei summoned forth a brilliant golden light, and the tiny divine wheel descended from the void in an instant, with a sound akin to tearing. The blood-red river before him was instantly shattered. Witnessing this, the old ancestor of the underworld river was taken aback, retreating several dozen steps. Steadying himself, fury ignited in his eyes. He had not anticipated that Fong Lei would gain the upper hand. Upon seeing the expression on his face, Fong Lei remained unfazed, his gaze fixated on the two sword shadows floating behind him. If you do not showcase some strength, you might just find yourself dead soon. These two swords must be your treasures. Let me take a look. Fong Lei was utterly unreserved, raising his hand as he spoke. This action infuriated the old ancestor of the underworld river, his face darkening and murderous intent gleaming in his eyes. How dare you speak such nonsense? These are not merely my half-life treasures. I shall show you their true power. A frigid voice rang out as the old ancestor of the underworld river formed hand seals, and two sharp swords shot forth in an instant. In response, Fong Lei ceased to conceal his own power. As the sword light approached, he raised his hand to deliver a strike. Lightning flickered from his fingertips, and the thunderstrike divine would struck forth at that very moment. The strength of this object was indeed formidable, yet now, in comparison to himself, it paled significantly. Following that, the Yuan Tu and Abi swords, both innate treasures, stood guard over their territory. However, these two swords had yet to mature, making them quite easy for him to handle. Boom! With a tremendous roar, the Yuan Tu and Abi sword were directly suppressed by the lightning. What of innate spiritual treasures? Here, they were merely subject to suppression. The old ancestor of the underworld river exerted all his might to summon them back, yet to no avail. In an instant, his face displayed a look of embarrassment, and a grave expression clouded his features. How could this be? Before he could finish speaking, another tearing sound erupted as the tiny divine wheel hurtled forth from a distance. The tiny divine wheel spun rapidly, striking him back a great distance. After regaining his footing, the old ancestor of the underworld river was utterly bewildered. As his cold gaze fell forward, Fong Lei disdainfully remarked, "Is this the extent of your power? What other tricks do you have up your sleeve?" While speaking, Fong Lei gestured provocatively towards him. At this moment, the old ancestor of the underworld river was seething with rage, a peaked Tai golden immortal aura surging forth. "Allow me to demonstrate my prowess. Blood god clone, arise." He continuously formed hand seals, enveloping his body in a layer of bloodlight, and 100 blood shadows flickered away. Observing this display of power, Fong Lei smiled faintly, having anticipated this very move. As the force approached, a golden beam descended from the void, instantly absorbed by the blood energy. Under his suppression, all the old ancestor of the underworld river's techniques were rendered ineffective. Witnessing his predicament, Fong Lei chuckled softly and stepped forward. Remember me. Since you do not wish for these treasures, I shall take them away." With that, he retrieved the Yuan Tu and Abi swords, without granting the old ancestor of the underworld river a chance to respond. He leaped and vanished. "Return my treasures!" The old ancestor of the underworld river bellowed, hastily unleashing his aura. Yet, with his speed, how could he possibly compare to Fong Lei? Just as he reached the void, Fong Lei was already tens of thousands of feet away, his presence disappearing in the blink of an eye. He stood frozen in place, his expression darkening to an extreme. "Damn it, my treasures!" He was filled with rage and humiliation, never having expected that his accompanying spiritual treasures would be stolen. Fong Lei wore a mischievous grin, and upon sensing the absence of his aura, he slowed his pace. Looking at the two innate spiritual treasures in his hands, he smiled, raising his hand to infuse them with his energy. However, as the power flowed in, he soon realized something was amiss. Although his power surpassed that of the old ancestor of the underworld river, his aura could not merge with the swords. After a moment, though his actions ceased, the energy remained unwithdrawn. Truly, these were the accompanying treasures of that fellow. They could not be controlled by him. He was quite surprised, having expected success only to find it thus. But what should he do if he could not utilize them for himself? What worth did these items hold? Just as his gaze fell downward, the two swords emitted a series of ringing sounds. "Quiet down, or I shall destroy you." This was the first time he encountered such a situation. After all the effort to acquire two treasures, he found himself unable to use them. "System, do you have no solutions?" He intended to seek answers from the system, but when there were no tasks, it felt as though the system did not exist at all. With a resigned sigh, he pondered whether to return the swords. If they were unusable, then in his hands, they would be nothing but scrap metal. Rather than waste time on this, he could obtain something else. Side quest: forge a bond with the old ancestor of the underworld river. Task reward: innate spiritual treasure, divine thunder sword. The system's voice reached his ears, and Fong Lei turned in astonishment. After ensuring he had not misheard, he sighed in resignation. Could you not assign a different task? Unable to contain his complaint, he received no response from the system. Complaints aside, he did not linger. Transforming back into his original form, he stowed away the Abi and Yuan Tu swords. "I shall return these to you." Chapter 32. Acquiring accompanying spiritual treasures, his speed slowed considerably, and he only circulated a minimal amount of his aura. Before long, he sensed the presence of the old ancestor of the underworld river. That fellow was still searching. Fong Lei could not help but marvel. He had thought the man would have given up, yet he continued, and a wicked smile graced his face as he unleashed his aura. Not for any other reason, but to ensure that this fellow would discover him. Only then could he proceed with his next plan. Just as he had anticipated, upon sensing his aura, the old ancestor of the underworld river hastened towards him. At his current strength, the old ancestor could not discern who he was. However, the man was unconcerned with such details. He simply wished to reclaim his treasures. Within mere moments, he reached Fong Lei's side. Now that Fong Lei had assumed a different appearance, he was unrecognizable to the old ancestor. Yet Fong Lei recognized him. After a glance, a cold smirk rose within him. The old ancestor scrutinized Fong Lei from head to toe, his gaze locking onto the swords in Fong Lei's hands. "How could this be in your possession?" The old ancestor's disbelief was palpable, while Fong Lei feigned confusion that I recently engaged in a battle with someone who fled in haste. "Leaving behind this item, pray tell, does the esteemed friend recognize it?" While speaking, Fong Lei deliberately nudged the Yuan Tu and Abi swords forward. The old ancestor's eyes widened, unwilling to depart from the sight of the swords. "These are my accompanying treasures, which were just locked away by that fellow. I implore you to return them to me." He spoke with great difficulty, having realized that Fong Lei's strength was formidable. He and Fong Lei were not of the same tier. He might well be targeted by Fong Lei again. Observing his distress, Fong Lei did not engage in further idle chatter. He nodded thoughtfully and extended the two swords. "Since they belong to you, I shall return them." Fong Lei offered the items, while the old ancestor stood frozen, unable to regain his composure. "Esteemed friend, are you truly willing to return this item to me?" Seeing his astonishment, Fong Lei remained calm. "Since it belongs to you, How could I claim it for myself? It must be returned. Upon hearing this, the old ancestor finally relaxed. Sensing no deceit, he swiftly reclaimed the two swords. He was immensely grateful to Fong Lei. After stowing the swords away, he repeatedly bowed in gratitude. Thank you. Thank you. There is no need for such formality, my friend. It was a mere act of kindness. Fong Lei replied nonchalantly, not overly concerned, as he had already achieved his goal. The old ancestor of the underworld river reined in his expression somewhat, yet he remained respectful. I am the old ancestor of the underworld river. May I inquire how to address you? In response to his inquiry, Fong Lei smiled faintly and then raised his hand in greeting. I am Qing Fong Lei. May I ask what brings you to this place? The treasure hunt has concluded. I recently sensed some unusual disturbances, prompting my visit. Naturally, I cannot divulge my true intentions, and I must feign unfamiliarity with this place. It turns out that this blood sea indeed harbors a multitude of treasures. My friend, you might as well try your luck. Generally, outsiders are not welcomed here at all. However, Fong Lei is an exception, as he has returned his companion spirit treasure. For him, only the two swords, Yuan Tu and Abi, hold significant importance. Other items are merely trivial, of no consequence to him. His indifference is somewhat surprising, as this fellow previously valued his life above all else, and no need for that. I will simply utilize the aura of this place to cultivate for a while. I apologize for any disturbance I may cause. I hope you will not take offense, my friend. Do not be so courteous. You may make use of anything here. Fong Lei nodded with a hint of a smile, choosing not to prolong the conversation. Given the circumstances, he felt no obligation to hold back. After their brief exchange, the old ancestor of the underworld swiftly departed. He needed to ensure his injuries healed. He could not afford to linger any longer, for danger lurked if he did. Once he had left, a mischievous grin spread across Fong Lei's face. Well, he certainly does not hold back when it comes to those who have aided him. Side quest completed. Reward: Divine Thunder Sword. The system's voice echoed as a sword materialized in his hand. This sword measured 7 feet in length, its entire body a deep blue hue, entwined with ethereal blue lightning. As he grasped it, the system provided an explanation. What surprised Fong Lei most was not the sword's power, but rather that it was one of his companion treasures, destined to grow alongside his own strength. This unexpected boon delighted him. He possessed many treasures, yet those were merely innate spiritual artifacts, far inferior to this companion treasure. After some time, he managed to temper his excitement. Although he had acquired the Divine Thunder Sword, there were still more pressing matters at hand. He had yet to refine this item. Only through complete integration could he unlock its true potential. The aura of the great Luo Golden Immortal radiated from him, a beam of golden light cascading from the void. The golden light enveloped him, and at that moment, the Divine Thunder Sword levitated above his head. The sword pulsed with power, harboring an exceedingly terrifying force of lightning. Time slipped away unnoticed, and eventually, Fong Lei slowly opened his eyes. That a flash of lightning sparkled within his gaze as the Divine Thunder Sword fell into his hand, feeling the power coursing through it. A smile of exhilaration graced his face. After absorbing its essence for so long, he had successfully fused the Divine Thunder Sword with his own being, channeling the aura of the great Luo Golden Immortal. He raised the sword for a strike. Lightning and sword light surged forth simultaneously. With a resounding explosion, the gathered blood energy in the distance erupted. The lightning crackled, lingering in the air, leaving Fong Lei astonished. This was far more powerful than he had anticipated, nearly rivaling the power of the Tiny Divine Wheel. The Tiny Divine Wheel's strength was formidable, but that last strike was predominantly fueled by his own essence. What a precious treasure! Just as he was about to stow away the Divine Thunder Sword, the 3 purities arrived from a distance. Upon seeing the scattered arcs of lightning, they paused, their eyes filled with curiosity. "Fourth brother, is that your unleashed power?" In response to Tong Tian's inquiry, Fong Lei did not deny it, and simply nodded. "Impressive, fourth brother. You have significantly enhanced your strength. Allow me to see the treasure you wield." They were all quite excited, convinced that Fong Lei must have employed a powerful artifact. Otherwise, such a commotion would have been impossible. In their company, Fong Lei held nothing back. shaking his head with a smile. The divine thunder sword appeared in his grasp. The lightning flickered incessantly, occasionally accompanied by the resounding roar of thunder. Upon witnessing this artifact, the three purities could not help but widen their eyes in astonishment. Especially Tong Tian, who gazed upon it with a look of envy. This is indeed a mid-stage, innate spiritual treasure. He was envious, yet managed to maintain his composure. Fourth brother, you're truly fortunate. Please excuse your elder brother's astonishment. Chapter 33. The Nightshade clan leader's schemes foiled. Fong Lei smiled lightly, and after exchanging pleasantries, he put away the treasure. It was time to take his leave. He had indeed spent a considerable amount of time within the Blood Sea and should venture elsewhere. The vast wilderness still held many unexplored territories. The three purities did not hesitate this time. Their energies converged as they leapt in a void. They had long wished to depart, for the treasures here were mostly claimed, rendering further presence pointless. Moments later, they found themselves above the Blood Sea. Seeing the four of them, Feng Wu and Yuan Qi approached with discernment. We pay our respects to the master. They bowed respectfully to Fong Lei, who merely waved his hand dismissively, his expression remaining neutral. You two have remained here. Have any clans sought trouble with you? Knowing the nature of those fellows, he anticipated they would not relent easily. Upon hearing this, the two dared not hesitate and quickly replied, Master, they have not come here to cause us any trouble. Upon hearing this, Fong Lei raised an eyebrow, pondering if those individuals had chosen to retreat. However, considering the temperament of the Dragon Clan, it seemed improbable. Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought. If they were not coming, it was fortuitous for him to address other matters. It was pointless to waste time here with them. They could resolve any future encounters later. In the blink of an eye, the two had arrived at the celestial expanse. However, the three purities did not gather around. Instead, they focused their attention on Fong Lei. Fourth brother, where shall we venture next? They were not familiar with the wilderness. Just as before, they had no knowledge of where treasures might lie, thus relying on Fong Lei's guidance. Wherever he suggested, they would follow without concern for their own interests. In unison, the three inquired, and Fong Lei replied calmly, Mount Buzhou. Though he had described many locations, he had not forgotten that Mount Buzhou was the very heart of the wilderness. Upon hearing this, the three purities exchanged puzzled glances, their expressions reflecting their confusion. What place is that? They were unfamiliar with it, having never heard of such a location. The core of the wilderness, where countless spiritual treasures reside. You shall know once we arrive. He spoke these words with a calm demeanor, retracting his aura as he leapt on Feng Wu's back. A piercing cry of the phoenix echoed as Feng Wu flapped its wings and soared upward. I too shall ride with Yuan Qi, leaving Tong Tian and Yuan Shi behind. The two exchanged glances, releasing their energies as they transformed into fleeting shadows. They envied the opportunity to have mounts, yet had never found the chance. The two silently resolved that next time they encountered the Demon Clan, they would capture one that within the Dragon Clan. The Ancestor Dragon was already enraged, instilling fear with his terrifying presence that a bunch of useless fools. Unable to handle even a few individuals, his voice was icy, and his eyes brimmed with murderous intent, causing the members of the Dragon Clan to lower their heads in trepidation, just as the assembly was at a loss for words. The leader of the Nightshade clan stepped forward. Leader, we previously engaged them in battle. It may not have been their doing. As soon as he finished speaking, the Ancestor Dragon's cold gaze fell upon him, his eyes radiating a murderous glint that enveloped the leader in an icy light. Then tell me, who is responsible? Under the overwhelming dragon might, the leader of the Nightshade clan trembled and fell to his knees. Returning to the leader, it must be the Qilin clan acting in collusion with others, for they were involved in the previous conflict. This statement was not a fabrication. He spoke the truth for a simple reason. The Qilin clan waged war against the Dragon Clan, and the Nightshade clan lacked the strength to intervene, thus ensuring their own survival. If the Ancestor Dragon had continuously sent them to trouble Fong Lei, their fate would be dire. Then let us eliminate them all. The Ancestor Dragon's authority was unassailable, and his words left the leader speechless. This time, I command your entire Nightshade clan to proceed. I wish to see just how strong they are. Upon hearing this, The leader of a Nightshade clan froze in place. Just as he was about to speak, the Ancestor dragon's icy glare fell upon him once more. "Oh, you have any objections?" The Ancestor dragon's tone was frigid, seemingly a question, yet his aura had already intensified. Faced with such overwhelming dragon might, the leader of the Nightshade clan dared not utter a single word and hurriedly shook his head. "I shall go at once. Rest assured, leader." He was undoubtedly reluctant, yet he found himself with no alternative. Should he refuse, the wrath of the ancestral dragon would inevitably ensnare his entire Yiksha clan. When would the Yiksha clan ever produce a dragon of their own? Shaking his head with a sigh, he spoke these words with resignation. Without further hesitation, he turned and departed from the scene. Although the ancestral dragon had issued a command, he had not mobilized all the formidable warriors of the Yiksha clan. He still needed to retain some backup. He had no desire for his entire clan to be annihilated. Time flew swiftly, and Fong Lei and his companions were nearing Buzhou Mountain, despite the distance still measuring 1,000,000 zhang. A smile had already appeared on Fong Lei's face. It truly was worth the journey. The power present on Buzhou Mountain was indeed terrifying, and no wonder it was the heart of the primordial world. The strength was awe-inspiring. Quickening his pace, he called out to Feng Wu, who was seated below. Feng Wu ceased to conceal her presence, her aura surging once more as a member of the Phoenix clan. Feng Wu's speed surpassed that of Yuan Shi by a significant margin. Moments later, they had all arrived atop Buzhou Mountain. However, before the four of them could land, a sudden thunderous roar echoed from a distance. A beam of golden light descended from the heavens, the booming sound relentless, causing the entire Buzhou Mountain to tremble. Sensing this power, Fong Lei was momentarily taken aback, his gaze instantly drawn towards the source. The three Pure Ones were equally captivated by this force, their brows furrowing, a grave expression emerging in their eyes. Having just arrived, they felt an overwhelming strength. The three were somewhat perplexed, unsure of what was transpiring. Fong Lei's expression remained calm, and his aura was not retracted. He felt a flicker of delight. He had arrived just in time to witness the emergence of Niwa. He had been aware that this moment was approaching, but he had anticipated it would take at least half a year. He was astonished by how swiftly it had come. "Eldest brothers, I shall investigate further. You should seek the spiritual treasures." With this declaration, before the three Pure Ones could respond, he transformed into a fleeting shadow and vanished. Seeing his urgency, the three Pure Ones were momentarily taken aback, their eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. "Shall we follow and see?" Since Fong Lei had already ventured forth, they were naturally unwilling to remain behind. It would not be excessive to take a look. Perhaps there would be unexpected rewards. The other two nodded in agreement, and they immediately unleashed their cultivation. However, as they ascended into the air, they found themselves unable to sense Fong Lei's aura that moment. The three stood frozen in place, their expressions growing solemn. When did our fourth brother's speed become so astonishing? It was not his doing. Some force had concealed his presence. Laozi remarked with a muted expression, choosing not to elaborate further. Chapter 34. Witnessing the emergence of Niwa, the spiritual energy on Buzhou Mountain was abundant. Yet they could not locate Fong Lei. Noticing his grave expression, Tong Tian and Yuan Shi were a loss for how to proceed. "Fourth brother." Tong Tian's words trailed off, but Laozi interjected with a hint of concern. "Let him go. We shall seek treasures elsewhere." At this point, it was no longer feasible to follow. Remaining in a stalemate here was devoid of purpose. Buzhou Mountain was replete with treasures, rather than waiting idly. It would be wiser to pursue some. After all, they had come in search of treasures, not to concern themselves with other matters. Laozi firmly rejected Tong Tian's suggestion, who swallowed back the words he had intended to say. "In that case, let us attend to other matters." With a solemn nod, he began to exude his aura. The three then sped off in different directions at an extraordinary pace. Watching them vanish, Yuan Shi and Feng Wu furrowed their brows, uncertain of their next course of action. They had pledged their allegiance to Fong Lei's command, yet now that he had departed, what were they to do? Such an excellent opportunity. Could they truly remain here waiting? As Feng Wu found herself in a dilemma, Yuan Shi spoke with a calm demeanor. "We should take advantage of this opportunity." Their parents glanced at him in surprise. Without hesitation, he continued, The master has gone elsewhere. The spiritual treasures and energy here are abundant. We too should seize the chance. Though they acknowledged Feng Lei as their master, it did not preclude them from obtaining treasures. The wealth of resources here was plentiful. Should they miss out, they would be left with nothing. This might not be wise. After all, the master has yet to give his command. Feng Wu expressed her concern as soon as she finished speaking. Yuan Qi grew impatient. If you are unwilling to go, then I shall. Just don't envy me later. Yuan Qi had no time for idle chatter. Summoning his demonic energy, he transformed into a fleeting shadow and departed. Noting his departure, Feng Wu's brow furrowed even deeper, her own aura beginning to radiate. The master has not instructed me on how to acquire it, yet he has not forbidden it either, she declared, her pace quickening. Feng Lei was quite aware of their every move, but chose not to dwell on it. With so many treasures present, allowing them to obtain a few was hardly unreasonable. His speed was equally rapid, and in no time he had reached the summit of Buzhou Mountain. Surveying the shimmering golden light surrounding him, he frowned slightly as his body became enveloped in the golden rays. From afar, the gathering golden light revealed a figure, partially obscured. Upon catching sight of it, a faint smile graced his face. It was indeed Nuwa. His gaze did not linger on the power before him. Instead, he scanned his surroundings. The emergence of Nuwa indicated that her accompanying treasures should also be forthcoming. That Nuwa's innate treasure was the colorful stone. Imbued with formidable power, he had been curious about this artifact and longed to behold it. Just as he was surveying the area, a sudden thunderous sound erupted from afar, that a surge of potent spiritual energy surged forth, causing him to involuntarily take a few steps back. Steadying himself, he gazed forward once more, only to discover that the ground in the distance had cracked and the power of the 5 elements was coalescing. What an intimidating aura, truly deserving of a saint. Although Nuwa had only just appeared, her ascension to sainthood was merely a matter of time. Observing the 5 elemental forces swirling about, he released his Deluo golden immortal aura. Raising his hand, golden light converged within his palm. He intended to harness the power of the 5 elements. Yet, to his surprise, this force resisted integration into his being. Faced with this situation, he was taken aback as he attempted to channel his energy to forcibly subdue this power. An exceedingly chaotic aura erupted from within the 5 elements, scattering his strength. This left him astonished, his expression darkening considerably. Once his energy dissipated, the 5 elemental forces coalesced into the golden light. He could only shake his head with a wry smile, choosing not to pursue it further. This power ultimately did not belong to him. Much like the previous encounter with Yuan Tu's Ubi and Ubi, It offered no opportunity for mastery. Forcibly injecting his strength was futile. Resignedly, he directed his gaze forward. Under his scrutiny, a golden figure gradually emerged from the golden light. As the dispersed forces settled, Nuwa furrowed her brow, gazing around in confusion. Her gaze eventually fell upon Feng Lei. A newcomer to this realm, unfamiliar with everything around her. Unaware of Feng Lei's identity, she sensed no malice from him. In response to her inquiry, Feng Lei maintained a calm demeanor and offered a respectful greeting. When he raised his head again, a gentle smile adorned his face. I am Feng Lei, one of the 4 pure ones. How may I address you? He was well aware of her identity, yet this was a necessary formality. Nuwa, oblivious to the implications, mirrored his gesture with a bow. I am Nuwa. It is a pleasure to meet you. His courteous words left Nuwa bewildered. You know of me? Indeed, but the secrets of heaven cannot be divulged. He was cognizant of the legends surrounding Nuwa, who had not heard of them. However, given his current identity, it was prudent not to elaborate further. Seeing him shrouded in mystery, Nuwa found herself at a loss for words. Your power is still somewhat lacking. Make haste to cultivate. With this advice, Feng Lei intended to take his leave. However, before he could move, the system chimed in once more. Side quest. Assist Nuwa in locating the scattered fragments of the 5 elements. Reward. 5 element stone. Upon hearing the system's voice, Feng Lei was momentarily stunned, his eyes revealing his confusion. That aren't the colorful stones already in my possession? Why must I search for them? Please listen carefully. Host. It is the fragments of the 5 elements. The system seemed to grow somewhat impatient, falling silent after its voice faded away. Fong Lei wore a look of bewilderment. How could the system dare to speak to him in such a manner? Then you must tell me what it is, he insisted. Yet this time, no response came from the system, as if it had never existed. After waiting for a considerable time, he sighed helplessly, his gaze shifting to Nuwa, who held the colorful stone in her hand, enveloped in a faint golden glow. "Friend, might I have a look at this item?" he inquired. The system would not issue commands without reason, and his instinct suggested a connection between this colorful stone and his task. He felt no imminent danger from it, yet Nuwa did not extend it to him. After all, this was her innate spiritual treasure. How could she part with it so easily? Noticing Nuwa's tension, Fong Lei smiled gently, his previously raised hand now retracting. "Then let it be with you. I shall only take a glance." Upon hearing his words, Nuwa calmly withdrew the colorful stone. As she revealed its power, Fong Lei's brow furrowed slightly, a hint of gravity entering his expression. Chapter 35. Seeking the Scattered Power. Now he understood why the system had assigned this task. The colorful stone was indeed in Nuwa's possession, but its power was incomplete. The other 4 powers were absent, leaving only the golden energy. Nodding thoughtfully, as Nuwa stored the 5-element stone, she spoke with a serious expression. "This is a piece of innate spiritual treasure. However, it is regrettable that its power is insufficient." Hearing her words, Nuwa's face reflected confusion, a glimmer of bewilderment in her eyes. "What do you mean?" she asked, genuinely perplexed. She sensed the strength within it was formidable. How could it be lacking? It was understandable that she did not grasp this. Considering she had only just appeared, in 100 years, she would come to realize it. Nonetheless, since the system had already presented the task, Fong Lei had no intention of waiting. "If you trust me, then accompany me. I can help you retrieve the power within." Although she sensed no malice from him, Nuwa remained cautious. After scrutinizing him for a moment, she inquired, "Why do you wish to assist me?" Her question left Fong Lei momentarily speechless. Surely he could not divulge that he was merely fulfilling a task. Though reluctant, he decided not to conceal too much. Clearing his throat, he assumed a demeanor of lofty righteousness. "Our acquaintance is a rare fortune. Upon seeing a friend in distress, how could I refrain from lending a hand?" This statement elevated his standing significantly in Nuwa's eyes, dispelling her doubts. "I trust you." Friend, though she had just emerged, her power was already at the pinnacle of Tai Jingxian. Stepping forward, Nuwa swiftly attuned her aura. Fong Lei, too, released the essence of Deluo Jingxian. Standing in the void, they searched for a long time before finally detecting a trace of energy. It was located several 100,000 zhang away, within a dense jungle. Not only did Fong Lei perceive it, but Nuwa also sensed it at that moment. The power was indeed that of the colorful stone, which had responded to her over time. With the colorful stone in her grasp, Nuwa instinctively quickened her pace. Observing her actions, Fong Lei hastened to keep up. He could not allow her to overshadow him, for he still had a task to attend to. In a matter of moments, they arrived at the edge of the jungle. As they bent down to examine the area, they found the spiritual energy here to be exceptionally dense, with countless spiritual fruits growing amidst it. Fong Lei was taken aback. The quantity and quality of these spiritual fruits were remarkable. Such treasures could not be wasted here. Naturally, he intended to claim them for himself. However, he refrained from rushing, prioritizing their immediate task first. You know the exact location of that energy?" he asked. Nuwa, although capable of sensing the power nearby, was unable to pinpoint its exact whereabouts. Her strength was insufficient, and she could only rely on Fong Lei. Fong Lei's expression remained calm. Everything unfolded as he had anticipated. Casting a composed glance, he replied nonchalantly, "Please follow me." Now was the moment for him to demonstrate his value. And the two moved forward at a brisk pace. Simultaneously, Fong Lei did not forget to absorb a portion of the surrounding spiritual fruits. As he felt the energy coalesce within him, a long-lost smile appeared on his face. These energies were remarkably pure, far surpassing the speed of absorption compared to other sources. Before long, they arrived beneath a towering ancient tree, its surroundings suffused with potent spiritual energy. enveloped in a faint green glow. After scanning the vicinity with a serene demeanor, Feng Lei stated, "It is right here. Try to draw out the power." Hearing his words, Nuwa wasted no time, immediately channeling her energy. The colorful stone in her hand shimmered, and the surrounding faint green aura began to coalesce. As this power flowed into her, a glimmer of light sparkled in Nuwa's eyes. She sensed that this energy was profoundly familiar, containing not only powerful spiritual essence, but also the force of rejuvenation. Observing this scene, Feng Lei furrowed his brow. Was it truly this simple? He had expected to exert considerable effort, yet the energy willingly merged with Nuwa. In an instant, Nuwa was enveloped by this power. The faint green aura surrounding her, while the golden energy from the colorful stones surged forth. The two forces intertwined and danced around her, merging seamlessly with her Tai Jinxian essence, suppressing his astonishment. Feng Lei chose not to dwell on it any further. Judging by the current circumstances, it would likely take some time. Rather than waiting idly, he resolved to engage in something more significant. Raising his gaze, a smile graced his face as he transformed into a fleeting shadow, vanishing in an instant. With over 10,000 spiritual fruits at his disposal, how could he let such a boon slip away? His movements were swift, and he activated his absorption technique that in a single stride, he consumed a substantial number of spiritual fruits, approximately 40 to 50. After a few moments, his actions began to slow. However, he had no intention of stopping there. Golden light flickered in his hand as the Qian Ding materialized. Pointing towards the sky, the Qian Ding soared upward. Seeing it begin to absorb the fruits, Feng Lei calmly stepped aside. There was no need for him to exert further effort. The Qian Ding was more than sufficient. To his surprise, he discovered that his absorption ability had improved. Previously, he could consume several hundred spiritual fruits, but now he was capable of devouring a full 1,000. The quality of these fruits was also superior to those he had encountered before, indicating the potency of the item in his possession. After a brief interval, the Qian Ding descended from the sky, landing in his hand. But a mere glance at its interior filled him with a gentle smile. The Qian Ding sparkled with golden light. Housing countless treasures, time passed without him noticing, until Nuwa's aura finally dissipated. Sensing the surrounding energy had vanished, Feng Lei opened his eyes. Observing the radiant expression on Nuwa's face, he felt a sense of gratification. The first power had been acquired. Now it was time to seek the others. "Nuwa, how do you feel now?" he inquired with a calm demeanor. Nuwa nodded rapidly, confirming that her strength had indeed increased. And she sensed an unseen force drawing her in. Surprised by her response, Feng Lei's smile broadened. This was excellent news for him, and it was certain that progress would only accelerate from here on. "In that case, we should set out to search for the others." Speak then, he had already turned his back. Yet, Nuwa remained motionless, hesitantly saying, "Friend, might you share some of your spiritual fruits?" Though her words trailed off, the implication was abundantly clear. Upon hearing this, Feng Lei was momentarily taken aback, turning around in surprise. However, he did not dwell on it for long, as he effortlessly conjured forth 100 spiritual fruits. With Nuwa having broached the subject to such an extent, he could hardly refuse. Offering a few would be acceptable, leaving him with a favor that might prove advantageous in the future. Upon seeing what lay before her, Nuwa was visibly excited and hurriedly accepted the fruits. Chapter 36. The cost of survival. After accepting the items, Nuwa did not hesitate, swallowing 4 or 5 of them in quick succession. The spiritual energy surged through her body, and a faint smile graced her features. The essence contained within these fruits was exceptionally potent, far surpassing the speed of absorption. The remaining fruits were carefully stowed away. Now was not the time to revel in newfound power, as there were more pressing matters at hand. Drawing upon her energy, she projected her cultivation, leaping towards the heavens. Seeing his eagerness, Feng Lei hastened to follow suit. Nuwa was anxious, but Feng Lei was even more so. She aimed to complete the task swiftly. While he was intrigued by the true nature of the 5-element stone, it was conceivable that this item bore powers akin to the multicolored stone. Of course, this was merely his conjecture. The truth would only reveal itself once the system rewards were bestowed. This time, It was Niwa who led the way, as the force exerted a certain allure upon her, rendering further searches unnecessary. However, after only a few steps, he suddenly stood before her, his expression darkening. His unexpected action left Niwa astonished, though she quickly grasped the situation and halted her advance. "Friend, what is this?" she queried, perplexed and unaware of the unfolding circumstances. Fong Lei's demeanor grew cold, his eyes flashing with a glint of danger. "There is peril," he declared, recognizing the familiar aura emanating from the leader of the Yasha clan, whom he had previously released. Gazing ahead with a steely demeanor, he remarked, "Since you have all come, there is no need to hide any longer. Step forth. Did you truly believe I had not noticed?" His voice was frigid, the murderous intent emanating from him like an overwhelming aura. Under the shadow of his power, for the 6 figures emerged from the distance. The leader of the Yasha clan stepped forward, his face betraying a hint of gravity. Among the gathered, there were dozens of Tai golden immortals. Fong Lei was taken aback by the sheer number of formidable beings they had summoned. "They have come prepared," he mused. With that, he summoned the divine thunder sword, casting shadows across the sky as dark clouds gathered, revealing countless bolts of lightning. Though he had yet to strike, the oppressive energy was palpable, causing the Yasha warriors to frown in trepidation. The leader of the Yasha clan, recognizing the gravity of the situation, quickly reined in his own aura. "Friend, do not misunderstand. We are not here to cause trouble," he implored. Fong Lei was taken aback by this sudden declaration. The aura still lingered, prompting him to ask with keen interest, "Then what brings you here?" This question left the leader of the Yasha clan momentarily speechless, his expression turning grim, by the command of the dragon ancestor. "We have come to eliminate you," he reluctantly stated before hastily shifting his tone out of course. "I am well aware that our strength is insufficient, so I implore you to show mercy." His meaning was unmistakable, and upon hearing this, a sly grin crept onto Fong Lei's face. "So, you wish to engage me in battle, only to plead for mercy afterward?" As soon as he finished speaking, the Yasha leader nodded vigorously in agreement. Indeed, the plan was to challenge Fong Lei, hoping for him to show clemency and spare his kin from harm. "That can certainly be arranged. Come forth," Fong Lei declared, grasping the divine thunder sword. Without waiting for their response, he charged forward, striking down with a single swing. Hundreds of bolts of lightning erupted, accompanied by a resounding roar, as those lacking strength were instantly consumed by the electric fury. The ground trembled beneath them, their bodies convulsing as they were rendered incapable of further combat. First, he would deal with these minor nuisances, followed by the seemingly inconsequential Tai golden immortals. Although labeled as Tai golden immortals, their actual power was negligible. They had only recently attained this level and possessed little strength. Fong Lei could easily dispatch them without exerting much effort. Just as he focused ahead, the leader of the Yasha clan cautiously took 2 steps back. "Friend, please be gentle," he implored, but his plea was cut short as a blade of light descended from the void. The sword's shadow mingled with the lightning, and before he could react, he was sent staggering back. A great distance, the other Yasha warriors, sensing the danger, hastily retreated, creating distance between themselves and Fong Lei. The leader of the Yasha clan harbored no intention of further conflict. However, just as he turned to flee, a bolt of lightning blocked his path, and no need to rush. "Do you think you can leave so easily?" Fong Lei said with a faint smile, advancing deliberately, his aura intensifying rather than diminishing. The Yasha leader was taken aback, retreating 2 steps in alarm. "What are you doing? Just moments ago." Fong Lei had reached an understanding with him. Did he now intend to renege? Fearful of the powerful beings among his clan, he was exceedingly cautious. If Fong Lei were to change his mind, they would lack the strength to resist, potentially facing death. Noticing their panic, Fong Lei spoke in a calm tone. "I have assisted you. Thus, it is only fair that you render me a small favor in return. Is it not? Surely, it cannot benefit these few ruffians that I may spare their lives, but I will not act without compensation." The leader of the Yasha clan's expression turned sour, a look of gravity settling in his eyes. "What is it that you desire? From what I understand, your clan must possess a spiritual treasure," he began, but the Yasha leader quickly interrupted, shaking his head vehemently. "I can offer you other items, but that one is absolutely off limits." His words were resolute, and Fong Lei let out a sigh. In that case, do not blame me for what follows." As his words fell, the divine thunder sword surged with energy, the lightning in the heavens multiplying in ferocity. The Yasha leader was momentarily stunned, his expression turning even more wretched. "I cannot comprehend. If you lose your life, what use will your desired treasures hold?" As he spoke, Fong Lei deliberately raised his voice, intending to remind those present. Faced with the lightning descending from the sacred void, the Yasha clan had no strength to defend themselves and could only flee in disarray. After a brief standoff, they all surrendered. The Yasha leader, recognizing the futility of resistance, retrieved a square, dark object. "Friend, this is the innate treasure of our clan." Initially, he had contemplated testing the waters, but ultimately, he succumbed to the overwhelming power. Continuing to resist held no meaning. It could very well cost him his life. With circumstances as they were, Fong Lei chose not to press further. Casting a neutral glance, he effortlessly stored the item away. Feeling the pure chill emanating from it, he nodded slightly. "You may go. This is deep-sea black iron, an early-stage innate treasure. It is of no use to you." His intentions were noble. This item would be wasted among the Yasha clan, who could not utilize it. Rather than allowing this innate treasure to be destroyed, it was better placed in his hands, where it could serve a purpose. Although the Yasha leader harbored resentment, he dared not linger. Leading his kin, they swiftly vanished from sight. Though they had lost a treasure, they had at least preserved their lives. Chapter 37. The Law of the Jungle watching them depart. Fong Lei smiled faintly. Retracting all his aura, he had acted with utmost benevolence. He could have chosen not to show mercy. To spare so many lives for an innate treasure should have left the Yasha leader feeling fortunate. Why let them go? Would it not be better to eliminate them? Niwa questioned, her gaze filled with confusion as it fell upon Fong Lei. Her understanding of the affairs of the primordial world was limited. Yet she grasped a fundamental truth. The law of the jungle. The current state of the primordial world reflected this reality. If one spared others, they might not receive the same courtesy in return. To attain sufficient strength, one must compete. Otherwise, one would inevitably perish in this unforgiving realm. Noticing his bewilderment, Fong Lei replied with a calm demeanor, "For now, I shall let them go, but I assure you, they will pay a price next time." After all, he had already obtained what he desired. He could not go back on his word. He was certain that these individuals would not dare to trouble him again. Putting aside such thoughts, he resolved to seek out the power he had yet to discover. Fong Lei spoke these words with an air of indifference before leaping into the tea that moment. Niwa followed suit. In fact, she had almost forgotten that she still had important matters to attend to. Without further hesitation, the colorful stone radiated golden light, and she transformed into an afterimage and departed. This time, his speed was swift as the wind, and his aura surged to its peak. After a few breaths, the two arrived at the edge of a chasm on Buzhou Mountain. The abyss below stretched into an infinite expanse of black water, swirling with spiritual energy, occasionally erupting into violent waves. Niwa sensed the power of water flowing beneath this abyss, but at this moment she dared not advance, her expression grave. The aura within was too potent for her to withstand. Noticing her predicament, Fong Lei cast his gaze away with an expression of calm. "I will assist you in locating the power. You can absorb it while I do so." He had anticipated that Niwa might respond with modesty. But as soon as he finished speaking, she bowed to him, saying, "Then I shall trouble you, my friend," without a hint of refusal. Her voice resonated with determination as she prepared herself. The colorful stone glimmered with golden light as she infused her own power into it. Seeing her readiness, Fong Lei smiled and released his aura downward. The essence of the great Luo golden immortal enveloped him in a radiant golden light as he leaped into the black water below. Upon feeling the surrounding energy, his brow furrowed, and his expression darkened significantly. The power here exceeded his expectations by a considerable margin. Fortunately, he had prepared adequately. Otherwise, he would have been unable to withstand this force. Soon, he noticed a dark blue energy in the distance. This was the power of water. Approaching it, he had no intention of striking immediately. Glancing at it, he said calmly, "Come with me. Someone awaits you." He wished to test whether this entity could comprehend his meaning. However, the moment his words fell, he felt a chilling presence as countless forces surged toward him. The sudden onslaught startled him, and he quickly sprang into action, although he managed to evade the attack. The water vortices below severely disrupted his judgment. What a surprise! Such a formidable aura. It seems that avoiding conflict is no longer an option. He had not wished to squander time here, but the circumstances left him with no choice. I have given you the opportunity. It is you who refuse to communicate with me properly. Do not blame me. Fong Lei's expression remained indifferent as the power emanating from his body dispersed in an instant. The divine thunder sword appeared in his hand, enveloped in a layer of eerie blue lightning. With a single slash, countless bolts of lightning manifested at that moment. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the distant energy exploded in a spectacular display. The lightning surged continuously, trapping the water power in the distance. It attempted to break free from Fong Lei's grasp, but to no avail. Casting a cold glance, the Chinquan Ding appeared in an instant, reversing downward to absorb his power. Moments later, Fong Lei retrieved the Chinquan Ding. Besides the water power, he had also collected a significant amount of spiritual energy. The spiritual essence here was distinct from that found elsewhere, and it might prove useful later. Not wishing to linger, he stored the Chinquan Ding and leaped into the heavens. Upon his arrival, Niwa hastened toward him. The power from the colorful stone shimmered forth, and the water energy converged at that moment. As this energy flowed into her, a hint of excitement illuminated Niwa's face. Her speed of absorption was remarkable as she swiftly harnessed the power within just a few breaths. Having gained prior experience, it required little effort on her part. Once she had gathered the essence of the colorful stone, she bowed her head in gratitude to Fong Lei. Thank you for your assistance. My friend, without Fong Lei's aid, she would indeed have struggled to absorb the power in such a short time. While she might have eventually succeeded, it would have taken thousands of years. Once she had completed her absorption, the two set off for another location. With two energies remaining, Fong Lei was growing increasingly impatient. This time, his steps quickened, and Niwa matched his pace on that day. The three pure ones ventured to various places, acquiring numerous treasures. However, their focus this time was not on material gains, but rather on enhancing their strength. This area was the most spiritually rich in the primordial realm, far surpassing Kunlun. They planned to absorb the spiritual energy first to elevate their realms. Otherwise, no matter how many spiritual treasures they obtained, they would not be able to wield them. The treasures would merely become adornments for others, which was not their intention. As the spiritual energy flowed in, Tongtian's face broke into an excited smile. His aura radiated as golden light flickered across his form, and he summoned the Excalibur of Immortal Slaying. This moment, Laozi also mobilized his energy, and the Taiji diagram emerged. A strand of golden light cascading from the heavens. Fong Lei and the others traversed Buzhou Mountain, soon arriving at a location strewn with rubble. The spiritual energy here surpassed that of the previous two locations. In addition to the freely drifting spiritual energy, there was also a dark golden power present. Upon seeing this energy, Niwa eagerly approached. This time, there was no danger, and she wished to absorb this power swiftly. Fong Lei refrained from intervening, standing by with calm indifference. Since she did not require his assistance, he was disinclined to interfere. He cared only for the final outcome and had no interest in the details. Coming to a halt, Niwa unhesitatingly released her aura. The aura of the Tai Golden Immortal enveloped the surroundings as she extended her hand. Under her guidance, the earth element energy surged toward her. As this power entered her, the aura surrounding her began to change gradually. Seeing this transformation, Fong Lei was taken aback. Just moments ago, Niwa was only at the mid-stage of the Tai Golden Immortal. Yet now she had strengthened considerably to this rate. She might even achieve a breakthrough. Chapter 38. The final source of power, observing Niwa continued to absorb the energy, he withdrew his gaze and released the aura of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Thunder resonated throughout the void, accompanied by reverberating roars, as beams of golden light converged from above. He did not strike, but instead provided some guidance for Niwa. With his power, she could elevate herself in a short time. Boom! With a resounding crash, the surrounding space trembled. Golden light rained down, and the cacophony continued as Nuwa ascended into the void. Amidst the thunderous sounds, her realm underwent a transformation. She pointed toward the heavens, and the surrounding spiritual energy gathered around her. Watching the forces above, Fong Lei nodded in satisfaction. Moments later, the energy dissipated, and Nuwa descended from the sky. Approaching Fong Lei, her aura remained uncontained, and her face bore an expression of excitement. She had successfully reached the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal, and her power was exceptionally stable. Observing the expression she wore, Fong Lei smiled gently and said, "Congratulations, Nuwa, on your successful breakthrough. This is largely due to your assistance. Now, with this final source of energy remaining, I wonder what surprises it will bring." Nuwa could hardly contain her anticipation, sensing that absorbing this last fragment would elevate her to the great Luo Golden Immortal. Noticing her release of energy, Fong Lei remained calm and quickly followed suit. With only this final source remaining, he could complete his task. This time, their pace was swifter than ever, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived at the base of Buzhou Mountain. Gazing around, Fong Lei furrowed his brow, a hint of seriousness in his eyes. A scorching energy permeated the air, rivaling that of the previous Imperial star. Such a potent aura! Unable to restrain his surprise, he turned his attention to Nuwa at this moment. Nuwa's brow was furrowed, and her expression was grave. Although she could withstand this power, she could not maintain it for long. Otherwise, she would suffer harm. After contemplating for a moment, she turned her gaze toward Fong Lei. His strength surpassed hers, and she believed he must possess some means of assistance. Noticing her look, Fong Lei understood her unspoken request. Nodding lightly, the aura of the great Luo Golden Immortal enveloped both of them. Beyond that aura lay a layer of peculiar lightning. "The scorching energy here was formidable. I will accompany you inside to ensure your safety." He is currently consumed by a singular thought. To complete the task at hand as swiftly as possible, he readily agreed, and Nuwa was equally exhilarated, nodding repeatedly. Enveloped by that potent aura, the two of them swiftly glided towards the lingering shadows. As they stepped into the flames, an unexpected fire tornado swept over them. Under this oppressive atmosphere, Fong Lei furrowed his brows, while Nuwa's complexion darkened considerably. She felt a constriction in her breath and sensed her own power being significantly suppressed. Upon witnessing the flames approaching, he knitted his brows tightly. However, before she could take action, Fong Lei preempted her. The Kunpeng manifested, and he absorbed all the descending flames. Observing this scene, Nuwa cast aside her astonishment. Such terrifying power had been effortlessly subdued by Fong Lei in mere moments. Just as she hesitated, Fong Lei calmly instructed, "You should absorb this final surge of power," recognizing it as the last vestige of strength. He had no intention of wasting it further. Hearing his words, Nuwa's expression dimmed slightly as she hastened forward. The essence of Tai emanated today, and the five-colored stone slipped from her grasp with a glance. She locked onto the final fire element, while the remaining four surged forward. The distant fire element resisted, just as her power drew near. Flames engulfed the surroundings, accompanied by a cacophony of tearing sounds that stirred the entire horizon. The rumbling persisted, and Nuwa's brow knitted tighter, her expression growing increasingly grave. Although she had been momentarily thwarted in her first attempt, Nuwa did not concede defeat. Instead, a cold smile graced her lips. After all, this was the last trace of power, and if it were to be absorbed too easily, she would sense something amiss. Now, she was more convinced than ever that her previous instincts were indeed correct. Should she successfully absorb this power, she was absolutely certain she could break through to the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Without further hesitation, she unleashed her aura, her internal strength reaching its zenith. The four elemental forces materialized in her hands, and she raised them to strike. The ground shattered, and the fire element was directly subdued by her four powers. With a frigid demeanor, she advanced, her aura emanating as she suppressed the force with a single hand. "If you wish to flee, today shall not allow you that luxury." As the final surge of power entered her, the five elemental forces were finally complete, surrounded by the five beams of light. Nuwa's power fully manifested, That moment, Fong Lei retracted his strength, finally consolidating the power he had gathered. Observing Nuwa still absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy, he chose not to disturb her and turned to depart. His connection with Nuwa had reached its conclusion for today. Perhaps they would cross paths again in the future. Just as he ascended into the void, the system's voice echoed at that moment. Task completed. Reward. 5 elements stone. Accompanied by this proclamation, 5 beams of various colors instantaneously gathered in his hands. This power surged within him. A smile began to blossom on his face. The 5 elements' power he had previously encountered was unparalleled, and the force in his grasp was only stronger. Mobilizing his aura, he leaped to the peak of Buzhou Mountain, perfectly positioned to absorb the energies there. Upon arriving at this celestial expanse, his strength swiftly enveloped the surroundings. He sat cross-legged, the 5 powers swirling around him, as his aura rapidly intensified. Deep within the ocean, the leader of the Yasha tribe faltered, inciting the Grand Dragon's wrath. Useless fool. You can't even handle such a trivial matter. What face does your Yasha tribe have to remain in the depths of this sea? In the face of his furious roar, the Yasha leader bowed his head in silence, his eyes filled with humiliation. He did not wish for this outcome, but he was simply no match for Fong Lei. He had only encountered Fong Lei alone. Had the other 3 been present, he feared he would not have returned. Since they dare to strike against us, let them truly feel the consequences. As the Grand Dragon's furious voice faded, a colossal figure emerged in the distance. It was Chinyo, whose strength had reached the mid-stage of Tai Golden Immortal. Crucially, he possessed half of the Grand Dragon's bloodline within him. I shall bring forth the Dragon Clan's formidable warriors. I am eager to see what strategies they possess. He volunteered, and the Grand Dragon dismissively waved his hand. Do not bring shame upon my Dragon Clan. Chinyo rose with a cold smile, his aura surging forth. That is only natural. With those words, he transformed into a blur and vanished. The son of the Grand Dragon. He carried sufficient confidence. Today, he would reclaim his blood-soaked honor. Chapter 39. The formation is complete upon arriving in the void. 40 to 50 dragon shadows materialized behind him. These dragons varied in appearance, indicating their bloodlines were not as pure as his. Follow me. We shall annihilate the Dragon Clan's adversaries, and today they shall pay the price. The air reverberated with the roars of dragons as he led his kin into motion. Their speed was such that it eluded the naked eye, and they vanished in an instant. In addition to them, the Phoenix and Qilin clans dispatched their own powerful warriors. The reason for their involvement was simple. They were wary of the changes within the Dragon Clan. The 3 clans vied for supremacy. They remained vigilant regarding the Dragon Clan's movements. The recent stirrings within the Dragon Clan were significant. If overlooked, it could lead to unforeseen calamities for their entire lineage. The Dragon Clan is changing. We must follow and observe. Several crimson phoenixes soared into the sky, vanishing instantaneously. The Qilin clan did likewise, sending forth their pure-blooded warriors. Although these 3 clans moved swiftly, they still had a considerable distance to traverse before reaching Buzhou Mountain. In the blink of an eye, several hundred years passed, and Fong Lei had successfully mastered the power of the 5-element stone. Atop Buzhou Mountain, golden light shimmered as Fong Lei's aura surged. Propelling him skyward, 5 beams of various colors cascaded from the heavens, instantaneously flooding into his being. This power enveloped him. An exhilarated smile graced Fong Lei's face. This power surpassed any he had previously absorbed and was incomparable to Nuwa's 5 elements power. Thunderous roars echoed in the heavens, accompanied by continuous rumbles of lightning. The bolts of lightning descended, striking his form directly. Though the force was potent, it did not harm him in the slightest. Under the baptism of this power, Fong Lei felt no discomfort whatsoever. A faint smile played on his lips as he summoned the divine thunder sword. Pointing to the heavens, the surrounding energies converged instantaneously. These bolts of lightning were drawn to him, serving as the finest nourishment for the divine thunder sword's enhancement. The celestial energies persisted for some time before finally subsiding. The divine thunder sword, now in his grasp, radiated a ghostly blue light enveloped in a layer of electricity. The divine thunder sword was his personal magical artifact, and this enhancement had indeed bolstered his strength. However, regrettably, his realm had not broken through. He remained at the mid-stage of the innate spiritual treasure. Noticing the unusual phenomena, the three Pure Ones cast their gazes in his direction. Upon witnessing the flickering lightning in the skies, they were all taken aback. And my fourth brother has actually improved again. Tong Tian could not help but exclaim, retracting his gaze to focus on the Excalibur of Eradication. His Excalibur had also reached its limit, and given time, it would surely advance. However, he was not in a rush. For the past century, he had been engrossed in the study of 4 distinct formations. He had crafted a set for each of the 4 swords. Among them, the most formidable was the Excalibur formation, centered around the Excalibur of Eradication. Gripping the Excalibur of Eradication, he unleashed the aura of the mid-stage Great Luo Golden Immortal. Pointing the sword towards the heavens, the formation instantly materialized from all directions. In the void, golden light shimmered as countless sword lights converged. Observing this celestial array of swords, a smile illuminated his face, his aura of dominance fully apparent. Excalibur formation, descend. 10,000 sword lights cascaded down, their tearing sounds resonating throughout the heavens. Accompanied by a series of thunderous booms, the entire sky trembled in response. Standing in the void, Tong Tian also wore a smile. A.S. Fong lay retracted his aura and beheld the distant flickering sword lights. A hint of a smile graced his countenance. Mobilizing his aura, he transformed into a blur. Swiftly approaching Tong Tian, in mere moments, he stood before him. Gazing upon the celestial sword rain, he could not help but exclaim, "Third brother, what a marvelous technique, truly deserving of being the mightiest among the 3 Pure Ones." This statement was not made lightly. Once the 3 Pure Ones achieved sanctification, Tong Tian's strength would be unparalleled. Regardless of the magical artifacts in his possession, his power would surpass that of the other 2. It was precisely for this reason that he would later gather numerous disciples. Upon seeing Fong Lei's figure, Tong Tian ceased his actions, swiftly retracting his aura. "What brings my 4th brother to my side?" On that day, the 4 of them ventured in different directions, and it had been quite some time since they last met. As he finished speaking, Fong Lei remarked in a rather indifferent tone, "Drawn by the allure of power, I have come to see." Accompanying his words, Tong Tian's smile could no longer be concealed. "This is merely a form of my formation." Hardly worth mentioning. Although his words were somewhat tactful, the prideful grin that accompanied them was unmistakable to Fong Lei. Fong Lei chose not to engage further in conversation, instead directing his gaze into the distance. "I wonder how my elder brother and second brother are faring." With Tong Tian's evident advancement, he believed that Laozi and Yuanshe would not be far behind as fellow members of the Sanqing. Whatever Tong Tian could comprehend, they too would surely grasp. Their cultivation paths may differ, yet it was reasonable to assume they had made significant progress. The aura atop Mount Buzhou was exceedingly potent, far more terrifying than in other regions of the primordial chaos. Even the Imperial star they had visited previously paled in comparison to this place. There could be no doubt about my elder brother's talent. A visit would reveal all. Tong Tian spoke these words with a calm demeanor, emanating a profound aura. Fong Lei shared this sentiment, though his intent was not solely to see Laozi. He merely wished to test his luck. After a century, he had nearly absorbed all the spiritual fruits, leaving little in his possession now. This time, he sought treasures and cared not for anything else. Observing Tong Tian's aura unfurl, he nodded with interest. The essence of the great Luo Golden Immortal surged forth, allowing him to traverse the air, covering a distance of 100 feet in a single step. In mere moments, they found themselves hovering above a void. Leaning down, Fong Lei quickly spotted Laozi's figure. At that moment, Laozi was enveloped in a golden spiritual aura, his presence significantly more robust. Taken aback by the sight, Tong Tian's expression turned serious. Could it be that my elder brother has made a breakthrough? Laozi's power had reached its limit. Without a breakthrough, it could not be contained. Fong Lei was equally astonished. In just a century, Laozi had achieved such advancement. Although surprised, his expression was not as overtly affected as Tong Tian's. In truth, this was somewhat expected, as the foremost among the Sanqing, lousy strength would naturally be superior. However, in this current epoch of 10,000 years, that may not hold true in the future, should my elder brother indeed have broken through. Then the two of us shall serve as his protectors. Although taken aback, Tong Tian did not decline, nodding gravely before stepping forward, his aura instantly radiating. Just as Fong Lei prepared to act, Tong Tian halted him with a word. There is no need for the both of us to intervene. I alone am sufficient. As his voice fell, the extermination sword array unfurled from the heavens, upon noticing the deluge of swords raining down. Fong Lei was startled, then shook his head with a faint smile. Indeed, there was no need for him to act. How many could breach this formation in the primordial chaos? Currently, the primordial chaos was merely home to 3 factions, and they could not possibly break this sword formation. Fong Lei had intended to find a location to gather more spiritual fruits, yet he had not even begun to act. From afar, a piercing cry of a phoenix reverberated through the heavens as a fiery silhouette shot skyward. With a single glance at the phoenix apparition, he swiftly advanced. Surrounding him was the aura of the great Luo, golden immortal, and his steps were swift yet measured. Once Fong Lei came to a halt. Flames danced all around him, with some energies surging toward him. However, these energies were far from sufficient to harm him. His power surpassed that of Feng Wu. Witnessing the incoming forces, he swept his palm, instantly shattering the flames. The cries of the phoenix continued, and Feng Wu appeared in the distance. It seemed she was on the verge of a breakthrough. Yet Fong Lei was puzzled. Her bloodline was not pure. How could she attract such a commotion? Despite his confusion, his own aura began to emanate. He could not afford to linger here. If he did not lend a hand, this girl might be consumed by the flames. Although the Phoenix clan wielded solar power, this fire exceeded her capacity to endure. The Kunpeng appeared in his hand as Fong Lei's expression turned cold. With a single wave, the surrounding realm shifted, and the Kunpeng descended. With a series of thunderous roars, the heavens trembled, and the surrounding heat was entirely absorbed. His actions were not without reason, aside from this individual acknowledging him as their master. He also required this power, as the tiny divine wheel could potentially convert it for his use. Following his intervention, the energies above had already dissipated. In no time, only a phoenix fire shadow remained. Observing that the remaining power was minimal, Fong Lei finally withdrew his aura. Just then, a colossal figure surged forth from the distance. It was Yuan Qi. The roar of a Qilin echoed, and countless golden rays converged downward. The surrounding spiritual energy coalesced into his body, enhancing his power at that moment. Witnessing this, Fong Lei was astonished. This fellow was also showing signs of a breakthrough. Mount Bujo was indeed remarkable. How could 2 seemingly inconspicuous demon beasts achieve breakthroughs in succession? He found it utterly baffling, as it was beyond his expectations. The roar continued, and a layer of lightning gathered rapidly. With a series of explosive sounds, Yuan Qi was baptized by the lightning. Under this force, his face contorted in pain, and his body involuntarily bent. Seeing him in such agony, Fong Lei quickly approached. The divine thunder sword manifested, and with a single strike, all the lightning was drawn in. He had originally intended not to deploy the divine thunder sword, deeming it a waste of time here. However, his perspective had shifted. He found delight in the process. Although the essence of the lightning was not exceedingly potent, it could serve as nourishment for the divine thunder sword. He was indifferent to other treasures, as they could not enhance his abilities. However, the divine thunder sword could indeed be upgraded, and he could not let this opportunity slip by. Moreover, absorbing this power served a dual purpose, not only for himself, but also for Yuan Qi. Though Yuan Qi was in the form of a Qilin, his bloodline was diluted, thus unable to withstand the torrential lightning. Even if he managed to endure, he would undoubtedly suffer severe injuries under Fong Lei's guidance. The lightning in the heavens dissipated swiftly. In a matter of moments, it was entirely absorbed by the divine thunder sword. Once the lightning had vanished, he retracted his sword. At this point, Yuan Qi appeared exceedingly weakened. Yet a faint golden light still enveloped his form. Casting his gaze forward, he quickly spotted Fong Lei. He hastened toward Fong Lei, offering a respectful bow. "Thank you, Master. No need for such formality." Your aura is still unstable. You should focus on recovery. Feng Lei replied with a calm wave of his hand, not overly concerned. This fellow's breakthrough was indeed beneficial for him. However, he was more concerned about Feng Wu, particularly since she possessed solar power. Upon hearing Feng Lei's words, Yuan Shi ascended into the air. Moving with great speed, he had no intention of engaging in further conversation with Feng Lei. Recovering was his priority. Having achieved a breakthrough in his physical form, he now stood at the pinnacle of the Tai golden immortal realm. The only regret was his limited bloodline. Otherwise, he could still contend with some of the stronger members within his clan. The Tai golden immortal realm also had its distinctions, which were quite evident within their clan. Those with superior bloodlines could compensate for any gaps in cultivation level. However, for ones like him, they were numerous within the Qilin clan. Bloodlines could not be altered, thus he could only strive to enhance his own strength. Only by doing so could he firmly establish his footing. Although he had little connection to the Qilin clan now, this was his only recourse for stability. Regardless of the location, in the primordial chaos, strength reigned supreme. Without absolute power, one could only face death or subjugation. That he deeply felt this, as he was currently living under another's roof. With his aura reined in, Feng Lei descended, approaching Feng Wu and enveloping her in his presence. Feng Wu's power was indeed formidable. Her body had grown immensely strong under the embrace of solar energy. Sensing his aura, she slowly opened her eyes. Upon seeing Feng Lei, she was taken aback and quickly bowed in respect. "Thank you, Master." She understood well that she had not been consumed by the solar power, owing entirely to Feng Lei's intervention. Had he not absorbed the energy in time, she would likely have been ignited. There is no need for such courtesy. I do have a question for you. Have you absorbed all the essence of the sun's power? Previously, he had bestowed upon Feng Wu several pieces of solar essence, and had even assisted her in refining one. It was evident that he had not fully absorbed it that day. As Feng Lei was acutely aware, given the current circumstances, it was undoubtedly related to that solar essence. Upon hearing his words, Feng Wu dared not hesitate and nodded vigorously. I initially intended to merely experiment, yet I never expected to succeed. A flicker of joy crossed her face, for this solar essence is indeed a treasure that is rare and elusive. First, she believed herself incapable of mastering it. But to her astonishment, she had succeeded. This brought her immense delight. At this rate, it would not be long before she could ascend once more. Observing her reaction, Feng Lei could only sigh in exasperation. "You fool!" She still fails to grasp the gravity of the situation. While the solar essence is potent, her bloodline lacks purity, and forcibly absorbing it would only bring her harm. Henceforth, you are forbidden from absorbing this power without my explicit permission. This is for Feng Wu's own good. Once her strength is sufficient, I will naturally acquiesce. Upon hearing his words, Feng Wu appeared bewildered. However, before she could even respond, Feng Lei had already vanished, faced with Feng Lei's command. She certainly did not dare to defy it. Chapter 41. Encounter with innate spiritual roots. Casting a glance at the remaining solar essence in her hand, he swiftly stowed it away. While abstaining from absorption was an option, this essence belonged to him, and he would not share it with anyone. Suppressing his aura, he retrieved several spirit fruits and swallowed them whole. The spiritual energy within these fruits was abundant, perfectly suited for cultivation. After all, he possessed a considerable quantity, and now was the time to put them to use. The spiritual energy enveloped her, enhancing her aura in that moment. With these two individuals no longer a concern, Feng Lei paid them no further heed. As he manipulated his aura, Feng Lei's speed quickened, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived in a lush forest. Observing the dense spiritual energy, a faint smile graced Feng Lei's lips. Descending with a light step, the Confronting materialized. Here, the spirit fruits were plentiful, most of which were of exceptional quality. With a swift gesture, the Confronting ascended into the heavens, and he began to devour and channel the energy. With a single hand extended forward, a tempest swirled around him, drawing countless spirit fruits towards him. Along with a torrent of spiritual energy, as this power flowed into her, a smile gradually appeared on her face. The past century had not been in vain. Her ability to absorb had significantly improved. Although her capacity for absorption remained limited, it was several times stronger than before. After a considerable time, the raging winds around him finally subsided. Just as he prepared to stow the Kunpeng, he suddenly felt a tremor course through his body that a beam of golden light cascaded down from the heavens and enveloped him in its force. Tiny fissures appeared across his body, accompanied by a wave of excruciating pain from within. Realizing the magnitude of this power, he was momentarily stunned, and his expression darkened before he could finish his thoughts. He collapsed to his knees. In that moment, he recognized that he had been overly arrogant. Although he could absorb the energy, his current physique was insufficient to endure it. If he did not hasten to refine this power, he would undoubtedly perish. As the energy continued to surge, he felt his consciousness fading. Despite the intense pain, he could not regain clarity. His face grew pallid as he desperately shook his head, but to no avail. It only intensified the agony coursing through his body. The objects before him blurred, and as he attempted to struggle further, he suddenly fell unconscious. Detecting the host's bodily harm, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Restore? With only his consciousness remaining, he responded eagerly, of course. I must restore. He felt a warm flow gradually enveloping his body. Thankfully, he had the system. Otherwise, he would have met his demise this time. Once his consciousness was restored, he quickly settled into a meditative posture, releasing his internal aura. Now, he did not dare absorb carelessly. He certainly did not wish to gamble with his life. As the spiritual energy dissipated, he let out a long sigh of relief. He appeared quite helpless as he surveyed the rich aura surrounding him, a bitter smile crossing his face. While others absorbed power to ascend, he had nearly lost his life. Last time, he almost perished at the hands of the heavenly Tao. And this time, it was nearly at his own. Rising to his feet, he tentatively stirred the spiritual energy, causing a flash of light to erupt from his hand, initially wearing a look of melancholy. Upon witnessing the aura in his grasp, a glimmer of joy returned to his face. The spiritual energy was, astonishingly, several times denser than before, with a faint layer of lightning coursing through it. This time, it could be considered a blessing in disguise. However, he had no desire to endure such an experience a second time. He had no intention of hastily departing, for this place was conducive to his advancement. As long as he proceeded at a measured pace, a breakthrough would eventually come. Yet, before he could take action, the surrounding spiritual energy began to drift away. These energies were inherently ownerless. Whenever someone absorbed them, they would gather. However, he was perplexed as he had not sensed any foreign presence. How could this be? Driven by curiosity, he dispersed his aura and transformed into a fleeting shadow. Along the way, he noticed the speed of the spiritual energies gathering increasing. Confusion etched across his face, for there were no outsiders within this Wu mountain. Besides the four of them, there was only Niuwa. Yet, none of them were present here, and even if they were, given their strength, it would be impossible for them to absorb so rapidly. Before he knew it, he had followed the aura to a secluded valley. Surrounded by spirit fruits, the spiritual energy was exceptionally rich. As he gazed ahead, he spotted an object enveloped in golden light. All the spiritual energy was drawn to this entity, which emanated a formidable aura. Fong Lei was momentarily taken aback, hastening forward. Upon closer inspection, he found himself rooted to the spot in astonishment. It was none other than one of the 10 innate spiritual roots, the bitter bamboo. Fong Lei was utterly astounded. With the restraint of the Deluo golden immortal, he cautiously pressed his hand downward. This was an innate spiritual root, possessing an immensely powerful innate aura. Yet his hand could not approach, as a terrifying force erupted from the bitter bamboo, instantly repelling him. Though he sustained no injuries, the power was indeed fearsome. Despite being pushed back several steps, Fong Lei had no intention of giving up. The innate spiritual root was something he must obtain today. Moreover, he desired to claim this treasure for himself, not allowing it to fall into the hands of the likes of Junti and Jane. There were only 10 spiritual roots in total within the primordial chaos, if his memory served him right. Ultimately, this bitter bamboo will be taken by those 2 and refined into the innate spiritual treasure. The 6 roots of purity bamboo. These 2 were far from benevolent. He could not allow them to benefit from this. Casting a cold glance at the bitter bamboo, he declared, "You are also an innate being. You should be able to comprehend my words. If you are wise, come with me willingly. Do not force me to resort to violence, or the consequences will be dire." This was his way of extending an olive branch before resorting to force. Whether this creature agreed or not was another matter. If it refused, his subsequent actions would be justified. Receiving no response, a faint smile emerged on his face as he quickened his pace. "Since you remain silent, I shall take that as consent." The innate spiritual root, bitter bamboo. This entity could hardly speak. Otherwise, how could it tolerate such treatment? Since it did not respond, he interpreted it as agreement, but he lacked the strength to enforce his will. Under the enhancement of the Deluo Golden Immortal, Fong Lei's speed increased significantly. With a swift motion, he grasped the bitter bamboo in his hand. This was but a single stalk, measuring 8 feet in length. Yet it contained an extraordinarily potent spiritual energy. Feeling the power within, a long-lost smile broke across Fong Lei's face. "Truly, it is an innate spiritual root. Splendid." As he spoke, he deftly summoned the spiritual energy. Under his guidance, the surrounding aura converged. With the influx of this power, the spiritual energy within the bitter bamboo rapidly intensified. The acquisition was complete. The next step was to refine it, for it could be snatched away at any moment. Chapter 42. The Convergence of Innate Spiritual Roots. This was indeed an innate spiritual root, and anyone who beheld it would be filled with envy. Although the 3 clans currently held sway, they were indiscriminate in their pursuit of treasures. Particularly the proud Dragon clan, whose interests were deeply entwined with this conflict. They believed that everything in this primordial world rightfully belonged to them, deeming other clans unworthy of such treasures. With a helpless shake of his head and a sigh, he unleashed the aura of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Streams of golden light flickered forth, enveloping the object in his hand. In an instant, he sensed the innate spiritual root resisting, but it was futile. It could not counteract his strength. The bitter bamboo trembled violently in his grasp, its inner essence in a state of turmoil. Seeing this, Fong Lei's expression darkened, and a flicker of lightning erupted from his fingertips. With a single strike, a resounding explosion followed, as the lightning surged forth, rendering the bitter bamboo silent. Observing this, Fong Lei snorted coldly that it would have been better if you had submitted earlier, forcing me to intervene. After all, it was an innate spiritual root. Though it was not fully formed, it still bore a sense of pride. Yet having fallen into his hands, what use was that pride, under the veil of his power? The bitter bamboo gradually flowed into his being. As this force entered him, a look of excitement blossomed on Fong Lei's face. Once he had withdrawn his aura, the bitter bamboo had completely merged with him. The innate spiritual root was thus subdued, and he felt a sense of ease. However, just as he prepared to turn away, a sudden eruption of spiritual energy surged within him. Golden light flickered, and both the bitter bamboo and the lightning-stricken divine would manifested simultaneously. Taken aback by this phenomenon, he was astonished that these 2 innate spiritual roots had responded to one another. This was not of his doing, nor had he made any motions to provoke it. Under his gaze, the lightning-stricken divine would begin to coil around the bitter bamboo. The bamboo shimmered with golden light, dimming the void around it, as countless bolts of lightning converged. Witnessing this spectacle, Fong Lei was greatly shocked. His expression grew serious as he leapt into the air, seizing the object in his hand. Examining the fusion of the lightning-stricken divine wood and the bitter bamboo, he was left with a sense of wonder. Has this object truly merged so effortlessly? He gave it a casual shake, and suddenly, the surrounding space quaked, the ground erupting beneath him. Startled, he exclaimed, "Such immense power!" He was utterly astonished. He had not anticipated such a strength. Gazing at the object in hand, he hesitated no longer and unleashed the aura of the great Luo Golden Immortal. If this were combined with his own strength, would it not become even more formidable? The spiritual energy surged from the bitter bamboo, while arcs of lightning blazed forth that a single strike sent a distant mountain crumbling. The thunderous explosion reverberated through the heavens, accompanied by terrifying lightning. Fong Lei was filled with delight. This exceeded his expectations by far. He had initially thought his divine thundersword was invincible, yet now he possessed another divine weapon. Fong Lei was utterly enamored, and after a long while, he finally stowed the object away. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the divine wood bamboo. System rewards 10 points of merit. Upon hearing this announcement, Fong Lei was momentarily stunned, confusion evident in his eyes. In that fleeting moment, he sensed something within him, but it vanished just as quickly, leaving him perplexed. The system fell silent. Leaving him with no means to ascertain the matter, he decided to set aside his curiosity, knowing that answers would come in due time. Now was not the moment for such musings. He needed to check on Laozi and the others. He hoped fervently that upon his return, Laozi would have made a breakthrough, but of course, this was merely speculation. Whether it would come to pass remained uncertain. Moments later, he found himself in the void above. However, as he gazed into the distance, a shadow of gloom flickered in his eyes. They had arrived rather quickly. With a tone of resignation, he quickened his pace. He was well aware that the Dragon Clan would not relent, yet he had not anticipated their prompt arrival. 40 to 50 dragon figures swirled in the air, creating quite a spectacle. As these dragon shadows approached, the sky shifted ominously, dark clouds gathered, and bolts of lightning descended, directly obstructing their path. The sudden emergence of power left them stunned, their expressions darkening. Xiaonyo was the first to halt, exuding a formidable dragon's might. The aura of the Tai, golden immortal, radiated from him, echoing with waves of dragon energy. Who dares to impede the path of my dragon clan? Accompanied by his icy voice, the remaining dragons unleashed their auras in unison. The sky was engulfed in a torrent of dragon energy, causing the heavens to tremble. Under their cold gaze, Fong Lei approached from a distance. This place is off limits. Fellow cultivators should seek another route. At that moment, Laozi was in the midst of a crucial ascension. He could not afford to be disturbed by these intruders. Fong Lei's tone was calm, his face adorned with a faint smile. Yet as soon as he appeared, Xiaonyo's face ignited with fury. Just what I was looking for. You have boldly presented yourself. Do not blame me for being impolite. You were the one who previously struck down members of my clan. Today, you shall pay the price. Attack. With his chilling command, more than a dozen dragons surged forth. With a resounding crash, their massive bodies descended. The dragon clan, brimming with arrogance, dismissed Fong Lei entirely, observing their extreme hubris. Fong Lei could only sigh in exasperation. He had initially sought to reason with them, wishing to spare their lives. Yet, what could he do when they were so heedless? Just as the dragon shadows drew near, he unleashed the aura of the great Luo Golden Immortal, summoning the divine thunder sword. In a flash, dozens of dragon shadows flickered, and before they could close the distance, he raised his hand and struck. The explosion resonated, shaking the very heavens. Countless bolts of lightning rained down, sending the approaching dragons reeling. Xiaonyo was taken aback by the turn of events, his expression darkening as he unleashed his full aura. The Dragon Clan, possessing absolute bloodline superiority, could not fathom being defeated by Fong Lei. His surprise was evident, and the murderous intent in his eyes was no longer concealed. What are you waiting for? Charge! He urged the dragons behind him, and they surged forward without hesitation. Seeing their determination, Fong Lei felt a sense of resignation. He understood the pride of the Dragon Clan, but why did they choose to attack without a word? Just as these dragons were about to close in, golden light flickered once more, and the divine wood bamboo appeared. This object was enveloped in lightning, its power surpassing even that of the divine thunder sword by several folds. Upon seeing the item in Fong Lei's hand, a glimmer of greed sparked in Xiaonyo's eyes. I possess many treasures, but if I slay you today, all of these will belong to me. Hearing his words, Fong Lei could only cast a helpless glance away. Your dragon clan has quite the confidence, but do you truly believe you can match me? Chapter 43, a doorstep offering not to be refused. Fong Lei was at a loss for words, utterly bewildered by Xiaonyo's mindset. He had shown considerable restraint, yet they continued to march to their demise. Previously, he had been intrigued by the treasures of the Dragon Clan, but now he felt none. With a resigned sigh, he unleashed his full aura. This is entirely of your own making. Do not blame me. Before the dragons could approach, he gripped the divine with bamboo and struck upward. With a thunderous roar, the sky trembled as countless bolts of lightning cascaded down. Facing this onslaught, the dragons relied on their formidable physiques to withstand the attack. However, some bore grievous injuries, and Fong Lei offered them no respite. With the divine thunder sword in his right hand, he leapt upward and pierced the body of a dragon. Indeed, the dragons were physically strong, but their cultivation levels were lacking against the lightning emanating from his sword. These dragons were utterly defenseless. Roar! A mournful roar pierced the air as a dragon descended from the heavens, crashing violently to the ground. With a thunderous detonation, the earth shattered, and debris flew in all directions. Fong Lei's movements did not cease. Rather, they quickened. The divine wood bamboo, a primordial spiritual root, possessed a strength that was far beyond the capacity of ordinary beings to withstand. Its aura was immensely terrifying, allowing him to subdue the dozens of dragons before him single-handedly, of course. A significant factor contributing to this was the fact that these dragons bore impure bloodlines. Even the mighty Chionyo did not possess the power one might expect within him. Moments later, a miasma of blood rose from the ground. Observing this scene, Chionyo's brow furrowed, his eyes glinting with murderous intent at a group of worthless wretches, unable to resolve such a trivial matter. What use are you to my dragon clan? Though he spoke with bravado, he dared not advance. Initially, he had underestimated Fong Lei. Despite the difference in realms, the dragon clan held a distinct advantage, not only in their formidable physicality, but also in their sheer numbers. However, his perspective had shifted dramatically. The reality was starkly different from his expectations. Casting a glance at the remaining dozen dragons beside him, he cautiously retreated a step, once assured of a safe distance from Fong Lei. He coldly urged the nearby dragons of the Cold Clan. "What are you waiting for? Charge!" In response to his command, the dragons obeyed without hesitation. A piercing dragon's roar erupted, accompanied by a thunderous cacophony that darkened the skies. Witnessing the approaching force, Fong Lei's brow furrowed, and a glimmer of cold light flickered in his eyes. "This is your decision." He felt a sense of helplessness. The previous situation had been glaringly obvious. Could these creatures truly not see? With a resigned sigh, he brandished his sword. The aura of the great Luo golden immortal surged forth, enveloping the surrounding realm in a tempest of lightning. The dragon clan's momentum was fierce, yet it paled in comparison to his own. They were unable to even approach, as the dragons of Solara were repelled hundreds of miles away. Fong Lei's power did not dissipate. Instead, bolts of lightning cascaded down, striking the bodies of the dragons. Stunned by the sight before him, Chunyo was rendered speechless, his brow tightly knitted, and his expression grave. "Incredible strength. Just you wait. My dragon clan will not let you off so easily," with a cold countenance. He transformed into a wraith and vanished. With the tide of battle turning against him, he dared not linger. He had no desire to gamble his life in this place. As for the dragons who had just fought, their fates held no significance for him. They were inconsequential figures within the dragon clan, mere subordinates. As he fled in disarray, Fong Lei was taken aback. He had anticipated a fierce confrontation, yet the creature had fled instead. Shaking his head in resignation, he stored away the two treasures in his possession. Since this foe had escaped, there was no need for him to pursue further. However, he did not intend to let the remaining dragons off the hook, considering it was they who had instigated trouble. Though he held no interest in the dragon clan's possessions, he could not refuse what had been so conveniently presented to him. Descending from the air, he swiftly approached the remaining dragons. He had deliberately spared their lives, leaving them with a breath of life. Thus, upon his approach, the dragons were filled with panic, their eyes wide with fear. Fong Lei wore an ominous smile, instilling further dread in the hearts of these creatures. In light of this, one dragon, with a sullen expression, remarked, "We are of the dragon clan. The ancestral dragon will not spare you." To which Fong Lei coldly replied, "That is a matter between him and me. It has no bearing on you." Stepping forward, he raised his hand and unleashed a palm strike. The aura of the great Luo golden immortal radiated outward, enveloping them instantly. The meager treasures they clutched in their hands were beneath his notice, far inferior to his own. However, they possessed something he required, the primordial bone marrow. extracting all their primordial bone marrow. Fong Lei's expression remained indifferent, his aura retracting at that moment. Without this vital essence, these dragons faced a certain death. Once he had gathered the necessary items, he turned to leave. Prolonging the confrontation held no purpose. However, before he could take 2 steps, he spotted Tong Tian approaching from a distance. Tong Tian moved with remarkable speed, a hint of a smile upon his face. Yet upon seeing Fong Lei, he froze in place. The sight of the dragon corpses instantly clarified the situation for him. You let fourth brother gain the upper hand again. He couldn't help but sigh, a touch of helplessness in his eyes. He had intended to come here and secure the items himself, only to find Fong Lei had beaten him to it. There will be future opportunities. Fong Lei found himself at a loss for words. He had merely been a moment faster. In truth, he had not sought to take the lead. Circumstances had forced his hand. The moment those dragons saw him, they had attacked without hesitation, their vicious snarls suggesting they would tear him to shreds. Had he not acted promptly, he would likely have met his end. Though he felt quite helpless, Tong Tian did not dwell on it. After a glance at Fong Lei, he spoke, "Elder brother must be on the verge of a breakthrough. Let us go see." Tong Tian had his own motives for coming. He sought to test his luck and perhaps witness an elevation in power. Previously, he had been inspired by the strength of Laozi, and he hoped to experience a similar epiphany this time around. With the rich spiritual energy of Mount Buzhou, the potential for enhancement was undeniable. Though the 4 clear ones embodied all, such elevation was a personal endeavor. With somber expressions, the auras of the 2 dissipated. Before long, they arrived above the void where Laozi resided. Peering down, Fong Lei was struck by the sheer intensity of Laozi's power at that moment. This strength was several times greater than before, a reality that caught him entirely off guard. Elder brother's strength is astonishing. Chapter 44. Each should have their own path upon hearing his voice. Even Tong Tian could not help but nod in agreement. That moment, Laozi's figure was enveloped in spiritual energy, rays of golden light radiating from the heavens, the power emanating from the Taiji diagram. His accompanying treasure was equally formidable. The 2 trembled in awe, hastily adjusting their auras. Although it was Laozi's breakthrough, they could draw upon this power for their own insights, perhaps discovering new directions. Tong Tian, filled with excitement, stepped forward, allowing the golden light to weave around him. Seeing him like this, Fong Lei did not remain idle either, quickly activating his devouring technique. However, he was cautious not to overextend himself as he had previously, for the last encounter had nearly cost him his life. Initially, he had thought that Tong Tian's breakthrough would take some time, but they were unprepared for what was to come. Just as they sought to glean insights from the surge of power, dark clouds gathered above, and countless bolts of lightning coalesced. With a resounding clap of thunder, Tong Tian suddenly looked up and retreated at lightning speed. "This is bad. Fourth brother, quickly take cover." His tone was urgent. Yet Fong Lei was a fraction too slow. With a deafening roar, the myriad bolts of lightning descended, engulfing Fong Lei entirely. Observing this, Tong Tian was momentarily stunned, his expression darkening considerably. Fourth brother! Fourth brother!" His voice was frantic as he rushed forward. The power of the lightning was formidable. Being struck would surely spell doom. As he called out, he hastened his steps. Just as he was about to exhaust himself, a figure emerged from the lightning storm. Fong Lei stepped out with a calm smile, his body unscathed. Tong Tian stood frozen, his face filled with disbelief. "Fourth brother, you!" He had never imagined that Fong Lei could withstand such power solely with his physical form. Sensing Tong Tian's confusion, Fong Lei chuckled lightly, revealing the divine with bamboo that shimmered with golden light and faint arcs of lightning. "Thanks to this treasure, otherwise I would not have been able to withstand it." Just moments ago, he sensed a hint of danger. Believing that his resistance would be in vain to his surprise, this entity proved to be remarkably potent, not only aiding his descent, but also absorbing the power of the lightning. He did not persist any longer, turning away to retreat several hundred zhang. Observing the tumultuous lightning above, his expression grew solemn. He and Tong Tian had no intention of advancing further. For now, they could only rely on Laozi to withstand the onslaught. Having endured the brunt of the attack, whether he could weather this tribulation depended solely on Laozi himself. He had faith that Laozi would prevail, for he was indeed the foremost among the three pure ones. It was said that if he could withstand this calamity, he would achieve a breakthrough. As he gazed at the vast expanse of lightning, Tong Tian's expression mirrored his gravity, tinged with concern. The power was terrifying, and he found himself sweating for Laozi. Yet when he glanced at Fong Lei, he noticed Fong Lei's demeanor was considerably more relaxed. "Fourth brother, are you not the least bit worried?" Seeing his calmness, Fong Lei replied with an air of nonchalance. "Elder brother is destined to face this trial. He is well aware of it, and I firmly believe he will succeed." After this, Fong Lei chose not to elaborate further. The outcome was already determined. There was no need to dwell on it. If Laozi were to falter, what hope would remain for the three pure ones? Under the relentless pressure of the lightning, Laozi slowly opened his eyes. A beam of golden light burst forth from his gaze as he leapt into the sky. With both hands forming intricate seals, the power of the Taiji diagram surged forth, enveloping all directions. Witnessing this, Tong Tian was taken aback, his anxiety somewhat alleviated. This force was indeed formidable. It seemed that this breakthrough was within reach. Strands of lightning cascaded down, but Laozi, bolstered by his immense power, completely withstood the onslaught. The thunderous roars continued, yet Laozi moved with effortless grace. He traversed the skies with remarkable speed, and none of the power harmed him in the slightest. Moments later, the lightning in the heavens dissipated. Laozi stood in the void, his form shrouded in a layer of golden light, exuding an aura of peak de luo jin xian. Fong Lei and Tong Tian quickly approached, bowing slightly in respect. "Congratulations, elder brother, on your breakthrough to the pinnacle of de luo jin xian." "Congratulations, elder brother." In response to their words, Laozi nodded with a faint smile that he waved his hand, retracting his aura entirely. There was no need for such formality. "I merely advanced a step ahead of you two over the past century." He had not ceased his cultivation. Although he had experienced a breakthrough, he could discern that Fong Lei and Tong Tian's auras had also grown stronger. They exchanged no further words, and as they lifted their heads, a golden figure appeared in the distance. It was Yuan Shi. Upon witnessing Laozi's breakthrough, Yuan Shi was initially startled, but soon approached with a gentle smile. "Congratulations, elder brother." Yuan Shi was genuinely pleased by Laozi's success. However, a tinge of resentment lingered in his heart. After a century of striving, his own power had barely increased. He was not as formidable as Laozi and had yet to achieve a breakthrough. Turning his gaze back to Fong Lei and Tong Tian, he noticed their powers had also only slightly increased, which eased his heart somewhat. However, he did not forget to inquire, "Have you both gained anything?" Tong Tian, unable to hide his emotions, replied with a faint smile, "I have mastered 4 sword formations, yet I still fall short in comparison to elder brother. Do not be disheartened, third brother. Our breakthroughs are imminent." Fong Lei's words resonated with their hearts, and the two exchanged nods in agreement. After their conversation, Yuan Shi and Tong Tian could not help but turn their gaze toward Laozi. "Elder brother, may we borrow your strength for our comprehension?" Having heard their unified request, Laozi naturally did not refuse. He nodded lightly, and his aura instantly radiated outward. However, Fong Lei remained unmoved, leaving Yuan Shi and Tong Tian puzzled, their eyes filled with confusion. This was the aura of a peak de luo jin xian. If they could comprehend it, they would surely have the opportunity to elevate themselves. The two exchanged bewildered glances, but before they could voice their thoughts, Fong Lei spoke calmly. "Elder brothers, this is ultimately the essence of elder brother. While we may gain insights from it, what shall we do thereafter? We, being incarnations of the Pangu essence, ought to cultivate our own paths." Upon hearing this, their expressions grew serious. Fong Lei's words held merit. If they were to gain comprehension this time, what would follow? Without Laozi, would they not stagnate? Initially filled with excitement, they now stood rooted, reluctant to move. This statement also awakened Laozi, who glanced at the two before retracting his aura. "Fourth brother speaks truthfully. You two should cultivate your own strength instead of relying on my power for comprehension." Under the exchange of word between him and Fong Lei, Tong Tian and Yuan Shi nodded, their faces dimming. Just moments ago, they had been filled with excitement, but now they shared a different sentiment. IT was indeed necessary. They could not place all their hopes on Laozi if one day Laozi were no longer present. Would they remain stagnant? Fourth brother is right. We shall heed your words. Tong Tian turned to Fong Lei and offered a slight bow. His resolve strengthened. His talent was not inferior to Laozi's. He simply took a step slower. He believed that through his own efforts, he could certainly make progress. With that, he conjured the Zhuxian sword. The Zhuxian sword was his innate treasure, its strength rivaling that of Laozi's Taiji diagram. Yuan Shi's expression darkened slightly, and his aura began to radiate. Though he was eager to enhance his abilities, he did not wish to remain under Laozi's influence forever. We shall take our leave. Having said this, he and Tong Tian departed in different directions. Fong Lei did not linger either. Now that Laozi had achieved a breakthrough, he could not afford to lag behind. The numerous treasures in his possession made it quite simple for him to advance, requiring little effort. It merely depended on his willingness. Over the years, he had sought treasures without placing much importance on his own cultivation. However, as he reached the summit of Mount Buzhou, a figure resembling a phoenix suddenly appeared in the distance. Feng Wu moved with incredible speed, swiftly arriving before him and bowing in respect. I pay my respects to the master. Fong Lei nodded placidly, not placing too much significance on the encounter. However, he was curious as to why this being had sought him out. He hoped to enhance his own abilities and could discuss other matters later. With a grave expression, she raised her head and quickly explained, "The Phoenix clan has issued a kill order." Upon hearing this, Fong Lei furrowed his brow in confusion. What does the Phoenix clan's kill order have to do with me? It is directed at us. She possessed the bloodline of the Phoenix clan, and as the clan leader had issued the decree, she naturally sensed it. Directed at us? Surely you jest. The Phoenix clan's enemies should be the other two clans. Fong Lei was astonished, perplexed as to why the Phoenix clan would deviate from their usual course. Shouldn't they be focused on vying for dominance in the three realms rather than fixating on the four of them? His confusion prompted Feng Wu to provide clarification. They do not regard us as significant. It is merely incidental. This statement darkened Fong Lei's expression. He had anticipated that those individuals would take them seriously, but now it seemed that their assassination was merely an afterthought. Interesting. Let them come. As long as they are not afraid of death, I shall await them. He assumed that their numbers would be limited, considering that the Phoenix clan had previously sent only their subtypes, who were no match for him. Moreover, with Laozi's breakthrough to the pinnacle of the Luo Jinxian, dealing with one or two phoenixes would be a trivial task. However, he had underestimated the situation. The Phoenix clan, as the progenitor of all birds, had summoned not just their own powerful members for this occasion. Sensing his calm demeanor, Feng Wu grew anxious and hurried to explain, "Master, you may not be aware, but this time could be more perilous than before." Fong Lei looked up in confusion, signaling her to continue. She took a deep breath, her expression growing exceedingly grave. Besides the Phoenix clan, all avian creatures across the three realms have been summoned, though the three clans have risen. The pure phoenix of the Phoenix clan remains scarce, with the most numerous being the avian creatures. Upon hearing this, Fong Lei furrowed his brows, his expression turning significantly grave. That, if that is the case, then troubles abound. After contemplating for a while in the void, his eyes shifted, and a meaningful smile graced his face. The enmity between the Phoenix clan and the Dragon clan must be of greater magnitude, right? Upon hearing his words, Feng Wu appeared perplexed, but nodded respectfully without hesitation. This simplifies matters. Let them first expend their strength against the Dragon clan, though aware that Fong Lei often deviates from conventional methods. The Phoenix clan members are not fools. How could they simply acquiesce to his words? Despite the confusion swirling within, Fong Lei said no more, and naturally, he could not press for further inquiries. They still had a considerable distance to travel to reach this place. So there was no need to rush. Fong Lei stated this matter-of-factly, waving his hand. After he departed, Fong Lei did not dwell on it any longer, directly unleashing his aura. Time waits for no one. He must break through with utmost speed that he owed them. This moment would feel like a century. When he opened his eyes again, Fong Lei was enveloped in golden light, having absorbed all the power he had previously devoured. Feeling the surge of strength coursing through him, a faint smile appeared on his face as he leapt into the sky. Under the influence of his power, the world trembled, and the heavens gathered with 100 bolts of lightning. Glancing upward, his smile grew more fervent as the divine wood bamboo transformed before him. Come! After such a lengthy wait, he could finally reach the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal in the distance. Yuan Shi and Tong Tian were taken aback at the sight. Without lingering for long, they withdrew their gazes and promptly adjusted their auras. They were merely a step away. Yet unexpectedly, Feng Lei had taken the lead. Naturally, they were unwilling to concede, determined to outpace Feng Lei at all costs. Watching the 3 beams of golden light shooting into the sky, Laozi couldn't help but smile faintly. Excellent. Though only 2 brief words. They conveyed everything he had initially thought that the trio would take longer to break through, but their speed was surprisingly swift. The lightning continued to intertwine and descend, and Feng Lei maintained a calm demeanor. A hint of disdain on his face. These bolts of lightning could not harm him. They would merely serve as nourishment for the divine thunder sword and the divine wood bamboo. Ultimately, he was a step ahead. Yuan Shi and Tong Tian had exhausted their efforts, yet still fell short. Moments later, Feng Lei retracted his aura. Only 2 beams of golden light remained in the celestial expanse, emanating from Tong Tian and Yuan Shi. Casting a nonchalant glance, Feng Lei smiled gently, putting away all his congenital spiritual treasures. He had intended to lend a helping hand to the 2, but ultimately decided against it. Given their temperaments, they would surely not appreciate being disturbed during their breakthroughs. After a few moments of waiting, the power radiating from the 2 became increasingly potent. The lightning in the heavens flickered incessantly, yet the 2 remained unscathed as the energy dissipated from the clouds. They descended through the air, their faces alight with excitement. Today, they had finally made a breakthrough. The 2 were overwhelmed with joy. After so long, their efforts had finally borne fruit. Chapter 46. The Phoenix Clan. At that moment, Feng Lei and Laozi had also arrived from afar. Observing the energy emanating from the 2, Laozi smiled gently and nodded. Feng Lei approached with a calm smile, offering a respectful bow. Congratulations, my 2 elder brothers. Their breakthrough was indeed a cause for celebration, and Feng Lei felt genuinely happy for them. 4th brother, in my eyes, you still have some distance to cover compared to us. Though Tong Tian was excited, his words were not mere jest. The speed at which the 2 had advanced was indeed impressive, yet Feng Lei had surpassed them. Hearing this, Feng Lei chuckled awkwardly but refrained from further comment. Having successfully broken through, discussing such matters now seemed pointless. Eldest brothers, I have a place to visit. I wonder if you would be interested? Upon hearing this, Laozi and the others cast puzzled glances at him. They had thought that Mount Buzhou would be their final destination, yet it appeared there was more to explore. The 3 exchanged knowing looks, all focusing on Feng Lei. Though unspoken, their intent was clear. If there was indeed a place to go, they were more than willing to accompany him, as they did not wish to linger here any longer. Where do you intend to go, 4th brother? Laozi was the first to speak, needing to clarify the matter to the Dragon Clan. Upon uttering this, the trio was greatly astonished, and even Yuan Shi and Feng Wu cast solemn glances. 4th brother, you cannot be jesting. Tong Tian's expression turned serious. His eyes shadowed with concern. Venture to the Dragon Clan is akin to courting death. The Dragon Clan has sent formidable foes time and again, and their feud has reached a point of no return. Observing the trio's bewilderment, Feng Lei remained calm as he spoke. If my elder brothers trust me, then let us go and take a look. The moment these words fell, the 3 stood frozen, their expressions tinged with awkwardness. However, after some deliberation, they nodded in succession. Feng Lei had never let them down in his endeavors. They believed this time would be no different. Since the opportunity presented itself, they were willing to give it a try. Seeing their agreement, Feng Lei no longer hesitated and leaped onto Feng Wu's back. Let us proceed. To his command, Feng Wu dared not defy. With a resounding phoenix cry, they soared away in an instant. Laozi sat upon Yuan Shi's back, while only Tong Tian and Yuan Shi relied on their own powers to fly. However, after their breakthroughs, their speed was not to be underestimated. Feng Lei reclined leisurely, while Feng Wu wore a puzzled expression. Master, are we truly going to the Dragon Clan? She was still somewhat uncertain, as the Dragon Clan was a perilous endeavor at this stage, setting aside the grudges between Fong Lei and the Dragon Clan. As a member of the Phoenix Clan, she was bound to have a bitter rivalry with them. Naturally, we must go. Otherwise, who will deal with those phoenixes? A mischievous smile graced Fong Lei's face as a splendid plan began to take shape in his mind. After all, this was a time of contention among the three clans, and the four of them remained inconspicuous. After a considerable time, they arrived at an unknown expanse of void. At this moment, Feng Wu's speed had considerably decreased. Much slower than before, Fong Lei had not paid much heed until a sudden realization struck him at the sound of Phoenix cry. "What is happening?" he inquired inconspicuously, while Feng Wu halted. Her fierce gaze fixed on the distance. "There are dragons." Her hatred for the Dragon Clan ran deep, and she possessed a keen sensitivity to their aura. Upon hearing this, Fong Lei could not help but furrow his brows. Those Dragon Clan members are truly relentless. They have come once more. Since they have arrived, let us take care of them. His tone was cold, but just as he finished speaking, Feng Wu's expression turned grave. "There are also phoenixes." The moment those words left her lips, Fong Lei's composure shattered. He had assumed it was merely the dragons, but to his surprise, there were phoenixes as well. Stepping down from Feng Wu's back, he waved his hand with a calm smile. "Allow me to handle this." Seeing the smile on his face, Feng Wu was utterly perplexed. For a moment, she could not fathom Fong Lei's mindset at such a juncture. How could he still be smiling? Laozi, Tong Tian, and Yuan Shi soon arrived. Yet, just as they prepared to advance, Fong Lei intervened, halting them. "Eldest brothers, I will take care of this matter." Though the three were quite confused, Fong Lei's tone was resolute, leaving them no room for further argument. "Fourth brother, be cautious." With that, the trio vanished from sight. However, they did not depart. Rather, they remained concealed in the shadows, though Fong Lei possessed strength. Their concern lingered. They did not wish for any mishaps to befall Fong Lei here. Shortly after they left, 4 or 5 dragon figures emerged from the distance. Among them was a black dragon, adorned with 3 claws, exuding a terrifying dragon aura. Upon sighting it, Fong Lei could not help but furrow his brow, his expression becoming somewhat serious. The Dragon Clan that had come this time was indeed formidable. Their aura was distinctly different from before. Under his watchful gaze, the black dragon descended from the void, its thunderous roars echoing across the heavens. "You are the one who has harmed my Dragon Clan." Upon hearing his words, Fong Lei cast a perplexed glance around him. "Are you speaking to me? When have I ever laid hands on your Dragon Clan?" This statement left the black dragon before him utterly speechless. The black dragon fixed a murderous gaze upon him, his eyes brimming with unrestrained fury. "You seek death." In response to the dragon's enraged voice, Fong Lei remained remarkably composed. "Your Dragon Clan is the one that bullies others and yet claims to have reason." "I have done nothing." The black dragon, undeterred, declared, "Such audacity shall not go unpunished. Today, I shall end you." With a furious roar, he prepared to strike. However, as he advanced, Fong Lei swiftly interrupted him. "Wait, since we have reached this point. Allow me to inform you that I belong to the Phoenix Clan, that if you kill me, they will not spare you." At the mention of the Phoenix Clan, the black dragon's rage intensified. Their animosity towards the Phoenix was profound, and he vowed that Fong Lei would not leave alive today. Witnessing the ominous aura radiating from the dragons, Fong Lei let out a cold chuckle and retreated swiftly. His objective had been achieved. Now it was time to observe the unfolding drama. Just as the dragons were about to unleash their power, a piercing cry of a phoenix resonated from afar. Countless flames surged forth, causing the very heavens to tremble. Accompanied by a series of explosive sounds, the atmosphere quaked violently. The aura exuded by the black dragon was utterly shattered. With a fierce gaze, he declared, "A bunch of worthless beings dare to strike my noble Dragon Clan. Today, I shall obliterate you." The 3 clans were already at odds, and the recent injury inflicted by this newfound strength only fueled their animosity. Yes, a dragon. How could he possibly swallow this insult? The Phoenix Clan, too, was not one to cower. They showed no mercy in the face of the dragons. In an instant, they clashed. The entire sky quaked under the cacophony of thunderous roars. observing the fierce battle from a distance. Fong Lei wore a cold smile. Having completely concealed his own aura, it was far more effortless to let them fight amongst themselves. After they had exhausted each other, he could then step in at his leisure. The three Qing were astonished by his strategy. They had never considered such an approach. Meanwhile, Feng Wu and Yuan Qi were left speechless, questioning the intelligence of the Black Dragon, who had been so easily swayed by Feng Lei's mere words. Although the Black Dragon lacked the pure bloodline of the dragons, his power was not to be underestimated. With a thunderous roar, he forcefully pushed back a phoenix, sending it tumbling thousands of feet away. Coldly observing, the malice in his eyes surged forth. "You fools have come to deliver yourselves to me, that I shall first dispose of you before dealing with your kin." This statement left the Phoenix clan bewildered. Yet their anger did not wane. "Oh, slay my Phoenix clan. You must first prove your worth." Hearing their defiant shouts, Fong Lei's face broke into a cold smile. "Indeed, these individuals are remarkably audacious. I must commend their audacity." His tone icy, he released his own aura. He had no intention of waiting idly. He needed to intervene. Without his involvement, determining a victor would prove challenging. As a member of the Phoenix clan, how could he stand by and watch? Just as the Black Dragon ascended, Fong Lei swiftly positioned himself before it. Despite the dragon's massive size, its strength paled in comparison to as the dragon's tail swung down. Fong Lei countered with a punch, sending it staggering back. The dragon steadied itself, its fury igniting. "You still have words to speak." Fong Lei waved a hand dismissively. "Patience. There is no need for your involvement in dealing with them." This remark left the Black Dragon confused and bewildered. What did Fong Lei mean by that? Before it could react, Fong Lei summoned the divine thunder sword. Conjuring flickering lightning from the heavens, that he swung the sword, unleashing arcs of lightning that surged toward the Phoenix clan. With a series of explosive sounds, the Phoenix clan was engulfed in the storm of thunder. Fong Lei's unexpected maneuver rendered the Black Dragon dumbfounded. Not only the dragon, but even the three Qing were left in perplexity. Just moments ago, Fong Lei had claimed kinship with the Phoenix. How had he so swiftly changed his stance? Yuan Qi and Feng Wu were equally astonished, unable to comprehend why he would suddenly turn against the Phoenix clan. With a single blow, Fong Lei incapacitated the Phoenix subspecies, but he did not eliminate them entirely. Casting a glance, he wore a sinister smile. Turning his gaze back to the Black Dragon, he spoke nonchalantly. "You have yet to resolve this matter. You have brought shame upon our dragon clan." He emphasized his words deliberately, knowing the Phoenix clan would overhear. The Black Dragon, still in a state of confusion, struggled to comprehend the situation. He cast a bewildered look at Fong Lei, his aura dissipating slightly. "What do you mean? Are you not with them?" Before he could finish, Fong Lei interrupted. "One must not speak recklessly. We are both of the Dragon Clan. It is only right that we lend our strength." Now, the Black Dragon refrained from making hasty judgments, feeling increasingly perplexed by Fong Lei's words. Although he harbored doubts, he dared not act rashly. Seeing the dragon's wavering resolve, Fong Lei smiled faintly and turned his attention to the distance. His earlier words had not only persuaded the Black Dragon, but also instilled unwavering belief in the Phoenix clan. Having come this far, he could not let such a golden opportunity slip away. Now, he needed to continue the charade, drawing both factions deeper into this scheme. With a wave of the divine thunder sword, the lightning in the sky dissipated, granting the Phoenix clan a chance to escape. Casting a calm glance at them, Fong Lei spoke slowly. "Considering you have yet to commit any grave errors, I shall spare your lives. Depart." The few Phoenix subspecies were seething with rage. Upon hearing his words, their faces contorted with fury. Yet they did not squander time. With grim expressions, they retreated, fully aware that remaining would spell their doom. "The humiliation suffered by my Phoenix clan today shall be avenged." With this declaration, they hurriedly departed, vanishing in the blink of an eye. The objective had been achieved. Fong Lei smiled coldly, choosing not to prolong the standoff. While he felt relieved, the Black Dragon was left in a quandary, burdened by a sense of grave uncertainty. Unsure whether to attack or refrain, he found himself in a precarious position. "What are you waiting for? I shall take charge and spare them for now." With a wicked smile, he stepped forward, channeling his aura once more. They had dealt with that matter. Now it was time for the others. Upon uttering this, the black dragon wore a look of bewilderment. Before he could process the situation, a bolt of lightning descended from the void, piercing through his body. Although it did not claim his life, his dragon scales scattered around him. The other dragons were taken aback by the sight. Just as they prepared to retaliate, another bolt of lightning struck down from the heavens. Having just fought the Phoenix clan, they had already exhausted considerable energy. Faced with this overwhelming force, they had no hope of resistance. With a series of explosive sounds, all the dragons lost their fighting capabilities. The three Qing emerged from the shadows, eyeing the black dragon. Tong Tian swiftly approached, just as Fong Lei was poised to deliver a fatal blow. Tong Tian raised a hand to halt him. "Fourth brother, wait!" At the sound of his voice, Fong Lei turned in confusion. However, he did not argue. Since Tong Tian had spoken, he would grant him this courtesy. Sheathing the divine thunder sword, he stepped aside. Tong Tian ignored him. Focusing intently on the black dragon, "Do you wish to submit to me?" Fong Lei and the other two both possessed mounts, and naturally, he desired one as well. The black dragon was the unequivocal choice. Although its bloodline was not the purest, its strength was nonetheless formidable. As soon as he finished speaking, the black dragon let out a deafening roar. Chapter 48. Extracting the black dragon's reverse scale. Upon hearing this roar, Tong Tian's expression instantly darkened. The Zhuxian sword materialized in his hand, and his aura was no longer concealed. It radiated outward unabashedly. The black dragon, already gravely injured, could hardly withstand his might. Though the dragon's roar persisted, it was evident that the creature was in a state of utter disarray. Under Tong Tian's overwhelming presence, the dragon was gasping for breath. Unable even to lift its head, casting a cold glance at it, Tong Tian spoke again. "If you refuse to submit, then death is your only fate. The choice is yours." His voice was frigid, laced with a palpable murderous intent. Observing the black dragon's prolonged silence, Fong Lei discreetly signaled to Yuan Qi beside him. Such matters required a touch of persuasion. However, he could not guarantee whether a creature of the dragon lineage would choose to submit. After all, the pride of dragons was not to be trifled with, as evidenced by the previous dragon that would rather perish than yield. Receiving his cue, Yuan Qi approached with understanding, glancing at the black dragon before earnestly stating, "I am aware that your kind possesses pride, but consider this. If you perish, the dragon lineage would scarcely care." After his lengthy exhortation, he felt somewhat fatigued, yet the black dragon remained unmoved. Yuan Qi prepared to continue. The black dragon coldly retorted, "You too fear for your lives. I have no such concerns. Then go ahead and die." Yuan Qi, having lost patience, expressed his anger and stepped aside. His relationship with the dragon lineage had always been antagonistic, and to waste such effort on a creature that showed no gratitude was futile. Tong Tian's countenance remained aloof, his murderous intent unabated. He had initially intended to offer this creature a chance, but it seemed unwilling to appreciate the opportunity. Just as he prepared to end the dragon's life with a single stroke, Fong Lei stepped forward. "Do not be so hasty. Allow me to assist you." He had his own methods for dealing with this creature, and since diplomacy had failed, it was time for a more forceful approach. He was eager to witness how the black dragon would withstand his tactics. "Fourth brother, do you have a plan?" Tong Tian queried, puzzled. Fong Lei merely smiled and nodded. "Just watch." Approaching the black dragon, he transformed the divine wood into a bolt of lightning that surged into the dragon's wound. The arcs of lightning struck relentlessly, and the once unyielding black dragon's expression contorted in agony. The dragon's formidable physique proved utterly incapable of withstanding such onslaught. In little time, pain was etched across its face, and its aura dwindled to a mere whisper. His astonishment, Fong Lei had resorted to such a drastic measure. "If you have the capability, then kill me." The dragon's icy voice rang out. Fong Lei scoffed, dismissively waving his hand. "How could I possibly kill you?" As he spoke, Fong Lei withdrew the divine wood, yet his gaze remained fixed beneath the dragon's lowered head. With a wicked grin, Fong Lei's expression revealed his intentions. Noticing this, the black dragon instinctively recoiled. "What do you intend to do?" Though he spoke the words, a sense of dread began to settle within him. Fong Lei was clearly contemplating the extraction of his reverse scale. It is said that dragons possess a reverse scale, and to touch it is to invite death. Today, I shall assist you in removing it. How does that sound? At this pronouncement, the black dragon's eyes unmistakably reflected panic. He understood that Fong Lei possessed the power to carry out his words, and there was no jest in his tone. As Fong Lei's hand reached toward him, the dragon struggled in vain to escape. Rest assured, even if I remove this reverse scale, I shall not permit your demise. Fong Lei's grip tightened as he spoke, and the pain of having his scale torn away was far greater than the previous torment. A pained roar erupted from the black dragon, and the defiance in its eyes faded. I submit. Fong Lei let out a cold chuckle, yet he forcibly yanked the scale free. Blood spilled forth, and the dragon's aura diminished by half. Witnessing this, Fong Lei ceased his actions and focused on stabilizing the creature's injuries. Without the reverse scale, the black dragon would find itself in a position far more excruciating than death. There were only 2 reverse scales in total, and Fong Lei's hand was already upon the second. Should this last scale be taken, annihilation awaited him. However, Fong Lei's movements were deliberate and slow. As he made contact, the dragon hastily proclaimed, I, He Sha, hereby swear allegiance to Fong Lei. With no ulterior motives, should I betray this vow, may my soul be annihilated. As his words echoed, a golden light cascaded from the heavens. Clearly, his declaration had taken effect. Had you done this sooner, it would have saved my time. Fong Lei remarked with a look of disdain, tossing the scale back. There was still time for recovery. If they delayed further, chances would be lost. Yuan Qi and Feng Wu stood by, astonished, their expressions grave. Thankfully, they had recognized the situation in time. Otherwise, they too would have suffered. Having accompanied Fong Lei for some time, they had never encountered a situation quite like this. This moment, Fong Lei reigned in his aura, and Tong Tian approached with a faint smile. The black dragon's eyes still bore traces of reluctance, yet there was no room for dissent. He dared not hesitate further, channeling all his strength to absorb the scale. The pain from moments ago still lingered, and he was wary of making any sudden movements. After a few breaths, he managed to stabilize his condition, while Fong Lei settled comfortably on Feng Wu's back. The previous ordeal had merely been a minor interlude. They had far more pressing matters to attend to. Having declared their intent to visit the dragon lineage, they could not afford to squander time in this place. Feng Wu, understanding the urgency, refrained from uttering a word of protest and swiftly took to the skies. Tong Tian, too, showed no hesitation, mounting the back of He Sha without reservation to I, a proud member of the dragon lineage. Have become your mount. He Sha could not restrain a complaint, but as his words left his lips, he was met with Fong Lei's icy glare. Although Fong Lei remained silent, that single look was enough to render him mute. He was perplexed. He had not even voiced his thoughts, yet it seemed Fong Lei had already divined them. In his confusion, Yuan Qi approached from behind. Casting a glance at him, he stated plainly, You and I share a mental connection with our master. Whatever you ponder, he shall know in an instant. With that revelation, He Sha came to understand, and he dared not utter another word. Fong Lei's rationale for sparing the Phoenix lineage was straightforward, beyond the celestial treasures. He harbored other intentions. The earlier decision to spare them was a calculated move. They were now firmly convinced that they would seek vengeance against the dragon lineage, allowing Fong Lei to reap the rewards of their conflict. Time slipped away, and eventually, they arrived at a vast expanse of ocean. Leaning down to survey the waters, Fong Lei quickly discerned thousands of aquatic beings. All were subjects of Long Zhe, obedient to the commands of their ancestral dragon. Among them, He Sha was the most exhilarated, greedily absorbing the ambient energy. Chapter 49. Journey to the Dragon's Treasure Vault. Here, the dragon energy surged mightily, drawing him in inexplicably, gazing at the ethereal currents of dragon energy. The 4 companions paused in awe. Fong Lei could not help but exclaim, Truly, this is the land of dragons. In addition to the vast expanse of dragon energy above, the skies here were suffused with purple auras. Further enhanced by the momentum of the and, oh wonder, the dragon lineage could remain undefeated amidst the three clans' conflict. The fortune of this land played a significant role in their dominance. Sanqing and the others were likewise captivated, stunned by the potency of the aura that far surpassed Kunlun. Though astonished, the three did not linger long in their reverie, casting expectant glances toward Fanglei. "Fourth brother, what shall we do next?" Having reached the dragon lineage, they were uncertain of their next course of action. Observing their bewildered expressions, Fanglei smiled and turned his gaze toward the black dragon. Under his scrutiny, the dragon grew wary, the smirk on its face vanishing entirely. Though it did not comprehend Fanglei's intentions, instinct warned it that whatever lay ahead was not promising. Otherwise, Fanglei would not exhibit such a demeanor. Despite its overwhelming fear, the black dragon maintained a facade of respect, hastily retracting some of its dragon energy. "Master, what commands do you have?" Fanglei did not hesitate. He cast a glance at him and then smiled faintly. "As a member of the dragon clan, you should be aware of where their treasures are kept, correct?" Upon hearing these words, the man's body stiffened, and his expression turned exceedingly grim. "I do not know." Even if he were privy to such information, he could not divulge it. Without the consent of the Ancestor dragon, a reckless excursion by a dragon clan warrior would be tantamount to a death sentence. He believed he had concealed his thoughts well, unaware that Fanglei had already seen through him. With a frigid gaze, Fanglei regarded him before speaking coldly. "If you do not know, then you need not keep that last scale of defiance." Fanglei was not jesting. As he spoke, the aura of the Grand Luo Golden Immortal began to stir. Since this fellow was unwilling to guide him, what use was it to spare him? He would simply pluck away his scale. Watching Fanglei press forward, the man, in a state of panic, began to retreat. Ultimately, he could not fend off the overwhelming pressure exerted by Fanglei. "I know where it is. I shall take you there. Had you said so earlier, there would have been no need for me to resort to violence." Fanglei replied with a hint of exasperation, dismissively waving his hand. He dared not hesitate for a moment, propelling his dragon form straight into the depths of the sea. Fanglei and the others followed closely behind, with Feng Wu and Yuan Qi accompanying him. Observing the displeased expression on the black dragon's face, Yuan Qi could not help but scoff. "You must understand, at this moment, you are no longer a member of the dragon clan. If you dare to defy the master's command, no one can save you." These two were relishing the spectacle, unconcerned as it did not pertain to them. However, after arriving at this location, their expressions had turned rather somber. The atmosphere here was undeniably potent. Yet they held no favorable impression of the dragon clan. Though the three of them had submitted to Fanglei, the black dragon had not shown them any kindness. As soon as Yuan Qi finished speaking, the black dragon turned his head and retorted coldly, "I do not require your instruction in my affairs." The moment those words left his mouth, Yuan Qi was instantly incensed, his aura radiating unabashedly. "You ungrateful wretch!" As a member of the dragon clan, the black dragon possessed his own pride. Upon sensing the power emanating from Yuan Qi, the black dragon's expression darkened as his dragon aura surged forth. "Ungrateful! Should you dare utter another word, I shall ensure your demise in these depths." Neither was willing to concede, their auras reaching their peak. Just as their confrontation reached a boiling point, Fanglei's icy gaze fell upon them. "You two, behave yourselves." With Fanglei's chilling voice, both the black dragon and Yuan Qi reigned in their energies. Under the guidance of the black dragon, they swiftly arrived at the depths of the sea. Coming to a halt, the black dragon wisely stepped back to stand before Fanglei. His expression was grave, and a flicker of fear glimmered in his eyes. Observing his demeanor, Fanglei was perplexed. "What is it? Is there something here that frightens you?" In the face of Fanglei's inquiry, the black dragon dared not utter a word and hastily responded, "Master, you must understand, this is the place where the dragon clan perished." Upon hearing this, Fanglei was momentarily taken aback, his expression shifting slightly. This is the site of the dragon clan's fall. Could it not contain remnants such as dragon bones or tendons? These are primordial artifacts, and the aura within must be formidable. Though he felt a twinge of excitement inside, his countenance remained as cold as ever. "I instructed you to lead me to the dragon clan's treasury. What purpose does this serve?" He could not help but question the Black Dragon's motives. This was the site of the Dragon Clan's downfall, after all, and it was likely to harbor dragon souls. While those entities might not possess great strength, they would still pose a considerable nuisance. Do not worry, Master. The Dragon Clan's treasury is indeed located here. While he could not guarantee anything else, he was well versed in the secrets of this Dragon Clan. Upon hearing this, not only Fong Lei, but also the three Pure Ones displayed expressions of puzzlement. Why would they establish their defenses in such a location? Was there something unique about this place? The four of them were utterly perplexed, their gazes drifting downward in search of answers. Yet, they could discern nothing unusual, leaving them at a loss for how to proceed. Since we are here, let us descend and investigate. Fong Lei was the first to voice his intent, unleashing his grand Luo golden immortal aura as he rapidly descended. He shared a certain connection with the Black Dragon, and he was acutely aware of its thoughts. He was certain that this fellow was not deceiving him. Observing his decisive action, the three Pure Ones set aside their reservations. Their energies unfurled, transforming them into fleeting shadows as they followed suit. Moments later, they arrived at the precipice of a chasm. Just a single glance caused Fong Lei to furrow his brow, his expression growing considerably graver. Beneath them lay not only the dominating aura of the Dragon Clan, but also countless dragon souls. Only then did he comprehend why the Ancestor Dragon had chosen this location. The Dragon Clan's treasury was here, where outsiders would scarcely dare to approach, thus minimizing the risk of theft. However, this only held true for those of lesser strength. It would not deter the four Pure Ones. A cold smile crept across his face as he unleashed his aura. Yet, just as he took a step forward, the Black Dragon hastily interjected, "Master, wait." His sudden intervention left Fong Lei bewildered, his eyes reflecting confusion. What now? Master, you must observe, the power below is not as simple as it appears. As he spoke, his own aura surged forth. Under his guidance, 100 water dragons emerged from below. An exceedingly terrifying energy erupted, causing Fong Lei to flinch. This old fellow was indeed cautious. He had initially thought that the dragon souls guarding this place were already formidable enough, but the Ancestor Dragon had left behind such a terrifying force as well. Accompanying this surge of power, a chorus of dragon roars resonated from below. The thunderous roars reverberated through the heavens and earth, causing the entire deep sea to tremble. Observing the force beneath them, Fong Lei could not help but knit his brows. Such a tremendous commotion. Would the Ancestor Dragon not take notice? The thoughts swirling his mind were elucidated by the Black Dragon, who provided clarification. Rest assured, Master, this place experiences such phenomena frequently, and the Dragon Clan does not pay it any heed. Upon hearing this, Fong Lei finally relaxed his previously tense demeanor. In that case, let us descend and take a look. The Black Dragon had anticipated Fong Lei's retreat, but to his surprise, Fong Lei was resolute in his decision to proceed. Master, are you truly going down? At that moment, he was wavering. The dangers lurking below were too great, and he did not wish to lose his dragon life. He was in a state of panic, while Fong Lei merely turned his head, his expression calm. What do you think? A simple, unassuming question left the Black Dragon speechless, and he dared not utter another word. Unleashing his grand Luo golden immortal aura, Fong Lei descended with an expression as cold as ice. The energy emanating from below was indeed formidable, but it was far from sufficient to impede him. The three Pure Ones exchanged knowing smiles. Seeing him descend, they too unleashed their energies, especially Tauntaun, who felt invigorated rather than deterred by the previous force. As they stepped into the depths, the power surged forth once more. Golden light burst forth, and countless dragon souls surged toward Fong Lei. Witnessing this force, Fong Lei's expression darkened as he manifested the divine lightning sword. Roar! As the dragon's roar echoed, he raised his hand and struck with the sword. Lightning crackled and exploded, instantly shattering the approaching dragon souls. The Black Dragon watched in anguish. These were the powerful beings who had perished within his clan. Though he felt a pang of sorrow, he dared not show it, but he understood all too well that further words could bear dire consequences for him. The dragon aura below continued to expand, yet the path for Fong Lei and his companions remained unobstructed. Moments later, they They traversed through that layer of energy. Aside from the dwindling dragon aura, what lay before them was an abundance of spiritual treasures. Upon seeing these artifacts, Fong Lei's eyes sparkled, and the Qianquan cauldron materialized in his hands. With such a wealth of treasures, it would be a waste not to seize them. Leaving them with the Dragon Clan would only lead to their inevitable division later. However, he did not rush to act. Before taking action, he turned to the three Pure Ones with a gentle smile. "Brothers, what we obtain this time shall depend on each of our strengths." "That is precisely my intention," Tan Tian replied with a smile. And without another word, he transformed into a fleeting shadow and took off. Seeing him act, Laozi and Yuan Shi exchanged a glance, and they too radiated their auras. "Fourth brother, you must seize the opportunity." The speed of the three individuals was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, they had secured hundreds of treasures. Witnessing their exhilaration, Fong Lei decided to no longer conceal his prowess. With a surge of energy and a pointed finger, the formidable force of the Qianquan Ding dispersed instantaneously. Although the three Pure Ones were remarkably swift, their speed paled in comparison to his in a mere moment. He had gathered all the spiritual treasures before him. The three Pure Ones were momentarily taken aback. Despite their continued efforts, they found themselves outpaced by Fong Lei. "Our fourth brother truly possesses remarkable skills. It seems we must exert ourselves further." The pace of their movements accelerated, showing no signs of abating. Nearby, the black dragon watched with wide eyes, his expression grave. At this rate, the treasures of the Dragon Clan would undoubtedly be plundered entirely. He felt quite troubled, while Feng Wu and Yuan Shi displayed smiles of delight. Without even glancing at him, they advanced swiftly. Fong Lei had not forbidden them from taking action upon entering. Such an opportunity was not to be missed. They did not aspire to acquire hundreds of treasures. Merely enough for their needs. Still standing there foolishly? "If you don't act soon, there will be nothing left," Feng Wu remarked with a cold smirk, his own aura already unleashed. His words immediately prompted the black dragon to act. His face darkened as he surged upward with his dragon form. Desperation gripped him. With Fong Lei having led him here, he had already borne the label of a traitor. Rather than remain idle, he might as well fight with all his might. Moments later, Fong Lei and his companions ceased their actions, smiles adorning their faces as Fong Lei's aura retracted. The treasures of the Dragon Clan lay entirely stripped away. Not even the lowest-tiered items remained. The three Pure Ones approached eagerly, their faces alight with excitement. This was far swifter than their endeavors outside. "Fourth brother, we have secured the items. It is time for us to depart," Tong Tian reminded. But as soon as he finished speaking, Fong Lei shook his head with a mischievous grin. "Eldest brothers, please depart first." Upon hearing this, the three Pure Ones exchanged puzzled glances. Did the fourth brother intend to venture elsewhere? Yuan Shi inquired, perplexed. "There's nothing left here. What significance is there in lingering? Rest assured, if any treasures arise, I shall not forget my three elder brothers." Seeing his insistence to remain, the three Pure Ones, though confused, chose not to press further. "Fourth brother, take every precaution. Should any danger arise, feel free to summon us." With this exchange, their auras unfurled as they ascended toward the heavens. After their departure, Fong Lei made his way to the depths of the abyss. Feng Wu and Yuan Shi had intended to follow, but he declined. Though they were unsure of his intentions, they wisely retreated from the area. The black dragon was filled with confusion, his expression tinged with apprehension. He did not comprehend Fong Lei's motives, but his instincts warned him that it might not bode well. After all, the Dragon Clan should be informed of the treasures being plundered. As soon as he voiced this, he froze in place, eyes wide with disbelief. "Master, what are you planning?" He had guessed half of it, yet still could not confirm. Such actions would be akin to inviting disaster. The Dragon Clan was not to be trifled with, and Fong Lei alone would be unable to withstand their might. "Help me stage a performance." Fong Lei grinned wickedly, and before the black dragon could respond, his aura shifted. Countless fiery attacks erupted forth, and a phoenix silhouette emerged from the flames. "Master this." Fong Lei smirked and nodded, his aura no longer concealed, bearing down upon him. With a resounding crash, the black dragon was engulfed in flames. However, being in the deep sea, the power would not endure for long. Roar, a mighty dragon roar echoed as he surged upward. Thrashing his dragon form, he dared not defy Fong Lei's command. Having come this far, he could only play his part. The anguished roars reverberated through the depths, alerting the dragon clan to the commotion. Within the dragon palace, the ancestor dragon suddenly opened his eyes, the immense dragon aura radiating outward. Who dares to trespass in my clan's sacred grounds? Go and eliminate that intruder. With a furious roar, dozens of dragon figures surged forth. Chapter 51. Not merely targeting the three Pure Ones, Fong Lei had already stirred up chaos, and although the black dragon pursued relentlessly, his attacks failed to land. It was not that he could not strike. Rather, he was simply too fearful. Fong Lei was his master. Moreover, this was merely a charade. If he offended Fong Lei, he would surely meet a grim fate. Dare to seize my clan's treasures? Today, the Phoenix clan shall pay the price. Upon sensing the presence of the dragon kin, he let out a furious roar. His aura surged once more, and torrents of bloodlight erupted from his mouth. Yet once again he failed to harm Fong Lei. However, Fong Lei did not advance. Instead, he was obstructed by dozens of dragon kin. Naturally, these beings were mere sub-dragons, their displayed power only that of Tai golden immortals. Faced with these dragon kin, Fong Lei feigned misfortune. This action successfully provoked their wrath. Dare to act brazenly in my clan's territory. You shall meet your demise today. The black dragon howled in rage, launching another assault. Yet this time, Fong Lei did not afford him the opportunity. Leaping to his back, he plunged his sharp claws downward. Roar! The black dragon writhed in agony, his eyes filled with torment. This was no act. With a pained dragon cry, he plummeted into the depths of the sea. Just then, Fong Lei's voice reached his ears. You may withdraw now. He could not defy Fong Lei's command. Glancing upward, he retracted his aura and turned to leave. He had done what he needed to. The rest was now Fong Lei's solo performance. You think you mere dragonkin can contend with me? You are merely courting death. After subduing the black dragon, he could not resist taunting the remaining dragon K.I.N.S. His words echoed. They were all incensed. How dare you act so brazenly? Today, you shall pay the price. Fong Lei smiled coldly, completely dismissing their threats. As the dragon kin surged upward, the power of the tiny divine wheel and the essence of the sun radiated forth. Flames engulfed the sky, shattering the dragon aura that dared approach. A mere swarm of ants wishes to battle me. You think you are worthy? Fong Lei showed no mercy in his retort, inciting their fury to its peak. Roar above the void. The roars were incessant, and a terrifying aura of slaughter enveloped the heavens. Not bad at all. Such formidable power. Fong Lei mocked once more, having exhausted their fighting spirit, leaping away to a distance of thousands of feet. What purpose was there in wasting time here? His goals had already been achieved. Upon seeing his intent to depart, the dragon kin twisted their bodies and surged upward, their overwhelming killing intent pressing down upon him. Yet, how could they ever catch up to Fong Lei? Without even a chance to approach, he vanished without a trace. Unable to sense Fong Lei's presence, they stood dumbfounded. With cold gazes, their fury surged forth unabated. Damn it! He has escaped. Anger aside, they did not linger, but instead rushed toward the Dragon Clan's sacred grounds. As members of the Dragon Clan, the power here could not deter them. Soon, they arrived at the abyss. Staring at the plundered treasures, they froze in place. After a moment of dazed silence, they regained their bearings. Their faces darkened as they made their way toward the Dragon Palace. The Phoenix clan had completely looted their treasures. This was no trivial matter. Above the void, observing the frantic dragon kin, Fong Lei chuckled coldly. Having returned to his true form, this was the culmination of his efforts. These individuals had indeed not disappointed him. What? Within the Dragon Palace, the Ancestor dragon was furious, the overwhelming dragon pressure rendering the dragon kin breathless. Reporting to the clan leader, we previously visited, and even the bones of our kin have been taken. The Ancestor dragon's eyes turned blood red, his face contorted with rage, the murderous intent radiating freely. Well done. Phoenix clan, send my orders. Annihilate them all. The Ancestor dragon ground his teeth in fury. Those treasures represented everything belonging to his clan. How could he swallow this bitter pill? Accompanied by the furious roars of the ancestral dragon, hundreds of dragon auras surged skyward from the depths of the ocean. In an instant, the entire firmament was enveloped by this dragon energy, within which myriad dragon silhouettes danced, gazing upon this magnificent spectacle below. Fong Lei was profoundly astonished, yet the cold smile upon his face remained unyielding. The unusual happenings here had drawn the attention of the three Pure Ones, who hastily made their way to this location. The trio moved with remarkable speed, their auras radiating without reservation. They had anticipated that Fong Lei might be in peril, but upon arrival, they were left utterly bewildered. Fong Lei stood there with an air of calmness, unscathed and undeterred. Observing this, the three were momentarily taken aback, and Tong Tian inquired with confusion, "Fourth brother, could their wrath be directed at us?" A hint of concern lingered in his heart, for the Dragon Clan was not to be trifled with. Laozi and Yuan Shi, though silent, exhibited subtle shifts in their expressions. Upon hearing Tong Tian's query, Fong Lei merely shook his head with a serene smile. "Fear not, they are not targeting us. Had they come for me, I might indeed feel some trepidation, but alas, they are not. Just watch. Their true aim lies with the Phoenix tribe." With a calm demeanor, he directed his gaze forward. The three Pure Ones were taken aback, yet they placed their trust in Fong Lei. Under the scrutiny of the onlookers, the dragons ascended into the sky, their forms disappearing into the horizon. In the blink of an eye, the vast dragon energy appeared thousands of feet away. Watching the multitude of dragons depart, Fong Lei smiled faintly, exuding an aura akin to that of a great Luo golden immortal. "Brothers, do you have any interest in joining me for a closer look?" Upon hearing this, the three exchanged puzzled glances. However, without hesitation, their auras surged forth. Naturally, they were intrigued, for following Fong Lei had never led them to misfortune. "Please, fourth brother, lead the way." Their motivation was also significant. They had plundered a treasure from the Dragon Clan, and remaining would pose a risk. The trio moved swiftly, easily keeping pace with the 100 dragons. The dragons were consumed by their fury, oblivious to the presence of the trio. Fong Lei had anticipated this. Their focus lay solely on reclaiming their treasures, lest they incur the wrath of the ancestral dragon. Time slipped by, and they soon arrived at the Phoenix Song Mountain. Here, golden light enveloped the area, and the spiritual energy was terrifyingly potent. Hovering in the void, Fong Lei leaned forward, a glimmer of greed flickering in his eyes. The approaching dragons had indeed stirred the entire Phoenix tribe. Within the Phoenix Spirit Hall, Yuan Feng's countenance darkened, rage igniting in his eyes. How audacious of the Dragon Clan to dare invade our Phoenix domain. With a fierce roar, hundreds of fire phoenixes soared into the sky. Chapter 52. The Phoenix tribe faces dire peril, though the tribe leader was seething with anger. He refrained from revealing himself, opting instead to dispatch 100 Phoenix subordinates. After all, the powerful figures within the Dragon Clan had yet to show themselves. Only a gaggle of lesser dragons had arrived. To engage personally would be beneath his dignity. These two factions were sworn enemies, and their encounters were fraught with animosity. The skies were filled with roaring echoes, accompanied by the piercing cries of phoenixes. The heavens erupted in flames, colliding fiercely with the dragon energies. The thunderous explosions reverberated through the air, and above, Fong Lei and his companions watched with bated breath. Tong Tian's face broke into a smile as he brandished the sword of celestial slaying. The power emanating from below was formidable, igniting within him a desire to engage. Though he remained silent, Fong Lei could discern his thoughts. Before Tong Tian could advance, Fong Lei quickly interjected, "Do not squander our time here. We have grander plans ahead." Hearing this, Tong Tian cast a puzzled glance in his direction. "Fourth brother, what plans might those be?" They had assumed their purpose was merely to observe the spectacle, only to discover that Fong Lei had ulterior motives. Fong Lei smirked, his gaze fixating directly on Feng Wu. Under the weight of his stare, Feng Wu froze, sensing an impending crisis. Though panic gripped her heart, she dared not defy Fong Lei's words. Without hesitation, she approached respectfully and bowed. "Master, what is your command?" Since you are the Phoenix tribe, do you know where the treasures of the Phoenix clan are located? Her body trembled violently, her expression overtaken by shock. She had presumed Fong Lei to be disinterested in the treasures here, but this revelation caught her off guard. Hesitating in silence, Fong Lei continued, "It seems the Phoenix tribe has little to do with you at present." This statement struck deep, piercing her heart's wound. She now bore the stigma of a traitor. Currently, she was subservient to Fong Lei, and if she did not comply, how could she expect to have a peaceful existence? With a solemn expression, she respectfully bowed to Fong Lei. "Master, please follow me." Fong Lei nodded with a faint smile, not hesitating as he hastened to keep pace, seizing the opportunity amidst the arrogance of those below. This was indeed the best moment to act. Should they miss this chance, retrieving the treasures again would prove challenging. Observing Fong Lei's resolve, the three pure ones exchanged knowing smiles and promptly followed suit. Under Feng Wu's guidance, they soon delved deep into the heart of the Phoenix tribe. This time, the trio did not conceal their auras, and no one seemed to take notice. The battle above raged on. Who would pay them any heed? Before long, they arrived at the entrance of a cave brimming with spiritual energy. Yet, as they approached, Fong Lei sensed an unusual presence. Coming to a halt, he peered ahead, his expression darkening slightly to his surprise. The Phoenix tribe had indeed exercised caution, leaving a powerful guardian in this location. Although he could deal with this guardian, it would inevitably alert those within. Is there a way to divert their attention? Fong Lei inquired of Feng Wu, who shook her head gravely. "They take orders from the tribe leader. The others will not heed us. It seems we must resort to that tactic." Upon uttering this, the three pure ones displayed curiosity. Without hesitation, as Fong Lei directed his gaze forward, he transformed into a dragon. Upon witnessing this, the three pure ones quickly grasped his intent. The trio shared knowing smiles and followed suit, altering their appearances as well. Feng Wu's eyes widened in astonishment, yet she had no opportunity to voice her thoughts as Fong Lei calmly gestured for her to leave. "You three should depart from here." Their strength was insufficient, and they risked complications. Conversely, the four of them had reached the great Luo golden immortal stage, and even if trouble arose, they could retreat unscathed. The three, recognizing the authority of his command, bowed respectfully before turning to leave. With smiles on their faces, Fong Lei and his companions advanced swiftly. This time, they did not conceal their auras, a deliberate choice by Fong Lei. The dragon energy surged forth. Promptly capturing the attention of the Phoenix Guardians, with darkened expressions, they transformed into their true forms, a torrent of flames erupting forth. The sky was ablaze, and Fong Lei wore a smile, entirely unfazed by these adversaries. Their display was indeed impressive, but to impede the Dragon Clan, they would need to muster far more than this. With an indifferent expression, he uttered these words, his aura already unleashed, just as those forces surged forth. He raised his hand and struck. Lightning erupted, shattering the flames into oblivion. The several phoenixes in the distance, unable to maintain their footing, staggered back a couple of steps. Their fierce gazes were only just directed forward when Fong Lei struck again. The sky was filled with intertwining bolts of lightning, pressing down upon them, making it difficult for them to catch their breath. Fong Lei did not seek to kill them. He merely subdued them temporarily. Observing their utter lack of defense, he let out a cold laugh and signaled to the Sanqing. Their movements were swift as they rushed towards the cave. Upon entering, Fong Lei transformed the Qian Kunpeng. Simultaneously, he activated his devouring ability within. This time, the four moved with remarkable speed, swiftly pillaging everything in sight. However, they did not take everything, leaving behind some inconspicuous items. It was not that they did not desire them, but rather that time was insufficient. The three seniors were the first to depart, and as Fong Lei emerged, he did not forget to release the several trapped phoenixes. Of course, he did not do so overtly. He merely restrained his power slightly, allowing these creatures to escape. The phoenixes dared not linger for a moment, their faces twisted in rage as they surged outward. They believed themselves swift, yet they could not even catch a glimpse of Fong Lei's figure. After scanning their surroundings, the fury in their eyes ignited. Cursed dragon race. They would make them pay dearly. They must return and report this to the clan leader. In the void above, Feng Lei wore a cold smile. Having reverted to his true form, brothers, we have acquired quite a bounty this time. Alongside his words, Sanqing nodded lightly with a smile. They had indeed gained significant spoils from the dragon and phoenix races. A considerable haul. Fourth brother, what shall we do next? Patience. Let us linger here for now. Having obtained so much, we must digest it properly. Let these two races battle it out. We shall see how they fare. After all, it does not concern us. The more fiercely they fight, the more pleased I shall be. Sanqing shared their confusion regarding his approach, yet none voiced their thoughts, instantly dispersing their auras, with nothing else to do. It was a perfect opportunity to absorb the powers they had acquired. Chapter 53. Return to the dragon race. Seeing them beginning to absorb their powers, Feng Lei's form was enveloped in golden light. Under the aura of the Deluo, golden immortal, streams of spiritual energy flowed into his body. At this moment, he activated his devouring ability, though he was cautious, not daring to indulge as he had previously. Though these powers were formidable, he absorbed them slowly and carefully. Below, the two races were embroiled in intense combat, and the Phoenix clan leader had also learned of the situation. These dragon races were truly ambitious, daring to plunder treasures from my Phoenix clan. They must be taught a lesson. He had initially thought these individuals were merely here to wreak havoc, but now realized their intentions were far from innocent. A chilling voice resonated, and the killing intent in his eyes was unrestrained. Phoenix clan, let these intruders return empty-handed. Waves of flames surged into the sky, engulfing the entire firmament. Although the dragon race's power was not weak, they were in the Phoenix's domain. The sky was ablaze, and they could only retreat in defeat. As the skirmish below raged on, Feng Lei and his companions reveled in the chaos. It was unclear how much time had passed before the fighting below finally subsided. Only when the tumultuous aura dissipated did Feng Lei slowly open his eyes. Casting a cold glance around, he felt his own aura fully mobilized. So soon it has ended. I expected a prolonged stalemate. The dragon race had fled in disarray, yet the ground beneath was littered with the remains of both dragons and phoenixes. He had intended for Sanqing to accompany him, but upon glancing over, he chose to abandon that thought. Sanqing had entered a meditative state, their powers rapidly amplifying. The surrounding spiritual energy continued to converge, and their accompanying artifacts manifested. Witnessing this, he refrained from interrupting. It seems I must venture forth alone. Though his tone bore a hint of resignation, his movements were swift. The fallen foes would be wasted left behind. Better to claim them for himself. Releasing his aura, the divine thunder sword materialized under his guidance. The innate bone marrow began to flow toward him in abundance. His actions were quick, and in an instant, the dragon race's essence was absorbed. Glancing at the innate bone marrow in his hand, he smiled faintly, then shifted his gaze to the phoenix subspecies. However, just as he prepared to act, a piercing phoenix cry echoed from afar. The sound was sharp and grating, causing the very void to tremble. Once more, flames erupted across the sky, and Feng Lei furrowed his brow, retreating a step into the shadows. What was this creature planning? The massive phoenix silhouette above was none other than Yuan Feng, the leader of the Phoenix clan. Logically, such a powerful being would not appear amidst the chaos below. Feng Lei was taken aback, his gaze involuntarily drawn forward. Under his watchful eyes, the flames in the heavens intensified, while the phoenix bodies below vanished without a trace. Stunned, Feng Lei stood frozen in place. All that innate bone marrow he had coveted simply lost. He had considered intervening, but ultimately decided against it after careful contemplation. After all, this was the Phoenix clan's territory, and he had painstakingly incited conflict between the two races. His appearance would inevitably draw all attention to himself. It seems this treasure is not fated to be mine. I must not dally next time. With a resigned sigh, he concealed his aura. There was no point in lingering here, and remaining in this space served no purpose. As he entered the void, the long silent system suddenly issued a task. Side quest. Assist the Yasha clan leader in crossing the Dragon Gate. The system's unexpected pronouncement left him momentarily stunned, and he was perplexed. Why must I assist him? He had previously spared those individuals' lives. which could be considered a form of help. Why was the system presenting him with this task now? Task reward. Innate Supreme Spirit Treasure, Divine Dragon Bone. The system offered no explanation, merely presenting the final reward. Innate Supreme Spirit Treasure. Fong Lei was taken aback, the aura of the Deluo Golden Immortal radiating from him. This was indeed a remarkable item. Uncertain of its purpose, he nonetheless deduced that it was undoubtedly superior to anything he had possessed before. Eagerly anticipating the reward, he observed Sanqing still in their meditative state, and he left a fragment of his power behind, departing on Feng Wu. With the system's reward at stake, he could not afford to delay. This time, his speed was extraordinary, and he swiftly arrived above the deep SEAS. Soon as he halted, a beam of golden light surged upward from within the depths, enveloping the skies and transforming into a dragon gate. Witnessing this immense power, Fong Lei was astonished, and oh wonder the system had issued a task. It was the time for the century-old leap of the dragon. He bore no interest in the other aquatic races. His focus solely on the Yasha clan leader that moment. The Yasha clan leader's expression was far from favorable, gazing at the soaring dragon gate with a hint of despondency. For a century, no one from the Yasha clan had crossed this threshold. He had long since lost hope. Feeling that this opportunity was beyond their reach, not give up. I can lend you a hand. The Yasha clan leader, wearing a grim countenance, was startled by the sudden voice. He looked up to see Fong Lei revealing his true form. Upon seeing Fong Lei, panic crossed his face, and he stumbled back in trepidation. He had felt Fong Lei's formidable power before and dared not utter a word. His demeanor was one of arrogance, while Fong Lei regarded him with a hint of exasperation. Am I truly that fearsome? If you wish to cross this dragon gate, come and see me. This opportunity is but a fleeting one. Fong Lei could not be bothered to engage in trivial conversation with him. The opportunity lay before him, and whether he cherished it or not was entirely his own decision. Although Fong Lei instilled a degree of trepidation in him, the words spoken by Fong Lei had undeniably piqued his curiosity. After casting a cautious glance around, he approached the sky with great care. That moment, the gaze of all the dragon clan was fixed upon the dragon gate, leaving no one to notice his movements. Upon reaching Fong Lei, he offered a deep bow, showing utmost respect without daring to display any form of disrespect. Might I inquire why you summoned me, esteemed senior? His change in address towards Fong Lei revealed his wariness. There is no need for such formality. I am aware of your desire to surpass the dragon gate. How about I lend you a hand? Fong Lei spoke in a remarkably calm tone, yet the aura emanating from him surged dramatically. Having reached the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, a dazzling golden light enveloped him, suffocating his opponent with its overwhelming pressure. Instill belief. One must first showcase absolute power. The leader of the Yasha clan was taken aback by the force radiating from Fong Lei. Are you truly willing to assist me? A glimmer of hope flickered within him. If Fong Lei were to take action, then hope would indeed be within reach. That is only natural. Otherwise, I would not have come here. Chapter 54. An inconvenient destiny with the Dragon Gate. Fong Lei's voice remained unperturbed. Yet his aura ascended at an alarming rate. Brilliant bolts of lightning cascaded down, engulfing the entire sky. Witnessing the power he exuded, the Yasha clan leader's expression transformed, excitement illuminating his eyes. He was certain that Fong Lei was not jesting. This could very well be the opportunity for his Yasha clan. Then I shall be in your debt, my friend. Under the weight of absolute power, he ultimately chose to place his trust in Fong Lei. As long as he could pass through the Dragon Gate, the status of the Yasha clan would undoubtedly rise. That time, he would no longer need to bow and scrape as he had previously. With utmost reverence, he bowed to Fong Lei, who simply nodded in acknowledgement. As Fong Lei's aura receded. When he raised his head again, Fong Lei had transformed in appearance. His visage bore a slight resemblance to the Yasha leader, and his aura had entirely shifted to that of a demon. This transformation was undoubtedly linked to his prior experiences. He had no need to conceal this power. After being punished by the heavenly Tao, his physical form restored, he had gained this demonic power within him. Seeing this, the leader of the Yasha clan was momentarily taken aback. However, before he could speak, Fong Lei calmly instructed, "Lead the way." Please follow me." The two moved swiftly, vanishing into the depths of the ocean in the blink of an eye. Since Fong Lei had altered his appearance, no one paid them any mind. The attention of the aquatic clan was entirely fixated on the Dragon Gate, each member's eyes brimming with excitement. Just as Fong Lei came to a halt, a resounding dragon roar echoed from within the depths of the sea. Turning his gaze, he beheld a majestic golden dragon soaring skyward. Upon witnessing this dragon, Fong Lei's brow furrowed slightly, a hint of gravity entering his gaze. This being was the Ancestor dragon, the very progenitor of the entire dragon clan, truly deserving of the title of Dragon Sovereign. The overwhelming dragon aura surged forth, prompting Fong Lei to exclaim in awe. This creature possessed formidable strength, particularly with such pure bloodline. Under the enveloping dragon aura, countless aquatic beings bowed their heads in reverence. "We greet our leader." Accompanied by a chorus of profound respect, the Ancestor dragon materialized. The dragon aura remained undiminished, his gaze firmly fixed upon the Dragon Gate. "Beyond this gate, you shall transform into dragon form and forge your dragon bones." As his voice resonated, another thunderous dragon roar erupted. The air above the Dragon Gate shimmered with purple energy, countless beams of golden light cascading down. Sensing this power, the aquatic beings displayed unmistakable excitement. Observing the scene before him, Fong Lei was equally astonished. The potency of this energy was remarkable, even attracting the heavenly Tao's purple energy. "Let the trial commence." With a resonant declaration, the Ancestor dragon's aura surged once more. The first to step forward was the formidable Whale Demon clan, their massive forms capable of stirring tumultuous waves with each movement. Sensing the aura from afar, Fong Lei's brow knitted in concern. As he averted his gaze, the Yasha clan leader hastily clarified, "These are the champions of the Whale Demon clan. Their success is all but guaranteed." His tone was tinged with a chill, his eyes darkened with disdain. It was evident that he held these beings in low regard, yet he had no means to oppose them. Among the Dragon clan, their strength was unparalleled. Not only did they possess formidable physiques, but their cultivation speed was also extraordinary. As he spoke, Fong Lei nodded thoughtfully. The Whale Demon clan was indeed formidable. Even from a distance, their aura overshadowed the Yasha clans. Particularly, the leader of the Whale Demon clan had reached the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. If he were to surpass the Dragon Gate, his strength would undoubtedly increase. That time, ascending to the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm would not be an insurmountable task. However, it was unfortunate that he was fated to have no connection with the Dragon Gate. This time, a member of the Whale Demon clan would undoubtedly emerge as a dragon, but it would not be him. Though their momentum was significant, it bore no relevance to him. Fong Lei's sudden declaration left the Yasha clan leader bewildered. Casting him a perplexed glance, he wished to inquire further, but Fong Lei showed no inclination to engage, thus he had no choice but to retreat to the side, recognizing the unspoken tension. Under the scrutiny of the gathered crowd, a tremendous wave surged, and a golden figure ascended toward the heavens. The Whale Demon clan leader seized the opportunity, leaping into the air with an air of arrogance. Today, he was determined to succeed. He had prepared for this Dragon Gate for over a century. Yet, to his astonishment, just as he was about to draw near, bolts of lightning intersected in the air. With a thunderous crash, they struck his massive form. His mountain-like body quaked, and he plummeted from the sky. Boom! The depths of the ocean erupted into tumultuous waves once more, and his colossal form bore countless cracks. Observing the spectacle, Fong Lei was taken aback. It bore no relation to him that he had previously sensed that surpassing the Dragon Gate was no simple feat, but he had not anticipated such overwhelming force. Enraged, the Whale Demon clan leader rallied his strength once again. He had prepared for a century and would not relinquish his ambitions so easily. With a furious roar, he propelled himself upward once more, his power reaching its zenith. Roar! His furious bellow reverberated through the sky, causing the entire atmosphere to tremble, and the aquatic beings collectively held their breath. Fong Lei's expression remained unfazed, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. He had previously stated that the Whale Demon clan leader was destined to remain disconnected from the transformation into a dragon. Even with further attempts, he would only face failure. The dragon gate crackled with lightning once more, yet this time, the Whale Demon Clan leader did not falter. He braved the onslaught. The Yasha clan leader furrowed his brow at this sight. Such formidable power, and he had withstood it. Could he truly succeed? He and this individual were not on amicable terms. Should this individual gain precedence, even if he were to successfully transform into a dragon afterward, he would find it impossible to hold his head high in front of him. Fear not, he is fated to have no connection with this dragon gate, Fong Lei stated calmly, and with a resonant crash. He descended from the void once more. He was so close, just a hair's breadth away from surpassing the dragon gate. Yet this time he had exhausted all his strength. The entire ocean trembled, although the Whale Demon Clan was reluctant. They were powerless to reverse their fate. Having endured multiple strikes of lightning, the Whale Demon Clan leader's strength was nearly depleted. Observing this, the Yasha clan leader finally relaxed, yet curiosity flickered in his eyes as he involuntarily gazed toward Fong Lei. He was puzzled as to how Fong Lei knew this. Though he was bewildered, he lacked the opportunity to voice his questions. Fong Lei paid him no mind, his gaze fixed intently upon a rather inconspicuous figure within the Whale Demon Clan, one whose power only reached the initial stage of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. Though the Whale Demon Clan leader had failed, the fervor in this small being's eyes remained undiminished. Perhaps it is worth a try. Chapter 55. The two faces of the Whale Demon Clan leader Fong Lei's voice suddenly echoed in his ears, causing him to startle as he scanned his surroundings in bewilderment. Yet he could not locate Fong Lei's figure, though the voice continued to resonate within his ears. Compelled by Fong Lei's words, he instinctively moved forward. However, as soon as he took a step, the voices of his kin erupted in a cacophony. You, a worthless fool, wish to try your hand at this, truly oblivious to your own limitations. Look, this useless wretch dares to attempt it. The discussions within the Magic Whale clan were incessant, and the fervor that once gleamed in his eyes had gradually faded. And no longer pressing forward, a hint of trepidation now flickered within his gaze. Though the sounds from afar were faint, they were not lost on Fong Lei's keen ears. Upon hearing these murmurs, Fong Lei could not help but furrow his brow in concern. Meanwhile, the leader of the Yiksha clan, unfazed, remarked, "My friend, you may be unaware that beneath these deep seas, it is strength that reigns supreme. It is only natural that he is not regarded favorably." Not only did his own kin harbor doubts about him, but even the Yiksha clan leader held a skeptical view. After all, his abilities were limited. How could he possibly transcend the Dragon Gate? Yet there lingered a trace of dragon aura about him, pure and distinct. This observation momentarily caught the Yiksha clan leader off guard. However, before he could fully process it, Fong Lei had already taken to the skies. In the blink of an eye, he stood before the magic whale, offering a gentle smile as he spoke. "Why concern yourself with the opinions of others? You shall discover the truth through experience." His sudden declaration startled the magic whale, who lifted its head in astonishment. "Why do you place such faith in me? You possess an extraordinary demeanor, and your fate is intertwined with the Dragon Gate." Having conveyed his thoughts, he had no intention of elaborating further. The choice ultimately lay with this creature. Should it prove capable, it would undoubtedly soar to become a dragon. However, such matters were beyond his control. Should this opportunity be missed today, it would not arise again for a millennium. While he offered sage advice, he was met with a barrage of icy glares. "Our clan's affairs do not require your judgment. Be gone." Despite being grievously injured, the leader of the magic whale unleashed his demonic power, and he held no illusions regarding Fong Lei's intentions. If he could not succeed, how could this seemingly frail individual? To proceed would only tarnish the honor of the magic whale clan. Well, since he refused to heed my counsel, I shall take my leave. Fong Lei had little desire to engage in further discourse. Yet before departing, he emphasized to the magic whale, "You must wait a millennium for the Dragon Gate. Should you miss this chance, no one can guarantee what follows." Clearly, his words struck a chord, as the magic whale exhibited signs of wavering. Yet, before it could react, the leader of the magic whale responded coldly, "Can you not see? The Yiksha clan wishes to see our clan humiliated. You must not proceed today." Fong Lei caught this remark and was equally taken aback. "If you wish to go, then by all means try. It is better to attempt than to wonder," with a placid expression. He remained silent until the murmur subsided, at which point he vanished entirely. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, the magic whale ultimately took a step forward, just as the leader of the magic whale attempted to intervene. It turned and declared coldly, "I wish to try. If I fail from this day forth, I shall no longer belong to the magic whale clan." Having made up his mind, he recognized this as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Everyone aspired to transcend the Dragon Gate and become a dragon, and this was his sole chance. With the tribes poised for battle, who could say he would still be alive a millennium hence? Regardless of your success or failure, you will no longer be a part of the Magic Whale clan. The leader of the Magic Whale, unimpressed, uttered this with a frigid countenance before turning away. His kin cast him disdainful glances and chose to ignore him as they departed, unwilling to linger in such a humiliating situation. Observing the Magic Whale clan's retreat, Fong Lei shook his head in bemusement and let out a cold laugh. These individuals truly surprised him, unwilling to await the final outcome. However, this suited him perfectly. With their departure, an opportunity had arisen. Under the watchful gaze of countless aquatic beings, the magic whale surged forth, creating a tumultuous wave as it ascended skyward. Yet, not a single soul believed in its potential, whispering doubts below. Does it truly think it can transcend the Dragon Gate? Such foolishness. Even the Yiksha clan leader scoffed, disdaining the notion that such a powerful entity would dare to attempt it. This creature is indeed reckless. Under Fong Lei's persuasion, it brazenly charges forth. Boom! Lightning crackled as it cascaded down, a resounding thunderclap striking its form. Yet to the astonishment of the myriad aquatic beings, it withstood the onslaught. Continuing its ascent, this unforeseen resilience left them all momentarily speechless, their expressions tinged with shock. Could this creature truly succeed? The Yiksha clan leader gazed upward in disbelief. Amid their scrutiny, a thunderous roar echoed across the heavens. A radiant golden light descending from the clouds at that moment. The magic whale had successfully transformed, sprouting twin horns and manifesting 3 legs that writhed in the void, exuding an overwhelming aura of dominance. Its dragon energy radiating outward that had achieved success. The Yiksha clan leader was equally taken aback, as he had anticipated failure. His astonishment. This creature had triumphed on its first attempt, with a roar that resonated throughout the cosmos. It descended from the heavens, landing in the depths of the sea, its eyes gleaming with joy, the dragon energy within it still surging. That was incredulous, having believed itself destined for failure. Yet it had indeed crossed the Dragon Gate. Swiftly, it approached Fong Lei. However, before it could speak, Fong Lei blandly remarked, "You are no longer a member of the Magic Whale clan." His words had scarcely faded when a furious roar erupted from afar. "Who dares claim he is not of our Magic Whale clan?" The recently departed Magic Whale clan returned, their faces alight with excitement, particularly the clan leader, whose cold demeanor had vanished entirely. Gazing upon the transformed creature, his eyes brimmed with fervor. "Jing Sha, I take back my previous words. You are the pride of the Magic Whale clan." The stark contrast between his former icy demeanor and his current elation was jarring, even causing Fong Lei to stifle a derisive snort. "You play the part well, but you were not so just moments ago." Though Fong Lei did not vocalize this, his gaze made the Magic Whale clan leader uncomfortable. Casting a cold glance, the leader of the Magic Whale widened his eyes, snarling, "This is a matter of my clan. What business is it of yours, outsider? Begone." Fong Lei was unyielding. As soon as the words left his lips, he directed a frigid glare at the leader. "You were the one who expelled him from the Magic Whale clan. If not for the necessity of concealing his identity, he would have given this individual a proper lesson. Just moments ago, he had shown no mercy. Yet now he scurried back with excitement upon witnessing the transformation of the magic whale. "How dare you, Mir Yiksha, be so audacious before me?" Fong Lei's aura had receded somewhat, yet it remained formidable. He did not regard Fong Lei with any seriousness, maintaining a frosty demeanor as he summoned his power. Just as it seemed conflict was imminent, the magic whale interjected, maintaining a stern countenance. "Clan leader, you were the one who cast me out." Now that his status had changed, he spoke with newfound confidence. Upon hearing his words, the leader of the magic whale swiftly turned, State your demands. This was the hope for the resurgence of the Magic Whale clan. He would not let it slip away. Having transcended the Dragon Gate, I shall now be the leader of the Magic Whale clan. The proclamation stunned those present, their eyes wide with disbelief. Yet, Jing Sha did not retreat an inch. His gaze remained resolute. The dragon energy emanated from him, enveloping his kin. Will you submit to me? In the realm of aquatic beings. The Dragon Clan held the highest esteem. Having crossed the Dragon Gate, his power was not to be underestimated. We are willing to submit. Before the leader of the Magic Whale could respond, he witnessed his kin bowing their heads in deference. Your words have not yet fully escaped your lips. Jing Sha's icy gaze locked onto him. You refuse. Though his power was formidable, he dared not act recklessly in the presence of the dragon energy. With a hint of reluctance in his eyes, he begrudgingly lowered his head. I am willing. Standing to the side, Fong Lei wore a faint smile, showing no intention of intervening further by the time that the demon Sha turned his gaze again. He had vanished amidst the throngs of aquatic beings. Fong Lei had not forgotten the purpose of his visit. This was merely a minor interlude. His primary objective was to assist the Yasha clan leader in crossing the Dragon Gate swiftly to obtain the system's rewards. Demon Sha's expression was grave, his eyes dimmed with apprehension. He sensed that he and Fong Lei would inevitably meet again. At that moment, Fong Lei had returned, and as he halted, the Yasha clan leader hastily approached him. His face was serious, and there was a hint of embarrassment in his eyes. Hundreds had already attempted to cross the Dragon Gate, yet none had succeeded. Each time, they were thwarted by the lightning, which only grew more terrifying with each passing moment. Glancing up at the horizon, Fong Lei offered a subtle smile and lightly patted the leader's shoulder twice. You may give it a try now. Upon hearing this, the leader froze in place. Was it truly time to attempt it? The current power was far from ordinary. He was uncertain if he could withstand it. However, after much internal struggle, he ultimately stepped forward. After all, opportunities like this were rare. Seizing it could elevate him significantly. Fong Lei's demeanor remained calm, offering no further words. As he harnessed his energy, his gaze sharpened with newfound determination. With a swift motion, he unleashed a torrent of waves, causing countless water pillars to shoot upward. Observing the spectacle from afar, the myriad aquatic beings turned their attention toward it. Was this the display of the Yasha clan leader? How could someone of mere Tai immortal rank conjure such a grand spectacle? The aquatic beings murmured among themselves, their eyes filled with curiosity as the Yasha clan leader ascended into the void. Advancing toward the Dragon Gate, that moment, a bolt of lightning erupted with a deafening roar, illuminating the entire firmament. Accompanied by a thunderous crash, the overwhelming lightning struck him fiercely. Beneath this force, the Yasha clan leader grimaced in agony, numerous cracks appearing on his body. Despite the pain, he did not retreat. With the Dragon Gate within reach, he summoned his energy once more and pressed on. Could he truly succeed? Those who had attempted before were all crushed by this power. Yet the Yasha clan leader charged forward. The aquatic beings watched with solemn expressions, yet there was a glimmer of hope in their eyes. As the Yasha clan leader drew closer to the Dragon Gate, Fong Lei smiled subtly, a golden light suddenly emanating from his hand. His abilities might suffice to withstand most of the oncoming lightning. Sensing this surge of power, the Yasha clan leader paused, excitement igniting in his gaze. With a mighty roar, he broke through the Dragon Gate. Surrounding him, golden light enveloped his form, and in that moment he transformed into a dragon. He truly succeeded. The aquatic beings were left in astonishment. Those who had doubted him were taken aback by the reality of his triumph. Above the clouds, a dragon's silhouette flickered, and the surrounding area was engulfed by a formidable dragon aura. The Yasha clan leader, overwhelmed with exhilaration, felt the dragon energy coursing through him and descended towards Fong Lei. Though the dragon aura remained unabated around him, he approached Fong Lei with utmost respect. Without uttering a word, he bowed in acknowledgement. Thank you. Thank you. Witnessing the aura surrounding him, the Yasha clan erupted into a frenzy. After a millennium, one of their own had finally crossed the Dragon Gate. Congratulations, clan leader. Congratulations. Amidst the cheers, the Yasha clan leader beamed, pride swelling in his eyes. However, he concealed this expression when facing Fong Lei. Still bewildered by why Fong Lei had chosen to assist him. Before he could voice his thoughts, Fong Lei had already discerned his unspoken questions. With a calm glance, he deftly shifted the conversation. Now that you have crossed the Dragon Gate, there is no need for further speculation. He could not divulge that he was merely fulfilling a side quest assigned by the system, nor would he expect the clan leader to believe such a claim. I shall never forget your kindness. If you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to call upon me, and I shall exert my utmost effort. The Yasha clan leader pledged his loyalty to Fong Lei. But Fong Lei dismissed it lightly. Words were one thing. The future remained uncertain. There is no need for such formality. It was but a simple gesture. With that, Fong Lei cast his gaze upward. The aquatic beings had not given up and continued to attempt their ascent. Regrettably, the current force was far beyond their capacity to endure point one by one. Figures surged upward, only to fall back down almost instantaneously. Some had even sacrificed their lives in the pursuit of crossing the Dragon Gate. Retrieving his gaze, Fong Lei could not suppress a sigh. What a futile endeavor! Of course, the matter was beyond his control. After all, the aquatic beings aspired to transform into dragons, a pursuit they had chased for millennia. Side quest completed. Reward: innate supreme spiritual treasure, dragon bone. Upon hearing this announcement, Fong Lei felt a surge of joy. Taking a step back, he vanished from the scene. His objective had been achieved, and there was no need for lingering. Chapter 57. Fusion of the Dragon Bone. By the time the Yasha clan leader redirected his gaze, Fong Lei had completely disappeared. The Yasha clan leader was left in astonishment, but did not pursue the matter further. Fong Lei's arrival and departure had been swift. There was no chance of detaining him. The reason for his hasty exit was clear. The aura within the Dragon Bone was immensely potent, imbued with innate dragon energy. The emergence of such power would undoubtedly attract the attention of the Dragon Clan, and he had no desire to be targeted by such formidable adversaries. Although he possessed strength, dealing with them would be a challenge. Moreover, the most pressing concern was the Ancestor dragon. That being's power was terrifying, and as an innate dragon progenitor, its perception of dragon energy was unparalleled. A few moments later, Fong Lei halted in a void far removed from the Dragon Clan, devoid of any power fluctuations. After scanning the surroundings, a knowing smile crept across his face. With a swift motion, he summoned the innate supreme spiritual treasure, the Dragon Bone. The dragon energy surged around him, illuminating the entire sky with golden radiance. Feeling the power emanating from the bone, Fong Lei was taken aback. Previously, he had assumed it contained only pure dragon energy. He was astonished to discover it also bore the essence of primordial purple energy, such formidable power. This primordial purple energy was an innate essence. Even among the three clans, none possessed it, yet he had acquired it. Just as he was absorbing this revelation, the mechanical voice of the system interrupted his thoughts. Please, host, decide whether to fuse with the Dragon Bone. The system's voice resonated, and Fong Lei's expression firmed as he nodded vigorously. Fusion, this was an opportunity for him, and he was eager to discover the true extent of the primordial purple energy's power. As soon as he spoke, the Dragon Bone transformed into golden light and converged within his body. As this power entered him, Fong Lei's body quaked violently, and anguish etched itself across his features. Despite possessing the strength of a Deluo Jinxian, the ferocity of this power surpassed his expectations. A heart-wrenching roar erupted from him as a golden light shot toward the heavens. Under this golden light's influence, numerous cracks began to form on his body. Such terrifying power! He hastily suppressed the spiritual energy swirling around him. He could not allow this to continue. With his current physique, he would not survive the ordeal. Though he exerted all his strength, the power within continued to surge. The sound of thunder resonated throughout the cosmos, causing the entire sky to tremble. Would he face death once more? He felt utterly helpless, embarrassment flickering in his eyes. The more he attempted to suppress this power, the stronger it became. If he did not devise a solution swiftly, he would surely perish, detecting host body damage. Would you like to repair? The system's voice rang out, catching him off guard. However, after much deliberation, he chose not to accept the offer. His body had been repaired multiple times by the system. This time, he wanted to withstand the force himself, and own need for repairs. With that thought solidified, he refrained from hesitation, channeling his energy once more. Though the pain was excruciating, he still wished to give it a try. Countless streams of golden light flickered, coalescing in the sky to form a golden dragon silhouette behind him. Roar, a resounding roar of a dragon reverberated through the heavens and the earth, deep within the ocean. The ancestral dragon suddenly opened its eyes wide. A powerful dragon aura emanated instantaneously, with a hint of chilling malice flickering in its gaze. Such a formidable dragon clan exists. This presence is truly terrifying. It makes him feel as if his status has been compromised. With a grim expression, he unleashed the full force of his aura and leapt towards the sky. The boundless dragon energy spread outwards. As he propelled himself forward with great vigor, this moment, Fong Lei felt a shadow lurking nearby. His countenance darkened, and the divine thunder sword appeared in his hand in an instant. Why has this fellow been drawn here as well? Fong Lei felt somewhat speechless. Indeed, his own commotion was rather significant, but the dragon's response was exceedingly swift. With a somber expression, he transformed the divine thunder sword into the divine wood bamboo point. Two innate spiritual treasures materialized, and the power within him converged instantly. As he absorbed the energies from these two innate treasures, the pain coursing through his body gradually diminished. After some time, only a layer of golden light remained on him, and the dragon's shadow behind him dissipated. Observing the ancestral dragon approaching in the distance, his expression darkened, and he vanished from that spot in an instant. He had no desire to confront the ancestral dragon, for if a battle ensued, he was uncertain if he could withstand it. Although he had just expended considerable energy, his speed was unfaltering. After he disappeared for a while, the ancestral dragon finally drew near. With a cold and indifferent scan of the surroundings, the dragon aura lingered, yet he did not perceive the presence of his adversary. Where could that fellow possibly be? His hand turned icy, and the murderous intent in his eyes showed no sign of abating. Such a powerful dragon aura warrants his utmost attention. Otherwise, he feared for his own standing. I will not allow you to escape. Fong Lei's speed reached its zenith, and in the blink of an eye, he was tens of thousands of zhang away. While he remained cautiously vigilant of his surroundings, three figures suddenly appeared in the distance. Indeed, they were the three pure ones. The three pure ones typically moved with great swiftness, but upon spotting him, they all instinctively slowed their pace. Tong Tian stepped forward, casting a puzzled glance at him and inquiring, "Fourth brother, why do you seem so flustered? Where are you headed?" Upon seeing the trio, Fong Lei finally relaxed his anxious heart. With a helpless sigh, he addressed the three with respect. "Eldest brothers, you may not be aware, but I encountered a bit of trouble. However, it has already been resolved." Tong Tian only caught the first half of his statement. Just as Fong Lei's words fell, a glint of coldness emerged in Tong Tian's eyes. "If you've encountered trouble, allow me to assist you in confronting them." His Excalibur formation had recently reached a significant level of mastery, and he was eager to test the extent of his newfound strength. Observing this, Fong Lei forced a bitter smile and quickly interjected to dissuade him. "There is no need. I've already resolved it. How could I allow Tong Tian to venture forth? The ancestral dragon's power is not to be underestimated. Moreover, this is not the time for confrontation. We have more pressing matters to attend to." As his voice trailed off, Fong Lei turned, a mischievous smile gracing his face, his gaze fixed intently upon Yuan Shi. Under his scrutinizing gaze, Yuan Shi froze momentarily, inadvertently taking a step back. And master, though unsure of Fong Lei's intentions, it was evident from his expression that it was not a good omen. Beside them, Feng Wu wore a cold smile, having already deduced the final outcome. The treasures of both the Phoenix and Dragon clans had been thoroughly plundered by Fong Lei. How could the Qilin clan possibly escape unscathed? There are no treasures left here. I wonder if your Qilin clan possesses any. He only spoke in a rather tactful manner, for the Qilin clan was one of the three clans. How could they possibly be devoid of treasures? Hearing this, Yuan Shi was taken aback, his expression shifting dramatically. After a prolonged moment of stunned silence, he finally regained his composure. "Master, that place is not to be approached. Otherwise, danger will surely follow. The first two clans lack powerful guardians, but the Qilin clan is different. Chapter 58. A perpetually effective strategy. He was exceedingly anxious, fear evident in his eyes. Witnessing his demeanor, Fong Lei regarded him with confusion. What is there to be afraid of? Speak up. His encounters with the Qilin clan had been limited, yet he felt there should be no cause for concern. With their current strength, overcoming such obstacles should be a trivial matter. The treasures of the Qilin clan are held solely by the clan leader. We have no opportunity to approach them. After a considerable pause, he finally articulated his thoughts. The treasures of the Qilin clan are personally guarded by the primordial Qilin. Generally, clan members cannot approach them, let alone outsiders like us. Upon hearing his words, Fong Lei furrowed his brow. No wonder this fellow is so terrified. Such apprehension is quite reasonable. Yet, this only heightened his interest. If the clan leader personally guards the treasures, then they must be extraordinary if he were to engage in battle. Could he possibly carry those treasures with him? This remark struck a chord, and Yuan Shi gravely shook his head. If that were the case, he would not carry those treasures with him. Instead, he would dispatch powerful members of the Qilin clan to guard them. Upon hearing this, a meaningful smile suddenly appeared on Fong Lei's face. If that is the case, then it becomes much easier to handle. Observing the expression on his face, the three pure ones instantly grasped his intention. Lead us there, he stated flatly, his aura already beginning to surge. The three pure ones also mobilized their energies, as they were just reaching new heights. Realizing their collective resolve, Yuan Shi, no matter how reluctant, could not voice further objections. With a sullen countenance, he let his power surge forth at that moment. Fong Lei and the others transformed into mere shadows, their speed beyond the grasp of the naked eye. Time passed, and Yuan Shi finally halted above a certain void. Leaning down to look, he found himself enveloped in an overwhelming aura of spiritual energy. Countless rays of golden light surged forth, converging with the essence of heaven and earth. Upon witnessing this power, Fong Lei could not help but furrow his brow, and oh wonder the Qilin clan has risen so swiftly. The energy here is indeed formidable. Although they had arrived at this location, the three pure ones found themselves at a loss. The spiritual energy below was undeniably potent, exerting an inexplicable allure upon them. However, how to acquire these spiritual treasures remained a quandary. A direct assault would surely be futile. After a period of contemplation, the three pure ones simultaneously directed their gazes toward Fong Lei. Casting a serious glance at him, they spoke with grave expressions. Fourth brother, what do you think we should do? Fong Lei had already devised a plan in anticipation of their inquiry. With a cold smile, he transformed into an entirely different guise. Upon witnessing this, the three pure ones were momentarily taken aback, again with this trick. The most exasperated among them was Feng Wu, who had become quite accustomed to this tactic. Initially, she had accompanied Fong Lei, and then he had employed it alone. She could not fathom how many times he had used this method, yet it was evident that it had proven effective. Master, employing this tactic again may not bode well. What does it matter? As long as it works, that I will draw out the primordial Qilin. You all must act swiftly. This was different from before. Only in this way could they seize the treasures here. Moreover, they must ensure that the primordial Qilin remained unaware. Otherwise, all their efforts would be in vain. The three pure ones nodded solemnly, then concealed themselves in the shadows. Fong Lei strode downward, having just fused with the dragon bone, and his dragon aura was now closely aligned with that of the ancestral dragon. He made no effort to restrain his aura, instantly enveloping the area around him. This moment, the Qilin clan leader also sensed something amiss, looking up with a surge of murderous intent. That old fellow dares to come to my Qilin clan. He was astonished by the presence of the ancestral dragon here, yet he did not dwell on it. Leaping into the air, countless rays of golden light erupted forth. The skies darkened as waves of golden light radiated outward, altering the very colors of the heavens. Countless bolts of lightning crashed down, shrouding the entire sky in ominous clouds. Witnessing this display of power, Fong Lei's expression darkened, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes. This fellow certainly made an impressive entrance. He wondered how formidable his strength would be in the ensuing moments. Remaining motionless in the void, cloaked in a layer of dragon energy, He watched as the primordial Qilin approached with determination. A smile creeping onto his face, his power unabated. "What brings you to my Qilin clan?" The primordial Qilin's expression was frigid, its murderous intent unrestrained. "My Dragon Clan's treasures have been stolen. I have pursued that fellow here." "Could it be your Qilin clan's doing?" Fong Lei now embodies the identity of the Ancestor dragon, exuding an aura befitting a sovereign. As his voice resonates, a formidable dragon might presses outward, enveloping the surroundings. Yet his power holds no sway over the primordial Qilin, proving utterly futile. "Your Dragon Clan's treasures have been stolen. What concern is that of my Qilin clan? If you do not depart, I shall ensure your demise here today. And what if I choose to remain?" Fong Lei remains steadfast, his demeanor cold and unyielding. His intention is merely to delay this adversary. As long as he refrains from striking, the primordial Qilin dares not act recklessly. Observing the unfolding scene, Tong Tian furrows his brow, his expression growing increasingly grave. Why waste words with him? We shall deal with him. His impulsiveness is palpable, yet Laozi restrains him with a firm hand. "This is the Qilin clan. Together we can overcome him. But can you handle the multitude of Qilin alone?" This statement leaves Tong Tian momentarily speechless, his countenance darkening. "Eldest brothers, I implore you to act swiftly." Just as they hesitate, Fong Lei's voice suddenly reaches their ears. Upon hearing his words, they descend rapidly, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Witnessing their figures transform into mere afterimages, Fong Lei's lips curl into a cold smile as dozens of dragon shadows surge forward. "Let us not squander any more time. That I have heard that your powers have grown. Today, I shall test them." Fong Lei strikes first, catching the primordial Qilin off guard. Though his aura has been unleashed, he is still repelled several hundred zhang away. Fong Lei does not turn to regard him. Instead, he is astounded. The dragon energy proves remarkably effective, indicating that the divine dragon bone is functioning as intended. He senses that this artifact harbors untapped potential, making today an opportune moment for experimentation. His sudden assault catches the Qilin clan leader unawares. With fury igniting in his gaze, a majestic Qilin descends from the heavens. "To dare act recklessly within my Qilin clan will exact a heavy toll upon you." Upon witnessing the power he emanates, Fong Lei scoffs derisively, a glimmer of coldness gracing his features, if it matters. "Allow me to demonstrate my prowess." Fong Lei's voice is frigid as a golden dragon shadow lunges toward the sky. Countless bolts of lightning swirl around him as he opens his mouth, unleashing a torrent of thunderous energy in the firmament above. The auspicious Qilin has not even approached before being scattered by the lightning. Chapter 59. Summoning the primordial purple Qi, the dragon shadows behind Fong Lei remain unyielding, their roars reverberating through the cosmos. Yet, Fong Lei does not unleash his full strength. His aim is not to slay the primordial Qilin, but merely to hold him at bay, granting the Sanqing more time. The celestial auspicious energy shatters, and the primordial Qilin gazes in disbelief, his eyes wide his knowledge. He and this Ancestor dragon possess comparable strength. Even if he were to falter, the difference should not be so stark. How could he be defeated so completely? Noticing the slight change in the Qilin's expression, Fong Lei chuckles coldly, his dragon energy intensifying. After all, this adversary harbors a grudge against the Ancestor dragon, not him. Why concern himself with such matters? Is this the extent of power possessed by the esteemed Qilin clan leader? His words brim with scorn, provoking the primordial Qilin into a furious retort. The earth trembles with his roar. The primordial Qilin's countenance twisted in rage, flames of ire rekindling in his eyes. "To dare act brazenly within my Qilin clan, I shall ensure you pay the price today." The void quakes, golden light cascading from the heavens, crashing down relentlessly. Observing this, Fong Lei's expression darkens. With a swift motion, he sends the golden dragon shadow, surging upward. Activate the divine dragon bone. His voice is barely a whisper, yet the power he summons is cataclysmic. The fabric of space tears as purple energy coalesces. Flashes of golden light shimmering. The supreme force continues to surge, enveloping him in primordial purple Qi. Sensing this power, Fong Lei is taken aback, a smile blooming in his eyes. What a remarkable divine dragon bone. Capable of attracting primordial purple chi. Fong Lei muses inwardly, his gaze fixed ahead, a sinister smile gracing his features. Although he was aware of the primordial purple chi within the artifact, he did not anticipate its summoning. Prepare yourself to witness. The void dims as countless bolts of lightning surge forth once more. Accompanied by thunderous roars, the golden dragon spirit lunges downward. An explosive cacophony ensues, scattering the auspicious energy above. Though he steadies himself, the primordial Chilin's face pales dramatically. He could never have imagined such a turn of events. As the leader of the Qilin clan, he has been utterly vanquished. Fong Lei intended to continue his onslaught. But just as he takes a step, Lao Zi's voice reaches his ears. "Fourth brother, we have secured the items. Let us depart." At these words, Fong Lei retracts his aura instantaneously. He had assumed the Sanqing would require more time. Yet their efficiency is surprisingly commendable. Thus, he sees no reason to squander energy here. Qilin clan leader, I have pressing matters to attend to. We shall battle again another day. With this declaration, Fong Lei transforms into a streak of golden light and vanishes. The Qilin clan leader cannot hinder his departure. Watching him retreat, a storm of rage brews within, his expression twisted in fury. Yet he refrains from pursuit, fully aware that even if he were to chase, it would yield no results. Fong Lei and his companions swiftly distance themselves, soon several thousand zhang away. Once certain the Qilin clan does not pursue, Fong Lei retracts his aura, resuming his true form. Observing the lingering dragon energy upon him, he chuckles softly, hastily suppressing it. Truly a top-tier, innate spiritual treasure. Its power is formidable. He cannot help but exclaim, and no sooner has he spoken than the system's mechanical voice chimes in. Divine Dragon Bone level upgraded to top-tier, innate grade 1. Taken aback, Fong Lei processes the information. This Divine Dragon Bone can actually be enhanced? What purpose does that serve? After a lengthy wait, the system remains silent, leaving Fong Lei with a furrowed brow. With a resigned sigh, he chooses to disregard it for now, knowing opportunities for clarity will arise. Once he has suppressed his aura entirely, the Sanqing arrive before him in succession. Halting, the Sanqing were expressions of excitement, especially Tong Tian, whose smile cannot be contained. Our gains this time are considerable, all thanks to our fourth brother. As he speaks, Lao Zi and Yuan sure nod in agreement. Naturally, Fong Lei feels elated. The treasures of the Qilin clan are numerous. Having exerted such effort, could he truly walk away empty-handed? Since my eldest brothers have reaped significant rewards, might I be granted a share? I have contributed greatly. Of course, without your assistance, we would not have succeeded. The three do not hesitate, presenting him with over 1,000 spiritual treasures they have amassed. Thank you. Just as Fong Lei expresses his gratitude, Lao Zi waves his hand dismissively. We four are united. Why speak of such matters? Take whatever you desire. Tong Tian and Yuan sure nod in agreement, their smiles lingering. After all, they still possess plenty. This small portion is of little consequence. Fong Lei, not one to be polite, observes the scattered spiritual treasures around him, and the Kunpeng materializes instantly. Drawing upon the essence of the great Luo golden immortal, he swiftly collects all the treasures before him. After Fong Lei's confrontation with the primordial Qilin, the latter returns to his clan, utterly stupefied upon arrival. The Qilin left to guard the treasures has been slain, and even the innate bone marrow has been extracted. How could this be? Ignoring the slain Qilin, he strides forward with urgency. With a single wave of his hand, the space before him is torn asunder. In an instant, he steps into the protective domain of the Qilin clan, yet finds nothing remaining. Only a hint of residual spiritual energy lingers. Infuriating. They have plundered my Qilin clan's treasures entirely. I shall not spare the Dragon clan. It becomes clear to him why the Ancestor Dragon would take to battle personally. This entire affair was but a ruse. With a thunderous roar that echoes through the heavens, the sound resonates across the Qilin clan. This roar reverberates. The members of the Qilin clan bow their heads. Qilin clan warriors, heed my command. Flatten the Dragon clan. At this moment his fury reaches its zenith. This grievance cannot be swallowed. The Dragon Clan has emptied his Qilin clan of its treasures, and he shall ensure they pay dearly for it. Though Fong Lei and his companions are several thousand zhang away, the commotion still captures their attention. They exchange glances, smiles gracing their faces, and Tong Tian cannot help but jest. This fellow has realized too late. They did not linger in this place, as they had already obtained what they sought. However, as to their next destination, all eyes turned towards Fong Lei. Fourth brother, what shall we do next? Return to Kunlun. With most of the spiritual treasures in the hands of the Hong Huang, it would be futile to waste time here. Rather than waiting idly, it would be wiser to return and enhance our cultivation. The Sanqing also shared this sentiment, for they had already acquired the treasures meant for them. Then let it be as fourth brother suggests. The group adjusted their breaths and transformed into golden figures. Departing swiftly, the leader of the Qilin tribe was greatly enraged. With a thunderous roar, countless golden Qilin figures surged towards the skies. The Qilin tribe's momentum was overwhelming, and as they ascended into the vast expanse, the very heavens seemed to change color. Chapter 60. Return to the Kunlun sacred mountain amidst the gathering of auspicious omens. The Qilin tribe advanced towards the Dragon Clan with great fervor. The Dragon Clan, still unaware, was preoccupied with reclaiming their treasures from the Phoenix tribe. The two factions clashed fiercely, their roars and cries echoing through the clouds, accompanied by the sounds of tearing and a mingling of dragon and phoenix calls. The scorching flames and terrifying dragon aura permeated the firmament. The Qilin tribe moved swiftly, soon arriving above the ocean. Leading the charge was none other than Emo Qilin, the young chief of the Qilin tribe, a figure of great stature within the tribe, second only to the primordial Qilin, possessing the purest bloodline. His eyes burned with fury as he gazed down, piercing through thousands of miles. Bold Dragon Clan, return our Qilin tribe's treasures. The audacity of the Qilin tribe to shout here was not lost on the Dragon Clan within the depths of the sea, who could not swallow this humiliation. The Qilin tribe certainly had the audacity to come here and act recklessly. With a resounding roar that echoed through the heavens, countless dragon figures erupted from the depths of the ocean. Above Kunlun, witnessing the dazzling golden light, Fong Lei could not help but smirk disdainfully. The Qilin tribe certainly has put on quite a show. Go ahead and fight. I have no time to concern myself with you. Though the situation had arisen due to him, he was merely a reluctant participant. They ultimately needed to enhance their strength. Without these treasures, they could not establish themselves in the Hong Huang. Standing atop Kunlun, Fong Lei's expression remained calm as the aura of the great Luo golden immortal emanated from him. The skies above shimmered with golden light and purple energy, enveloping him in a cocoon of power. As this energy coursed through him, a long-lost smile graced Fong Lei's face. With a wave of his hand, countless spiritual treasures appeared, and he began to mobilize his devouring abilities. He was no longer reckless as before. This power required gradual absorption. Noticing the strength radiating from him, the Sanqing dispersed in different directions, intent on digesting the treasures they had acquired. The conflict among the three factions had reached its zenith. Previously, they had merely vied for fortune, but now it was imperative to reclaim their lost treasures. I end the endless cycle of cultivation. 100 years swiftly passed. For Fong Lei and his companions, it was merely a fleeting moment. Standing upon Kunlun, he slowly opened his eyes that a beam of golden light flickered in his gaze, and the aura surrounding him burst forth. Though his realm had not broken through, the essence of his great Luo golden immortal peak had grown considerably richer. Observing the dispersed power around him, a hint of joy appeared on his face. In addition to the increase in strength, he had made another significant gain: the primordial purple energy in the Hong Huang. This was a rare find, and he had now grasped a small portion of it. Though it was not much, it was sufficient for his current level. Rising to the skies, he allowed his aura to remain unrestrained. Directing his gaze towards the three factions, the struggle among them continued, now even more ferocious than before. Observing the fallen members of the tribes, Fong Lei snorted coldly and leapt into the air. These all contain innate bone marrow. How could I leave them here? Since the leaders of the three factions were unwilling, he would not hold back. However, he was alone on this journey and did not intend to disturb the Sanqing. The Sanqing were deeply engrossed in their cultivation, showing no signs of pausing. Feng Lei had long since grown accustomed to their competitive nature. Each sought to surpass the others. Yet, unbeknownst to the Sanqing, their aspirations for advancement were futile. To surpass the peak of the great Luo Golden Immortal, one must await the discourse of Hongjun. Feng Lei moved with remarkable speed, swiftly arriving at the battlefield of the three factions. Upon halting, he concealed his aura. For these beings, his strength was formidable and would easily draw attention. Regardless of which faction noticed him, escaping would prove challenging. After all, he was not here to engage in battle, but rather to acquire some innate bone marrow. Gazing down at the hundreds of beast corpses, golden light flickered in his hand. With a wave, his power enveloped dozens of figures. Under the shroud of his energy, beams of golden light flickered, converging within him. He had no intention of taking this power back. He aimed for complete absorption. His actions were so discreet that the three factions engaged in battle remained oblivious. He merely extracted the innate bone marrow without undertaking any further actions. After several moments, Feng Lei reluctantly reined in his aura. These are quite good. If only there were more. Previously, he had not perceived anything special about this substance. But now it was different. Having integrated the dragon bone, this substance served as the finest sustenance for it. Just a brief absorption had yielded greater gains than a century of cultivation. Looking towards the heavens, a glint of cold light flashed in his eyes. If I eliminate the remaining ones in the skies, perhaps I could enhance the dragon bone even further. They had already contemplated striking, but after some reflection, he decided against it. He could not reveal himself just yet. If he acted, he would incur the ire of the three factions. Opposing them would yield no benefit and could adversely affect his fortune. Very well, you may continue to contend. He had no intention of acting. He would wait here. Although the pace was slow, it was better than having nothing, though he could absorb the innate bone marrow here. Feng Lei gradually lost patience. After extracting the marrow from several dozen corpses, he looked up helplessly. How long must I wait for this to conclude? Disdain filled his eyes as he gazed upward, unable to suppress a grumble. Yet his words held no sway. The fortunes of the three factions persisted, albeit weakened, but only slightly. Just as he was about to retract his focus, an anomaly atop Buzhou Mountain suddenly captured his attention. The five-element stone he had kept close to his heart began to radiate golden light. 0.5 powers of varying colors materialized in his palm, leaving him momentarily stunned, his expression growing serious. Why would this power manifest at this time? Confounded, he took a step back and vanished into the shadows. In an instant, he found himself in the void, having distanced himself from the three factions. Guided by the power of the five elements, his gaze instinctively turned towards Buzhou Mountain. He pierced through thousands of miles with a glance, witnessing a cascade of golden light and an overwhelming aura. Surprised, Feng Lei did not linger too long in his observation, that he realized what was happening. He had initially thought that only the three factions would progress during this century. To his astonishment, with the assistance of the five elements' power, Nua's strength had also significantly increased. He had long wished to leave this place, and without pausing for a moment, he redirected his aura and departed. Chapter 61. Suppressing Nua's realm upon reaching Buzhou Mountain. He found its peak already enveloped in the power of the five elements. Countless beams of golden light cascaded down from the heavens, converging upon Nua. This energy surrounded her, while the surrounding spiritual energy continued to gather without cease. The spiritual energy here was naturally stronger than in other locations, and at this moment, Nua's aura had reached its zenith. Feng Lei remained composed, showing no inclination to approach. This was a critical moment for Nua's advancement, and it was best for him to avoid causing any disturbance. Of course, he had no intention of simply waiting idly. He aimed to explore further, seeking other discoveries, just as he was about to depart. The system chimed in with a new quest, subdue Nua's realm. Hearing this voice, Feng Lei was taken aback, confusion washing over his face. Facilitating a breakthrough is a good thing, but assisting in suppressing it, that could be problematic. If I prevent Nua from advancing, it will surely breed enmity. Did you misunderstand? Just as one is on the verge of a breakthrough, You suggest I suppress them? He complained with evident dissatisfaction. Yet the system offered no response. What kind of system is this that becomes utterly useless at a critical moment? He sighed in resignation, but still withdrew his foot. However, he was not in a hurry to act. He intended to observe for a while. There must be a reason the system assigned this task, and perhaps a change would indeed occur shortly. Under his watchful gaze, time passed unnoticed until suddenly lightning began to gather in the heavens. The incessant flashes of thunder rendered the sky dim. Upon witnessing this power, Fong Lei's expression darkened, a new gravity in his eyes. With Nuwa's current strength, such a force should not have manifested. Even if it were to attract a thunder calamity, it shouldn't possess such a formidable aura. As he pondered in confusion, his pupils suddenly constricted and his countenance fell. Could this possibly be related to me? Without his assistance, Nuwa would have required nearly a century, if not a millennium, to gather the powers of the 5 elements. Yet with his support, she had mastered those powers hundreds of years ago. Realization dawned upon Fong Lei as he observed. A bolt of lightning suddenly descended. Accompanied by a deafening roar, Nuwa's protective golden light was shattered. This force was only growing stronger, with each strike following swiftly after the last. The ground trembled under the continuous thunderous sounds. The sky flickered with lightning. Debris flew from the earth, and Nuwa exerted all her strength to evade. Yet her power was ultimately limited, incapable of withstanding such a formidable force. Seeing Nuwa in such distress, Fong Lei let out a resigned sigh. The aura of the great Luo golden immortal radiated from him as he stepped forward, just as that bolt of lightning was about to strike. He swiftly turned his palm, and the divine wood bamboo flew from his hand. Boom! After a resounding crash, the divine wood bamboo returned to him, adorned with countless bolts of lightning. Fong Lei paid little mind to this force, knowing he could absorb it. Moreover, this divine wood bamboo was a congenital spiritual root, effortlessly resisting the power. His sudden appearance astonished Nuwa. Moments ago, she sensed someone nearby, but had not expected it to be Fong Lei. She intended to investigate, but was unexpectedly obstructed by the descending lightning. Under Nuwa's gaze, Fong Lei approached with a gentle smile. "What brings you here, my friend?" He had barely halted when Nuwa, perplexed, inquired of him. In response to her question, he replied nonchalantly, "I sense something unusual in this area, so I came to take a look." This time, he spoke truthfully. He was indeed drawn here by that power. Nuwa nodded thoughtfully, her brow furrowing as her gaze instinctively shifted toward the sky. The power was indeed terrifying. Given her current condition, she feared she could not withstand it. Though her glance was fleeting, Fong Lei captured it in his memory. "This is the heavenly Tao's punishment. I have a plan, but I wonder if you would be willing to consider it." Nuwa? He wore a mysterious expression, leaving Nuwa deeply puzzled before she could voice her doubts. Another tremendous sound erupted from the heavens, and a bolt of lightning struck down. Observing this, Nuwa's face grew grim. "I humbly request your assistance, my friend." With Nuwa's consent, Fong Lei unleashed the aura of the great Luo golden immortal. After all, this was a task given by the system, and he wished to complete it swiftly. A golden light flickered forth, enveloping Nuwa in an instant. Under the might of his power, the 5 elemental forces within Nuwa were swiftly suppressed. Feeling the overwhelming aura above her, Nuwa was momentarily stunned. "My friend, what is this?" Fong Lei remained silent, continuing to exert his power. Before long, Nuwa's realm stabilized at the mid-stage of the great Luo golden immortal. Once Fong Lei ceased his actions, the lightning in the sky gradually dissipated. Feeling the absence of that overwhelming force, Fong Lei finally exhaled in relief. "I apologize for any offense. I hope you will not hold it against me." Nuwa, with these words, he retracted his aura, signaling his intent to depart. He had initially feared he would cause harm to Nuwa, but unexpectedly, he had aided her instead. Her rapid elevation in power had been unstable, and his suppression would allow her to strengthen significantly in the future. Nuwa, too, was perplexed. Although her realm had been suppressed, the changes in her power were minimal. "I owe you a great debt of gratitude for your assistance, my friend." She recognized that without Fong Lei's intervention, she would have been unable to withstand that force. Fong Lei waved his hand dismissively, showing little concern to him. It was merely a trivial act, and his motivation was driven by the system's reward. Noticing his silence, Niuhua refrained from pressing further as he departed. He stood in the void, eagerly urging the system. I have completed the task. What is my reward? This was his first time pressing the system, but his call met with silence. Confusion clouded his expression, eyes filled with uncertainty. The system had not mentioned any reward. Could it be? Hey, don't play dead. I have completed the task. Side quest completed. Task reward. A wisp of primordial purple energy. Observing the purple energy swirling in his hand, he smiled faintly and promptly absorbed it. Since he had yet to refine the previous essence, he decided to keep this one for now, suspended in the void. He found himself at a loss for his next course of action. The three pure ones were still in their cultivation, and he had no desire to intrude upon the conflict among the three clans. While pondering in the void, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the Moon Palace. This casual glance sparked excitement as he realized he had forgotten about the Moon Palace while acquiring treasures from the three clans. So much time had passed, and the laurel tree must have grown by now. On that laurel tree, there existed a congenital spiritual treasure, the laurel flower. This item could purify all impurities in the world, capable of cleansing spiritual energy. Fong Lei knew only these two facts, but he was certain that this treasure was far from simple, that a smile graced his face as he unleashed the aura of the great Luo, golden immortal. A golden light appeared, and Feng Wu emerged at that moment. The sound of her phoenix cry resonated through the heavens as Feng Wu approached him. I have come to serve, my master. Fong Lei cast a casual glance away, releasing his aura as he leaped on her back. The Moon Palace. Upon hearing this command, Feng Wu's gaze turned puzzled. She found it perplexing, as there was nothing but the essence of the Taiying there. Moreover, they had visited once before. What purpose did another visit serve? Despite her confusion, she dared not contradict Fong Lei's words. With another phoenix cry, their speed increased, propelling them hundreds of feet away in an instant. The three pure ones remained in their cultivation, and Fong Lei had no intention of disturbing them. The laurel flower was a congenital spiritual treasure, and there was but one doubt if the three pure ones were to arrive. It was uncertain whether it would fall into his hands. This was not selfishness. Only he could make use of it. The treasure held no relevance to the three pure ones. If he did not acquire it, it would eventually belong to Changi. The distance from the wilderness to the Moon Palace was considerable, yet their speed was remarkable this time. After what felt like an eternity, Fong Lei finally arrived outside the Moon Palace on Feng Wu's back. Hovering in the void, he gazed down with a faint smile. He noticed that the Taiying power in this place had intensified significantly, and the aura emanating from it was extraordinarily formidable. This power is indeed impressive. A smile flickered across his face as he strode forward with purpose. Just as he came to a halt, the Taiying divine wheel materialized in his grasp. Initially, he had sought the laurel flower, but he had since altered his intentions. There was no rush. First, he would absorb the power of this place. As the aura of the great Luo, golden immortal surged, he pointed towards the heavens, and the Taiying divine wheel disappeared in an instant. The wheel spun wildly in the void, drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy and the essence of the Taiying. Fong Lei, however, remained unfazed, turning away to retreat to the side. After a considerable time, the Taiying divine wheel returned to his hand. Sensing the power that had manifested upon it, a subtle smile graced his features. Although the Taiying divine wheel could not be enhanced, its power had significantly increased, making the journey worthwhile. Stowing the Taiying divine wheel away, he began to move forward. Without the wheel, he had struggled against the force of the Taiying, but now he found it remarkably effortless. Swiftly entering the domain enveloped by its energy, he had stepped in, while Feng Wu stood still, making no attempt to follow. It was not that she lacked the desire, but rather that the feather she had arrived with had yet to restore itself. With his meager strength, she would be ill-equipped to withstand the Taiying's might. Fong Lei had no intention of bringing her along, casting a calm glance her way before stating, "This journey requires only myself. You shall remain here." Given Feng Wu's current lack of power and the potential dangers that lay ahead, Fong Lei knew that if trouble arose, his own survival would be precarious enough without the added burden of Fengwu. Should a confrontation occur, ensuring her safety would be far from guaranteed. Without further hesitation, Fong Lei turned and vanished from the spot. Yet, as he drew closer to the palace ahead, a sense of unease gripped him. If discovered by Changi, the consequences could be dire. After all, the impression left on her by their last encounter had hardly been favorable. Following the scent of the laurel tree, he soon arrived at a realm shrouded in thick black mist. The atmosphere here was saturated with potent Tyene energy, rendering his vision hazy. Observing the swirling miasma before him, Fong Lei furrowed his brow, enveloping himself in a layer of golden light. Although he could withstand the Tyene energy, the intensity he faced now was unprecedented. To avoid being consumed by its force, he deemed it prudent to hold back a measure of his strength. He could sense that the laurel tree lay within this tumultuous atmosphere. Upon reaching this location, the air was laden with an overwhelming potency. After contemplating his next move for a considerable time, Fong Lei tightened his brow and surged forward, following the energy trail. The object of his quest was within reach. How could he let this opportunity slip by? Encircled by the black mist, the Tyene energy was indeed formidable. After a short distance, Fong Lei halted, his expression now grave. Ultimately, he had underestimated the force within this domain, swiftly transforming the Taiqian Kunpeng into its defensive form, casting down golden light that enveloped him. After all, the Kunpeng was a primordial spiritual treasure, housing immense power. Under its protective veil, the encroaching Tyene energy diminished significantly. With the aid of the Kunpeng, Fong Lei's pace quickened considerably. His actions proved fortuitous, for the Kunpeng could contain all manner of things, absorbing a substantial amount of Tyene energy in the process. Furthermore, even the essence of Tyene was not spared. These were primordial treasures, and Fong Lei certainly would not let them escape his grasp. After a protracted period, he came to a halt above a deep pit. Leaning down, he frowned, his demeanor turning serious. Within this abyss, hundreds of laurel trees thrived, yet the Tyene energy here was even more concentrated than outside. Standing in this spot, he could not locate the elusive laurel flower. Only by descending could he hope to encounter it. Time was of the essence, and the energy within was overwhelmingly potent. His own strength was limited, and he could not sustain himself for long. As he descended into the pit, his pace was deliberate yet steady. Though the corrosive force was intense, it could not yet harm him, while the laurel trees numbered in the hundreds. The laurel flower itself was singular. It was a convergence of all power, making it no easy task to locate. After some time, Fong Lei paused, his expression darkening and his eyes betraying concern. Could it be that the flower was not here? He had searched for so long, yet had not even sensed its presence, that he was compelled to question whether he had arrived too late or if someone had taken it. However, upon reflection, this seemed unlikely. The Tyene energy here was extraordinarily potent, and its corrosive nature was exceedingly terrifying. Had he not possessed protective treasures, he would never have ventured this deep. Who could possibly have the means to retrieve it from such a place? He had hoped to rely on the system, but ultimately relinquished that notion. The system, aside from issuing tasks, had proven entirely absent. After a moment's contemplation, he summoned the divine bamboo into existence. Although the laurel flower was not a primordial root, it was still a creation of primordial essence. Perhaps this object could yield some results. As the divine bamboo manifested, he directed his own power into it. Chapter 63. Not to make things difficult, he approached the task with a tentative mindset, yet was taken aback by the outcome. The moment he infused his energy into the divine bamboo, it reacted instantaneously. The layer of lightning enveloped it, shooting forth at remarkable speed into the distance. Being a primordial root, the divine bamboo was impervious to the encroaching Tyene energy. Seeing it respond brought Fong Lei joy, and he hastened to follow its path. Before long, he reached the very bottom of the abyss. At this point, visibility was non-existent, and the surrounding black mist churned violently. Guided by the divine bamboo, Fong Lei soon found himself beneath a towering tree. This laurel tree was unlike any other, radiating an aura of immense strength. The divine bamboo came to a halt, and Fang Lei's gaze was drawn upward. Initially, he did not notice, but soon he was filled with elation. Though surrounded by the black mist, it did not obscure the luminous glow of the laurel flower. It was a six-petaled white blossom, exuding a gentle radiance. Despite the powerful corrosive force surrounding it, the flower remained unaffected. Fang Lei leapt into the air, swiftly approaching the laurel flower. Yet just as his hand was about to make contact, an overwhelming force surged from within the flower. Fang Lei barely had time to react before his outstretched hand was repelled by this power. Feeling a chilling sensation in his hand, Fang Lei's brow furrowed, and his expression shifted. Such formidable strength resided within. It seemed the laurel flower possessed more than mere energy. However, this would not deter him. Having come this far, he had no intention of leaving empty-handed. Channeling the aura of the great Luo Golden Immortal, he summoned the power of the five elements stone to accompany him. Bolts of lightning surged from his palm as he reached out once more. Although the energy within the laurel flower still resisted him, it ultimately proved insufficient. Boom! A powerful surge of energy radiated outward as he grasped the laurel flower in his hands, gazing at its luminous glow. Fang Lei beamed with satisfaction and leapt into the void. With the prize secured, he had no desire to linger. Moreover, the longer he remained, the more energy he would expend. Yet just as he prepared to depart, an overwhelming force erupted from the depths of the abyss. The black mist surged skyward, casting a pall over the entire horizon. The Taiyan energy surged unchecked, causing the heavens to tremble. Observing this force, Fang Lei's expression tightened, and a hint of gravity clouded his eyes. Had he truly provoked such a powerful presence without cause? Surveying the surrounding energies, the Taiyan divine wheel emerged, and the divine thunder sword transformed in response. Although he was uncertain of the situation, he felt it prudent to withdraw. Creating a stir here would not bode well. If Changi took notice, escape would become exceedingly difficult. As he gazed at the swirling Taiyan energy above, he raised his hand and struck with his sword. The sound of thunder erupted as bolts of lightning crisscrossed through the air. Boom! With a resounding crash, the converging energies parted, creating a passageway. Yet just as he was about to advance, an overwhelming pressure descended from above. Sensing this force, Fang Lei was momentarily stunned. As he looked upward, he beheld Changi approaching through the air, her expression cold and her gaze sharp. Upon seeing her figure, Fang Lei offered a resigned smile and stepped closer. "Pardon the intrusion, but..." Before he could finish his sentence, Changi interrupted him with a frosty tone. "That I previously allowed you to leave. What business do you have here now?" Her voice was frigid, her face devoid of any expression. Fang Lei felt an acute sense of embarrassment, for he could hardly claim that he sought the laurel flower for its own sake. To utter such a thing would surely invite her ire. For the sake of a mundane essence, he had initially believed he could pass through this encounter unscathed, yet Changi was utterly unconvinced of his intentions. She remained motionless, her breath already mobilized. Here she was, in pursuit of the lunar essence. Her demeanor was unmistakably evident. Realizing that her abruptness had failed, Fang Lei conjured the laurel flower. Upon laying eyes on the object, Changi froze in place, her gaze fixated upon it with wide eyes. "How did you come by this?" she asked, clearly astonished. She had once sought it herself, only to return empty-handed. Observing her reaction, Fang Lei was left perplexed and averted his gaze. "I intended to acquire some lunar essence here, yet by sheer happenstance, I obtained this instead." Changi paid no heed to his explanation, her focus unwavering on the flower. After a prolonged silence, she finally spoke. "Might I borrow this item for a moment?" Taken aback by her interest, Fang Lei hesitated. If he refused her, it was certain that she would not allow him to depart. However, should she claim the flower for herself, his journey would have been in vain. Noticing his dilemma, Changi spoke in a rather indifferent tone. "Rest assured, I have no desire for this item." At these words, Fang Lei felt a measure of relief. After careful consideration, he extended the laurel flower towards her. Upon sensing its power, Changi's expression darkened slightly, and a hint of seriousness emerged in her eyes. The strength contained within was formidable, and she was not entirely certain she could wield it. "This item is a congenital spiritual treasure," formed from the accumulation of the lunar essence from this locale. I'm quite surprised that you managed to obtain it, she stated coldly, refraining from further comment as she returned the flower to Fong Lei. Surprised by her action, Fong Lei quickly accepted it back. Chang, she said nothing, but she cleared a path for him to exit. Fong Lei, taken aback, did not dare to linger for even a moment. The aura of a great Luo golden immortal emanated from him, and he moved swiftly, vanishing in the blink of an EY as he watched his retreating figure. Chang, she's expression gradually shifted. Yet, she did not maintain her fixation for long, soon regaining her composure. This fellow is rather intriguing. In truth, from the very beginning, she had no intention of making things difficult for Fong Lei. Her obstruction had merely stemmed from her curiosity regarding the laurel flower. Fong Lei's movements were swift, and in an instant he was thousands of meters away. Just as he halted, Feng Wu appeared before him, her demeanor fraught with confusion. Ignoring her, he turned to glance into the distance. Chang she had not followed, allowing him to finally ease his worries as he leaped onto Feng Wu's back. We must depart from this place at once, at his insistence. Feng Wu harnessed her energy, vaulting into the sky. Meanwhile, atop Kunlun, Tong Tian had awakened. Abruptly opening his eyes, a beam of golden light descended from the void, and the god-slaying sword surged skyward. A myriad of sword shadows materialized, enveloping the entire firmament in an overwhelming aura of slaughter. The sword light flickered incessantly, and under this powerful influence, Tong Tian ascended. Though he did not break through, his strength had significantly increased. Most importantly, he had now mastered the fusion of 4 formations. Chapter 64. Not that kind of person. The god-slaying sword could simultaneously command 4 formations. With a single strike, all 4 arrays manifested. The aura of a great Luo golden immortal radiated from Tong Tian as he stepped forward, the god-slaying sword appearing in his grasp. The 4-layered formations intertwined seamlessly, instantaneously enveloping the entire sky. Observing the dispersing energies around him, Tong Tian smiled faintly. With a single strike, countless sword shadows erupted forth. The ground trembled under the cacophony of thunderous roars, fracturing into pieces. Laozi and Yuanshi exchanged glances, their expressions shifting as they sensed the turmoil in the heavens, a hint of gravity entering their eyes. Has the power of our third brother truly escalated to this extent? Laozi could not help but exclaim. Quickly regaining his composure as his aura expanded, he stepped into the void, his body aglow with golden light, the Taiji diagram manifesting in the sky. With a resounding boom, the entire firmament quaked. Laozi stood atop the clouds, his power formidable. The 2 of them displayed their divine abilities, each exhibiting greater strength than the last. In the void, the aura of a great Luo golden immortal was utterly terrifying. The very skies dimmed in response. Observing the power they exhibited, Yuanshi's expression tightened as the aura of a great Luo golden immortal surged forth from him as well as he joined the fray. 3 beams of golden light soared into the heavens, engulfing the entirety of Kunlun in their might. Though their realms had not progressed over the century, their strength had undeniably amplified, standing in the void. The 3 exchanged glances, smiles gracing their faces. Congratulations, third brother. Congratulations, second brother. Congratulations, elder brother. They offered mutual pleasantries, their auras retracting in tandem. Once the energies in the heavens dissipated, they approached one another. I wonder how our 4th brother has fared. With this remark, Tong Tian prompted Laozi and Yuanshi to furrow their brows. It had indeed been quite some time since they had seen Fong Lei. Mobilizing his aura, Laozi's gaze pierced through tens of thousands of miles. However, as he surveyed the entirety of Kunlun, confusion creased his brow. He sensed no trace of Fong Lei here, indicating that he was not present. 4th brother is not here. Upon uttering this, Tong Tian and Yuanshi exchanged perplexed looks, their confusion deepening. That if he is not here, where could he possibly be? Surely he hasn't gone off searching for treasures behind our backs. Yuanshi's speculation drew the ire of Laozi and Tong Tian. Tong Tian, known for his straightforward nature, could not abide any disparagement of Fong Lei. Absolutely impossible. If our 4th brother were truly like that, he would not have brought us along in the first place. Accompanying his words, Laozi nodded in agreement. What you say rings true. Let us wait and see. Following their exchange, Yuanshi wisely refrained from further comment. However, the expression on his face remained unchanged as his gaze instinctively drifted toward the heavens. Meanwhile, Feng Lei rode upon Feng Wu's back, and the two were en route back to the primordial chaos. Though Feng Wu's speed was remarkable, it would still take some time to return to Kunlun. Feng Lei, not one to waste time, mobilized his great Luo golden immortal aura, the laurel flower appearing in his hand. Having obtained this treasure, he was determined not to squander it. He needed to absorb and refine it before reaching the primordial chaos. While this item had revealed a portion of its power previously, he was still curious about its true utility. The golden light flickered in his hand as his energy gradually coalesced as Feng Lei's power flowed into it. The laurel flower erupted with a formidable aura. Although the strength was quite terrifying, Feng Lei felt no discomfort. Yet, after some time, a look of confusion crossed his face. The power of this flower was indeed immense, and he could feel it. However, he found it puzzling that the laurel flower showed no inclination to merge with him. Moreover, the energy he had infused seemed to have entirely reverted back into his body. Not only was his energy purified, but even Feng Wu's aura began to shift. As Feng Wu raced onward, a fiery red glow gradually enveloped her form. Observing this transformation, Feng Lei was momentarily taken aback. His expression shifting. "What is happening to you?" Feng Lei inquired, perplexed, for he had not sensed Feng Wu mobilizing any energy, so how could this occur? Hearing his question, Feng Wu dared not defy him, quickly explaining. It was the laurel flower. That spiritual treasure purified a portion of the spiritual energy within me. Feng Wu sensed a change in her spiritual energy, yet she was unaware that her bloodline had also been enhanced. However, the alteration was fleeting, barely perceptible. Thus she remained oblivious in Feng Lei's presence. Feng Wu would never dare to fabricate a story. Amidst their conversation, Feng Lei furrowed his brow, his gaze drawn toward the laurel flower. Her spiritual energy had been purified due to her infusion of energy into it, which was indeed outside his expectations for her. Since it is beneficial for you, I shall lend you my aid once more. He is not the kind of miserly person. Feng Wu, having recognized herself as the master, naturally feels joy in her own elevation. Upon hearing these words, Feng Wu's face displayed a hint of confusion. However, before she could voice her thoughts, the aura emanating from the laurel flower enveloped her. She felt the surge of power coursing through her body. Excitement illuminated Feng Wu's features. "Thank you, Master. Thank you." Master. In that fleeting moment, her strength had noticeably increased. If this continued, her power would surely amplify. Feng Lei, however, paid little heed. For him, it was merely a trifling effort. Moreover, it provided him an opportunity to observe the true utility of this laurel flower. Noticing that he had fallen into a state of rapture, Feng Lei maintained a calm demeanor. Closing his eyes and sitting in stillness, a faint golden glow began to radiate from his form. He could not afford to neglect his cultivation. Otherwise, the gap between him and the three cleans would only widen as time slipped by, the duration of which he could not ascertain. Feng Lei finally opened his eyes. Yet, before he could retract the aura surrounding him, a resounding phoenix cry resonated throughout the heavens. The fiery shadow of the phoenix soared through the void, hundreds of flames manifesting at that moment. Witnessing this power, Feng Lei was momentarily taken aback, and his expression grew solemn. Those flames cascaded from the sky, directly enveloping Feng Wu. Observing this situation, Feng Lei leapt into the void. "What is happening?" he exclaimed in bewilderment. How could Feng Wu summon such a terrifying aura? Returning to Master, I feel my bloodline breaking through. Breaking through the bloodline? Feng Lei was astounded. Encountering a bloodline breakthrough was a rare occurrence across the entire primordial realm. Among the three clans, bloodlines were held in the highest regard. The purer the bloodline, the greater the strength. Yet, these were innate traits, and enhancement was virtually impossible. Even the Dragon clan, after passing through the Dragon Gate, merely acquired dragon energy, not a true dragon bloodline. Not only was he puzzled, but Feng Wu, too, wore an expression of confusion. She had merely intended to quickly absorb the spiritual energy and had not anticipated this outcome. Chapter 65. The enhancement of Feng Wu's bloodline. Gazing at the flames radiating from Feng Wu, Feng Lei's expression grew slightly serious. With a wave of his hand, hundreds of spirit fruits appeared before her. Consume these. The quality of these spirit fruits was quite high, and the spiritual energy within them was certainly potent. Feeling the strength contained within, Feng Wu was momentarily taken aback, her face reflecting her confusion. What Feng Lei had presented would not be rescinded. Thank you, Master. With a respectful bow, she promptly swallowed the fruits. What Feng Wu required at this moment was spiritual energy, and she would certainly not refuse it. As the spiritual energy began to emanate once more, the entire sky was illuminated by the flames. The phoenix cry resounded again, as flames converged towards her body. Although the enhancement of her bloodline was a good thing, the accompanying pain was not something an ordinary person could endure. The searing heat that had manifested was several times more intense than before. Under the enveloping flames, Feng Wu's feathers turned blood red. Furthermore, numerous cracks began to appear on her body. As these fissures multiplied, Feng Wu's cheeks were already contorted with agony. Yet, even so, the aura surrounding her showed no signs of abating. At this moment, she was simultaneously experiencing pain and joy. She sensed her blood boiling within her, a clear sign of her phoenix bloodline's enhancement. Feng Lei did not further concern himself with Feng Wu. His gaze was directed toward the laurel flower. He understood Feng Wu's strength. It was unlikely she could be enhanced in such a short time. The only thing that could assist her here was this object. This item was indeed extraordinary. He had initially thought it could only be used to purify spiritual energy, but he had underestimated its significance at this moment. He was even more certain that this trip had not been in vain. He had no intention of reclaiming this item. He would wait until Feng Wu had completed her enhancement. Under his watchful gaze, the flames surrounding Feng Wu erupted once more, the searing heat radiating outward. The temperature rose, and Feng Lei could not help but furrow his brow. The aura of the great Luo Golden Immortal enveloped him in a layer of golden light. Feng Wu's power was exceedingly strong, nearly rivaling that of the sun. Under the cover of the flames, Feng Wu emitted another phoenix cry. Accompanying this sound, a golden feather sprouted from the top of her head. As this phenomenon occurred, the aura that had been dispersing around her began to dissipate. The pain within her subsided, and Feng Wu's face lit up with excitement as she leapt thousands of feet away. Her blood continued to boil, and her strength had increased severalfold. Although she felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration, she dared not linger. Quickly, she approached Feng Lei, and the aura surrounding her vanished. Nevertheless, the excitement on her face remained uncontainable. Thank you, Master, for your assistance. Feng Lei's expression was grave, yet he paid no heed to her words, instead instructing her, "Give me a drop of your blood." Naturally, Feng Wu dared not defy his command and respectfully presented a drop of her blood. As Feng Lei sensed the aura within this blood, his expression grew more serious. Feng Wu's bloodline had indeed been enhanced. Her current bloodline was nearly on par with that of the Phoenix clan leader. Very good, very good. Upon hearing this, Feng Wu appeared bewildered. Master, where does my bloodline stand now? She felt the elevation but was unaware of the extent to which it had reached. You are only a step away from the Phoenix clan leader. Once these words left his lips, Feng Wu froze in place, her eyes widening in disbelief. How can this be? Feng Wu found it hard to accept. The bloodline of the Phoenix clan leader was exceedingly pure. Though the Phoenix energy within her was not weak, the disparity in bloodline was far from trivial. Shocked, Feng Wu turned her gaze back to Feng Lei, who merely nodded in acknowledgement. After all, Yuan Feng, being the leader of the Phoenix clan, possessed the purest bloodline, so it was only natural that Feng Wu would not match him. However, Feng Wu's bloodline was formidable. Among the entire Phoenix clan, few could suppress her lineage. Gaining his affirmation, Feng Wu was overwhelmed with excitement, her eyes brimming with enthusiasm. Feng Lei chose not to elaborate further, descending from the air to land on her back. Return to the primordial realm. Feng Lei did not linger, the laurel flower now in his grasp, and he repressed his aura at that moment. This item was remarkable. He intended to study it thoroughly if it could assist Feng Wu in enhancing her bloodline. It might also have the potential to enhance the dragon bone. After the enhancement of her bloodline, Feng Wu's speed had increased by several dozen times. Each flap of her wings propelled her vast distances. And this was without her exerting her full strength. After a considerable duration, they arrived at the summit of Kunlun. Soon as Feng Wu halted, Feng Lei stepped down from the air. The aura of the great Luo golden immortal surged forth, and bolts of lightning cascaded from the void. Just as the lightning enveloped him, 3 golden figures appeared in the distance. Laozi, Yuan Shi, and Tong Tian arrived at an astonishing speed. The 3 of them moved swiftly, having sensed his power and reached this place almost instantly. Coming to a halt before him, Laozi, Yuan Shi, and Tong Tian wore expressions of curiosity. "Fourth brother, where have you been for so long?" Tong Tian couldn't help but inquire. To which Feng Lei responded in a calm manner, "I went to resolve a little trouble." He refrained from mentioning his journey to the Moon Palace, as he had yet to fully grasp the laurel flower. Upon hearing his words, Tong Tian nodded thoughtfully, not pressing further, and directly adjusted his aura. I wonder how much stronger fourth brother has become. His primary concern was still Feng Lei's strength. He had no interest in anything else. The sword of extermination appeared, and a 4-layered array materialized in the sky. Upon witnessing the power he exuded, Feng Lei was taken aback. In just a short century, Tong Tian had managed to merge these 4 formations. Observing the myriad sword shadows in the heavens, Feng Lei smiled faintly, unable to suppress his admiration. Third brother has truly improved significantly. Upon hearing this, a hint of pride emerged in Tong Tian's eyes, causing him to unconsciously lift his head. Nevertheless, he feigned humility. The sword of extermination trembled, and the surrounding power was completely retracted. "Fourth brother, you overpraise me." Feng Lei was well aware of Tong Tian's thoughts. He could read his mind with ease. "Elder brother, I suspect that second brother's power has also increased considerably, hasn't it?" Feng Lei turned his head, questioning in perplexity, and the 2 figures of Laozi and Yuan Shi did not mince their words. Their aura emanated, and the essence of the great Luo golden immortal surged forth at that very moment. Although their realms had not elevated, their powers had considerably strengthened, surpassing even Tong Tian. The 3 elder brothers, endowed with extraordinary talents, indicated to Feng Lei that he too must intensify his efforts. With a gentle smile, he expressed this thought, bowed to each of the 3 in turn, and then turned to depart into the distance. Though he had not advanced, he had indeed acquired an abundance of treasures, a fact known only to him, while the 3 pure ones remained oblivious. Chapter 66. Unexpected enhancement of the divine thunder, sword seeing him venture far away. The 3 pure ones naturally did not linger. Their auras remained unrestrained as they set off in different directions. Even though the 4 of them were united, Kunlun Mountain was vast, and they did not practice in close proximity. After all, the spiritual energy within a single area was limited, which would not benefit any of them. All 4 had reached the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal, and the strength they required was extraordinary. If they were to cultivate together, the spiritual energy in the vicinity would be utterly insufficient. Kunlun Mountain was indeed expansive, and Feng Lei found himself in a relatively secluded spot, atop a precipice. He surveyed his surroundings, ensuring that the 3 pure ones had not followed. With an expression of calm, golden light surged forth from his body. The power of the dragon bone was now manifesting, and the laurel blossom appeared before him, but he did not intend to purify the surrounding spiritual energy with the laurel blossom. Instead, he decided to focus on the dragon bone first. This dragon bone was a supreme, innate spiritual treasure, and its power enhancement would also benefit him. The radiant white light of the laurel blossom flickered incessantly. In an instant, its aura enveloped him as streams of power flowed in. A look of excitement broke across Feng Lei's face. No wonder that fellow Feng Wu experienced enhancement. The aura emanating from it was far from ordinary. Under the influence of the laurel blossom's power, streams of dragon energy surged through and gathered within his body. Initially, he had approached this with a mindset of mere experimentation, but to his surprise, it was indeed effective. As this power surged in, Feng Lei's expression brightened with exhilaration. He could distinctly feel the power of the dragon bone rapidly increasing. However, just as he reveled in his joy, The dragon energy that had dispersed around him suddenly vanished. The aura from the laurel blossom dissipated and fell directly into his hands. The scene before him left Fong lay momentarily dumbfounded. With a furrowed brow, he could not comprehend why he could absorb energy moments ago, yet found it impossible now that he intended to attempt again. But as he summoned the dragon energy, an intense pain shot through his body. To his astonishment, countless fissures appeared along his entire arm. Fong Lei was taken aback, his face dimming, and a look of gravity emerged in his eyes. While the pain within him was manageable, he certainly did not wish to lose power because of it. Without hesitation, he began to gather the dragon energy that had dissipated around him. He had initially thought the supreme, innate spiritual treasure had not manifested, yet it turned out to be otherwise. With a resigned sigh, he waved his hand, and a multitude of spiritual fruits appeared before him. Since the dragon bone could no longer enhance him, he would first elevate his own strength. Absorbing these spiritual fruits would undoubtedly require considerable effort. But with the power of devouring, he need not ponder excessively. As the spiritual fruits entered him, a long-lost smile returned his face, and a beam of golden light shot skyward, accompanied by a faint layer of lightning. After a considerable duration, Fong Lei finally opened his eyes slowly. Sensing the power coursing through him, he retracted the devouring force, unwilling to allow a repeat of the earlier incident. His absorption speed was far superior to that of the three pure ones and was incomparable to those three individuals. Just as he prepared to rise and check on the three pure ones, his body jolted suddenly, and the divine thunder sword appeared at that moment, accompanied by the laurel blossom. The power of the laurel blossom manifested once more, and the divine thunder sword drew closer. Dazzling lightning enveloped him, and the aura of the divine thunder sword rapidly intensified at that moment. Fong Lei was taken aback by the unfolding scene. He had done nothing, and this was beyond his control. As he raised his hand to grasp the divine thunder sword, several bolts of lightning flickered forth. The force was formidable, causing his hand to freeze midair. After a moment of hesitation, he withdrew his hand. Fong Lei stared in astonishment. Did the divine thunder sword possess its own consciousness? He found it hard to believe, his expression darkening as he summoned the essence of the great Luo Golden Immortal once more. Regardless of whether it had consciousness, it ultimately belonged to him. With a firm grip, he instantly seized the divine thunder sword in his hand. The sword let out a resonant cry as hundreds of bolts of lightning shot skyward. Though the power was terrifying, it did not injure Fong Lei in the slightest. While the lightning continuously intertwined and descended, it was still far from sufficient to pose a threat to Fong Lei. He paid little heed to it and instead focused on the power within the divine thunder sword. Before long, he furrowed his brows, his expression turning grave. The laurel blossom had failed to assist him. Instead, it had aided the enhancement of the divine thunder sword. Though shocked, the expression on his face did not linger for long, but a faint smile emerged as he directly infused the essence of the great Luo Golden Immortal. As this was his companion treasure, with his power, the divine thunder sword would surely enhance even further. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed, and the spiritual energy in the vicinity shattered, with the laurel blossom returning to his hand. Fong Lei paid it no mind and stowed it away, directing his gaze towards the divine thunder sword. In the void above, the sound of thunder resonated, and the divine thunder sword was enveloped in a faint layer of golden light. The divine thunder sword had broken through. After its aura was purified, it had reached the later stage of the innate realm. A serene smile graced Fong Lei's face as he raised a hand, and the divine thunder sword fell into his grasp. The sword let out a cry, and with a swift motion, he unleashed a strike, sending a torrent of lightning intertwined with sword shadows soaring into the distance. Accompanied by a thunderous explosion, a lingering sword shadow was left in the sky. Gazing at the force in the void, Fong Lei's heart leaped with joy. This was indeed a commendable harvest, though the dragon bone had not enhanced him. It had instead elevated this treasure. Nonetheless, that wasn't a concern, as he would have to exert some effort for this item. After relishing in his joy, he reigned in the aura emanating from him. The endeavor to enhance his own power had reached a temporary conclusion. Next, he would naturally seek out spiritual treasures. The vast expanse of the primordial world held many places yet to be explored. Just as he prepared to set off, A surge of bloodlight erupted from the blood seed. A colossal figure emerged from the tumultuous waves of blood. Despite the distance of several tens of millions of miles separating Feng Lei from that place, he could still feel the pull of its aura. Sensing that power, Feng Lei's countenance dimmed slightly as he quickly averted his gaze. He had momentarily forgotten about this individual. So engrossed was he in his own cultivation that he had lost track of time. It was now the moment of the Blood Mosquito Taoist's breakthrough. A breakthrough was a fortuitous event, yet it posed significant implications for the Dragon Clan. This individual would attract a thunderous tribulation, bearing severe injuries. Subsequently, he would target the Dragon Clan, devouring nearly 1,000 dragon eggs. Moreover, the Phoenix Clan would also suffer collateral damage. The spectacle awaited. A smile crept on Feng Lei's face as he took a step forward, transforming into an afterimage as he sped away. Not for any other reason, but merely to follow this individual and reap some benefits. The three Pure Ones were also drawn to the unusual happenings in that location, but they had previously ventured into the Blood Seat this moment. The three of them had no interest in pursuing it. Chapter 67. Unexpectedly related to Feng Lei, riding Feng Wu, reached an unprecedented speed. With each passing moment, an ear-piercing sound of tearing filled the air. In just a few breaths, Feng Lei arrived at the Blood Sea's surface. However, he did not reveal himself this time, nor did he expose his aura. Previously, he had encountered the Blood Mosquito Taoist, and attracting his attention would not bode well. Peering down, the Blood Mosquito Taoist had unleashed his complete aura, with streams of blood light flashing. "I have broken through," the Blood Mosquito Taoist exclaimed with exuberance, throwing his head back in a furious roar as his aura erupted once more. Witnessing this, Feng Lei smiled faintly. What was meant to come would eventually arrive. No sooner had the Blood Mosquito Taoist's voice faded than the heavens grew dim, and countless bolts of lightning flickered into existence. Observing the emergence of such power, Feng Lei retreated from the area. The Blood Mosquito Taoist furrowed his brow, but showed no sign of retreat. "Come. If I can withstand this lightning, I shall ascend to the mid-stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal." Upon hearing this, Feng Lei was taken aback. He had assumed that this individual would break through to the great Luo Golden Immortal stage, yet he had already reached the mid-stage. How intriguing this fellow was. Although unexpected, Feng Lei did not take it too seriously, thinking it had nothing to do with him. Yet he remained unaware that the Blood Mosquito Taoist enhancement was indeed intertwined with his fate. Boom! A tremendous sound echoed as dozens of bolts of lightning descended, engulfing the Blood Mosquito Taoist in their power. Observing the scene below, Feng Lei maintained a calm expression, a hint of a smile gracing his face. The lightning posed no threat to him, but it was exceedingly terrifying for the Blood Mosquito Taoist. The first bolt of lightning dissipated, revealing numerous cracks on the Taoist's mountainous form. The Blood Mosquito Taoist looked up again, and the lightning in the sky intensified several-fold. That moment, Feng Lei also raised his gaze, only to find several bolts of lightning converging above his head. Surprised by the sudden emergence of this power, Feng Lei thought, "I haven't broken through, so why is this happening?" Before he could finish his thought, a bolt of lightning struck down from the void. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly and leaped several hundred zhang away. Steadying himself, Feng Lei's expression darkened, and the aura of a great Luo Golden Immortal began to emanate from him. He had evaded that strike, yet the force continued unabated. More lightning gathered and descended, the thunderous roars shaking the heavens and the earth. Witnessing this power, Feng Lei furrowed his brows, his expression growing increasingly grave. "This has nothing to do with me. His breakthrough is irrelevant to me." He felt quite helpless, and in that moment, the Divine Thunder Sword transformed in his hand. The Divine Thunder Sword was perfectly attuned to enhance his might. Infusing his energy into it, he raised his hand for a strike. However, to his astonishment, the Divine Thunder Sword failed to absorb the power and was instead repelled. Gripping the Divine Thunder Sword tightly, his expression turned grim. The Heavenly Tao. Feng Lei's voice was barely a whisper as he quickened his pace. This aura bore a striking resemblance to the previous power. Aside from the Heavenly Tao, there was truly no other source. Fong Lei dared not attempt to absorb the power. Surviving was his only priority. He did not wish to be subjected to another system restoration. Should any further power manifest, he would be unable to control it. His evasion was swift, yet the bolts of lightning descending from the sky were relentless. In the blink of an eye, Fong Lei had already retreated several thousand zhong. Gazing ahead, his expression darkened, and flickers of anger danced in his eyes. He had initially thought the lightning would weaken, but it was far from what he anticipated at this rate. Only by enduring this lightning could he hope for respite. Observing the ongoing lightning above, Fong Lei's countenance grew somber. Since it has come to this, let it be. He stood his ground, not moving an inch, and unleashed his aura without reservation. The power of the dragon bone manifested, encircling his form in a surge of draconic energy at that moment. The lightning above converged once more. Boom! Fong Lei was engulfed by the lightning, the sound of tearing resonating continuously as he did not display any signs of pain. After a lengthy interval, the power finally dissipated. Fong Lei exhaled a sigh of relief, though his body swayed unsteadily. This power is truly terrifying. Thankfully, with the aid of the dragon bone, he had managed to withstand that blow. He had initially planned to wait for the blood mosquito Taoist to sustain injuries. But now there was no need to wait. He was already hurt. He had been so focused on the power in this vicinity that he had neglected to consider the blood mosquito Taoist condition, which was far worse than his own, the blood energy on his body having vanished entirely. His complexion was grim, and the power within him was nearly depleted. Despite the agony, the blood mosquito Taoist felt a surge of excitement. He had endured this force, and now stepped into the mid-stage of the great Luo golden immortal realm. Though only a flicker of excitement shone in his eyes, Fong Lei could certainly perceive it. Enjoy your moment of joy, for this is where your journey shall halt. The fate of the blood mosquito Taoist was indeed tragic. In this lifetime, he could only cultivate to such a realm. With such grave injuries, he needed to recover swiftly. The blood mosquito Taoist murmured to himself, his expression darkening as a glint of cold light appeared in his eyes. He could not afford to wait here. Relying on this spiritual energy, recovery would be arduous. While he contemplated, the distant rumbling caught his attention. His gaze shifted, and he instantly felt elated. How could I have forgotten about those fellows? I must go take a look. Currently, the primordial era was dominated by these three clans, and they possessed a plethora of treasures. He had no intention of lingering, leaping forth to a distance of several thousand zhong. Having already acted, Fong Lei naturally would not remain idle. A smile crept across his face as he summoned his cultivation. Stepping into the void, as he had anticipated, the blood mosquito Taoist target was indeed the dragon clan. In the blink of an eye, they arrived above the deep sea. Fong Lei remained concealed, and the Taoist was oblivious to his presence. The blood mosquito Taoist was following the aura, his gaze fixated on the depths of the dragon clan sea. Such potent, draconic energy. Given his current situation, he would not dare to confront the dragon clan directly. However, he would not pass up the chance to absorb this draconic energy, as it was far swifter than absorbing spiritual energy. With a flicker, he vanished from sight, leaving no trace of his presence. His movements were so swift that even Fong Lei was taken aback. He had assumed this fellow would deliver it, yet he acted with such alacrity. In terms of perception, Fong Lei indeed fell short of this individual. Previously, he had failed to locate the dragon egg. Soon, the two of them drew near, although Fong Lei remained hidden, unnoticed, yet at that moment. The blood mosquito Taoist hesitated, a measure of gravity in his gaze. This place was too close to the dragon palace. Should he be detected, trouble would surely ensue. Nevertheless, after weighing his options, he decided to take a chance. After all, such an opportunity was rare. Seizing it would allow for his recovery. Otherwise, it could take him 100 years this time. His movements were significantly slower and exceedingly cautious. With every step he took, he would pause for an extended observation. Chapter 68. Provoking the wrath of the dragons, seeing him so cautious, Fong Lei felt utterly speechless. He had not been like this when he arrived here. With a helpless glance at him, Fong Lei's hand flashed with a golden light. In the distance, an illusory scene materialized, with countless water beings rushing toward the depths of the sea. With the strength of the blood mosquito Taoist, He could not discern that this was an illusion. Upon first sight, he retreated cautiously. How could this be? The blood mosquito Taoist was filled with dread, vanishing into the shadows in an instant, yet being merely an illusion. The myriad water beings paid no heed to him. The Chilean clan dares to invade. They must taste the might of my dragon clan. Accompanied by a roar of fury, the speed of the myriad water beings escalated. In no time, the illusory scene before him dissolved. Not having been detected, the blood mosquito Taoist finally relaxed. However, a smile crept onto his face. The depths of the sea were now devoid of life, making it all the more convenient for him to act. And Fong Lei was not deceiving him, for the reality was just as he described. The conflict among the three clans had reached a fever pitch. The deep sea was indeed desolate. Moments later, the blood mosquito Taoist halted. Faced with hundreds of dragon eggs, he wasted no time, considering these did not belong to him. Approaching swiftly, he punctured one of the dragon eggs. Thoroughly absorbing the draconic energy within this energy flowed into him. A smile emerged on his face. This was far quicker than absorbing spiritual energy. At this rate, it would not be long before his injuries were mended. Fong Lei had no intention of waiting around either. He could hardly be blamed for this, so why not indulge? Mimicking the blood mosquito Taoist technique, Fong Lei swiftly devoured numerous dragon eggs, high above the clouds. The dragon clan, who had been fiercely engaged in battle, suddenly sensed something amiss. As members of the dragon clan, they shared a connection with these dragon eggs. They could feel when these treasures were harmed. Roar! A roar reverberated through the heavens as hundreds of black dragons surged downward. Within the dragon palace, the Ancestor dragon also opened his eyes at this moment. His aura of dominance radiated forth, the draconic energy emanating without restraint. Roar! Accompanied by his furious roar, the battling dragons retreated, each one racing toward the depths of the sea. Having already suffered losses of their treasured artifacts, their anger simmered. And with this new development, how could they swallow their grievances? These dragon eggs represented the future of their clan. Once damaged, it would take millennia to recover. The sea roiled with tumultuous waves, and countless whirlpools churned in the deep. Sensing the external forces, the blood mosquito Taoist was taken aback, his expression instantly darkening. Were these fellows not engaged in battle with the Chilean clan? Why had they come here? He was utterly astonished. Yet the aura emanating from him was hardly diminished. Time was of the essence. He had no desire to incur further losses after regaining his strength with such difficulty. Fong Lei already maintained a certain distance from him. Sensing the dragon energy above, Fong Lei revealed a faint smile, transforming himself into a black dragon with a mere flick of his form. Shifting into a dragon form required little effort on his part. He possessed the bones of a divine dragon, enabling him to convert his essence into dragon energy effortlessly. How audacious to dare act so recklessly in the sacred territory of my dragon clan. Fong Lei, feeling both aggrieved and vengeful, let out a furious roar, propelling himself forward with his dragon body. Upon witnessing his advance, the blood mosquito Taoist's expression soured, and he leaped several thousand zhong away. His speed was indeed impressive, but to think he could catch up to me, how Navi? The blood mosquito Taoist was brimming with confidence. Although he was not particularly formidable, his speed in fleeing was unparalleled. Speaking dismissively, he unleashed his aura, swiftly putting several thousand zhong between himself and Fong Lei. With his presence now revealed, further concealment would serve no purpose. It was best to make his escape, observing the distance grow. Fong Lei chose not to pursue any further. A cold smirk graced his lips as he vanished from sight. The entire dragon clan was in an uproar, their eyes ablaze with unquenchable fury. The speed of the dragon clan was astonishing, their aura unrestrained in the heavens above. The Chilean and Phoenix clans were momentarily taken aback by the spectacle. It was their first encounter with such a display from the dragon clan. Previously, during battles with these dragons, they had never witnessed such rage that in the void above. The blood mosquito Taoist maintained a relentless speed, daring not to pause even for a moment. This fellow was truly tenacious in his pursuit. What baffled him further was the personal appearance of the ancestral dragon, in addition to these other beings. You vile mosquito, today you shall pay the price. The ancestral dragon was seething with rage. It was one thing to endure the oppression from the Phoenix and Chelan clans, but to think a mere mosquito would dare to be so insolent in their territory. Today, this creature must face the consequences. For the Dragon clan could not afford to lose face. Time slipped by, and the blood mosquito Taoist began to feel fatigued, yet the Dragon clan relentlessly pursued him, though their numbers had dwindled. Their aura remained terrifying. Then, let us descend into the sea of blood. Deep within that ocean, he indeed feared these dragons. However, once in the blood sea, he would be on his own turf, with a grim expression. A surge of determination flickered in his eyes. Just as he was about to draw near, 9 figures suddenly surged from the heavens above. These were the 9 sons of the ancestral dragon. At their forefront stood Xiongyo, a being at the pinnacle of the Tai golden immortal realm, with the others also possessing similar strengths. To act so brazenly within my dragon clan. Today you shall pay the price. Xiongyo declared with a stern visage, transforming into his true form, a beam of golden light shooting skyward. They understood that facing the blood mosquito Taoist one-on-one would not suffice, hence they did not intend to engage him individually. The 9 dragon forms descended from the void, each distinct in appearance, but united in their terrifying power. Boom! The blood mosquito Taoist realized he could not escape, his countenance darkening as his aura instantaneously dispersed. You think you can stop me? In this primordial realm, a mere realm of difference is like the chasm between heaven and earth, having reached the mid-stage of the great Luo golden immortal realm. The 9 sons of the ancestral dragon were far from enough to contend with him. With a cold expression, he unleashed a torrent of blood light, directly countering the dragon energy. The 9 sons of the ancestral dragon found themselves in a stalemate. Creating a deadlock, hold him back. Since they were not his match, they resolved to simply stall him. You think you can delay me? The blood mosquito Taoist had already resolved to escape, his blood energy surging as he retreated. Attempting to leave? I shall not let you go. Before he had retreated several hundred zhang, a furious roar echoed down from the void. The thunderous sound resonated, dimming the entire celestial realm. An enormous golden dragon silhouette manifested. Filling the sky with dragon energy, the ancestral dragon descended, his tail sweeping, shattering the blood mosquito Taoist's blood energy. You have disrupted my dragon clan's millennia-long plan. Today marks your end. Chapter 69. The Last Stand of the Blood Mosquito Taoist. The ancestral dragon opened his mouth, unleashing a torrent of golden light that surged downward. The blood mosquito Taoist, thousands of zhang away, paled at the sight, quickly redirecting his energy in a desperate attempt to defend himself. Yet he had underestimated the ancestral dragon's might, which was far beyond his capacity to withstand. Accompanied by a furious dragon's roar, the blood energy dissipated in an instant. The blood mosquito Taoist's massive form was riddled with thousands of cracks. His aura reduced to a mere fraction of its former strength. Dragons, heed my command. Kill him. The ancestral dragon was filled with wrath, flames of fury igniting in his eyes, exuding an overwhelming aura of dominance. Though he did not lead pure-blood dragons, the strength of these beings was formidable. The resounding roars echoed through the heavens, as countless dragon forms bore down upon the blood mosquito Taoist, furrowing his brow. The blood mosquito Taoist summoned a faint layer of blood light around himself once more. However, this time he did not engage the dragons in battle. He dove directly into the sea of blood. Although he could not match the ancestral dragon, his speed in fleeing was unparalleled. In the void above, the ancestral dragon's expression twisted into a snarl, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Activate the dragon slaughter array. Turn the entire blood sea upside down and find him. He was seething with fury, determined to deny the blood mosquito Taoist any respite. His voice echoed. Hundreds of dragons halted above the blood sea. Dragon energy surged, forming a colossal golden dragon silhouette in the void. Roar! Alongside this dragon's roar, the waters of the blood sea began to boil. Golden light flooded the sky, casting a shadow over the heavens as countless bolts of lightning streaked downward. Deep within the blood sea, the blood mosquito Taoist's expression was grim. Gazing at the overwhelming dragon energy, a glint of cold light flashed in his eyes. He understood that there was no escaping this blow. Unless he was killed, the ancestral dragon would not relent. In that case, let us play together. The blood mosquito Taoist's expression darkened. With a swift motion, he severed one of his own claws. The bloodlight enveloped the severed limb, and without hesitation, he sent it into the depths of the sea. This was a means of preserving his life. As long as he retained a piece of flesh, he could be reborn. Most importantly, this claw contained his soul and all his cultivation. Given time, he would surely recover to his current state. Just as the golden dragon shadow was about to descend, the blood mosquito Taoist, dragging his injured form, leaped upward. What if I merely stole a few of your dragon eggs? Must you pursue my annihilation? If so, then let it be as you wish. With a furious roar, his physical form exploded in the void at a visible speed. Boom! A tremendous sound reverberated, shaking the heavens. Blood energy surged across the firmament, dimming the celestial expanse. The previously subdued dragon subordinates were pushed back several thousand zhang. The ancestral dragon was taken aback. He had expected the blood mosquito Taoist to cower in fear and flee, but was surprised by this desperate act of mutual destruction. You foul mosquito, do you truly consider yourself significant? The ancestral dragon snorted coldly, his dragon energy suppressing the scene. Though the blood mosquito Taoist chose to self-destruct, the outcome was favorable. The dragon clan incurred no losses. Avenging their grievances. Let us see if he left any treasures behind. We shall take them all. He spoke coldly, prompting the hundreds of dragons to rush down. The ancestral dragon had no intention of leaving empty-handed. He was determined to reap some benefits from this encounter. Thousands of zhang away, Fang Lei could not help but gasp in awe at the sight before him. What audacity! He had assumed the blood mosquito Taoist would fight to the bitter end, but he had not anticipated such a desperate gambit. Though he marveled at the spectacle, his descent did not falter. The blood mosquito Taoist had indeed left a contingency plan. Otherwise, he would not have fought so fiercely. Fang Lei's figure descended rapidly, soon plunging into the blood sea. Observing the blood energy surrounding him, a knowing smile graced his face as the aura of a great Luo golden immortal erupted forth. However, at that very moment, a hint of dragon energy emanating from within him caught the ancestral dragon's attention. Dragon energy! The voice of the ancestral dragon was frigid, and its wide-open eyes immediately gazed downward. Accompanied by the dragon's icy glare, Fang Lei was taken aback and hastily quickened his pace. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from that place, leaving the ancestral dragon unable to discern his presence, only catching a fleeting shadow. Such speed! The ancestral dragon's voice was cold, and a glint of frost appeared in its gaze. I could see this moment. Fang Lei was already millions of zhang away, cautiously surveying his surroundings. Once he ensured that the dragon had not followed, he finally let out a sigh of relief. This creature's perceptiveness was astonishing. Fang Lei felt a wave of shock. Initially, he had been brimming with confidence, believing the ancestral dragon would not detect him. Little did he expect to be so close to capture. If the ancestral dragon had indeed caught him, the situation would have been dire. In the void above, the ancestral dragon maintained its downward gaze, scanning the area. However, this time it yielded no results, and it failed to locate Fang Lei's figure once more. Just as it pondered this mystery, hundreds of dragon shadows emerged from the sea of blood. Clan leader, we have collected all the treasures from this place. With the voice of a dragon clan member, the ancestral dragon finally withdrew its gaze, nodding with a cold expression. Return to the dragon palace. Fang Lei deliberately concealed himself. Remaining here was utterly pointless, as he could not possibly be found. Rather than waiting idly, it was wiser to depart, with the dragon clan engaged in battle with the other two clans. He had more pressing matters to attend to. Watching the distant dragon shadows fade into the sky, Fang Lei stepped forward. Truly, nothing remained. Fang Lei felt quite helpless. These beings had cleansed the entire sea of blood. With a sigh, he did not linger further. His gaze descended, tracing a faint trace of blood energy downward. Before long, a severed limb appeared in the distance. Upon seeing the blood energy emanating from it, along with the feeble divine soul aura within, Fang Lei understood what had transpired. The idea was commendable, but restoring it would likely be no simple task. I shall lend you a helping hand. This being was still of use, and its life should not yet be extinguished. With a faint smile, Fong Lei waved his hand, and a beam of golden light shot forth instantaneously. Under the influence of his power, the aura surrounding the limb surged dramatically. Recover well. I am waiting. With that, he did not tarry any longer and leaped away. Utilizing the light of the blood mosquito elder, he absorbed a considerable number of dragon eggs. Seizing the opportunity to refine this dragon energy, racing through the void above, Fong Lei's speed reached an astounding peak. After a considerable time, he arrived at the summit of Kunlun. This was the sanctuary of their four purities, where no outsiders would intrude, making it the safest place for cultivation. Exuding his aura, a beam of golden light shot skyward, enveloping him in the power of the divine dragon bone. Chapter 70. An unmanageable power of the sky was filled with dragon energy, and a golden dragon shadow coiled around his form. As he reveled in the abundant dragon energy, a long-lost smile graced Fong Lei's face. This was indeed a splendid thing, albeit regrettably so. He had not absorbed much. Had he known, he should have exerted more effort to leave none for the dragon clan. Time passed, and Fong Lei slowly opened his eyes. As he reined in his aura, the mechanical voice of the system reached his ears. Congratulations, host. The Divine Dragon Valley has been upgraded to the 2nd tier. Is it really upgraded? Fong Lei's face was a canvas of confusion, his expression laden with doubt. He had merely absorbed a modicum of dragon energy. How could this have resulted in an upgrade? Bewildered, he once more summoned his power. As the dragon energy surged forth, he was greeted by the resonant sounds of dragon roars. This was indeed the strength of the divine dragon bone, and compared to before, it had markedly increased. Yet just as he was elated, the dragon energy dissipated, revealing countless cracks on his body. The sudden turn of events left Fong Lei momentarily stunned, and he hurriedly suppressed his aura. What is happening? Previously, such a situation arose only when I recklessly absorbed spiritual energy. Yet this time, I did not even utilize devouring. How could it have come to this? What on earth is going on? You ought to provide an explanation. He was perplexed and could only place his hopes on the system. This time, the system did not remain silent. As soon as the words left his mouth, it responded that host's physical strength is insufficient to wield the full power of the divine dragon bone. Upon hearing this, Fong Lei was taken aback, his expression darkening considerably. After a while, he regained his composure, a wry smile blossoming on his face. What use is the upgrade of the Divine Dragon Valley, then? He had anticipated that with the enhancement of the Divine Dragon Bone, he would be able to harness its power. To his dismay, while the power of the Divine Dragon Bone remained, he found himself unable to utilize it. Despite possessing countless treasures, the power at his disposal was lamentably scarce. Summoning the essence of the great Luo Golden Immortal, he waved his hand, and thousands of spiritual fruits appeared before him. In that case, I shall elevate my own strength. Previously indifferent to the elevation of his realm, he was now forced into this predicament. With golden light flashing in his hand, devouring also manifested in this moment. Guided by his power, the 1,000 spiritual fruits swiftly merged into his body. The items he consumed were all innate treasures, their spiritual energy exceedingly pure. Of course, such efficacy was not without the assistance of a laurel flower. This item, aside from purification, could also enhance the power within the spiritual energy in the blink of an eye. A century passed. Fong Lei dedicated himself to cultivation, oblivious to other matters. However, unbeknownst to him, he had absorbed a significant amount of power during this time. Just as he opened his eyes, the 3 purities appeared in the distance, each bearing a subtle smile. Upon witnessing their smiles, Fong Lei's confusion deepened, and he cast a puzzled glance in their direction. What is the meaning of this? My 3 elder brothers. 4th brother, may I borrow your treasure for the 3 of us to examine? It was not Tong Tian who spoke, but Lao Zi, his expression somewhat serious. Realizing this, Fong Lei understood that he had yet to put away the laurel flower. Nevertheless, he did not refuse. With a gentle wave, the laurel flower appeared before the 3. Within it resided an exceedingly rich spiritual energy, its pure white light flickering incessantly. Observing the power contained within, the three could not help but widen their eyes in astonishment. The aura within this item is astonishingly potent. Tong Tian exclaimed, unable to suppress his admiration as he reached out to touch it. Yet his hand could not approach. An overwhelming surge of spiritual energy erupted from the laurel flower, repelling his hand. This unexpected turn of events startled Tong Tian as well. This item is merely an innate spiritual treasure, yet contains such powerful energy. Tong Tian's expression turned cold as the essence of the great Luo golden immortal erupted forth. However, before he could act, Fong Lei quickly stepped forward, and no need to test further. This item possesses spirit and has recognized me as its master. Outsiders may not touch it. Upon hearing this, Tong Tian gazed at Fong Lei in disbelief. Fourth brother, you have refined this item? Naturally, refining it does not require excessive effort. Seeing his brother's expression shift to one of calm, Tong Tian found himself at a loss for words and ultimately withdrew his outstretched hand. Since it was now Fong Lei's possession, he would no longer attempt to touch it. Observing the aura of the laurel flower, Laozi turned his gaze toward Fong Lei. Curiosity etched on his face. Might this item possess any formidable attributes? Being of one essence, Laozi could sense Fong Lei's thoughts to some extent. The aura of this item was indeed extraordinary, yet Fong Lei could not discern any specific differences. As Laozi's voice faded, Yuan Shi and Tong Tian also directed their curious gazes at him. Seeing their puzzled expressions, Fong Lei offered a faint smile, and the essence of the great Luo golden immortal radiated forth. The laurel flowers shimmered with pure white light, and the surrounding spiritual energy was swiftly absorbed. Moments later, the area was enveloped in an exceedingly rich spiritual energy. The three purities stood amidst it, their eyes widening in astonishment. What is this? They had cultivated for some time now, yet this was the first occasion they felt such potent spiritual energy. My three elder brothers, you may not be aware, but this item is designed to enhance spiritual energy. Fong Lei did not elaborate further. Even if he did, they might not believe him. May I absorb this energy? Unable to contain himself, Tong Tian turned his head to inquire. And as his words fell, Fong Lei merely smiled faintly and nodded. Receiving Fong Lei's affirmative response, Tong Tian did not hold back. The aura of the Deluo Jin Xian surged forth, and the surrounding spiritual energy began to gather incessantly. This influx of spiritual energy was far more potent than any he had encountered before, and in an instant he was enveloped in golden light. Fourth brother, may I borrow this treasure for a time? His gaze was fixated upon the laurel blossom, as if he had discovered a new world. Yet before Fong Lei could respond, Laozi, with a grave expression, interjected, "This belongs to the fourth brother. How can it be borrowed so casually?" Laozi was equally captivated by this power, but he managed to maintain his composure. It was evident that the laurel blossom was no ordinary item, and Fong Lei would still need to utilize it. Although the four of them were united as one, how could they easily lend it to each other? Observing their demeanor, Fong Lei calmly remarked, "Elder brother, you overstate the matter. I would be delighted to assist my three elder brothers. While the laurel blossom may not be destined for the three pure ones, it is certainly permissible for their cultivation. Then I thank you." Third brother, Tong Tian was not at all courteous as he swiftly stepped forward and seized the item. Noticing his actions, Yuan Shi cast an envious glance. Though it was but a fleeting moment, Fong Lei still caught the glimpse. Let the three elder brothers cultivate here together. It will allow for mutual support. Chapter 71. The cautious Kunpeng. Throughout these centuries of cultivation, Tong Tian and Yuan Shi had exhibited numerous contradictions. Today, one must not allow this item to escalate those contradictions further. Upon hearing this, Yuan Shi cast a look of astonishment. However, before he could speak, Laozi was the first to declare, as the fourth brother suggests, "Let us cultivate here and support one another." Laozi could see through their little schemes, rather than lingering here aimlessly. It would be better to follow Fong Lei's proposal. That Laozi's words carried more weight than those of Fong Lei. Upon hearing Laozi's pronouncement, Tong Tian and Yuan Shi both nodded in agreement. As the surrounding spiritual energy began to coalesce, the three of them also directed their auras outward. Observing them commence their cultivation, the power within Fong Lei also surged forth. However, he was not there to absorb power. As he adjusted his aura, he stepped into the void above, for no other reason than to head towards the western sacred land, Ling Mountain. It had been quite some time, and it was likely that the Zhuan Ti and Jia had already made their appearances. Those two had caused quite a bit of trouble, and he naturally needed to pay them a visit. Moreover, it provided an opportune moment to procure some treasures from Ling Mountain. Leaving those items for the two was a waste. They were better off in his possession. His speed was remarkable. In the blink of an eye, he was thousands of zhang away. His initial target was the western Ling Mountain, but just as he approached the northern underworld, an unexpected disturbance erupted from the depths of the sea. Roar! A deafening roar reverberated through the heavens, and a terrifying demonic force surged forth from the depths of the ocean. Witnessing this, Fong Lei was momentarily taken aback. Halting his steps, such formidable power, was Kunpeng about to break through? Although he had not seen him for a century, he found it perplexing how rapidly Kunpeng could attain such a breakthrough. Roar! Just as Fong Lei pondered this, the sound echoed again. The booming resonated, and the sky dimmed as countless bolts of lightning began to converge. Observing this phenomenon, Fong Lei descended through the void, altering his course directly towards it. That Kunpeng's breakthrough was indeed a significant event, and even the display of lightning was exceedingly formidable. For no other reason than the sheer magnitude of this power, he felt compelled to investigate. In an instant, Fong Lei was thousands of zhang away. As he glanced downward, he beheld a figure, as large as a small mountain, surging toward the heavens from the depths of the northern underworld. Roar! Once again a thunderous roar echoed, as the sky filled with lightning, and hundreds of bolts cascaded downward. Kunpeng's massive form was enveloped by this lightning, yet he had withstood this force for an extended period. The four corners of the earth trembled, and the entire sky was engulfed by Kunpeng's demonic energy. Witnessing the unfolding events from a distance, Fong Lei was greatly astonished. He had expected Kunpeng to falter quickly, yet he proved to be incredibly resilient. Boom! Several bolts of lightning converged once more, and after a tremendous crash, Kunpeng plummeted from the sky. This initial surge of power was the weakest, which Kunpeng had successfully withstood. For the subsequent forces, Kunpeng would not need to exert much effort. He raised his head to ascend again. A look of exhilaration spread across Kunpeng's face. Long as he could withstand this lightning, he would be able to step into the realm of the Luo Jinxian to endure this power. He had expended all his strength over the past century. The power within him erupted once more, and with a single leap, he surged toward the sky. His aura did not diminish, but rather intensified, becoming terrifyingly potent. Come forth. I can hardly contain my anticipation. He was solely focused on whether he could break through to the next level. Anything else held no interest for him. The torrential lightning cascaded down, and the explosive sounds echoed, causing the entire sky to tremble for several moments. The booming continued, and a layer of golden light enveloped Kunpeng's massive form. Under this force, his mountain-like body began to gradually vanish. The golden light was resplendent, obscuring the changes within from Fong Lei's view. Furrowing his brow, Fong Lei's expression grew increasingly serious. Had he succeeded? He found it hard to believe. Previously, the blood mosquito Taoist had struggled significantly during his breakthrough. How could Kunpeng achieve it so effortlessly? It seemed he had not expended much energy at all. The distant golden light persisted for a considerable time, and under Fong Lei's watchful gaze, a wild, unrestrained laughter resonated through the heavens. I have succeeded. Accompanied by this proclamation, Kunpeng emerged from the golden light, his face alight with This moment, Kunpeng had transformed into human form, and the power he exhibited had reached a Luo Jinxian. However, he was only at the initial stage, and the power within him was unstable. Nonetheless, this represented a qualitative leap for him. The difference between the Luo Jinxian and Tai Jinxian was but a single realm, yet it was a chasm of disparity. Following his breakthrough, Kunpeng's perception became extraordinary. His aura remained unrestrained. He quickly noticed Fong Lei in the distance. Who goes there? Upon hearing his slightly icy voice, Fong Lei smiled lightly and descended through the void. Initially, Fong Lei did not intend to reveal himself, believing that Kunpeng would not detect him. However, to his surprise, Kunpeng sensed his presence. Given this, there was no need for him to remain hidden any longer. Upon recognizing Fong Lei, Kunpeng was taken aback, inadvertently stepping back. "Dao friend, what brings you here?" He perceived the energy as weak, assuming Fong Lei to be an inconspicuous individual. He had hoped to use this opportunity to test his own abilities, only to discover it was Fong Lei. The shadow Fong Lei had cast upon him was significant. He had nearly perished at Fong Lei's hands before. He felt extremely tense, and his expression darkened considerably. Observing Fong Lei approach, he wore a grave expression, forcing a smile. "Might I inquire what brings you here?" "Fear not. I am merely drawn here by the power of this place, seeking to take a look." Clearly, Fong Lei's words did not convince him. "Dao friend, there are no treasures left in the northern underworld. Anything that remains has already been absorbed by me. I suggest you take your leave." He assumed Fong Lei had come in search of treasures and hurriedly attempted to explain. Observing Kunpeng's anxious demeanor, Fong Lei could only smile wryly. While he had indeed taken many treasures from the northern underworld previously, he was by no means in such a desperate state. This time, he was genuinely not here for any treasures. He was simply attracted by the power. "I am not here for treasures." With that declaration, Fong Lei instantly unleashed the aura of Deluo Jin Xian. Though he claimed otherwise, every movement he made instilled a sense of danger in Kunpeng. Retreating several hundred zhang back, the aura of the Luo Jin Xian emanated from him, and a colossal phantom appeared behind him. He dared not engage Fong Lei in combat, but remained on guard. He certainly did not wish to find himself in a position similar to their last encounter, where he was dominated and had no chance to retaliate. Fong Lei felt quite helpless as well. He had no intention of initiating a conflict. "I do not wish to fight with you." Upon saying this, the man pointed a finger, and a beam of golden light instantly surged into Kunpeng's mind. Initially, Kunpeng was quite cautious, but upon receiving the energy, he froze in place. Chapter 72 became Fong Lei's steed. Kunpeng stared wide-eyed, gazing at Fong Lei in utter disbelief. "Dao friend, are you truly willing to lend me your assistance?" He was filled with astonishment, while Fong Lei simply smiled and nodded. Naturally, Fong Lei did not entice with other treasures. Rather, it was merely a few precious artifacts. However, these were not from this place, but rather from Mount Shumi. This locale harbors its own share of treasures, and Fong Lei had no intention of venturing further to the western Spirit Mountain. Should he take Kunpeng along now, uncertainties would inevitably ensue. Nevertheless, there was no danger within Mount Shumi, so a visit would be inconsequential. This place would eventually become the realm of the Demon Clan, but the time for that had yet to come. The calamity of the three rentals had not yet concluded, and the rise of the Demon Clan would not occur for several millennia. Kunpeng, with a straightforward nature, had already forsaken his earlier caution in the face of the allure of treasures. A smile graced his face, and he nodded repeatedly at Fong Lei. "Then I shall trouble you, young master, to lead the way." Although he had cultivated for a millennium, he had not ventured far from his home and was utterly unfamiliar with the whereabouts of Mount Shumi. His expression was one of confusion, but Fong Lei merely smiled faintly and suppressed his aura. "Follow me." Fong Lei had ulterior motives for bringing Kunpeng along, as he still saw potential utility in him. Rising into the air, Fong Lei took off, and Kunpeng followed suit, his speed surprisingly brisk, even surpassing Fong Lei by a margin. Fong Lei was taken aback, yet his smile remained undiminished. He now understood why this led to a stalemate with the two saints of the West, who were unable to contend with Kunpeng. His speed was unparalleled, a feat that no one could rival, not even the Phoenix clan, which lagged far behind. Though both were swift, there remained a considerable distance to Beiming. After a lengthy while, they finally paused atop a mountain peak. They had reached the summit of Mount Shumi, their gazes instinctively drawn downward. Fong Lei's expression was relatively composed, while Kunpeng was visibly exhilarated. Below, the air shimmered with spiritual energy, countless golden rays flickering amidst the mountain. What a powerful aura! Having resided in Beiming for so long, he was indeed astonished by the energy before him. The power here was undoubtedly superior to that of Beiming. Although Kunpeng was ecstatic, Fong Lei remained rooted, unwilling to act recklessly. Despite having lowered his guard around Fong Lei, he still harbored reservations. He did not wish to have his newfound treasures snatched away. Noticing Kunpeng's caution, Fong Lei maintained an indifferent demeanor, not even glancing in his direction as he said with a faint smile, "We shall rely on our own abilities. What we can attain depends on our luck." Upon hearing this, Kunpeng was momentarily taken aback, but before he could respond, Fong Lei had already transformed into an afterimage and departed. Seeing Fong Lei take action, Kunpeng hesitated no longer. Channeling his energy, he transformed into an afterimage and followed suit. Since Fong Lei had already spoken, there was no need for him to hold back. He believed that his speed would undoubtedly surpass Fong Lei's, and indeed, it was true. However, his movements were still sluggish. With the Chinkuan Ding in hand, Fong Lei could sweep through and contain countless spiritual treasures effortlessly. Witnessing this, Kunpeng was momentarily stunned, his expression shifting. After some consideration, he decided to transform his true form. Given the circumstances, he saw no reason to remain courteous. His body was immense. Opening his massive beak, he began to consume the surrounding spiritual fruits and energies that Kunpeng's unique constitution allowed him to digest this power without concern. His speed increased significantly this time, matching Fong Lei's. Before long, the spiritual treasures beneath their feet were entirely devoured by the two. Yet, Fong Lei remained the foremost beneficiary. The golden light within the Chinkuan Ding flickered. And only then did Fong Lei contentedly retract his treasures. Although the spiritual energy here had diminished considerably, Fong Lei showed no intention of departing. He had no plans to leave, and naturally, Kunpeng would not depart either. They had gathered a substantial amount, and he firmly believed that staying with Fong Lei was the right choice. Despite his excitement being heavily suppressed, it did not escape Fong Lei's notice. Casting a glance at him, Fong Lei calmly inquired, "Are you interested in venturing further?" Having tasted the sweetness of their recent haul, Kunpeng had no reason to refuse, nodding eagerly. Of course. With his agreement, Fong Lei felt elated. This was precisely what he had awaited. They proceeded deeper into Mount Shumi, although Fong Lei's movements were noticeably slower this time. Before long, they halted at the edge of an unfathomable cliff. A mere glance at the precipice caused Kunpeng to furrow his brow. His expression growing serious. "My friend, we are not truly heading here, are we?" The spiritual energy remained dense, yet he sensed an underlying unease. Fong Lei did not respond to his query, instead gazing intently at the cliff with a slightly grave expression. He was not here merely for trifles. Otherwise, he would not squander time on such matters. He possessed numerous treasures of that caliber already and held little interest in them. Observing Fong Lei's nod of affirmation, Kunpeng stood frozen. "My friend, you cannot be serious. With our combined strength, how can we?" Before he could finish, Fong Lei leapt into the air and seated himself upon Kunpeng's back. This unexpected move left Kunpeng astonished. His expression one of disbelief. "I am not your steed." His voice was barely above a whisper, and he dared not express disrespect. Aware of Fong Lei's superior strength, he refrained from being overly defiant. However, his heart brimmed with dissatisfaction. As the Lord of Biming, how could he become Fong Lei's mount? "My speed may not match yours, and having just obtained so many treasures, take me down." Fong Lei, with a gentle smile, spoke these words while patting Kunpeng's shoulder. Reluctant, Kunpeng felt as though he was being treated as a steed. His face darkened, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Yet before he could voice his thoughts, Fong Lei's tone grew stern. "What are you waiting for? Hurry!" Under Fong Lei's urging, he finally shifted his body and dashed toward the edge of the cliff. His speed reached its peak, and the air screamed with a piercing, tearing sound as he raced past. His plan was simple, to shake Fong Lei off with his incredible speed. However, Fong Lei remained steadfast atop his back, unmoved by the force of their descent. After some time, Kunpeng ultimately conceded that this tactic was futile. Gradually, he became captivated by the spiritual energy emanating from below the cliff. Yet he found himself puzzled. Despite reaching such extraordinary speeds, they had yet to reach the bottom. "My friend, why is it so deep here?" he asked, bewildered, while Fong Lei answered nonchalantly, "You will have the chance to know, but not now. Let us descend first." With this abrupt remark, Kunpeng felt it unwise to pursue the matter further. Chapter 73. Fragments of the Creation Jade Butterfly. Fong Lei did not withhold his words out of reluctance, but rather because he himself was uncertain. He only knew that a fragment of the creation Jade Butterfly should lie within this place. It was for this very object that he had braved such risks. Otherwise, he would not have ventured here. The depth here was significant, and at his speed, it would take a considerable amount of time to reach the bottom. However, with Kunpeng accompanying him, the situation was different. Kunpeng, unleashing his full power, far surpassed Fong Lei's pace. Time slipped away unnoticed, and after an indeterminate duration, they finally caught sight of a glimmer of light amidst the dim atmosphere. As they beheld the distant brightness, a long-lost smile graced Kunpeng's face. His aura surged once more, and his speed quickened beyond previous measures. Once he steadied himself, Fong Lei gracefully dismounted from his back. After surveying their surroundings, Fong Lei's aura erupted instantaneously. The essence of the great Luo golden immortal enveloped the area, and countless arcs of lightning flickered forth. Witnessing the display of power, Kunpeng was momentarily stunned, his expression growing serious. Just moments ago, Fong Lei had not summoned such potent energy. Now he had unleashed his full strength. Confused, Kunpeng could not help but inquire, "Might I ask what brings you here, my friend?" Kunpeng had his own motives. Fong Lei's display indicated that whatever he sought was undoubtedly extraordinary. Extracting this information from Fong Lei might present him with an opportunity to claim it for himself. "This item is beyond your reach. You shall remain here and guard it for me." Fong Lei firmly rejected him. Continuing on his path, Kunpeng stood dumbfounded, his eyes filled with indignation. He had brought Fong Lei down. Yet now he was left to wait, idly. "My friend, I believe I can be of assistance. Allow me to accompany you." His tone unexpectedly carried a hint of pleading, yet Fong Lei remained resolute and did not nod. The fragments of the creation Jade Butterfly were not something he could simply approach. Initially, he believed that after being repeatedly rejected, this individual would relent. However, before he could take more than 2 steps, the voice of Kunpeng resonated once more. "Fellow Taoist, I assure you," before the words could fully escape his lips, Fong Lei coldly turned his face to "Do not force me to take action." The chill in Fong Lei's voice was palpable, and a glint of cold light flashed in his eyes. A mere fleeting glance was enough to render Kunpeng speechless. Seeing him fall silent, Fong Lei felt a sense of relief and proceeded onward. If this individual continued to engage in idle chatter, he would find it increasingly intolerable. Following that aura, Fong Lei soon became aware of a significant concentration of spiritual energy in the distance, shimmering with emerald green light. Upon witnessing this power, a faint smile graced Fong Lei's face. This was not a task assigned by the system, but rather a pursuit prompted by the overwhelming aura. Yet, just as he took a step forward, a horrifying surge of spiritual energy erupted from afar, and a tempest swept through, halting Fong Lei's advance. Despite this obstruction, a smile still lingered on his face. If this power were not formidable, he would genuinely question whether it might be the shards of the creation Jade Butterfly. Now he could confirm that it was indeed the object he sought. Golden light enveloped his form, and the divine thunder sword materialized in his hand. Observing the tempest before him, he casually swung his sword. Cleaving the force in two, the power ceased its downward assault, and he maintained an expression of indifference as he advanced. Side quest: acquire a fragment of the creation Jade Butterfly. Task reward: primordial pouch. Upon hearing the system's voice, Fong Lei was momentarily taken aback. A smile emerging on his face, he had thought the system would not manifest, only to be surprised by its timely appearance. It seemed that leaving now was not an option. With a swing of his sword, the ground beneath him was torn asunder, revealing an emerald green fragment before him. The object shimmered with green light, and within it lingered a faint dark gray aura. However, this power was elusive and quite feeble at this moment. Fong Lei felt puzzled, as he had no knowledge of what this power truly was. Yet his instincts told him that this object was far from ordinary. Otherwise, it would not have found its way into the creation Jade Butterfly. Tentatively, he reached out, but just as he was about to make contact, the energy within surged abruptly. Fong Lei's outstretched hand was repelled, and an array of icy lights surged toward him. Observing the situation, Fong Lei was momentarily stunned, but he quickly swung his sword to counterattack. His movements appeared slow, yet each strike was equivalent to 100 once he shattered all the energy before him. A sigh of relief escaped him. How can it be so powerful? What lay before him was merely a fragment of the creation jade butterfly. Yet it emanated such a formidable aura. Fong Lei was taken aback. This was not what he had anticipated. Nevertheless, having come this far and with the system issuing a task, he was unwilling to return empty-handed. His expression darkened, and the aura of the great Luo golden immortal surged forth, lightning flickering in his palm. You think a mere fragment can obstruct me? With a single step, he darted forward. His hand, now encased in lightning, descended upon the fragment. Although the shards of the creation jade butterfly continued to emerge, they were ultimately no match for him. Boom! Accompanied by a tremendous roar, he grasped the fragment of the creation jade butterfly firmly in his hand. Feeling the chaotic energy emanating from it, Fong Lei dared not hesitate. He quickly mobilized the spiritual energy to suppress it. After a considerable time, the fragment of the creation jade butterfly finally calmed. Not sensing any lingering power, Fong Lei retracted his aura. He did not rush to leave, but awaited the system's reward. Yet the system remained silent, leaving him perplexed. Had he not already obtained it? I have acquired the fragment. Could you please provide a response? He impatiently urged the system, only to receive a rather irritable reply. The creation jade butterfly has not recognized the host. The task is incomplete. Upon hearing this mechanical voice, Fong Lei froze in place. The task he had just been given was not like this. How could it suddenly change? Fong Lei felt helpless, yet he had no choice but to endure as he sought to obtain something from the system. With a resigned sigh, he turned his attention back to the fragment of the creation jade butterfly. Since he had been able to refine other spiritual treasures, perhaps he could attempt the same with this object. It might prove useful. Without further ado, he sat cross-legged, channeling the energy of the great Luo golden immortal into the fragment. However, as time passed, he increasingly sensed that something was amiss. This object seemed like a bottomless pit, absorbing as much of his spiritual energy as he fed into it. As time wore on, Fong Lei found his spiritual energy dwindling. His expression darkened, and he dared not persist any longer, retracting the aura from his body. Continuing down this path would be unwise. He could end up losing both his life and his forces. For a moment, he fell into deep contemplation. If this object could not be refined, what then? Was he to merge it with himself? Speaking this thought aloud, he activated the devouring technique. It appeared to be his only option. Chapter 74. Forceful fusion of the creation jade butterfly lock fragment. Fong Lei had not intended to attempt this. For the devouring technique was an unpredictable variable, and it could very well cost him his life. Yet he found himself with no alternatives. Aside from devouring, he truly did not know what else to do. Golden light flickered in his hand as the fragment of the creation jade butterfly gradually drew closer to him. Seeing this method proving effective, Fong Lei felt a surge of joy. However, that expression did not last long. His pupils constricted sharply, and he fell to one knee, a look of anguish crossing his face. How could this be? His worst fears had materialized. Cracks began to appear across his body, and an exceedingly terrifying energy enveloped him. Fong Lei dared not entertain other thoughts, hastily channeling the energy of the great Luo golden immortal to suppress it. Yet his power was as heaven and earth compared to the energy of the creation jade butterfly. He was utterly unable to contain it, and the pain only intensified exponentially. As the fissures on his body multiplied, Fong Lei began to contemplate surrender. Yet, to his astonishment, even as he resolved to give up, the devouring technique could not be retracted. The creation jade butterfly continued to merge into his body without any sign of abating. In that moment, Fong Lei was utterly dumbfounded, his expression darkening to an extreme. In no way am I going to be killed by this thing. With a sense of helplessness, Fong Lei attempted to withdraw his hand. Yet no matter how hard he tried, the fragment of the creation jade butterfly showed no signs of stopping, struggling amidst the spiritual energy. Fong Lei collapsed to the ground in an instant. Darkness enveloped his vision, and the aura around him dissipated. Though he could no longer perceive the outside world, Fong Lei's consciousness remained intact. What has happened to me? Slowly opening his eyes, Fong Lei found himself not back in the primordial chaos. Instead, he was surrounded by darkness, filled with a heavy gray aura. Fong Lei stood, bewildered, but as he took a step forward, countless fragmented images flooded his mind. He was certain that this memory did not belong to him. However, he was puzzled as to why it had come to him. The shattered images continued to manifest, and gradually, a look of pain appeared on Fong Lei's face. A roar echoed, and the surroundings were engulfed by an exceedingly terrifying energy. That moment, the energy of the great Luo, golden immortal within Fong Lei was also mobilized. The fearsome energy swept through, shattering the space around him, and his figure disintegrated along with it. When Fong Lei opened his eyes again, he had returned to the real world. He sprang to his feet, hastily channeling the energy of the great Luo, golden immortal. After confirming that he was in no danger, he finally relaxed. What had just transpired felt overwhelmingly real. Although it was not painful, he distinctly felt the loss of power within him. How could there be such formidable power within this fragment? He was left in awe, realizing that the energy contained within was far more terrifying than he had imagined. Yet he was perplexed that he did not sense the presence of the creation jade butterfly within him. He activated the devouring technique, meticulously investigating the energy in his body, but still found nothing. Just as he was engulfed in confusion, the system's mechanical voice suddenly rang out. Side quest completed. Claim your reward. Primordial pouch. Hearing this voice, Fong Lei was further convinced of his success. He did not feel any joy at completing the task. Instead, he coldly addressed the system. I nearly lost my life because of you. Why can I not sense the fragment of the creation jade butterfly? He was utterly perplexed, yet the system offered no response. After a moment of waiting, Fong Lei let out a resigned sigh. The system appeared sporadic, indicating that there was no insight to be gleaned from this individual. Nevertheless, the outcome was ultimately favorable. He had obtained the fragments of the creation jade disc, and it was time to depart. Constricting his aura, he made his way toward the direction of the Kunpeng. He had anticipated that Kunpeng would have left, but to his surprise, upon his approach, Kunpeng remained present. However, Kunpeng was not idle. The dense spiritual energy below had been completely devoured by him. Upon noticing Fong Lei's arrival, Kunpeng reined in his aura somewhat and subdued his presence. Fellow Taoist, have you acquired the item? Might I have a glimpse? Kunpeng inquired with an expression of curiosity, his gaze firmly fixed on Fong Lei. Fong Lei's prowess was undeniable, and he was certain that whatever Fong Lei had obtained was far from ordinary. This item was no trivial matter and could not be carelessly displayed. Fong Lei declined outright, and Kunpeng's expression visibly shifted. Yet, having spoken to this extent, Fong Lei felt it inappropriate to elaborate further. Although Fong Lei outwardly feigned an air of mystery, internally he felt equally helpless. He too wished to examine the fragments of the creation jade disc. Yet he felt nothing at all. Channeling his aura, he leapt onto Kunpeng's back. This time, I must trouble you, my friend. It is time to return. Fong Lei stated matter-of-factly, falling silent thereafter, in response to his words. Kunpeng stood frozen in place, his eyes filled with disbelief. Here he was, the lord of the northern underworld, reduced to Fong Lei's mount. My friend, your speed surpasses mine, so this journey is indeed yours to undertake. Fong Lei flashed a wry smile, his aura now radiating forth. The essence of the great Luo golden immortal surged outward, swiftly suppressing the demonic power emanating from Kunpeng. Fong Lei uttered not another word. Yet his actions spoke volumes. Although Kunpeng was exceedingly reluctant, he dared not show any sign of negligence. Fong Lei was no longer engaging in a negotiation. This was a blatant display of authority. With a powerful flap of his wings, Kunpeng soared into the void, rushing toward the precipice. Fong Lei felt quite at ease. With Kunpeng's assistance, he need not exert himself overly much, seated upon Kunpeng's back. Fong Lei remained active, the essence of the great Luo golden immortal emanating from him, enveloping him in a myriad of golden rays. Yet he was discontent. He wished to see if he could locate the fragments of the creation jade disc. However, he could not sense them. and the previously dissipated memories suddenly resurfaced. What is this? At that moment, Fong Lei appeared bewildered, his eyes reflecting confusion. This imagery had once flashed through his mind, but he had dismissed it, never expecting it to resurface. Initially, Fong Lei had little interest, but gradually he found himself captivated by the scene that it depicted a fierce battle among three figures, two of whom remained indistinct. However, one wielding a battle axe was unmistakably clear. Although it was merely an image, he felt an inexplicable kinship with this individual. Just as he began to ponder deeply, it dawned on him. This was none other than Pangu, the creator of the primordial world. Pangu, with that utterance, the vision in his mind vanished completely. Yet, seated on Kunpeng's back, Fong Lei remained lost in thought, his expression grave. Why had such an image manifested? Although he was transformed from Pangu's essence. It shouldn't be like this. The only connection he could draw was to the absorbed fragments of the creation jade disc. Could it be related to this object? He muttered to himself, prompting an inquisitive response from Kunpeng. Fellow Taoist, have you encountered a predicament? Fong Lei did not reply, but instead sought to revisit the image in his mind. However, no matter how he tried, it did not reappear. Fong Lei's face was one of confusion. Why did this phenomenon come and go? After several attempts, he ultimately relinquished the effort. The fragmented image remained, yet he could not piece it together, and it was exceedingly blurred. Time passed, and when Fong Lei finally opened his eyes again, they had reached the summit of Mount Xiumi, where Kunpeng came to a halt. Fellow Taoist, here we are. Before he could finish, Fong Lei gracefully dismounted. This time, the effort had indeed been taxing for Kunpeng. Not being his mount, it had required considerable exertion. Thank you for your hard work, my friend. Kunpeng felt a deep reluctance, yet he was no match for Fong Lei, so he refrained from voicing his grievances. However, Kunpeng lingered, his gaze fixed upon Fong Lei. Under his scrutiny, Fong Lei felt somewhat uncomfortable. Is there anything else? This time I have exerted considerable effort as well. Although he did not articulate his thoughts. Fong Lei understood his intentions from his fidgeting demeanor. Casting a calm glance at him, Fong Lei made no motion with his hands, merely stating with a faint smile, "Heavenly treasures are meant for those with destiny. You have no connection to such items." With that single remark, Kunpeng was rendered speechless, his expression a mix of embarrassment and discomfort. He had expected Fong Lei to be magnanimous, only to be met with this unexpected retort. Fong Lei burst into laughter, though the smile held a chill. Observing this, Kunpeng felt increasingly awkward. Your words ring true, but might I inquire where we should venture next? Having tasted the sweetness of following Fong Lei, he yearned to reap further benefits. Yet Fong Lei simply shook his head and leaped into the void. This place does not belong to either of us. It is time to return. With that statement, Fong Lei vanished, leaving Kunpeng in a state of confusion. Was this truly the end? He had hoped to acquire more spiritual treasures. However, without Fong Lei, he dared not act recklessly. Ascending into the void, he intended to sense Fong Lei's aura once more. Yet to his astonishment, he could perceive not a trace. How could he move at such speed? Kunpeng was greatly astonished. Previously, he had believed Fong Lei's speed inferior to his own, only now to realize he had been deceived. How infuriating! He muttered darkly, his aura surging forth. Regardless, this trip had not been in vain. He need not waste more time, and it was best to leave in the void. His speed was remarkable, and in the blink of an eye, he was thousands of zhang away. Once he had departed, Fong Lei emerged from the shadows. Watching Kunpeng's receding figure, he smiled faintly, his own aura now radiating. He had no intention of returning to Kunlun. Instead, he aimed for the western spirit mountain. Indeed, such matters were best handled alone. Bringing Kunpeng along would only complicate things. Taking to the air, Fong Lei's speed was swift and unrelenting. After Kunpeng's departure, in the depths of the chasm, a dark red aura suddenly flickered. However, its power was exceedingly feeble, lasting only a moment. Fong Lei traversed his path uninterrupted, his speed astonishingly rapid. The Western Spirit Mountain was unperturbed by external disturbances, its spiritual energy terrifyingly potent, with countless treasures within. However, Fong Lei's purpose for this journey was not for such objects. His primary aim was to seek out Zhuan Ti and Jian. although the primordial world was currently dominated by the three races. Other forces were slowly emerging. Moreover, the conflict among the three races had not affected this place. After some time, Fong Lei arrived at the base of the Western Spirit Mountain. Looking up, he was taken aback by the spiritual energy before him. Truly, this was the land of the Western Spirit Mountain. Its power was indeed formidable. No wonder those two individuals had arrived late, but were ultimately able to attain sainthood. Fong Lei was in no rush, walking upward with a calm demeanor. Simultaneously, he began to absorb and channel the abundant spiritual energy. Not to do so would be a waste. After all, this was an untouched realm, and the power here was anything but ordinary. Before long, Fong Lei found himself enveloped in golden light, the energy within him amplifying several-fold. Eventually, he ventured deeper into the Spirit Mountain. Upon noticing two indistinct golden figures in the distance, Fong Lei halted in his tracks. It seemed he had arrived too early. With a sense of helplessness, he uttered these words as he transformed the Confronting. Centered around him, there lay thousands of spiritual treasures within a radius of 100 miles. Since he had arrived early, he could not afford to miss this opportunity. With a flick of his finger, the essence of the great Luo golden immortal converged within the Confronting. And at that moment, countless golden rays emerged. The Confronting had begun its absorption, while Fong Lei, wearing a faint smile, stepped forward. Soon, two figures came into view before him. They were the two fellows of the Zhuan Ti and Jiayin. However, at this moment, they remained enveloped in golden light, their realms not particularly elevated. With a mere glance, Fong Lei extended his hand forward. He wished to test whether he could suppress the aura of these two individuals with his power. Their late arrival by a century was not only beneficial for them, but also a favorable occurrence for the Hong Huang. Yet, Fong Lei ultimately underestimated the situation. His hand could not draw near at all. Just as his power was about to make contact, a sudden convergence of lightning manifested in the void. The heavens dimmed, and a fierce wind swept through the surroundings. Sensing this formidable force, Fong Lei's expression darkened, and a note of gravity appeared in his eyes. "I have yet to do anything.